Welcome to part 1 of Noble Reincarnation, born blessed so I'll obtain ultimate power. After getting a second change in life, Noah decided he will use his power for good. But the more good he did, the more power he got. I hope you all enjoy this amazing story. Please subscribe and join the Discord to support the channel. I didn't immediately realize I had been reincarnated into a new life. The ceiling I looked up at was unfamiliar, but the status display at the corner of my vision had a comforting feel, like home, a familiar sight. Still a little sleepy, I tried to turn over to avoid the light and go back to sleep, but for some reason I couldn't move. I couldn't turn over, in fact I couldn't move my arms or legs at all. Not only that, I couldn't even make a proper sound. What's going on? Why can't I move? The only thing I could move was my eyes, so I looked around left and right. Then I noticed. Name, none gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F fire, F MP, F water, E strength, F wind, F stamina, F earth. F intelligence, F light, F spirit, F darkness, F speed, F dexterity, F luck. F for some reason my level had reset to 1 and my name was none. And what's this infinity? That must be the level cap. Mine isn't high by any means, but since I've seen it every day, I'm certain it's not 8. Something's off. Something's definitely wrong. What on earth is happening? Suddenly a face leaned over me from above. A woman I had never seen before, incredibly beautiful. She looked at me with gentle eyes, no, more like watching over me. Motherly warmth radiated from her expression, a look full of forgiveness and affection. Mom. For some reason, that's what I thought. No, my real mom is broad and loud, always nagging annoyingly every time we meet. It would be disrespectful to think that about someone so beautiful and kind-looking. The woman smiled even more gently, narrowing her eyes and stroked my forehead. Yeah, it really is Mom. I didn't understand it, but I couldn't help but feel that way. Being gently touched like this felt incredibly safe. I'd never felt anything like this before. I thought about just letting myself go and falling asleep, when suddenly, with a loud clatter, the door opened somewhere distant and multiple footsteps came closer. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The beautiful woman looked surprised and turned towards the sound, and I was even more shocked at that title. Good, leave him as he is. After a voice filled with authority, footsteps approached. The woman left, replaced by an old man with pure white hair, clearly over 60, who leaned over to look at me. A good face. I see your features around the eyes. Thank you. To me, the mouth resembles Your Majesty perfectly. I see. Since you say so, it must be true. Features, resemblance. You mean I'm the child of this old man and the young woman. At that moment, I managed to move a little, bringing an arm up beside my face. What appeared in my vision was a soft, chubby baby's arm. Is this me? I've become a baby? Why? More importantly, Your Majesty, this child needs a name. Indeed, I have already decided. This child is Noah. Well, what a lovely name. Right after the old man declared that, the status display in the corner of my vision changed. Name, Noah, Alarate, gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F fire, F MP, F water, E strength, F wind, F stamina, F earth, F intelligence, F light, F spirit, F darkness, F speed, F dexterity, F luck. F my name had changed from none to Noah Alarate. Is this my name? Did I really not have a name until just now, because I'm a newborn baby? Your Majesty. From further behind the old man came a young, calm male voice. About Noah's status, don't be rude. He is my child, of course, a prince. Thank you very much. Hearing the old man's words, the woman's voice trembled with emotion. There must be some complicated circumstances, but more than that. Name, Noah Alarate, 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire, gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F fire, F MP, F water, E strength, F wind. F stamina, F earth, F intelligence, F light, F spirit, F darkness, F speed, F dexterity, F luck. F my status changed again. The blank space under my name for title had changed to 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire. Until just before I woke here, I was a young man from a village. What a huge change. Wait, is this really me? A prince is a title for the emperor's own son, the royal family's royalty. And that is me? Cruz. Yes. What are Noah's aptitudes? According to the diagnosis right after birth, water is rated E, showing the strongest aptitude. Water, Any candidates? There is a place called Almeria where many water clans live. It would be a good protectorate for Prince Noah. I see. Then Noah's fief will be there. Ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Yes, Your Majesty. Usually by the third time I'd be less surprised, but that wasn't the case at all. If anything, I was more shocked than ever. Name. Noah Alarate, 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire, gender. Male level, 1/infinity HP, F fire, F MP, F water, E+S strength, F wind, F stamina, F earth, F intelligence, F light, F spirit, F darkness. F speed, F dexterity, F luck. F the water attribute in my abilities had changed from E to E+S. I had never seen anything like this before. What does the plus mean? Is that even a thing? No, it's not. I love watching plays, especially plays based on the deeds of heroes. Watching plays while looking at the stats of real heroes is the best. None of the heroes I've ever seen had stats like this. Why? How? While I was panicking, the conversation continued. This settles it then. Show me this child's abilities. Yes, your majesty, the young man agreed, reaching out his hand above my head. A light shone from his hand, enveloping me. Immediately, the status floated over my body, a magic that made the status visible to others. The moment it appeared, everyone in the room, me, the old man, the woman, and the young man, all gasped simultaneously. Name: Noah Alarate, 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire. Gender: male. Level: 1/infinity HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, SS Strength, F Wind, F Stamina, F Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, F Luck, F O. This is my child. No way, even more amazing than when he was born. Has Prince Noah already awakened at such a young age? While everyone was amazed at the SS Strength rating, I was surprised for a different reason. I was shocked that the plus was missing. The water status that only I could see was E+S, but the one made visible to everyone through magic read SS. The truth that only I could see. Yes, only I. While the adults were surprised and delighted, I thought even more about the plus that only I could see. 13th Prince's Residence. One of the prince's residences that surround the palace's outer perimeter. That's where I woke up this morning. It's been 6 years since I moved into this mansion. Now that I'm 6 years old, I'm finally getting used to this new life and its lifestyle. I got up in the morning and stood there, still in my pajamas, staring blankly. Then, the maids who had been waiting outside the room came in. They washed my face, combed my hair, and helped me change out of my pajamas. I don't know who hired them, but most of the maids, except for one who seemed to be in charge, were young girls in their teens. I've gotten used to being changed by these young girls and feeling my heart race every day as they see me naked. Today, too, I was made to get dressed while I was still half asleep, waiting for my head to clear. All done with your change of clothes. You look very handsome today, as always. I nodded lightly and left the bedroom. From there, I headed toward the grand dining hall. Wow, Noah-sama is really something. Is that so? Yeah, usually by this age, kids would start saying they're embarrassed or begin playing pranks on young ones like you, but he's always calm and composed. Maybe that's what having the aura of a king feels like. I walked toward the dining hall, listening to the maids' casual chatter. Name: Noah Alarate, 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire. Gender: male. Level: 1/infinity HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, E+S Strength, F Wind, F Stamina, F+F Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, F+F Luck. F+F. While walking, I displayed my status in the corner of my vision. After 6 years since reincarnation, I've figured out one mystery about the stats. The plus signs plus depend on my subordinates, me, Noah Alarate, the 13th Prince's subordinates. I don't know the exact calculation, but whenever the number of subordinates changes, the values after the plus signs change accordingly. And this isn't visible to others. Apparently, only I can see it. Right now, having several dozen maids in the mansion adds a slight boost to my base stats. If I increased my subordinates, I'd get stronger, but princes have their own constraints. At 6 years old, there's nothing I can do about it yet. I have to wait a few more years. Lost in thought about what I could do when I become capable, time passed. During that time, I arrived at the dining hall and was served breakfast by another group of young maids. Master, just as I finished eating, a maid approached. She wasn't one of the maids who take care of me personally, but rather one specialized in hospitality, good with people on the outside. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and 4th Prince have arrived. Where are they now? They have been ushered into the living room. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said you may eat slowly and come over afterward. Show me the way. Even if the Crown Prince said that, it would be rude to be late. I stood up straight and was led by the maid to the living room. Entering, I saw 2 men there. Albert Alarate, the 2nd Prince and Crown Prince, Henry Alarate, the 4th Prince. Both are my Noah's real older brothers, but as you can tell by the numbering, the top 2 are already middle-aged. The Crown Prince even had gray hair mixed at his temples, showing signs of early old age. To my 2 older brothers, who could easily be mistaken for my father, I bowed formally according to proper etiquette. Good morning, brother. Oh, you're here. Don't be so formal. Please have a seat. Thank you. I said that and sat in the lower seat. Of course, the seat of honor was reserved for Crown Prince Albert. Though they're my real brothers, this is the Crown Prince. He's entrusted with part of the government affairs, almost like a co-emperor. I bowed as a vassal would, using the manners I learned over these 6 years. Noah, you're so polite and smart, Crown Prince Albert said, clearly impressed. The 11th and 12th, and also the 14th and 15th princes, the ones close in age to you, are still complete children. Thank you, brother. At your age, that intelligence is impressive. You have a promising future. You'll be a great prime minister someday. I'll do my best to become so. You will, right, Henry? Yeah, fourth Prince Henry quietly nodded and then looked at me. Although a bit younger than Albert, his calm eyes sometimes make him look older. Noah understands. He's by far the smartest among the siblings. His tone suggested some deeper meaning, but I thought it best not to press. By the way, brothers, why have you come here today? Oh, right, we have a present for Noah. Albert clapped his hands loudly as he said so. Then a servant came in from outside, carrying a box. For some reason, he looked pale and was trembling. Open it! Albert commanded the servant in a tone accustomed to giving orders. The servant's face turned even paler as he opened the box. Inside was a single sword. What is this? I told you it's a present for you. Ah, well, hold it. I couldn't figure out his true intention. I looked at Henry, who quietly nodded. Encouraged by him, I took the sword, sized for an adult. It was somewhat heavy, and the tip of its sheath lightly tapped the ground. But that was just its normal weight. It was heavy only because a 6-year-old child couldn't wield it. It wasn't heavy in absolute terms. Then I noticed something. When I held the sword, the servant's face, which had looked like paper moments before, gradually regained its color. What did that mean? Just as I was wondering, impressive indeed. Albert voiced his admiration sincerely. What does that mean? That sword's name is Leviathan. Leviathan? It's also called the Water Demon Sword. It's said to be one of the highest-ranked demonic swords, and about 120 people have died trying to tame it at the start. I was so shocked I nearly dropped the sword. The only reason I held on was because the thought, it's a gift from the Crown Prince, lingered in the back of my mind. Don't worry. Seeing my agitation, Henry spoke gently. Those who can't wield it die instantly from its curse. That's right. You're Water SS rank, aren't you? Even those with rank can barely control this sword without risking their lives. I'm curious how you, being Water SS, will handle it. Ah, that's the reason, you damn Crown Prince. Oops, better not say that. If I thought such bad words out loud, I might accidentally blurt them. Hey, Noah, can you really hold that sword properly? Yes, well, it's heavy. Impressive. No, you've shown me something good. Though I was praised for wielding a Water SS sword, a little dissatisfaction lingered inside me. After my 2 older brothers left, I was inside the room swinging the demonic sword around. Its name, if I recall correctly? Yes, Leviathan, the Water Demon Sword Leviathan. I drew it from its sheath, and with every swing, it left behind a trail of water blue afterimages. At 6 years old, it was still heavy and difficult for me to handle, but it looked pretty good, so I decided to keep holding on to it. Above all, it was a gift from my older brother, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It was necessary to show that I treasured it carefully as a demonstration of loyalty. That said, it wasn't something I should carry around inside the house like this. I called out for someone to come and put away the demonic sword. Someone? I found it strange that nobody came despite my call. After all, I was the 13th prince, the master of this mansion. The servants would always come immediately when called. But this time, none came. Curious, I looked toward the door and saw a male servant standing outside the room with a frightened expression. What's wrong? No, excuse me. The man hurriedly entered, but his face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. Clearly, something was wrong. What's the matter? That sword. This sword. Oh, hearing that, I remembered when my brothers brought it to me. Even back then, the servants of my brothers had turned pale. I suspected it was the effect of this demonic sword, and just as I guessed, the man spoke the cause aloud. When I look at it, my whole body becomes terribly cold, and it feels like I'm being pricked by needles. I see, so it really is the influence of the demonic sword. If I recall my brothers, recalling the time I received it, I put the sword back into its box. How about now? A little better. I see. This is the demonic sword, right? As expected from a prince, it's amazing you can touch it without a problem. That's why His Royal Highness the Crown Prince gave it to me. More importantly, can you carry it safely if it's in the box? Then keep it properly stored. Understood. Though his complexion was still a bit pale, he looked much better than when he first arrived. By my command, he lifted the box containing the demonic sword and left the room. Right after, a maid stood outside the room and quietly knocked. Master, Zoe, come in. She was one of the maids whose face I relatively remembered. Her name was Zoe. She was just shy of 20 and among the older maids in the mansion. Since she took care of my baths every day, I had come to recognize her. What's the matter? You came without being called. Did something happen? Yes. I wanted to ask for permission to leave. Before I was reincarnated, I had been a commoner and had made several mistakes right after my reincarnation. This was one of them. For servants, asking for leave actually meant quitting. At first, I didn't know this and there had been some misunderstandings. Of course, now I knew, so I asked again based on that. Why do you want to quit? Well, my family's farm was swept away by spring floods. I see. Yes, because everything, house, farm, everything was washed away. My family can no longer make a living. They want me to go to the red light district. Well, sold as the woman who served a prince. I understand that's enough, I thought for a moment. For these 6 years, I had been learning how to behave as a noble, that is, as a prince. From that, I searched for the best solution. Zoe's family was just her mother, right? She was the one taking care of the farm? Yes, that's right. You don't need to say more. Send your mother to the capital. Huh, your mother will be in charge of the mansion, let's say locking the back gate, 10 lien a month. Master, Zoe was shocked, and rightly so, there isn't even a position for locking the back gate. I had just come up with it on the spot. 10 lien is roughly what a man in his 30s could earn on average in a month in the capital. There are a few vacant houses on the west edge of the capital. Use one for your family? Thank you. Zoe was so surprised that it took her nearly 10 seconds to come to her senses. Once she recovered, she knelt before me, pressing her forehead to the ground in gratitude. Don't mention it. Now go quickly and bring your mother from the countryside. Yes, thank you so much. Zoe happily dashed out of the room. There were 2 reasons behind this measure. One was Zoe herself, who was about to be sold off to the red light district, being labeled as the woman who served a prince. If I let that happen, the reputation of the 13th prince would be ruined. If that happened, my other brothers, or worse, even the emperor, my father, would scold me. A prince has his pride. The other reason was my possessiveness. No matter what, once someone becomes my servant, they remain my servant for life. The only time they quit is when they die or when I personally dismiss them. I could not tolerate the thought of my servant quitting over some petty sum, let alone being sold off to the red light district. Dylan, yes, at your service. Just after calling, a man in his late 30s entered. He had thin, thread-like eyes and a beard. He was in a position like the butler of the 13th prince's mansion. That was quick. I saw the whole thing. And yet, as expected of Noah-sama, that was a magnificent tactical decision. If you heard it, then understanding is quick. You know about the flood then? You mean Daso. Buy up as much of that land as you can. After a flood, merchants try to take advantage of families like Zoe's who can't manage. Secure it before they do. What's wrong? You look so surprised. I am surprised. Dylan replied straightforwardly. This is the first flood since Noah-sama was born, and yet such a wonderful foresight in your tactical decision, and right after hearing the story. I'm amazed at how you could do that. I couldn't say that I had seen many things like this before reincarnation. No, that was a foolish question. The illustrious emperor's son, His Royal Highness the 13th Prince. It is disrespectful to question why about such natural talent. Then act. I'll need about 500,000 lien. I'll send it immediately. Go at once. Yes, sir. Also, Noah-sama, what is it? I wondered if there was something else because Dylan's eyes looked serious. Thank you. Yeah, I nodded and Dylan left the room. Ah, right. Now that he was gone, I remembered. Dylan was also from that area nearby. Inside the palace in the emperor's study. Though called a study, it was more like a library, housing over 100,000 books and almost all the documents since the emperor's ascension. I was summoned there and was kneeling before my father, the emperor himself. Have you called for me, father? Yes. With a voice full of dignity, my father nodded graciously. While I greeted him, he glanced over some documents, signed them, and handed them to the attendant eunuch. After finishing his state affairs, my father finally looked up and met my gaze. How have you been? I am diligently improving every day. Good. He gave a small nod, then signaled the eunuch who had efficiently handled the documents to come over. The trusted eunuch gave instructions to a lower-ranking eunuch, who then approached me. He cast a spell. The spell that reveals one's status, a magic cast on me right after I was born, which had surprised everyone. After a moment, my status appeared in a form visible to all. Name, Alarate 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire. Gender, male. Level, 1/infinity HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, SS Strength, E Wind, F Stamina. E Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, E Luck, E It's improved again. Unlike last time, your strength is now E, my father said with interest as he left his desk and came up closer to peer at my status. And yet your level remains at 1. Fascinating. I have never heard of anyone whose abilities improve without their level increasing. You truly are a mysterious child. Thank you. That special constitution, which surprised everyone from that day and which my father now called mysterious. 6 years have passed since I reincarnated, and I have gradually begun to understand its cause. It is linked to my subordinates. The extra part after the plus that only I can see, which increases or decreases depending on the people under my command or servants. Thinking back, my status rose immediately after my territory was decided that time. And this time, after I took an entire village affected by the recent flood under my protection, my strength, which had been F+F, appeared as E. By the way, this is how I currently see it. Name, Noah Alarate 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire. Gender, male. Level, 1/infinity HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, E+S Strength, F+F Wind, F Stamina, F+F Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, F+F Luck, F+F. After noticing this, I investigated and asked around, but no one else seemed to have this plus attribute. It appeared to be unique to me. Also, the infinity in my level remains a mystery. No one else knows its meaning. So for now, I keep this secret even from my father, the Emperor. Is this why you summoned me, father? Ah, right, I have another matter. Noah, I hear you purchased an entire village. I swallowed hard. I was surprised. It had happened just a few days ago, and I hadn't even reported it yet. How did he know? Don't be so surprised. I didn't call you here to scold you. On the contrary. Huh. Father clasped his hands behind his back and began pacing the study as if lost in thought. There will always be those who try to profit from disasters like that. Usually, by the time it reaches me, those people have already drained all the benefits. And then I, the nation, must send people and money to clean up the mess. A double disaster, natural and man-made. How did you find out? He stopped and, still with his hands behind his back, turned his neck toward me. I answered honestly. A maid from that village was serving at Prince 13's residence. I heard she was about to be sold into a brothel. I see, so it was by chance? Yes, by chance. Chance or heaven's will. If it had been at Albert's place, you would have been cleaning up a triple mess. The Emperor muttered under his breath. It sounded like a complaint about the Crown Prince, so I didn't respond and silently let it slide. After a few seconds of silence, my father spoke again. Well done, you deserve a reward, Cruz. Yes, the trusted eunuch, who had been standing at a distance all this time, suppressed his presence and stepped forward. What is Prince 13's current stipend? His Highness' stipend is currently 8,000 Rian annually. Too little. Actually, it was quite a lot. The average monthly salary for a 30-year-old working in the capital is 10 Rian, a yearly total of 120 Rian. So 8,000 Rian a year is roughly equivalent to the pay of 70 such workers, definitely not small. For now, raise it by 1,000, retroactively from this year. As you command, Cruz responded and left to relay the order. Noah, yes, well done, continue to be within my line of sight and be a help to me. I understand. Leaving the Emperor's study, I walked back along the lavish corridor. Ahead, I saw a familiar face. He spotted me too and came over with an exaggeratedly cheerful smile. My Lord Noah, a young eunuch who promptly knelt on one knee. His name was C's, a low-ranking eunuch without an official post, mostly doing errands. When I entered the palace, he had been assigned to my mother's quarters, so I knew him. I'm so glad to see you, my lord. Just seeing your face fills me with energy for the whole day. You're still flattering me as always. Here, I reached into my pocket, took out a leather pouch I had prepared for moments like this, and tossed it to C's. It contained roughly 100 Rian in silver coins. Since reincarnation, I had learned that nobles considered charity a virtue. They took pride in helping those clearly beneath them, both as an act of kindness and as a way to flaunt their power. Eunuchs earn a very modest salary, only 5 Rian a month. Still, it was higher than in rural areas, and since it was effectively a permanent job, many sought it for stability. But the pay was still low, so giving charity like this was normal. C's caught the heavy leather pouch and grinned even wider. Thank you very much. Don't hog it all, share it with the close comrades. Ah, you're amazing. Everyone says Prince 13 is not only kind to us, but also cares about those not here, like a god. You're getting better at flattery. I bet you've been sneaking honey from the kitchen again. Not at all. I speak from my heart truly. Let's just leave it at that. I started walking, with C's by my side, continuing to compliment me. By the way, my Lord Noah, do you know a singer who's gaining popularity these days? A singer? Yes, a woman performing at a place called Keith on Raid Street. Her name is Alice. She's still raw but has potential. We eunuchs go there too. Oh, I half listened to his chatter as we left the palace. After leaving, I wandered aimlessly through the capital. The empire's capital was the most prosperous city on the surface of the earth. People, goods, and money all gathered here. Of course, everything to satisfy human desires was available. But being 6 years old, there was little I could do. Though I came to the city, I was only able to stroll around. Suddenly, I recalled what C's had said about the singer gaining popularity. If that had been news from a minister or one of my elder brothers, there would probably be some ulterior, sexual meaning behind it. But C said, we eunuchs go there too. Eunuchs, having had their male organs removed to prevent mistakes, lose sexual desire, instead becoming obsessed with money. If they go there, it must be just for the singing. That meant even 6-year-old me could enjoy it. so I headed toward Raid Street where the place was located. I quickly found the place called Keith, a tea house where you could enjoy plays and music. I went inside, paid the cover, and was shown to a good seat. The staff glanced at me, puzzled for a moment, but seeing my fine clothes and ornaments, treated me accordingly. I sat down and asked the staff, "Is a woman named Alice performing today?" "You're lucky, sir, she's singing right now." "Oh, I'll order whatever, no vegetables or leafy greens." "Yes, sir." After the staff left, I looked toward the front of the establishment. The stage was at the center with seating radiating around it. The further back you sat, the harder it was to see, but since I paid generously, I was shown to a seat at the back but elevated, allowing me a clear view over the heads. On stage, Alice was singing while playing the harp. I listened for a while, not bad at all. Her technique was still developing, but she sang earnestly and seriously. Music reflects a person's character, much like writing. Though I'd only known this for 6 years, I could clearly sense Alice's earnest nature. I thought I'd visit regularly and perhaps even become her patron, if things went well. Crash. Her song was suddenly drowned out by the sound of glass breaking. Not just one or two, it continued until the music stopped completely. Alice froze, and the audience turned toward the disturbance. Several men who had just entered the shop were smashing customers' glasses and plates as they approached the stage. "Hey, what the hell are you singing here for, huh? Sir, this is a staff member who tried to intervene was struck and knocked over a table. The shop stirred into unrest. "That's the money, your damn money." The apparent ringleader kicked a nearby table with a hostile voice, cheap intimidation. "The debt your old man made won't be paid off with this. But aside from this, don't make me say more. If you're a woman, you've got the weapon to earn money, right?" Alice bit her lower lip and looked down in frustration. I stood up and headed toward the stage. "Hey, a kid. Go suck your mama's tit, kid. Imperial Law Article 67-2 forbids children from being held responsible for their parents' debts. I'm not questioning the lender, but making your daughter repay your debts by selling her body is a crime. You brat, don't underestimate adults." The man flew into a rage and grabbed my shoulder. I had anticipated this and activated my prepared item. A magical tool, Splash. A single-use magical device that casts magic regardless of the user's magical power. Its effect depends on the user's attribute. The water magic I activated produced intense torrents equal to the number of men, piercing their shoulders. "Gwa! Eek! What is this guy?" The men, who had been loud just moments ago, all clutched their bleeding shoulders, fell back and sat down hard. "Want some more?" I raised my hand, and the men screamed and fled, tumbling out of the shop. The room fell silent, then an explosive cheer broke out. "That was awesome! Nice work, kid! Idiot, watch your words." "That's a noble." Amid the cheers, I beckoned the staff who had been hit and now was holding a bleeding nose. "Hey, if those guys come back about the debt, tell them to come to me." I took out a bill from my pocket and handed it to him. The staff looked shocked. "Prince?" The shop stirred even more. Ignoring it, I turned toward the half-dazed Alice. "That was a good performance earlier. Thank you. How much do you spend on living expenses each month?" That includes my mother's medical bills too, 25 Rien." I interrupted her words. "I'll give you that every month, so sing without worry. If you improve, I'll increase it." Thank you." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Alice bowed deeply. Being a prince, and with my abilities, I gradually found people in need and became their patron. After listening to Alice's singing for a while, I left the shop and returned to the mansion. In front of the mansion at dusk, several men were kneeling and bowing deeply. But it wasn't just any bowing. It was a deep bow directed at my mansion, the residence of the 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire. Curious, I entered the mansion. "Welcome home, master." It was a young maid who specialized in reception who greeted me. Whether guests arrived or I returned home, her face was always the first I saw. In a way, she was the face of the 13th Prince's residence. "Evelyn, there were some people bowing outside. Do you know what that's about?" "Yes, they came to offer an apology to Master." "An apology?" "Apparently they came with a subordinate who displeased Master to apologize." "I see. So it was that moneylender and his boss. They were chased off by me, but when the boss found out it was me, the prince, he brought them back to apologize." "What will you do?" "Send them away. Tell them that a prince isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want." "Understood." Evelyn took my order and went outside. "That's a good move, brother." As if on cue, my older brother, 4th Prince Henry, appeared from deep inside the mansion. "Brother, you were here all along?" "Yes, your handling just now was good. Meeting such people lightly would only lower the dignity of the royal family and princes. Well done." Henry praised me with a pleased expression. "That's one reason, but there's another." "Oh," I started explaining what had happened. I went to listen to Alice's singing, then the father's debt collectors showed up, and I intervened to chase them away. After setting that as the premise, I continued. "It's better if they think I'm still angry. That way they won't dare touch Alice." But if I do that, it would be like pouring fuel on the fire. I see, Henry's eyes gleamed. To think you can think this far at your age, impressive. Sometimes people stir things up again just when we've forgotten. That's true. Some jump back in just after things cool down. Good judgment. However, I wondered if I said something wrong, but that didn't seem to be the case. Henry grinned, skillfully curling one corner of his mouth. Was her singing really that good? Don't take her away, brother. I want to enjoy watching her grow. You really like her, don't you? Alice has potential. As long as she keeps singing, she'll improve. I see. Then take me there sometime. Understood. I'll show you. We chatted as we walked deeper into the mansion, entering the living room I usually use. Naturally, I offered Henry the seat of honor while taking the lower seat myself. Even though it's my mansion, he's still my older brother, so I offered him the seat of respect. Balancing these things is tricky. The Crown Prince naturally takes the seat of honor without question. As the next emperor, he's like our lord in many ways. And for elder brothers like Henry, who are as old as a generation above, guests are guests, so they get the seat of honor. For brothers closer in age, around the 10th or so, I take the host's seat. Getting this wrong leads to serious trouble, but thankfully I've never made that mistake. You're always so polite. That's only natural. At your age, those from Frank, the 9th Prince, to Gary, the 14th, aren't like that. They're still children, especially Gary. Your younger brother, right? This is quite difficult even for commoners and rare among nobles. We are all children of His Majesty the Emperor, but each has a different mother. Among us, Henry and Gary share the same mother, which creates a unique bond different from the others. No matter how much I teach him, he won't learn court etiquette. It's troubling. Not saying he's at your level, but he needs to improve. Gary will understand eventually. I hope so. By the way, brother, what brings you here alone? Someone as busy as you wouldn't just drop by for small talk, right? Henry's expression was complicated, half smiling, half like he'd bitten into something bitter as he looked at me. You're truly clever. Even adults don't usually pick up on this. So there really is something, isn't there? Yes, about the demonic sword. The demonic sword Leviathan, given to me by Henry and the Crown Prince. Since it's a gift from the Crown Prince, it's more proper as a noble to say it was conferred upon me. Is there something wrong with the demonic sword? Nothing urgent, but I thought you should be informed. Understood. That sword has a will. It can't speak, but it clearly has intent. Is that so? And troublesome as it is, it's fixated on hierarchy. Hierarchy? I echoed her words, and Henry nodded firmly. Think of it like a dog. I see. It's best to establish the hierarchy before wielding it. It's better for both sides if it's subdued. Subdued? I rolled those words around on my tongue. A certain thought crossed my mind. Wait, brother. Someone, yes. When I called, the door opened immediately and a male servant entered. Bring me the demonic sword. Why, yes. At the mention of the demonic sword, the servant's face visibly stiffened. He was clearly afraid. What is that thing? Actually, when we tried swinging the demonic sword as a test, those present said it made them feel unwell. Without at least water C rank, just being near it makes people feel sick. So he's scared of having to go get it. I see. As Henry nodded in understanding, the servant returned holding a box. His complexion had visibly worsened. All right, just put it on the table and step back. Get someone else to put it away later. Thank you. Like he'd been forgiven, the man happily dashed out. I opened the box and took hold of the demonic sword Leviathan. I gripped its hilt tightly and focused. Through the hilt, I felt resistance. The sword's power, the power of water, was trying to invade my consciousness. I'd held it twice before, but this never happened. So I made the move, mentally commanding, become mine. As expected, the sword resisted. But that resistance didn't affect me. Considering the servants' reactions when they held it, my lack of response, and the fact that my water attribute had risen from E+S to SS rank, I judged it safe. And as predicted, it was safe. The sword tried again and again to invade me, but was blocked by my water SS rank. Letting it do as it pleased for a while, I then slammed the sword into the floor with a thunk. Looking down, I imagined the hilt as the sword's head and pushed it in. After a while, a change appeared. Because I held it directly, I could feel it. The demonic sword gave up and conveyed its intent to submit to me. At the same time, name, Noah Alarate 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire, gender. Male level 1/infinity HP. F fire, FMP, F water, E+SS strength, F+F wind, F endurance, F+F earth, F intelligence, F light, F spirit, F darkness, F speed, F dexterity. F+F luck, F+F the status I always saw had improved. Water rose from S to SS, just as planned. Subdue the demonic sword. What Henry taught me was probably just how to master the sword. But for some reason, my physiology added a portion of the abilities of whatever obeyed me. So I thought, why not take the sword as my subordinate? And it worked. That's the look of success on your face. Yes, I nodded, called a servant, and had them cast a status-checking spell. Of course, I couldn't trouble Henry with such minor tasks, so I called the servant. But unlike what I saw, the displayed status lacked the plus signs. Name, no Alarate 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire. Gender, male. Level, 1/infinity HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, SSS Strength, E Wind. F Endurance, E Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, E Luck, E. Seeing that, Henry murmured, So it really became like that. Amazing. He was genuinely impressed that the water attribute had reached SSS rank. I stared intently at the demonic sword. After listening to my older brother Henry, since I had subdued this thing, it somehow felt more natural in my hand. With that, another thought came to mind. What are you thinking about? Since I've gone this far in taming it, I want to carry it around with me. I see, but that will be difficult. It's impressive that you've suppressed it as a demonic sword, but physically it's too large. It's not only impossible to hang it from your waist, but even carrying it on your back, it's too long. Yes. Well, just wait a few more years. Your Majesty, as well as your other brothers, were all tall. You'll grow quickly, too. That's true. Even so, I couldn't give up. The way Leviathan felt after swinging it was incredible. Then, at that moment, a voice echoed inside my mind. I heard something, not human words, but strangely I could understand the meaning. What's wrong? You're making a strange face. Excuse me, brother. Since I wasn't sure what would happen, I gave Henry a quick heads up. Then, gripping Leviathan tightly, I closed my eyes and focused my thoughts, as I desired, as it wished. Henry groaned. I opened my eyes and looked at Leviathan in my hand. The demonic sword had shrunk. Previously, when I was 6 years old, Leviathan was sized like a greatsword, but it had shrunk while keeping its form, now a nicely sized longsword for a child. All right. I gripped it repeatedly, checking the feeling. The fit was as good as before, no, even better than before. I tried bringing it to my waist, it was just the perfect length. After confirming everything, I looked up and told Henry. I can carry it like this. Brother, for some reason Henry looked stunned. I tilted my head and peered up at him. Ah, no, it was just unexpected. Unexpected? You were the one who changed the size of that demonic sword, Noah, weren't you? Yes, unprecedented. It's been 200 years since it was isolated as a national treasure, and there are records before that, but nothing like this ever happened. Simply amazing, I'm impressed. That's because it suggested this itself. I see, Henry smiled. So that means you've tamed the mad dog to that extent? Yes, that's right. He looked at me with even more admiration. Anyway, from now on I could equip Leviathan. I decided to carry it with me. As the sun set and Henry was about to leave, I stepped out of my room to see him off. Then a maid from the reception came over, first bowing to Henry, then reporting to me. Master, there is an invitation from the third Prime Minister. An invitation? Yes, he's holding a banquet at his residence tonight and would very much like you to attend. The maid said this while offering the business card and invitation from the third Prime Minister. I didn't take it. Nobles don't usually read these things with their own hands. With the pride of a noble intact, I asked the maid. What time? It says, please come whenever you can. I see. I had learned to read between the lines after 6 years since reincarnation. In other words, I was the guest of honor today, and the start time was whenever I arrived. Such a summons, especially from the third Prime Minister, I couldn't refuse. Brother, do you want to come? I'll pass. I don't like noisy places. All right, understood. Then I decided to go alone. I ordered the maid to prepare things and stepped outside with Henry to see him off. Henry climbed into the carriage, and we walked side by side until it left the mansion. What is it, brother? That's them. I followed Henry's gaze from inside the carriage. There were several men bowing deeply. Ah, the debt collectors. Yes. I simply nodded and looked away to see Henry off. Even Henry, unrelated to this, averted his gaze from them. Then, I've had enough. Stop ignoring us. One of the men who was bowing suddenly flared up. He stood and glared this way. His shoulder was bandaged. I recognized him. The man who had been carrying out the collection on Alice. You bastard! The man tried to attack me, breaking free from his companions, but suddenly he went limp and slumped down with a dazed expression. His companions grabbed him from behind, pushing his head back to the ground and forcing him back into a bowing position. What did you do? Henry guessed I was responsible for the man's collapse and asked. Excuse me? After a brief apology, I did the same to Henry as I had done to the man. A partial release of Leviathan's power as a warning, it subdued the man. Of course, what I directed at Henry was much weaker. He seemed to understand. You can control it that well? Amazing. He praised me even more than when I first subdued the demonic sword. After riding the carriage and being jostled for several tens of minutes, we reached the destination mansion halfway across the imperial capital. The carriage bore the emblem of Prince 13, so we were neither stopped nor questioned. Rather, they welcomed us warmly, visible even from inside the carriage. As soon as the carriage stopped and I jumped out, the mansion's doors swung wide open. An elderly man stood right there. Not to my taste, but he groomed his beard in the trendy style, a rather dashing middle-aged man. The third Prime Minister, Jean-Blood Reincarnation, from a noble family with a distinguished double name. Reincarnation waited until I landed firmly, then strode over, knelt before me, and bowed deeply. "Welcome, Your Highness Noah. Thank you for the invitation. Looks like it's going to be an enjoyable evening. I will do my utmost to entertain you. Please come inside." Reincarnation stood and, despite being a prime minister, followed me like a servant, walking just a step behind. Leading the way, we entered the mansion. We proceeded along a path lined with servants to the party room, an essential feature in mansions like this. Reincarnation signaled, and the servants heaved open the heavy doors. Then, a wave of applause erupted. Inside the party room, there were roughly hundreds of men and women dressed in formal attire and dresses. All of them were applauding me. Though surprised, I quickly realized it was Reincarnation's direction. This was a display of their warm welcome for me, a preemptive strike, so to speak. Well, I didn't mind the attention. Accompanied by Reincarnation, I walked through the aisle of applause. "That's Prince 13. Despite his youth, how gallant he is. He's not even flustered, but calm and composed, truly the son of your majesty." Voices came from all around as I advanced. When I reached the center, everyone clustered around, but not disorderly. This was a party hosted by the third Prime Minister, with the guest of honor being Prince 13 me. All the guests were from the upper class. Therefore, there was a proper hierarchy, and the order of greetings to me was apparently decided in advance. Though it looked like a crowd, they spoke to me in an orderly fashion. "By the way, Your Highness, the item on your waist. I don't recall seeing it when we last met." As one person finished greeting, Reincarnation asked before the next could speak. It was bestowed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It's called Leviathan." At that moment, everyone collectively held their breath, then murmured among themselves. They were likely all wondering, hence the buzz. Representing their curiosity, Reincarnation inquired further. "Leviathan, you say?" That, knowing how surprised they were, I responded with a slight affirmative. "Oh, could it be the national treasure?" So Reincarnation knew about the demonic sword. "That you received directly from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? By the way, Prince 13's fiefdom is Almeria." "Ah, that explains the connection." Their voices were in unison, so even a casual remark stood out. "Humph, just a toy, probably a fake." The speaker probably thought he was muttering quietly, but in that instant the room fell as silent as water. Everyone turned to focus on the speaker, a young man in his early 20s wearing formal attire. He faltered for a moment, but unable to back down, forced a sarcastic smile, his face twisted. What should I do with this?" Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone turned pale. The women in dresses even collapsed to the floor. They all looked as if they had seen something incredibly terrifying. "Wait," I whispered softly. Sitting down might have been more fitting, but wait seemed to work. Then the tension eased. Leviathan snapped. The mad dog had become a loyal dog. Therefore, it reacted fiercely to the insult aimed at its master. The murderous aura that Leviathan exuded overwhelmed everyone present. That was impressive, but arguably over the top. Many were relieved when the aura lifted, but many still looked pale. Leviathan had released that much killing intent. Just as I wondered what to do next, Reincarnation came to the rescue. Well, as expected of Your Highness." For that brief moment, everyone present equally felt the presence of death. That is the power of a national treasure. And that, Reincarnation turned sharply to the crowd but gestured toward me, performing a theatrical introduction. "The incredible feat of Prince 13, who can even control such overwhelming power." A forceful conclusion, but effective. Because they had faced death, their reactions came from the heart. Even louder applause erupted than when I entered, and everyone praised me for taming the demonic sword. The person who had insulted me naturally lost their place and disappeared from the venue before I even noticed. Meanwhile, Reincarnation kept introducing guests to me one after another. Most were insignificant, just ordinary people of the upper class, but there was one pair of man and woman who caught my eye. The man was in his 40s, dressed unmistakably like a merchant. At gatherings like this, it's important to be able to recognize someone's status and occupation at a glance. The woman was about 10 years old, dressed up in an elegantly simple dress that seemed a bit too mature for her age. "That pair, it's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. I'm Byron Allen, and this is my daughter Cindy. Please remember us," the man said. Is that girl your adopted daughter or something?" I pointed out. Byron's face stiffened for a moment. "Why, you knew?" "No," I said, "but from my past life experience, I could just tell. A man in his 40s and a girl around 10, they didn't look like parent and child at all. I can tell just by looking." "Oh, as expected of Your Highness. Could you kindly teach me how you know this for my enlightenment?" Byron was confused, but Reincarnation remained calm as ever. he skillfully interjected and kept the conversation going. Alan, you're the second or third generation, right? Why, yes, that's correct. I thought so. Your mannerisms feel like those of someone born into the upper class. But that girl lacks that. Because I'd been reincarnated as Prince 13, an aristocrat among aristocrats, and retained my memories from my previous life, I could tell the difference between someone born into nobility and someone who wasn't just by their movements. I sensed it and pointed it out. Then Third Prime Minister Raydock smiled cheerfully. I see, as expected of your highness, I am deeply impressed by your insight. And while we're at it, you have more to say? She's a slave, isn't she? Why, yes. What? You can tell that far? Yeah. This was about her eyes. Anyone who has been reduced to slavery even once carries a distinct, wary gaze. Byron, having had his daughter perfectly read, seemed to let go of his worries and began speaking more calmly than before. We bought this girl from a slave trader. Unlike the others, she's smart, so we adopted her and are teaching her various things. I see, I like that kind of thing. The moment I said that, a murmur ran through the crowd. Ignoring it, I continued. I'll invite you to my residence. Let me hear more about her story. Ha, with pleasure. Byron bowed deeply in delight, attracting envious glances from everyone around him. He was the Cinderella boy of the party, favored by Prince 13 me. Byron was smart. Any more praise would only stir jealousy and possibly displease me. He took his daughter and quickly moved away from the center of the circle. Prime Minister Raydock, there's another reason I knew that child wasn't his real daughter. Oh, what might that be? Look, I tilted my chin, and at that moment Cindy suddenly turned around. She looked this way. She reacted only to that threat. From the first threat onward, she protected Byron with her body. Oh, girls of that age? I see. Girls of that age don't usually protect their parents with their lives. They're the ones being protected. Exactly. So you've been watching that from the start. I'm impressed by your highness's wide perspective. Raydock lined up his compliments, and I smiled slightly before resuming the introductions of other guests. The next day at Prince 13's residence, after breakfast, I stepped out into the garden to stretch when one of the maids approached. A familiar face, a maid named Zoe. Master. What is it? I have received a thank-you gift from the Third Prime Minister. How would you like to proceed? Zoe said, handing me an envelope. It was nothing unusual. Since I had attended yesterday's party and made it a success, he wanted to give me 10,000 lians as a token of gratitude. This is basic aristocratic etiquette. Unless you're clearly hostile, you accept such gifts normally. By the way, not everyone can give gifts. Giving something to a prince requires status and a proper relationship. Of the people I met yesterday, only Raydock and Byron could do so. But Byron didn't seem like the type to get carried away and send gifts right away. I put the letter back into its envelope and handed it to Zoe. Accept it as usual. Understood? Zoe turned and nodded. Another servant caught her gesture and began moving. They were probably handling the gift processing. Now there was something I needed to think about. The demonic sword. Yesterday, I had subjugated Leviathan and brought it under my control. I had also used it twice for practical intimidation. That was fine, but I couldn't keep relying on that forever. Since I had a demonic sword, I needed to learn how to wield it properly to look good. I was pondering what to do when a feeling came from Leviathan, not words but a simple emotion, like a child excitedly looking forward to something. Huh, what is it, master? Zoe asked from beside me. I swallowed the words that said, you're still here. I just thought of something interesting. Something interesting? Watch this. I started walking briskly with Zoe following. We walked through the garden tended daily by the gardener. Then I stopped in front of a large tree. It was quite thick. Even at my current 6 years old, I couldn't wrap my arms around it. I stood before the tree and drew out Leviathan. Raising it high overhead, I swung it down. Wah! Cheers erupted. No power or speed had changed. Those stats were still at E or F, but with that much force, I diagonally sliced through the tree. Amazing. Master, how did you do that? It looked so effortless. On the contrary, it didn't cut very cleanly. I said that and tried cutting the remaining tree again. This time I struck as if putting all my strength and weight into it. But the blade got stuck halfway through the tree. What? It looked like you put more strength into that one, so why didn't it cut? That was an amateur's strike. This is a master's. I traced the movements recorded in Leviathan's memory from its former owner and swung again. Still a strike without power or speed, but it sliced further, cutting the tree into sections. Wow, amazing. It's like you're a master. That's because of the movement. Leviathan was telling me it wanted me to use the former owner's movements. Since it's a demonic sword that chooses its owner, its previous owner was almost always a capable person. Leviathan remembered those movements and techniques and reproduced them as recorded. Even with power and speed at E or F, I could deliver master-level strikes. That would be enough to look good for a while. And furthermore, hey, what now? You know this, right? I said and pulled out the magic tool splash to show Zoe. Yes, it's your trump card, Master. Yeah, Leviathan can apparently do the same. It doesn't consume my magic power or wear itself out, but it can only be used once an hour. I see. Let's try shooting it. Riding on Leviathan's childlike excitement, I tried firing it. I stood the blade upright and aimed at the remaining stump of the tree. Just before firing, I had a sudden instinct. I quickly pointed the blade downward. A roaring sound thundered, the ground shook violently, and Zoe fell backward. Ouch. Zoe, who had landed on her backside, gasped in surprise at what had happened. I was a little shocked, too. What Leviathan released when I hurriedly pointed downward was a water column over 5 meters thick. It struck the ground, gouging out a bottomless pit with a diameter of 5 meters. Amazing! Unlike before, Zoe muttered in near disbelief. I was swinging my sword in the courtyard and ended up sweating and covered in dust. To wash off the dirt, I took a bath. I undressed and entered the bath, letting the dedicated maids wash me. In the usual sense, it felt pleasant. There are always parts of your body that you just can't wash properly by yourself, and when you're tired, the way you wash becomes careless. But when the maids do it, there's none of that, and the dirt, the grease, and even the fatigue are thoroughly washed away. No joke, it's a bath with an effect that restores your stamina. After finishing that, I was being dressed by other maids in the dressing room when a reception maid came in. Master, a guest has arrived. I glanced at the business card she held out without taking it. Governor Haji Murray. The name sounded familiar. I left the dressing to the maids and tried to recall the visitor from memory. Ah, he's the most successful man from my fief. I managed to remember. Because the empire grants fiefs to the princes, it has a strongly feudal character. Unless something extraordinary happens, it's common to regard the local lord, a member of the royal family, as your lord. Murray is a man who now serves as governor somewhere else, not in my fief, but he surely feels strongly that my people are his people, my children. But what the hell did Murray come here for? Well, I'll find out once I meet him. Show him to the reception room, I'll be right there. Understood. The maid took her leave from the dressing room after receiving the order. I didn't do anything special. I let the maids finish dressing me properly and tidied myself up. Finally, after fastening Leviathan to my waist, I calmly left the dressing room and headed to the reception room. A maid was waiting in front of the reception room. When I arrived, she bowed and opened the door. Inside, a middle-aged man seated on the sofa's lower seat stood up and smoothly knelt before me. Dead Murray, I am deeply honored to behold your esteemed visage. Cut the formalities. Have a seat. Yes, sir. Murray stood up but waited for me to sit in the seat of honor before taking his own on the sofa. Dead Murray, this is our second meeting, isn't it? That was how I remembered it, but I confirmed anyway. Yes, about 1.5 years ago, when His Majesty appointed me governor, I paid my respects. Right. So that was the greeting at his appointment. That kind of courtesy to one's lord from their homeland is indispensable. I see. Good to have you here. How's your post? What's wrong? You look like you've bitten into a bitter fruit. My appointment was largely because I'm from Almeria, because you're from Almeria. I remember now. His Majesty commanded you to work on flood control. Yes, now I fully recalled. Hajj is a land at a bend of a great river. Because of this, it has fertile farmland as a granary area, but occasionally suffers huge floods causing great disasters. His Majesty's idea is to completely solve this and stabilize the granary area, and Murray, from Almeria, the land of the Water Clan, was appointed as governor for this purpose. If you look that way, does it mean things aren't going well? Murray nodded slightly. The budget has not been approved. You can't spend what you don't have. Budget, that can't be. It's His Majesty's imperial edict. Yes, but the Ministry of Finance keeps citing one reason or another. I see. So that's why he came to me, hoping I could do something about the Ministry of Finance. All right, come with me. Prince, Your Highness. I took the bewildered Murray and left the mansion. We arranged a carriage and went together to the Ministry of Finance. The building is west of the palace, formerly a detached palace, now repurposed, combining both grandeur and elegance at a high level. In the most formal room there, I faced Finance Minister Maverick. Maverick was an elderly man over 60, with a wrinkled face but greasy eyes. I felt a certain clear emotion from him, contempt. On the surface, he showed respect as if for a prince, but deep down his expression said, "You're just a brat," looking down on me. That's called polite rudeness. I often meet people like this. I immediately saw he was that type. I sat facing Maverick while Murray, whose rank was lower, stood behind me. An unexpected visit. What business brings you here, no, Your Highness? I heard from Murray. It seems you're reluctant to release the budget. That's not true. Then why not release it? There's a deep reason for that. If you intend to say children don't understand, then shut your mouth immediately. Maverick's complexion changed. His earlier contemptuous gaze disappeared. Of course, I would never disrespect you. Then explain. Yes, Hodge experienced flooding again last year. Is that so? I looked back at Murray and asked. He nodded. So what of it? At that time, by His Majesty's grace, an imperial edict exempted Hodge's taxes for a whole year. And, in other words, there are taxes not collected. The Ministry of Finance's stance is that you should use these funds. Are you mocking me? What? You say there was a flood, His Majesty waived taxes because there was no tax to collect. Of course, it's an act of grace, but that's the fundamental problem. And you say otherwise? Are you mocking me? Oh, I heard Murray exclaim softly behind me. Ignoring that, I glared harder at Maverick. That's not what I meant. Then what? Well, actually, the reason we can't release it now is, why? You're aware of His Majesty's plan to build a new summer retreat, right? Ah. His Majesty is quite aged, so the idea is to build a villa north of the capital where summers are cooler. What of it? Even though it's called a villa, it will be used by His Majesty. It's no different from a detached palace. In reality, it will be a city with about 5,000 people. It will cost a massive amount of money. Therefore, the national treasury is stretched thin. Shut up. What? Maverick flinched. As he spoke, he grew more impassioned and even spit while explaining, but at my low, repressed voice he flinched. You're committing the crime of lèse-majesté? What? You intend to portray His Majesty our father as a foolish ruler? He tried to object, but I cut him off. There's a flood-hit region where flood control is needed, but you say you can't release funds because you're building a villa. What you're saying would make His Majesty a foolish ruler. Misunderstanding? Maverick jumped up and prostrated himself before me. Then release the funds, or should I petition His Majesty directly? No, not at all. We will immediately send funds to Haji. I glared at Maverick as he remained kneeling. He let out a terrified shriek and jumped up. Then he ran out of the room yelling loudly. He was shouting orders to his subordinates to immediately send money to Haji, so I let him be. He would return to report again, so I waited. Meanwhile, Murray looked at me with a face full of admiration. As expected, Dead Murray is deeply impressed. The way you pushed the negotiation, targeting not your own position but the opponent's weaknesses and mistakes with clever words. I'm ashamed of my own naivety in expecting you to rely on your position. I see. He intended to force through a decision by leveraging my rank as a prince. That was unbelievable. I was completely speechless. Truly, I'm deeply grateful. Murray was so impressed that until Maverick returned, he kept praising me. I parted ways with Murray outside the Ministry of Finance. He wanted to get back as soon as possible to push flood control forward, so I didn't hold him back. Having finished the job, I climbed into a carriage to return to the mansion. At that moment, a young eunuch child ran toward me from across the street. He looked a bit older than me, about 10 years old, wearing the eunuch's uniform. Breathless, he knelt before me. "Why, Your Highness the 13th, a message for you. What is it? His Majesty summons you and asks that you come at once." His Majesty, understood. Where is he? I will guide you. The eunuch boy led me, and I followed him in the carriage. Once inside the palace, we proceeded on foot. By the rule that no one may be above His Majesty, horses and carriages are forbidden inside the palace walls. So we got off the carriage and followed the eunuch boy on foot, arriving at His Majesty's favorite garden. There, in front of a fountain, I found His Majesty feeding birds. After giving the eunuch boy a small tip, I approached and knelt on one knee before His Majesty. "I have come at your summons, Your Majesty. You're here, take it easy. Thank you. First, I must say well done." I tilted my head, wondering what this was about. "It's about Hodge. I hear you crushed Maverick." I was utterly surprised. That just happened. I just left the Ministry of Finance. How did His Majesty know already? Information is a weapon. Always keep it sharp. Yes, I bowed my head. I couldn't help but be amazed. Amazing was all I could think. I'll say it again, well done. No, I just did what was natural. That natural is difficult. His Majesty tossed the birdseed to the gathered birds, one grain at a time. There are many smooth talkers, many who flatter, but few can do the natural things naturally. His Majesty looked toward me from among the birds. He came closer and gently patted my head. "You're only 6, and yet you're amazing." He wore a strange expression, mixing the joy of a father and an emperor. After stroking my head for a while, Your Majesty's gaze shifted to the demonic sword at my waist. "So that is the current Leviathan, huh? I see it really has shrunk." From His Majesty's tone, it seemed he had already caught wind of Leviathan's shrinking. That means there are people who relay information from my residence directly to His Majesty. Well, that makes sense, of course. Noah. Yes. Is it possible to make it larger again? I wonder if it is. Although I heard His Majesty's words, Leviathan didn't respond until I asked it directly. Thinking it had become more and more like a loyal dog, I relayed the answer as it was. "It seems it can. Show me." "Yes." I drew Leviathan and thrust it into the ground. Placing my hand on the pommel, I concentrated, willing Leviathan to grow. Then, Leviathan began stretching rapidly. From the length suitable for my 6-year-old body, it returned to the length it had when we first met, a size fit for an adult to wield comfortably. Oh, His Majesty watched the transformation before his eyes in amazement. I see, indeed unprecedented, and also, you have it completely under control, that demonic sword Leviathan. Considering its cursed history, that is truly impressive. Cursed history, huh? Well, I know this mad dog's wildness quite well. At a party hosted by the third Prime Minister, Raydock, if I hadn't stopped it, Leviathan might have killed not just a man who spoke out of turn, but possibly everyone present. Without someone to stop Leviathan, I understood how one cursed history after another would certainly be created. That will do. Yes, I nodded, adjusted Leviathan back to my custom size, and sheathed it. It suits you in appearance as well. Now I must assign you a master. A master? A swordsmanship master. You should learn techniques for wielding the demonic sword, Cruz. When His Majesty called, an imperial eunuch, his confidant, appeared silently from who knows where. Did you summon me? Go fetch Noble immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Cruz accepted the order and left promptly. While chatting with His Majesty in the garden, I waited. About 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man clad in knight's armor arrived. The man knelt before His Majesty. Damien Noble, at your service. Good, you have come. There is something I want you to do. Anything, sir. You know Noah, yes, teach him swordsmanship. Yes, I will do my utmost. Having received the order, Damien stood and faced me. Though he knelt before His Majesty, he only nodded slightly to me. I am Damien Noble, appointed as your Highness's instructor. I look forward to working with you. Noble is the Empire's finest swordsman, renowned as unmatched in swordsmanship. Honored, Damien bowed lightly. His expression was stoic, so it was hard to tell if he was pleased or not. It seemed usual, as His Majesty did not mind. Work hard under Noble? Yes. Without delay, Your Highness, first I wish to assess your aptitude. Damien drew his sword and pointed its tip at me. Even His Majesty was surprised. He is still a child who hasn't learned anything. Rest assured, I'm only judging aptitude, not technique. His Majesty accepted this easily. I wondered if it was too easy, but perhaps it was His Majesty's trust in the Empire's finest swordsman. Attack from anywhere you like. Understood. I drew Leviathan and struck at Damien. My overhead slash came down, and Damien raised his sword horizontally to block. Keen, a light metallic clang rang. Damien was astonished. His sword flew off in an unexpected direction, spinning wildly before embedding itself in the ground. My casually swung strike, upon clashing with Damien's sword, wrapped around it and twisted upwards. The blades seemed to cling together, and Damien, whose wrist would have bent the wrong way if he held on, had no choice but to release his sword. The sword spun away with momentum, flying far off. Damien stared at me dumbfounded, then at his sword stuck in the distance, and looked up at the sky. Finally, he turned to His Majesty and knelt once more. My apologies, Your Majesty. There is nothing I can teach Your Highness. What do you mean? Explain clearly. Your Highness's strength and speed are those of a child, but your swordsmanship has already reached the level of a master. A master's level? The previous move was only technique. Yet you wrested the sword from me. To teach you would be presumptuous. I am utterly defeated. Oh, even His Majesty was momentarily stunned, blank for about 10 seconds. But then his face lit up with greater joy than before. I see, is that so? Yes, I see, ha, well done, Noah, truly amazing. Yes, truly befitting of His Majesty's son. Ha, His Majesty laughed heartily, looking up to the heavens, immensely pleased. Good, very good. That's right, suddenly remembering something, His Majesty clapped his hands. This year's night selection, I will have Noah serve as the main judge. A most fitting choice indeed, Damien agreed with His Majesty. The night selection is the Empire's once-a-year grand event. Although now the Empire is simply called the Empire and no longer Myers Empire, its official name is still Myers Empire. Myers is an old word meaning warrior, so Myers Empire means land of warriors. The Empire traditionally values warriors above all. Martial skill is said to be the only path to rise in status. That path is decided by the annual night selection. Contestants who qualify from all across the Empire gather in the imperial capital to fight to the death. Those who survive earn the title of knight and instantly join the upper class. And now I am to be the judge in that selection. I thought about it for a moment. This was exceedingly convenient for me. Why? Because knights who win to the end become subordinates of the judge at that time as their first duty. I glanced at the stats in the corner of my vision, usually something I didn't pay much attention to. Name: Noah Alarate, 13th Prince of the Ararat Empire. Gender: male. Level: 1/infinity HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, E plus SS Strength, F plus F Wind, F Stamina, F plus F Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, F plus F Luck, F plus F. For some reason, I alone have abilities marked with plus, unlike others. These can be increased depending on my subordinates, the people in my territory. In other words, if I have strong subordinates, I myself become stronger. Being the judge for the night selection was an order I could not have wished for more. I stepped forward and knelt before His Majesty. Yes, I will fulfill the duty of judge splendidly. Very well, then let's decide one thing right away. How will you conduct the selection? His Majesty's question, again, a right of the judge. Because the survivors become his subordinates, he has the right to decide how the selection is conducted. For example, the type of winners differ greatly between a league format and a tournament. I thought it over. It was simple. I wanted the strongest people. One thing? Yes, speak. I want all regional preliminaries across the empire to be held right here in the imperial capital. I want to see everything with my own eyes. What? Why is that? I don't want to overlook any talent. I want to decide while actually watching. The empire is vast. For such a big event, regional preliminaries could be unpredictable. If there were suitable people for my subordinates who got eliminated due to some strange reason, that would be a waste. So I wanted to see everything myself. Oh, Your Majesty? His Majesty, Damien explained in place of His Majesty, who was looking up to the sky with an ecstatic expression. He is moved by your splendid idea. Master, what are you thinking about? Oh, Zoe. When I looked up, a familiar maid was standing by the serving cart, somehow looking at me with a worried expression. Lately, I've been seeing her more often. After buying her entire village, which had been devastated by flooding, she offered to repay me in some way. So I gave her more work around the mansion. Perhaps out of gratitude, she's been working hard and has become attentive to details. It's not bad having her take care of my daily needs. Even now, she's standing by my side in the mansion's hall, attending to various things as I ponder. You've heard that I've been appointed as the examiner for the upcoming night selection, right? I was thinking about the best way to handle it. I see. Do you know about the night selection? Yes, it's the only gateway for us commoners. Everyone with skills trains every day aiming for it. Right. Well, I was considering how I should go about it. Are there challengers from your village? Yes, one person every year from my village. I see. Well, since I've scrapped the preliminaries this year, anyone can come? Yes. Zoe's vague reply caught my attention. What's wrong? I'm sorry. I'm not upset. Tell me, what are you thinking? It's nothing serious. The reason only one person comes from our village isn't because of preliminaries, but because of travel and living expenses to the capital. The capital's cost of living is high. Everyone in the village chips in just to barely cover the living expenses for that one person. So, she looked conflicted as she said this. I see, that explains it. Is that a lot? For the village to gather money to send out just one person? Yes, and since they carry the village's expectations, everyone is very serious. All right, then I'll eliminate that. Zoe looked puzzled. What do you mean eliminate? Travel and living expenses. Since I want to select from as many talented people as possible, I can't let such things filter them out. So I'll cover all their food, lodging, and clothing while they're in the capital. See, can you really do that? I can, I said firmly. I'm the person in charge of the upcoming night selection. It's just a matter of me providing the money. I can decide this right now, but it would cost a lot of money. Someone. At my summons, a male servant entered. I ordered him to check how many vacant houses are currently available in the capital. If buying up all the vacant homes covers what's needed, fine. If not, I'll build something like a dormitory. Also, food supplies, depending on numbers, we might need to procure enough to support a village or a small town. Now, which grain merchant does the 13th Prince's residence deal with? I searched my memory. Master, you're amazing! Next to me, Zoe looked utterly stunned as I worked my mind furiously. On the way back from the grain merchant's place, after securing a promise that he'd supply a stable amount during the night selection, I was content as I headed home. The capital's main streets were bustling with all sorts of people today as well. I wondered if talent was among them. The thought made me want to stop each person and talk. Suddenly, pedestrians began to part, creating a path to the side. From that path came a carriage. It stopped to let the carriage pass first, and the emblem on it was, "No, or isn't it?" The carriage stopped beside me. After the horses stopped neighing, a young man poked his head out. "Brother," I gave a slight bow on the spot. "Oscar Alarate, the 8th child of your Majesty, my older brother, of course also a prince. That's why people gave way on the street." Oscar, said to be the kindest among the princes, spoke with a gentle face. "What are you doing here? Just wandering a bit. And you, brother?" "I'm heading to Cobalt Street." "Hey, why don't you come along?" "All right, I'll join you." Having no reason to refuse, I accepted his invitation. The coachman immediately lowered a step to help me get in. I stepped onto it and sat opposite Oscar. As soon as I got on, the coachman expertly handled the reins and the carriage moved again. "I heard you're the examiner for the upcoming night selection. You're quick to hear, brother. Your Majesty was praising you non-stop. It's been years since I've seen him so happy." "Is that so?" Yeah, at least since you were born. I see. I talked with Oscar about the night selection. Though I said he was quick to hear things, he wasn't as informed as your majesty. He knew about the selection, but not that I was already moving to guarantee clothing, food, and lodging for those coming to the capital. Well, your majesty's enthusiasm was just extraordinary. After a while, the carriage arrived at the entrance of another main street. From here on, we walk. Is it okay to leave the carriage? This is where you enjoy treasure hunting on foot. Oscar smiled innocently. Though he's a young man, that childlike smile suits him well. We got off and entered Cobalt Street. Cobalt Street is dense with antique dealers. Some have shops, others set up stalls. All the antiques from the Empire gather here, but so do many fakes. Indeed, this small town is a mixture of gems and junk. Aristocrats consider finding real treasures here a refined pastime. Have you been here before? I've heard a lot about it, but this is my first time. I see. I heard it's pretty expensive. Not really. If you bring 10,000 lians, that's enough to get by, even to put down deposits on genuine treasures. I see. The average monthly income of adult men in the capital is about 10 lians. 10,000 is no small sum, but when you meet a genuine treasure, it's about right. I walked around with Oscar. We went into shops to look at treasures and browsed the items on display at the stalls. There are also paintings, huh? Yeah, most of the paintings are fakes, though. Oscar's enthusiasm had visibly waned compared to when we arrived. He was getting less excited because we hadn't found any treasure yet. Well, treasures don't just pop up easily. Thinking so, I casually picked up something from a stall and examined it closely. I don't really understand antiques or art. Generally, the shops seem to have better things while the stalls looked like junk, but maybe that's just a prejudice. While thinking this, I picked up a thick, very old book from a stall. Instantly, my hand froze. What is it, Noah? How much is this? 3 lians. I pulled out the amount and handed it to the shopkeeper. Then I stared deeply at it. What's wrong, Noah? Why are you looking at it with such a serious face? What's the matter? Hey, let me see it. Oscar, as if recalling something, grabbed my wrist and inspected the old book closely. His action made me wonder what was going on. Brother, this is, no mistake, Noah, this is a treasure. A treasure? Yes. It's the grimoire of the great mage Andrea, the original edition. How did you know it's a treasure? That's amazing, Noah. I smiled back at Oscar and looked down again at the old book, the grimoire. I didn't know it was a treasure. I just felt something change the moment I picked it up. Name, Noah Alarate 13th, Prince of the Ararat Empire. Gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, E plus SS Strength, F plus F Wind. F plus F Stamina, F plus F Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, F plus F Luck, F plus F My Status. The plus next to wind moved slightly in the corner of my vision. No doubt because of this, that's why I paid 3 lians for it. As I walked, I kept looking at the grimoire. Oscar was still speaking beside me. It seems to have been written quite late. Depending on the content, it's worth at least 1,000 lians. Wow, finding a genuine treasure on your first trip to Cobalt Street and from a stall no less. I can feel it. Huh, feel what? I stopped walking. Holding the book, I stabbed Leviathan into the ground. Noah, Oscar was surprised. Ignoring him, I plunged Leviathan into the ground. Leviathan told me. It was strange that my status had increased just by holding the grimoire. My plus only appears when I make humans my subordinates. Curious about this, Leviathan explained that a soul was sealed inside the grimoire. To see that soul, I did as Leviathan said and stabbed the sword into the book. Then a black shadow emerged from the book. The shadow was humanoid but had no pupils in its eyes, just pure white, and a sinister aura surrounded it. No way, a forbidden book sealing the mage's own soul? Run, Noah. It's mastered wind. Before Oscar could finish, I moved. The one who moved me was the mad and loyal dog Leviathan. The moment that thing appeared, Leviathan showed the greatest hostility ever. So I acted immediately. One slash with the demonic sword cut off the man's head as he emerged, and with the follow-through, I unleashed Leviathan's ultimate attack. That water pillar, the airborne head followed a parabolic arc, while the torso attached to the grimoire was blasted away by the water pillar. The plus disappeared from my status. It was a shame, but Leviathan's hostility was effectively a warning, so this was best. By the way, earlier you shouted something, brother. What was that, brother? Suddenly, Oscar was staring at me with his mouth wide open, utterly dumbfounded. What's wrong, brother? You, since when did you get so strong? My brother was genuinely surprised. Right, the damage to the city? Huh. Oscar was startled, but then looked around and was speechless again. Apparently, there was no damage to the city from the water pillar as he had predicted. The water pillar erupted like a beam, blasting away something that had emerged from the demonic tome, yet it caused no harm to the city. Everyone on Cobalt Street, both sellers and buyers, were surprised by the sudden event, but there was no damage to people, buildings, or antiques. They looked up at the water pillar disappearing into the sky, then at me. Could it be? Noah, was it you? Yeah, I did it like this. I extended my index finger and traced the upward diagonal trajectory. 6-year-old me, holding a book, eyes looking down. Normally, a water pillar would be shot horizontally or diagonally downward. But if it had been that way, like when I made a huge hole in the garden before, it probably would have taken dozens of lives. So I instinctively shot it from bottom to top. The water pillar launched diagonally upward, blew away the vengeful spirit from the demonic tome, but caused no other damage and flew off into the distance. You mean you shot it upward in that split second? Yeah. What incredible situational awareness. Oscar was speechless, but soon returned to his usual smile. No, as expected of the son of his father. Truly my little brother. He praised me cheerfully. Since we didn't explain anything and no damage occurred, Cobalt Street quickly returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, not everyone was completely oblivious to what just took place. "Excuse me, may I have a moment?" A man's voice called out from the side to me and Oscar. He was a well-dressed, slightly chubby man with a small mustache. "And you are?" "I'm the owner of that shop over there. I witnessed what happened just now. There is something I would very much like you to see." "Oh, is it some kind of treasure? Something like that?" The man bowed his head. "Something like that, huh?" I felt a bit uncertain, but all right, show us. Oscar was eager, so I decided to go along. We followed the man into the shop and were led further inside. Neither Oscar nor I hesitated. For nobles, shopping at the storefront was uncommon. Especially in a store dealing with expensive antiques, it was standard to be ushered into a VIP room at the back. This time was no different. We were taken to a room furnished with decent decor. "Please wait a moment." The man said that and left us alone in the room. I glanced around and muttered, "What is it, Noah?" Just thinking how clever this is. This room is deliberately set one rank below the aristocratic mansions level. It's a skillful performance of the best hospitality a commoner can offer. "What? You can tell that already?" Oscar was surprised. "Amazing, I only understood that when I was 12. This time Oscar was impressed. We sat on the sofa and waited for the man to return. A few minutes later, he came back carrying a jewelry box. The moment he entered, he knelt on one knee before Oscar and me. "Apologies for the delayed introduction. Alan Barsley. I greet your highness, Prince 13. "Yeah." Oscar nodded as if it were natural. We hadn't introduced ourselves, but from being shown to this room, it was clear they knew who we were. In that case, it's proper for nobles not to introduce themselves. Nobles behave as if it's natural for others to know who they are. But they don't rush things either. I stayed silent, waiting for him to start talking. Alan raised his head while still kneeling and looked at us. "I witnessed what occurred earlier. I am simply in awe of your highness, Prince 13's great power. It's nothing special. After all, this was caused by us. I just took care of it myself so it wouldn't trouble the people." As I replied, I noticed Oscar's satisfied smile. "Oh, what a magnanimous person you are. Surely you can unravel the mystery of this." I exchanged glances with Oscar. Apparently, I was the one invited here, not Oscar. Alan then opened the jewelry box and presented its contents before me as if offering a gift. "This is the most treasured item in our store. A ring, right?" "Yes. What kind of item is it?" "We don't know." Alan said this firmly. It was the first time I had seen a merchant say, "We don't know," so plainly about his own product, which struck me as comical in a way. "The legend says that when the true owner appears, this ring will reveal its true form. That is all we know. The true owner, huh? Yes, we have subtly shown it to various people before, but it has never revealed its true form even once. You want to test it using what I just did? If you don't mind." Alan bowed his head while holding out the jewelry box. "Testing is fine, but more than that, I'm curious why you've kept it all this time. It must be worthless to you, right? You don't even know anything about it, so why keep it? Even if we throw it away or sell it cheap, it always comes back." "Comes back?" "Yes, it somehow returns to this shop on its own. Though we don't know the details, we at least believe there's something about it." "I see. That would certainly make you think so. Come on, Noah, try it on." Oscar, who had been silent until then, eagerly encouraged me to try the ring. Honestly, until just now, I didn't care much, but hearing it returns even if discarded suddenly piqued my interest. I took the ring and naturally slid it onto my thumb. I looked at how neatly it fit, wondering if anything would happen. Level limit check rarity SSS? What? What is that voice? New owner recognized armor activation after a voice like a phantom. Something suddenly burst forth from the ring. It enveloped my body and in the blink of an eye formed armor that looked like a knight's. "Oh, this is..." Oscar gasped in amazement and Alan was speechless. I looked at myself. Using the window glass as a mirror, I saw myself clad in white armor, which strangely seemed to fit my eyes perfectly. By the way, my status didn't change. It was probably something similar to Leviathan. "Alan, I'll take this." Yes, I will gladly give it to you. I'll have the reward sent later. No, please let me pay now. Oscar took out 10,000 liens and handed it to Alan. Brother, it's a gift from me. After the demonic sword, now this armor? Haha, Noah really is something different. Oscar was truly in high spirits, smiling as he squinted at me in my armored form. The ring's armor can be summoned or dismissed at my will. Even if destroyed, as long as the ring itself remains intact, it can self-repair over time. I learned all this through linked thoughts, similar to Leviathan, and shared it with Oscar on the carriage ride home. Amazing. I've never heard of anything like that. Yeah, but well, this is Cobalt Street. No matter what treasure appears, maybe it's not surprising, so that's the kind of place it is. Anyway, that was quite a sight. Next time, let's have an audience and show it to your majesty. Yeah. Before long, we returned to my mansion, Prince 13's residence. I jumped off the carriage and said goodbye to Oscar. See why? Suddenly, a roar came from behind and something attacked. Watch out! Oscar's expression changed as he shouted. Clang, something was repelled. It bounced off something that appeared at the back of my head. Just as I deflected it, the attacker was restrained by Oscar's coachman. More than that, Oscar was concerned about a shield. Where did that come from? The shield that appeared behind my head and blocked the attack was what intrigued him most. I linked the ring with Leviathan. What? Oscar was even more surprised. Leviathan is sensitive to hostility towards me, so I thought linking them might work, and it activated as an automatic defense. You're already mastering it. Amazing. Oscar was once again full of admiration. All right, what is this man's deal? Make him tell us why he attacked. Oscar ordered his coachman. I also leaned in to look at the face of the thug being restrained. Then it's you. You know him, Noah? Yeah. A little. The attacker was none other than that debt collector. Looking around, the group who had been kneeling in front of Prince 13's residence was nowhere to be seen. I recounted the whole series of events starting with Alice. I see, so it's a complete grudge. Don't mess with me, let me go, damn it. That's unpleasant to hear. Dislocate his jaw. Yes, sir. Following Oscar's command, the coachman expertly dislocated the debt collector's jaw. Efficient, he's not just a simple coachman. Well, I didn't really care about him. What mattered more was the armor linked to Leviathan. Oscar was impressed, saying he was mastering it, but I wasn't sure if that was truly the case. I wanted to test it a bit more. I looked up at Oscar. Brother, may I ask you a favor? What is it? Speak. I want to test just how well I can use this armor. Could you lend me one of the mages under your command? That's no problem. What do you want to do? Well, I explained my thoughts to Oscar. He listened quietly until the end, then grinned broadly. If that's the case, I'll do it myself. Is that all right, brother? Yeah, I want to see how it really works for myself. It's better to feel it firsthand, right? I see. Then at my residence. All right. Nodding, I entered the mansion with Oscar. Just before leaving the spot, Oscar signaled the coachman, and the debt collector was taken away somewhere. Attacking a prince warrants a fitting punishment. We didn't enter the building, but went out to the garden. Then we faced each other, keeping about 10 meters apart. Here we go. Yeah. Oscar nodded and began chanting a spell. A magic circle expanded beneath his feet, and his clothes fluttered with the rising magical power. Immediately, many flaming arrows shot out simultaneously. 1, 2, 3, 17 in total. 17 flaming arrows flew, scattering simultaneously several meters in front of me, then attacking from all directions. I didn't move, standing calmly. The flaming arrows were blocked by the shields formed from the Leviathan-linked rings transformation. 17 arrows, 17 shields surrounding me. I perfectly blocked all 17 arrows Oscar fired. Ha! Amazing. You're the first to block all of these shields of mine so perfectly, Noah. Really? Yeah, I keep training, but wow, Noah, you're incredible. I definitely want to show this to your majesty. Oscar, excited, smiled, and I nodded. I want to get a better grasp of it first. Why? If I show it to your majesty, he'll definitely ask, what's going on? I have to be able to explain my own power at that time, right? I see. You're smart, Noah, to think you'd consider that. I smiled back at Oscar. I thought about various ways to make this ability truly my own. The next day, to clear my mind, I went out to the shop where Alice was. That debt collector was probably beyond recovery now, and if Alice was still worried, I wanted to tell her so she could feel at ease. That's what I thought as I went to the shop. Alice was singing just as I arrived. I didn't want to disturb her performance, so I handed 10 lyrine, including a tip, to the staff and listened from the best seat. Yeah, just as I thought. If she keeps singing, she'll improve. No doubt she will. I quietly listened to Alice's song, thinking about how promising her future was. The song ended and Alice took a breath. Several customers threw tips during the intermission. Among them, one customer stumbled toward the stage. Hey, sister, that was a great song. Here, this is a reward. Thank you. Come here for a bit, pour me a drink. Sorry, I can't do that. Alice, apparently used to this kind of drunkard, tried to refuse without changing her expression. Hey, back off you. I spotted this girl first. From the opposite side, another drunk appeared. "Shut up, I was here first. You're the noisy one, back off." The two drunkards argued over Alice, imposing their own rules. Alice looked troubled. "You want to fight, huh? Bring it on." The two heated up further, each clenching fists and swinging at the other. Thud, two dull sounds rang out in quick succession. "Oh, wooa, grrr," both clutching their fists in pain. Between the two, I stepped in. If this went on, there'd be bloodshed. I didn't care what happened to these two, but I hated to see Alice get caught in it. So I intervened right between their punches. Leviathan responded, and from the linked ring came two shields that blocked the punches. The drunks punched the iron shields with full force, then clutched their arms, wailing in pain. "What the hell are you? Don't interfere." Without a word, I drew Leviathan and slashed at the two. In the next instant, their clothes were shredded, leaving them completely naked. What? Eek! The men turned pale and screamed, fleeing immediately after being stripped bare in an instant. I held back, only wanting to avoid bloodshed in front of Alice. Intimidating them with Leviathan was fine, but if I defeated them outright, it might have a bad effect on Alice's feelings. So I made them exit the scene comically instead. What was that? That swordsmanship was amazing. That was the prince's doing? Ha! As expected of a prince, his sword skills are top tier. Though there was some murmuring around, since I had stripped the drunks and chased them away, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. I turned to Alice. "Are you okay?" "Yes, thank you." "Hey, shopkeeper." "Why, yes, sorry, your highness." The shopkeeper, who had been watching from a little distance, rushed over in a panic, almost stubbing his foot on the table. "Don't let those kinds of customers in anymore. But this shop is basically supported by customers like that. We're just trying to do business." All right, then I'll buy the shop." "Huh," the shopkeeper was surprised. I took out the money I always carry and handed it over. "Here's 1,000 lyreine. I'm buying the whole shop. Turn down those kinds of customers." "Why, yes, thank you so much." The shopkeeper raised the money high and bowed repeatedly. Your highness." "What is it, Alice? You look down. After all you've done for me, how can I ever repay you?" "Just keep singing," I answered immediately. "All I want from you is your song. Just keep singing. Just keep singing. Yes, I'm counting on you. Someday I want to have your majesty hear you too. Until then, keep improving." "Yes." Alice's eyes glistened with emotion and her cheeks flushed. Your highness, would you sing another song for us?" "Sure, sing." I smiled and nodded, returning to the seat at the very back. Waiting for me to sit, Alice shyly smiled, plucked the harp strings, and began to sing again. The start was noticeably different. As she sang more, it became even more evident. Alice's song enveloped the shop. Me and all the remaining customers, everyone was captivated by Alice's singing. It was clearly a league beyond her previous performances. In an instant, she had grown, or rather, evolved. I knew she had talent, so it made sense she would improve. But why so suddenly? Lost in wonder, I listened until the song ended. At once, thunderous applause erupted. All the customers who witnessed Alice's emergence stood up and gave her unreserved applause. "Really, what's going on? Must be the power of your highness." I was spoken to from the side and turned around. A familiar face, it was Byron, the merchant I met at the third Prime Minister's party. Byron looked respectful. "Why are you here? More importantly, what do you mean my power?" "Your highness evolved that girl. She tried to respond to your highness and peeled away a layer." "Does that kind of thing happen?" "Rarely, and your highness who caused that is truly remarkable." "I see. Will it continue, as long as your highness watches over her?" Byron said this firmly. "Then that's settled." Immersed in the afterglow of the song, I left the shop together with Byron. Alice's evolution brought an unexpectedly satisfying result. I had known she would improve, but I never expected it to happen so quickly. It was truly a delightful miscalculation. Savoring that afterglow, I turned to Byron, who had followed me. "So, what did you come here for?" "I happened to pass by and saw your highness's figure." "That's a lie?" "Huh," Byron looked surprised. I smiled and turned around as I walked, looking up at the merchant I'd just met. A merchant wouldn't waste time, especially a successful one. Byron was now speechless in a different way. His eyes widened as if they might pop out, and he stared intently at me. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just surprising that someone your age, especially a noble, understands merchants so well. On the contrary, my job is basically to waste time, as expected of Prince Your Highness." I smiled faintly and glanced back. The shop where Alice was gradually fading into the distance. I became her patron out of a typical noble habit. To be frank, it was a hobby, and hobbies often mean enjoying wastefulness. A merchant wouldn't nurture someone like that. "No, well, what were you about to say?" Well," Byron hesitated awkwardly, but then resigned himself and answered. "Some might spend money and time if she were a concubine." "Humph, I see." Remembering that I was just a 6-year-old, I kept my mouth shut for the moment. "So, yes, your highness, I have a favor to ask. It's about the time of year again when the palace hires servants." Byron was right. Every year, the palace hires a large number of female servants at once. Officially, it's just hiring servants, but if the emperor notices, they might be assigned as knight companions, with a chance to rise to become consorts or even empress. Because of this, the selection criteria are strict, and many people apply, making it a narrow gate every year. So what about it? Well, I was wondering if you know any tendencies for selection or something like that. You want to send women into the palace? Byron nodded seriously. Politics and economy have always been inseparable. Having someone you influence inside the palace means you get information early, and if by chance she becomes a consort or even the empress, it would greatly benefit business. That was Byron's intention. Of course, I'm not asking for free. I've already sent my feelings to your mansion. An advance payment that's impressive. If he started with once successful, he'd be second-rate. Now what to do? I could just take whatever he gives me. I am a prince, the emperor's legitimate son. I could accept gifts from merchants and just say, well done, without more. That's the position of a prince, but I like this man. The girl he found and adopted as his foster daughter. I like Byron, the man who did that. So I thought about what I could do. Suddenly, two faces popped into my mind. One was Alice, whom I just parted with, and the other was His Majesty the Emperor in the palace. His Majesty likes me now, and if I recommend someone, it should be accepted smoothly. There is one thing. What is it? If it's a girl I like, I can put in a good word. After saying that, I glanced behind me toward where Alice was. Not unconditionally, but to hint that it has to be someone I genuinely like. Byron was apparently smart. He looked back and forth between me and the shop with Alice, then happily bowed his head. Thank you. I will select a girl that meets your standards. Yeah, well, the main event is a one-shot deal, but at my place the preliminaries they can try as many times as they want. I added that to show generosity and to avoid misunderstandings. I'm grateful for your generosity. You still look like you want to say something. I read it from Byron's face as he raised his head. Why do you know that? When you make a resolute face like that, it's hard not to tell. As expected of Prince 13, your insight is impressive. Speak up. Yes, if it's all right, I would like to put your highness's crest on my signboard. That surprised me. Putting my crest on his signboard, that meant he was completely under me. Is that okay? Yes, we haven't known each other long, but having witnessed your highness's greatness so far, I definitely want to join your banner. Ah, that's fine. Really? I won't tolerate betrayal, though. Thank you. Even though we were in the street, Byron didn't care about being seen and dropped to one knee before me. At that moment, name, Alarate 13th, Prince of the Ararat Empire, gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F fire, F MP, F water, E plus SS strength, F plus F wind, F stamina, F plus F earth, F intelligence, F plus F light, F spirit, F plus F darkness, F speed, F dexterity, F plus F luck, F plus F. Byron joining my subordinates added a plus to both intelligence and spirit. At night, I looked over my status in my room. I was admiring the stats that rose after Byron became my subordinate. They were gradually filling out. If I hadn't blown away that demonic tome, the wind stat would also have a plus, but there's no point in talking about that now. Just in case, I called a servant and had them summon the official status as well. Name, Alarate 13th, Prince of the Ararat Empire, gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F fire, F MP, F water, SSS strength. E wind, F stamina, E earth, F intelligence, E light, F spirit, E darkness, F speed, F dexterity, E luck. It was properly reflected here too. I was satisfied looking at this. My stats would continue to increase. Being the Emperor's legitimate son, 13th Prince. In this position, it's harder not to increase the number of subordinates. And the more subordinates you have, the more plus bonuses you gain, and the more your actual abilities improve. The fact that I tamed Leviathan as a loyal dog proves this. Remaining a noble and increasing my followers will only make me stronger and stronger. The future I imagined was bright, and I was content. However, an anomaly occurred. I sprang up as if being propelled. The status I was looking at had changed. Name, Alarate 13th, Prince of the Ararat Empire, gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F fire, F MP, F water, E plus S strength, F plus F wind, F stamina, F plus F earth, F intelligence, F plus F light, F spirit, F plus F darkness, F speed, F dexterity, F plus F luck, F plus F water had decreased. It was SSS just before, now it was S. What happened? The plus comes from subordinate bonuses, and water's SSS was from when I subdued Leviathan. S was from just after I was born, when His Majesty declared Almeria as my fief. In other words, an anomaly in Almeria. Moreover, an anomaly that causes it to leave my subordinates. I dashed off. Master! When I rushed out of the room, a maid waiting in the hallway was surprised and followed after me. Is something wrong, master? Prepare a carriage. We're going to the palace. Why, yes. The maid wasn't in a position to ask why, and hurriedly obeyed my order, preparing the carriage. At night, despite my sudden visit, His Majesty met with me. In the Emperor's study, as large as a library, I knelt on one knee and reported, "There's an anomaly occurring in Almeria." "How did you know?" "Huh. What's with His Majesty's reaction? It's almost like you knew." "No, I only grasped the signs." Then, still kneeling, I looked up. "It has definitely happened." His Majesty furrowed his brows and stared at me. After a while, His Majesty's confidant, the eunuch Cruz, entered and whispered in His Majesty's ear. "I see, understood." His Majesty nodded and Cruz bowed low and left the study. His Majesty sighed once, then looked at me. "Impressive, Noah. So, His Majesty nodded. "There's been a rebellion in Almeria." "I knew it." "Do we still not know the details, Your Majesty?" "Noah." "Yes. How large do you think the rebellion is?" I was met with a question in return. But as a vassal, no matter what the Emperor's question was, I had to answer. I thought for a moment. The plus in my status dropped from SS rank to S rank. Almost all the water element points had increased when I decided on my fief. That meant that all the SS points came from Almeria. Since it dropped only one step to S rank, that meant, at this point, I think it's small scale. Correct. Unexpectedly, correct. His Majesty wasn't seeking opinions, but already grasped the situation and was giving me a quiz. "The army report says there are currently 5,000 troops. What do you think, Noah?" I was momentarily puzzled by the "what do you think" part, but he quickly explained. "As you know, it's small scale and it's your fief. Don't you want to lead the suppression yourself?" I see, that's what he meant. I was surprised, then thought for a bit. "I don't think I'm capable." "Oh, I'm young and I don't know the battlefield yet. Even if I go to suppress it, I don't know if the soldiers will obey. If a prince must appear, I think one of my brothers would be better." That answer was unexpected. To be refused after such an objective assessment. Even as he said that, His Majesty laughed joyfully. "Very well, I value that wisdom. I'll choose someone other than you. Who do you think would be good?" "If it's a prince, I think Brother Henry would be best." "Why?" "Considering the scale, I think the best approach is to confront and suppress head-on. No need for trickery. Among the princes, Brother Henry is the most cautious, so he's best." "A splendid choice. Let it be so." His Majesty made an immediate decision. He summoned Cruz and ordered him to call the fourth prince to the palace at once. Though it was late at night, Brother Henry appeared at the palace immediately and was ordered by His Majesty to suppress the rebellion in Almeria. After receiving the orders, I accompanied Brother Henry on the way back. His carriage and mine traveled side by side, torches lighting up the night in the imperial capital. "It's a rare opportunity. Are you sure it's all right? You mean me leading the troops?" "Yes," Brother Henry nodded decisively. "The Empire is a land of warriors. Military achievements will benefit you later. I'll pass this time. It's sudden, so I haven't studied that kind of thing yet. But you have a demonic sword. Leading troops without knowledge, I won't die, but the soldiers might suffer pointless deaths because of it." "You're amazing. You've thought about all that." Brother Henry's eyes widened in admiration. "That's why, please, brother." "Understood. Well, I'm good against cavalry. Let's clean up your fief nicely." "The rebels have many cavalry. Almeria, if I recall, is a frontier region where agriculture and livestock are weak." "That's right." The cavalry there is strong, but they're outsiders. They were introduced through friendly relations with horse traders. They just happen to fit in well, not native." "I see." I gave a small smile. Apparently my thoughts showed on my face. Since being too obvious isn't good, I tightened my focus a little. "What's wrong, Noah?" "There's someone. Stop the carriage." At my command, the driver pulled the reins, and the two horses neighed and stopped. "There's someone. What?" I jumped out of the carriage. Leviathan, my loyal dog, reacted immediately, meaning I was the target. So I jumped out first to avoid involving Brother Henry. Immediately, magic circles surrounded me on all sides. The magic circles created a water net that approached me like a fishing net. An ambush. Feeling the hostile intent, I leapt from the carriage just as the water net closed in to restrain me. The intangible water net shrank at a speed no solid rope could match. Kashon, a metallic clang rang out. Leviathan's ring armor blocked the advancing water net. 6 shields in total formed in front, behind, and on both sides of me, repelling the water net. The push and pull between shields and net continued for several tens of seconds until the net collapsed and splashed to the ground. This is typical of this kind of magic. Because it's a restraining spell, if it fails to capture, the magic can't be maintained. Proof the spell was completely broken, Leviathan withdrew the shields. Water net water. An attacker from the Almerian rebel army, perhaps. I'm only 6 years old and haven't entered my fief yet, but nominally I'm still the Lord. It's natural to be targeted at this timing. The question is whether to kill or capture them. Just as I started to think that, 6 figures dressed in black appeared from the shadows on all sides. "Do it." After one gave the order, all attacked at once. "Noah," Brother Henry's voice called from atop the carriage. He was worried about me, but there was no problem. The attackers who leapt at me were all cut down by Leviathan's sword skills, which were masterful. Impossible? A child like this? Arg! The cut attackers widened their eyes in disbelief, then writhed in pain and lost consciousness. The fight was over in an instant. Brother Henry jumped down from the carriage. Well, amazing. You've gotten stronger even in just a few days I haven't seen you. What was that shield just now? It's a magical artifact I found in Cobalt Street. It works well combined with Leviathan. That's an answer more impressive than I expected. Brother Henry was momentarily baffled, then he laughed joyfully. But you killed them, didn't you? Though I don't expect to get anything from them, I wanted to question the ringleader at least. I didn't kill them. Surprised, Brother Henry stepped towards the fallen attackers and crouched, extending a finger under their noses. Really, all of them are breathing. I cut them down, then Leviathan intimidated them till they fainted. People like these might commit suicide otherwise. As expected. Brother, can I leave them to you? Leave it to me. Brother Henry nodded deeply and ordered his men to take them prisoner. The rest should be handled well by Brother. The next day, just before noon, I summoned Byron. Byron came to my room in the mansion, already fully accustomed to his role as my vassal, and knelt on one knee before me. Do you require something, Your Highness? I have a question. Are you conducting business near Almeria? Yes, I am. That's why I attended the Prime Minister's party. I see, as expected. He came to cozy up to me at that party and likely does business near Almeria, my fief, so I called him to confirm this first. Do you need anything? Horse feed. Horse feed? Yes, feed for the horses. Buy it all up immediately. I have prepared 10,000 lians. I ordered him without room for discussion, in a commanding tone. Byron had raised my emblem on his signboard and is under my command. Moreover, this is an urgent matter. So I spoke firmly. Why? If this leaks outside, you can consider your life forfeit. There's a rebellion in Almeria. What? The rebel army seems to have strong cavalry. Cavalry? You mean Khafun's forces? To neutralize that cavalry unit, I want to cut off their horse feed. Understood. I'll buy it all immediately. Is human rations all right? Leave that to me. Human rations are fine. Byron clearly had a why look on his face. The cavalry's striking power is tremendous, but horses cost more to maintain than humans. Yes, Almeria is weak there. They have to procure horse feed from outside, and horse feed is horse feed. Even if it's gone, forcibly taking it from locals has limits. Soldiers' food causes looting. But with horse feed, they can't steal it. That's right. Brilliant. I'll start at once. Good. I watched Byron bow and leave. With this, Brother Henry should be able to fight a bit more easily. The next morning after breakfast, I was summoned to the palace and arrived at the garden. Among the colorful flowers, I spotted Your Majesty indulging in a hobby, training a parrot. I hurried over with long strides. No, Alarate, I have come in response to your summons, I said, kneeling on one knee and bowing my head. Your Majesty spoke in an unusually cheerful tone. Oh, you've arrived. Now raise your head. Yes, I received a report from Henry last night. The assassin has talked. Really? Yes, he was one of the rebel forces. Apparently they intended to capture you and use you as a trump card. I see. I wasn't surprised, as I had expected this. What amazed me was how quickly he spilled everything, just in one night. Your Majesty, what is it? It seems he confessed too easily. Isn't there a possibility that he lied? You are wise, Your Majesty said with increasing cheerfulness. If that's the case, there's no need to worry. There's a way to verify whether the person who confessed spoke the truth, and according to that, it is true. Like the saying goes, it takes a serpent to catch a serpent. I'm not well versed in torture methods, so if that's the case, I'll accept it at face value. That's why, well done, Noah. Had you been caught, the Empire would have faced a difficult choice. I am grateful beyond words. And also, yes, was there more? Just as I wondered, to think you targeted the feed, impressive. This caught me completely off guard. The idea to buy up the feed in the surrounding lands to weaken the cavalry's power for the Almeria campaign was something I had just thought of last night and only told Byron about. Yet Your Majesty had already heard about this. This wasn't the first time such things happened, but this was the most surprising. Without paying any attention to my shock, Your Majesty praised me excitedly. A siege by starvation is something anyone can do, but to consider the people and focus solely on the horses, and moreover using your own private funds. Your Majesty approached me and patted my shoulder. This idea and your initiative are remarkable. Few could do such a thing. Thank you. I must give you some reward. Money here would be too vulgar. All right, Cruz. Yes, Your Majesty. From the shadows of the garden, the eunuch Cruz appeared. As always, I had no idea where he was hiding until called. I grant permission to add a sword to Noah's crest. Issue a proclamation. As you command. Cruz immediately set to work. While surprised, I knelt again and bowed my head. I am deeply grateful. The Empire is a land of warriors, and honor is mostly linked to battle. Among these, adding a sword to a public crest requires the Emperor's permission. The same applies to merchants or guilds' emblems. Using a sword motif without permission is considered an act of disrespect, punishable by death in the worst case. Conversely, being allowed to use it means it is among the highest honors bestowed by the Emperor. I raised my head and stood up. Your Majesty was smiling, with dimples appearing on the wrinkled face. He looked happier than I did. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Your Majesty said, "By the way, Noah, have you decided how to select the knights?" "Yes, I have a plan." "Oh, what is it? May I explain here?" "Yes, you may." Your Majesty nodded magnanimously. I beckoned to a junior eunuch standing nearby. I whispered the plan to the eunuch, instructing him to prepare. Obediently, he rushed to make arrangements. A few minutes later, tables and chairs were set up in the garden, and several more eunuchs arrived. A tea set was placed on the table, and one eunuch held a bucket of water. Actually, it would be easier with soldiers, but no weapons are allowed within the palace without Your Majesty's permission, so we did it this way. I glanced at Your Majesty. He nodded with a smile, looking forward to what I was going to do. I nodded back, sat on a chair, and took the tea set. In this palace garden, the most expensive paradise in the world, I played the part of enjoying an elegant tea time. One of the eunuchs suddenly splashed water from the bucket at me. As the water came toward me, Leviathan reacted. From the linked ring, my armor transformed like an umbrella, blocking the bucket's water. Then another eunuch splashed water, followed by the next. In total, 4 eunuchs splashed water once. All of it was blocked by the ring's umbrella. The ground became soaked, but within a 2-meter radius around me, it stayed dry. The word territory came to mind. Inside the territory, Leviathan didn't allow even a single drop of water to pass. The demonstration was complete. I put down the teacup, stood up, knelt on one knee, and reported to Your Majesty. The selection will proceed like this. The candidates will attack me and will decide based on how far they can push me back. I intentionally left unsaid that it would be a long selection process since it was tea time. Very good. This should withstand a lengthy selection. Your Majesty saw right through it. However, is there a problem? Yes, I think it's dangerous. Among the candidates there will be some strong ones. If by chance your defense is breached, I am prepared for that, I replied immediately. As a noble's duty and as a prince, Your Highness, I must find capable people for the Empire. Compared to that, some danger is unavoidable. Hence, I answered promptly. Then Your Majesty showed his happiest expression of the day. Well said. Amazing, Noah. That's my son, the Prince of the Empire. He praised me. Returning from the palace to the mansion, Byron was visiting. We went to the reception room, and he began discussing. He had already started buying up the feed and seemed to have a good idea of the situation. That's fast. Processed feed suitable for transport is limited in quantity, and we know where it is. Holding it down shouldn't be difficult. I see. As expected of a merchant. Just as I was about to ask for more details, the door was knocked. It wasn't a normal knock. It sounded urgent. Enter. A maid from the reception came in. Excuse me, master, there's a man covered in wounds at the main gate. A man covered in wounds? Apparently he came from Almeria and has an urgent report for you, master. Hearing the word Almeria, Byron and I exchanged glances and nodded. I stood first and left the room, Byron following behind. We left the mansion and arrived at the main gate. There, just as the maid reported, stood a young man in tatters. Not only was he covered in wounds, but his skin and clothes were stained with sweat and mud, clearly a person who had hurried from far away. Noah Alarate. Nice to meet you, Prince, Your Highness. Yes. Who are you? I'm a soldier from Adora County in Almeria, the captain of a squad of 10. I see. Your Highness, a rebellion has broken out in Almeria. Oh. I listened quietly to the young man. What he said wasn't much now. His superior had rebelled in Almeria. He did not agree with it, so he desperately deserted the army and came to the imperial capital to report to me. I thought for a moment and nodded. Understood. Thank you for letting me know. Then I turned to the maid who had come with him. Attend to him. Also give him a reward of 500, no, 1,000 lians. She nodded and called another maid to take him for treatment. Byron and I remained behind, and he asked immediately, Your Highness, what does this mean? Didn't you already know about the rebellion? Then why give such a large reward? True, his information wasn't particularly useful. It's nothing new and likely won't help. Byron looked at me straight in the eyes as I said this. He kept staring as if saying, So? It's a reward for his loyalty and spirit. A mere squad captain risked everything to bring this news. We must honor his loyalty. To give such a large sum just for that, impressive. Byron opened his mouth wide, then looked at me with eyes full of admiration. After sending Byron off, I was in my room touching Leviathan. Leviathan, the demonic sword and also my loyal dog. Since its personality was intense, I wasn't worried about betrayal or anything like that. But I wanted to understand exactly what it could do. So while touching Leviathan, I asked what it was capable of and tried out small-scale tests. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." When I gave permission, the maid Zoe entered. I kept touching Leviathan, wondering what she wanted, but Zoe didn't say a word no matter how long she stayed silent. Curious, I looked at her again. "What's wrong? You look pale." Zoe's face was drained of color, looking like a corpse. When I asked, she flinched and then sank down trembling, bowing deeply to me. "What's going on?" This was definitely serious. I stood up from my chair and faced Zoe. This, with trembling hands, Zoe held out a small leather pouch with both hands. I took it and opened the pouch. There was gold inside. "What is this? That's quite a large sum, about 500 riens, huh?" Just after saying the amount, I realized something. Zoe was a maid at Prince 13's residence. She was paid better than those working elsewhere. But still, she didn't earn enough to save up 500 riens. Besides, not long ago, she was about to be sold to a brothel due to lack of money. There was no way she could have such a large sum. Someone I don't know brought this. If you give this to your master to drink, the reward is this." Her voice was trembling, and what she said was vague and confusing. I took the small bottle Zoe handed me next, opened the cap, and sniffed it. "What is this?" "It's a sleeping drug." "I see." "I'm sorry." Her voice lowered further, and Zoe pressed her forehead to the floor, apologizing profusely. "So they want me to mix this into my drink or something, and when I lose consciousness, hand me over to them." "Why, yes, I see." I watched the terrified Zoe and thought, it was probably those Almeria people again. They failed in their previous ambush, so this time they tried to bribe a maid to kidnap me. They must really want to get their hands on me, but putting that aside, I looked at Zoe. "Look up." "Why, yes, I understand. But why did you bring this to me?" Because I can't betray Master. You helped me and you care about the village too." But they threatened to kill me if I didn't and shoved this medicine and money at me. But I still couldn't betray Master." Still panicked, Zoe repeated, but many times and struggled to say what she meant. Even so, I got the gist. "You were threatened and handed a large sum, but you couldn't betray and came to report this, right?" "Yes, all right." I turned around, went back to the chair I had been sitting in, and quickly scribbled on a piece of paper on the table. Then I returned to Zoe and handed it to her. "What's this?" "A reward. They tried to buy your betrayal for 500 riens, but since you didn't betray, I added a 0. One more 0, 5,000 riens? Yeah, I put my signature on it. You should collect it from the treasurer tomorrow." No, I can't accept that. It's a reward for not betraying. Take it." A reward for rejecting betrayal and a huge sum. Zoe was so overwhelmed by everything happening one after another that she was in a daze. Thank you. Master is really generous. More importantly, there's one thing I want you to do." "I'll do it." "Anything? Okay, I'm going to drink this medicine now. When I lose consciousness, hand me over to them as they say." "Hey." "After handing me over, escape immediately and hide. They will definitely try to silence you." Zoe was stunned and couldn't respond. Watching her, I mentally simulated what I needed to do. When I woke up, I was in total darkness. My hands and feet were tied, and I was lying on something like hay. It was some kind of shack. By the smell, it seemed like a stable. "Hey, the fire's going out. Go gather some firewood." "Got it. You keep an eye on the kid. Come on, let's just stab him with the dagger we got. That'll be the end." "That's a last resort, you idiot. Do you want to admit that you couldn't even catch one kid?" Rough voices came from outside the shack. They must be the ones who captured me. I shook my head on the hay. My ears felt a bit itchy, and after a few shakes, something fell out. What came out was something the size of a bean. When it came out of my ear, it returned to its original size. The demonic sword, Leviathan. I touched it and transformed the linked ring to cut through the ropes binding my hands and feet. I asked Leviathan about the situation. Instantly, images flashed in my mind. I had instructed Zoe at the residence. Since I would definitely be taken if I carried Leviathan, I shrunk it to the size of a bean and hid it in my ear. Unlike a weapon, the ring wouldn't be removed, so I left it as is. Then I drank the medicine Zoe brought, and my consciousness cut off here. From Leviathan's memory. After Zoe left the room, a group of men dressed in black entered. They tied my hands and feet, and Zoe quietly disappeared at that point. The men carried me out of the residence, shoved me into the back of a carriage waiting outside, and the carriage started moving. After leaving the capital and traveling quite far, they stopped for the night. What I thought was a stable was actually just the carriage bed covered with a cloth. I untied the ropes, gripped Leviathan, and conveyed my gratitude. The loyal sword Leviathan was incredibly happy from just that, and the joy was directly felt like a dog wagging its tail vigorously. I stood up and slashed the cloth covering me. "What? The kid moved. Who's the idiot that didn't tie him properly?" I stood on the carriage bed and looked around. Nothing but grasslands slightly off the highway. 10 men in black were sitting around a campfire. They had no tension even though I moved. They thought I was just a kid. That was their fatal mistake. I leapt at them from the carriage bed. The nearest man sneered at me. In one flash, I sliced his throat and blood spurted out violently. "What? You damn brat!" After one man was killed, the expressions on the rest finally changed, and all drew their swords, pointing their tips at me. It's too late now. They finally showed hostility, but still lacked a critical sense of danger. I wasn't going to point that out, though. I swung Leviathan continuously and cut down all of them with its swordsmanship. There were 10 of them in total. It took less than a minute. Wasted effort, huh? I gave a wry smile. The reason I drank Zoe's sleeping drug was largely that I knew Leviathan could tell me what it saw and heard later. I had ordered Leviathan to listen to the truth the captors spoke while I was unconscious. But there wasn't much information. They were a faction of the Almeria rebel army. They had failed in a previous ambush, so this time they bribed a servant to kidnap me and take me back to Almeria. They didn't have any other information, so I disposed of them. Well then, time to go, hem? I looked around the highway front and back, wondering which way the imperial capital was. In the distance, I saw countless lights heading this way. After waiting a while, a group of soldiers approached with torches. Among them was Zoe. When they came before me, "Master," Zoe called me with a deeply worried expression. "What's going on here?" "Yes. I was worried about Master, so I asked the soldiers." "So they came to rescue you?" Zoe nodded vigorously. "I see, well done. But this is—" Zoe looked at me, then at the black-clad men lying around, and then at Leviathan in my hand. "Master, you're alone?" "Yes." "Amazing," Zoe murmured, and the group of soldiers buzzed with whispers. Well, I didn't really need help, but having more manpower was helpful. "Who's the captain?" "Yes." A young man stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head to me. "Nice to meet you, Prince Your Highness 13. I'm putting you in charge of transporting these. A few days ago, we were attacked too. Check if there's any connection." "Understood." The captain took my orders and had his men carry away the bodies of the kidnappers. At that moment, there was a clanging metal sound. Looking that way, a dagger had dropped onto a stone from one of the bodies. Seeing it gave me goosebumps all over. Murderous intent. An incredibly strong murderous intent radiated from the dagger. "Don't touch that." Stopping a soldier who tried to pick it up, I stood in front of the dagger and stared at it. So this was the dagger the men talked about when I woke up. Through Leviathan, I felt not only murderous intent, but also something like a curse. It wasn't just any dagger. It was filled with sorcery and the human emotions that crafted it, deep resentment. Could it be? I drew Leviathan and took a stance. "Can you do it?" When I asked, Leviathan said yes. "Then do it." The moment I gave the command, Leviathan rejoiced immensely. Immediately after, a water column erupted from the blade toward the sky. Compared to the one it shot before, it was much thinner, about the thickness of my 6-year-old arm. But after soaring upward, it curved and flew away. Far, far away. Even beyond the horizon, the water column flew. Zoe and the soldiers, everyone had faces that didn't understand what had just happened. The next day, in the palace flower garden. The moment I was summoned, Your Majesty smiled happily. "Great job, Noah, well done." Before I could even kneel and bow, he came over and grabbed my shoulder, openly showing his joy. "What happened exactly?" The leader of the rebel army, a man named Baker, was apparently shot through the forehead by a water column that appeared from nowhere last night. "That was you, Noah, wasn't it?" "Yes," half surprised, half relieved. Surprised because Your Majesty always hears news quickly. Relieved because Leviathan's ultra-long-range sniper shot succeeded. Using that dagger, a mark imbued with a tremendous curse and resentment, Leviathan sniped the source of the resentment. Leviathan said it could do it, but I was a little worried if it could reach Almeria, which was almost in the frontier. Without their leader, the rebel army's command structure is in ruins. Henry says this will be resolved in a few days. "Good job, Noah." Your Majesty praised my achievements with a level of excitement I hadn't seen before. The rebellion led by Almeria, having lost its mastermind, was swiftly suppressed by Brother Henry. In the palace's audience chamber where the news arrived, the ministers' cheers echoed. The messenger who brought the news knelt before Your Majesty and continued. "Most of those who plotted the rebellion have been captured. They seek Your Majesty's judgment." Your Majesty nodded quietly. His expression was not exactly calm. Rather, he was so furious it seemed as if flames might shoot from his eyes at any moment. "Inform Henry to bring every single one of them to the capital." "Yes." "What are you intending to do?" After the messenger left, the first Prime Minister stepped forward from among the ministers and asked Your Majesty's intentions. "It's decided. I will not tolerate a rebellion in Noah's domain. Prepare the oxen and horses. I will have their entire families torn apart." Understanding that the anger in Your Majesty's tone was genuine, the ministers all voiced their agreement. "Your Majesty," I stepped out of the line and knelt on one knee beside the first Prime Minister. "Wait, Noah, right now I will. With all due respect, Your Majesty, I must object." Torn apart. "What?" Your Majesty was startled, and the other ministers murmured nervously. To oppose a furious emperor so directly was no small matter. Some of the ministers, known for their timid nature, paled visibly. "What do you mean, Noah?" Your Majesty's tone dropped. Although the words were directed at me, several ministers shuddered. Their reaction seemed to indirectly affirm the emperor's authority. I calmly lifted my face and looked at Your Majesty. "Punishment must strictly follow the law," laying down the fundamental principle first. "Under imperial law, the ringleader of a rebellion shall be executed by beheading the torso. Their relatives within 3 degrees of kinship and conspirators shall be hanged. Others are beheaded according to their level of involvement. Torn apart is a figurative expression, but such a punishment does not exist in imperial law. But they have brought shame upon Noah's name." Your Majesty frowned and insisted on this, but I ignored it. "If the emperor leads by breaking the law, it would cause chaos in the realm. I urge Your Majesty to reconsider." Your Majesty fell silent. The ministers held their breath, watching the proceedings. A heavy silence filled the audience chamber. "Humph, Noah is right." After a while, Your Majesty muttered. Clearly, a few people sighed in relief. "Well done, Noah. Thank you for admonishing my error." "No, Your Majesty. However, I cannot be fully satisfied. Make the sentence the harshest allowed by law with no reductions. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely no problem." I bowed once, then continued. "In past rebellions, even relatives within 3 degrees of kinship to the ringleader were often spared if they were children or infants, out of pity. If Your Majesty holds such a view, this is an area that requires special attention. Noble children are not ordinary children. There are countless cases where fallen or destroyed noble houses are revived or avenge themselves through surviving children, especially in rebellions. While conspirators might be spared, the children of ringleaders must be eradicated in the noble world. That is why I advised so, and Your Majesty nodded, saying, "You've made me aware of something important." Third Prime Minister. "Yes, Your Majesty." Called upon by Your Majesty, Jean Blood Riaidoc, the third Prime Minister, stepped forward quietly and bowed. "You've heard the discussion. I entrust this matter to you. As you command." Thus, the disposition of those who plotted the rebellion was almost settled. At the same time, as if dispelling the heavy atmosphere from earlier, a different kind of voice arose. As expected of Prince 13, to offer such direct admonishment, moreover, to state his opinion aloud to Your Majesty without changing expression. Truly a prodigy granted by heaven, a rare genius. The ministers spoke in unison. Hearing this, Your Majesty's mood lightened as if the earlier anger had vanished. "Noah, yes, correct me when I err in the future as well, as you command. For today, it was thanks to you that I avoided leaving a stain on history. I must reward you somehow." Your Majesty stroked his chin thoughtfully. Unlike the previous silence, everyone now waited eagerly to see what reward I would receive. "Very well, it is decided. I shall grant you a title." At that moment, a murmur swept through the room. In the past, only some princes could be princes. Now, under imperial law, all imperial sons are born with the rank of prince. Above prince is only the emperor, so princes cannot advance further. However, since there is no reward available for princes who accomplish feats, the idea of granting them a title was conceived. "Noah, your admonishments were well done. Only a son can admonish the emperor, but to be correct is an irreplaceable and wonderful quality. To proclaim your wisdom to the realm, I bestow upon you the character wise." When Your Majesty said this, another murmur arose. "Long live Lord Noah, long live Prince Wise!" Cheers broke out. Name, Noah Alarate Prince Wise. Gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, E+S Strength, F+F Wind, F Stamina. F+F Earth, F Intelligence, F+F Light, F Spirit, F+F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, F+F Luck, F+F. My status changed along with my new title. "I am truly honored." I bowed my head. Your Majesty rose from the throne, descended the red carpet, and approached me. He came before my kneeling form. "If only you had been born a little earlier." Again, a murmur swept through, but of a completely different nature this time. Several weeks after becoming Prince Wise, that day I was at Horse Street Square in the imperial capital, the largest square in the city. A stage was set up in the center with a table and chair on it. I sat in the chair, with a tea set on the table. The night selection was underway. The method I proposed to Your Majesty was accepted, and I relaxed while allowing the candidates to attack me as they pleased. I did nothing myself. Instead, Leviathan, linked to my ring, flawlessly blocked all attacks. One by one, challengers came on stage, attacked me, only to be completely blocked by Leviathan and disheartened as they left the stage. Wow, amazing, it even blocks magic. Despite being such a kid, incredible. You're committing lèse majesté, that is Prince 13, no, Prince Wise himself. Because it was held in the largest square in the capital, a mountain of onlookers gathered. I had not set a clear passing criterion, but it was obvious to all that none of the challengers had passed yet. Every single one attacked, only to be perfectly blocked by Leviathan. When even the defenses of a relaxed child cannot be penetrated in front of a large audience, challengers have no choice but to give up gracefully. This continued for half a day. As the sun began to set, I looked up at the western sky. Yeah! With a piercing yell, an attack was launched. A girl clad in white armor. She thrust her sword horizontally, charging forward with her weight behind it. Leviathan reacted, transforming the linked ring into a shield to block it, so far identical to previous battles. This is about the selection, I heard the girl grinding her teeth. Immediately after, she leaned further forward and the shield cracked. The girl broke through the shield that no one had breached all day and continued her charge. The sword tip pierced through my right shoulder. The girl was the most surprised. She instinctively released the sword and stepped back. You, what do you think you're doing? Soldiers guarding the stage rushed over and restrained the girl. The crowd below murmured. Looking at my pierced shoulder, I nodded. Release her. But a criminal who harmed your highness, I said. Release her. The soldier holding the girl trembled and stepped away. The girl, stunned, lifted her upper body from the restrained position and looked at me with eyes that said she didn't understand what happened. I drew my sword, blood spurted out. Master! Zoe, the maid who had been attending me all day, hurried over, tearing her maid dress to bandage my shoulder. I'm so sorry. Coming to my senses, the girl bowed deeply before me. And why are you bowing too? Because I hurt your highness. I never stated the passing criteria, but from what I allowed, that was clearly a pass, right? The girl was dumbfounded. That counts as passing? Moreover, it's a pass for the main selection. To the one who pierced my shoulder, what magnanimity. Among the murmuring spectators, the girl remained stunned, unable to recover for quite some time. That should do it. Back at the mansion, I sat in the living room with my upper body bare, tending to my own wounds. I removed the cloth that the maid had applied, and then used the ring linked to Leviathan to form armor tightly around the injured area. It was a strange material, not quite metal, that perfectly pressed against the wound to stop the bleeding. After that, I turned my attention to the girl I had brought back with me. She was curled up small, as if frightened, not just like a child scolded by their parents, but terrified of something even worse. For now, tell me your name. I am sorry. The girl panicked and immediately dropped into a deep bow before introducing herself. S.H. Shirley Grands. Shirley, that armor looks pretty fine. Is it your own? This has been passed down from my ancestors. What is it? I was wondering what kind of punishment I might face. Punishment? Well, the crime of accidentally injuring Prince Your Highness. Shirley knelt fully, hands and knees on the floor, lifting her face up. Her expression was filled with intense fear. I thought I had already told her not to worry about that. That crime doesn't exist. But according to imperial law, no, I mean there's no crime for accidentally injuring someone. What do you mean by that? Shirley tilted her head in confusion. Stand up, Shirley. Why, yes, try thrusting at me again. But a knight must obey orders. Yes, ma'am. Shirley stood up, drew her longsword, and took a stance. Her expression changed completely. The fear was almost gone, replaced by a dignified seriousness. With a sharp, spirited shout, she lunged. It was a thrust as strong as any I'd seen during the night selection. I stopped it. The shield Leviathan created stopped the blow. That much? Shirley immediately noticed the difference. The shield that she had easily pierced during the selection didn't move at all this time, and she was surprised. It doesn't budge, right? Yes, whether I push or pull, this is amazing. The tip of the sword seemed to stick to the shield as if glued, refusing to move despite her efforts, and Shirley was stunned. If I'm serious about defending, that attack won't get through, so there's no such thing as accidentally. I made it happen. W.I.? Shirley looked even more perplexed. A knight's fundamental duty is to obey orders. If you can't obey orders faithfully, you're at best a slave. No matter the schemes, if you hesitate or hold back during the fight because you're watching my expression, you're useless. Why, yes? If you want a slave, you gather slaves by their method. This time you're being chosen as a knight. That's what this is. So, even without regard for your own safety, I also wanted to see how a person would react after injuring me. Even a second time, if it's my order, I want a serious attack. You passed? Why, yes. Shirley nodded solemnly. Her eyes went wide, mouth slightly open. Then she looked at me with eyes full of admiration. So you've passed. Just to confirm, you're here for the knight selection intending to become my knight, right? Why, yes. Shirley quickly corrected her posture, knelt on one knee and bowed her head. It was an imitation of formal etiquette. Well, actually from a stage play. True noble etiquette isn't known to commoners, so what's usually passed down are the flashy versions from plays or drama. Shirley gave me a knight's bow as if acting in a play. "Shirley Grands, I pledge my lifelong, unwavering loyalty to Prince Your Highness." That wasn't an official phrase either, but the sentiment came through, more than anything. Name. Noah Alarate Prince Wise Gender. Male level. 1/infinity HP, F plus F Fire, FMP, F Water, E plus S Strength, F plus E Wind, F Endurance, F plus F Earth, F Intelligence, F plus F Light, F Spirit, F plus F Darkness, F Speed, F plus F Dexterity, F plus F Luck, F plus F. My abilities increased as I gained subordinates. This boost in stats was much clearer and more important than debating whether the etiquette was proper or not. Come to think of it, Shirley might have gained the most individually. "I'm counting on you, Shirley." "Why, yes." After finishing the conversation with Shirley, as if on cue, a servant maid came in escorting a doctor. A plump middle-aged man with a round face and a mustache like a mouse's whiskers. A familiar face, the court physician, Your Majesty's personal doctor. His name was Good Claw, though his real name was Bad. Because it was too ominous for a doctor, Your Majesty had given him the name Good. That shows the trust the Emperor places in his medical skills. "You've come? That's a bit dramatic." "Yes, I'll examine the wound immediately." "All right." Since he was here, there was no need to refuse. After all I had done was emergency first aid to stop the bleeding. I ordered Leviathan to disable the armor clinging like underwear to my skin. In an instant, blood spurted out with a hiss. "Please bear with it for a moment." Shirley gasped, but Good, as expected from a doctor, examined the injury with no change in his expression, recognizing it as a simple external wound with no life-threatening damage. "I must report, fortunately the bones and tendons are intact. It should be fine if stitched as is." "I see, do it." "Then I will administer anesthesia." "No need. We're still talking, so just do it quickly." "Why, yes." Good gave a calm nod and took out a needle and thread for suturing. He cleaned the blood and began stitching the skin edges together. When he finished stitching the front, Good looked up and stared at me intently. "What's wrong? Is something on my face?" "No, it's just that you're the first I've seen remain completely calm through suturing, not even a change in complexion or a sound." "Really?" "Indeed." With that, Good moved behind me and began stitching there as well. Since Good disappeared from in front of me, I noticed Shirley, who had been hidden behind him, watching the stitching with great curiosity. "What's wrong, Shirley?" I just think doctors are amazing. To think cuts like this are healed like this, it's my first time seeing it." "You've never been to a doctor?" "There's no doctor in my village." "What did you say?" I frowned. "No doctor in your village?" "Yes, Is that a problem? Then what do you do if someone gets injured or sick?" "We have the grandmothers pray for us or perform rituals to ward off the illness." "That's common in poor villages." Good interjected from behind, sounding bitter as a doctor. "Good, yes, what is it? How does one become a doctor?" "Well, generally you apprentice under an already practicing doctor." "Do you take apprentices?" "Yes, a few." "Surely." "Why, yes. Here's your first order. Bring me a smart, hard-working child from your village." Good, take a few apprentices." "Understood." After a short pause, Good quietly nodded behind me. Your Highness." "What on earth is this about?" Shirley still seemed unable to grasp the situation and asked me cautiously. "I'll pay tuition and living expenses, bring kids who want to become doctors and care for everyone in the village." Thank you so much." Shirley hurriedly knelt, bowing her head to me like a deep prostration. "Knights don't usually do this, so I'll have to teach her properly later." When Shirley raised her head, she looked at me with even more admiration in her eyes. One clear afternoon, I took Shirley and came to Cobalt Street. This place is... Among the bustling capital, Cobalt Street, known for dealing in antiques, especially attracted the wealthy and nobility. Shirley, who had just come from a village without even a doctor, was stunned by the lively and colorful scene, her eyes wide with amazement. "Don't just stand there dazed, keep up." "Why, yes." Jumping down from the carriage at the entrance of Cobalt Street, I led the newly knighted Shirley inside. I wandered around casually, searching for treasures. There were many eye-catching items at first glance, but none really stood out. I came here to find a gift for Brother Henry. Though it was by Your Majesty's order, in formality, he had subdued Almeria on my behalf. I needed to show some appreciation, so I was searching for the perfect treasure for that. Over there." "What is it, Your Highness?" "We're going into that shop." "Yes." Though suspicious, Shirley followed closely behind me. I brought her into a certain shop, the same shop I had visited before with Brother Oscar. "Oh, Prince 13, welcome, welcome. Alan Barsley, right?" "Yes, please, this way." As soon as we entered, the shopkeeper, Alan, who greeted us, lowered himself deeply and invited us to the back of the shop. The room we were led into was a VIP room. I was shown the seat of honor, and shortly after, a shop assistant brought drinks. Just from the scent, I could tell it was tea made from very fine leaves. Meanwhile, Shirley stood behind me with her hands clasped behind her back. A knight has no seat when accompanying their lord. Alan, who dealt with nobility, knew this well and treated Shirley as if she were invisible. "Are you looking for something today? I want to give Brother Henry a gift to express my gratitude. Do you have anything good? Eighth Prince, is it?" "No, Brother Henry, the fourth Prince then. We just received some new stock recently. Please wait a moment." "All right," I nodded, and Alan left the room briefly. After a few minutes, he returned with several assistants. Each assistant carried something, a jewelry box, paintings in frames, even large items on a wagon. Probably they brought all the treasures the shop had to offer. Among them, my eyes were fixed on one particular item. It was on a wagon covered with cloth. Curious, I pointed at it and asked Alan, "What is that? The atmosphere is clearly different from the others." "Oh, as expected of Prince 13, you saw it immediately." Alan showed a mixed expression of surprise and business professionalism. He signaled the assistants to remove the cloth. Out came a transparent statue of a goddess. "Is this glass?" "Yes, it is. Not crystal, but glass, and a goddess statue. Can something like this be made?" "Your surprise is understandable. This was made by master craftsman Lindsay. Lindsay was the only one capable of making goddess statues out of glass. It is now a lost art." "I see." I stared at the goddess statue. As I suspected, there was a subtle glow. Something similar to that demonic tome was faintly emanating. Because I noticed that, I asked to be shown this first. "Lindsay's works are rare, and it is said only 2 of these goddess statues remain in the world." "Is that so? All right, I'll take this one. That will be 10,000 liens. Here." I pulled a leather pouch from my pocket and handed it to Alan. "There's more than 10,000 inside. The extra is your reward for bringing the gift to Brother Henry." "Thank you very much." Alan's face lit up with a broad smile as he accepted the pouch. "About that goddess statue later at my place, right here comes Noah." Just as I was about to speak, a man entered from outside. With a gentle smile as his trademark, the 8th brother, Prince Oscar. "Brother." I stood and gave him a light bow. "I heard Noah was here when I entered the shop. Found any good treasures?" Oscar froze when he saw the glass goddess statue. His expression was as if he had seen something unbelievable. "What's wrong, brother? This is Lindsay's goddess statue. Is it authentic?" "Yes, most likely," I answered, but Oscar didn't stop there and looked at Alan. Though hesitant, Alan nodded. "Why, yes, we would never present a fake to your highness. Was something wrong?" Sigh. Oscar sat down in a nearby chair. "This is troublesome, so both of the 2 statues supposedly left in the world have appeared. You know where the other one is?" "I have it." Oscar gave a wry smile. "Because Lindsay's glass statues were only made twice, I knew of the 2, but they never appeared on Cobalt Street, so I thought the one I had was the last in the world. I never expected the other to still exist." "I see." I understood why Oscar was lamenting. The fewer the number of treasures, the higher their rarity and value. If there were 2, each value might be 1, but when only 1 remains, its value could be more than 10 times greater. That's the nature of treasures antiques. "Brother." "Yeah, what is it?" I silently approached the glass goddess statue, lifted it, and smashed it on the ground. Wow, Prince, your highness." Alan panicked, but I took out another pouch containing about 100 liens and handed it to him. "Don't worry, the previous payment is yours to keep. This is for your trouble." "My trouble?" "The second goddess statue appeared, but it got broken. I want you to spread a rumor about it within Cobalt Street only." "Impressive." Oscar nodded with admiration. "Wow, amazing, Noah. By breaking it and spreading the news of its destruction, the value of the statue I have will definitely rise. Treasure is first come, first served. It's fine if Brother Oscar's value increases." "I'm surprised you knew this method, but even more surprised you actually did it. Well done. I only reached this level after becoming an adult and taking over my fief." Oscar stood up, glanced briefly at the broken goddess statue. "I'll thank you properly later. Goodbye." With that, Oscar left the shop. I told Alan to take care of the remaining matters and select the next best treasure to send to the mansion, then left the shop with Shirley. Your highness." After leaving the shop, amidst the bustling Cobalt Street, Shirley timidly called out to me. "What is it? Why did you do such a thing?" I looked around. Everyone around was a stranger, no need to worry about being overheard. "That was just an object after all. But it's a very expensive treasure, isn't it? True treasure isn't something like that." Shirley looked confused. I glanced at my status display, always visible at the corner of my vision. Behind the normal status, there was a special plus unique to me. "I have this. Real treasure isn't something like that. It's people who swear loyalty to me like you. Me?" "Yes," I nodded. "For me, real treasures are humans. Breaking 1 glass goddess statue just to gain favor with Brother Oscar was a small price to pay." "What's the matter, Shirley?" "I'm moved. You say the same things as the great rulers in stories." "Is that so? You're amazing, your highness. I'll follow you all my life." "Yes." Though I had broken it to win Oscar's favor, it seemed I also earned Shirley's goodwill as a bonus. Taking Shirley, I left the cluttered Cobalt Street. Somehow, I recalled what Oscar had said about becoming an adult and taking over a fief. Someday, it would be my turn to enter Almeria. In the Empire, it was customary for royalty to do so upon reaching adulthood. Until then, I clearly saw my goal to gather more treasures people. In the morning, I got up as usual, got out of bed, let the maid squad handle my dressing, and moved to the great dining hall for breakfast. Several maids were already waiting in the dining hall, and almost as soon as I appeared, they all bowed their heads in unison. One of the maids pulled out a chair for me, and then the serving began. Young maids brought dishes from the kitchen, and Zoe, the maid, received them and placed them in front of me. The drinks, too. A young maid brought them, Zoe received them, and poured them into my glass. There is a hierarchy even among the maids. Zoe has served me for many years, so she holds a considerable position among the maids. I am the Prince Wise. To attend directly, one must have climbed somewhat within the maid hierarchy. This is more or less an unspoken rule among the nobility. As I took bites of the familiar breakfast, I noticed a restless still very young, maid fidgeting. The maid was probably just a little younger than me, now 12 years old, and she kept glancing nervously out the window. "Hey there, what's your name again?" "My name is Gigi." Zoe answered my question on her behalf. "I see. Gigi, is there something wrong with the window?" "Well, outside the line is really long and A line?" I looked toward Zoe, wondering what she meant. "You see, your highness will soon celebrate your 12th birthday, right? So people from all over have come to deliver gifts, and they have formed a queue." "I understand. Haven't you seen something like this before?" This time I asked Gigi. "Well, that's true, but the line has been going on for 3 days now, and it never seems to end." "That's normal. Receiving the gifts isn't just accept and done. They must be received, checked, and recorded. Because this is done thoroughly, the line takes a long time to clear. Last year, if I recall correctly," I looked at Zoe again, "for matters regarding the household, you have to ask the servants to understand. It continued for about a week." "Wow, that's amazing. So many birthday presents come in?" Gigi, who was probably from some rural village, widened her eyes even more, but after a slight scolding from Zoe, she hurried back to her duties. After breakfast, I left the mansion. The gift line was redirected to the back gate, where people were lined up, but since the long line lasted about a week and continued to grow until it was completely over, even when leaving from the main gate, the lively scene was visible. I ignored this symbolic scene of being the Prince Wise and boarded a carriage towards my destination. The Ministry of Military Affairs, located on the eastern side of the capital, was my current workplace. Entering the ministry grounds, I got off the carriage and went into the building. "Where is older brother?" I asked the middle-aged official who greeted me. "He is in the minister's office. He is talking with the knight. He said to come immediately once your highness arrived." "Understood." I strode ahead straight to the minister's office. Standing before the most formal door in the building, I knocked. "This is Noah." "Yes, enter." I waited for the 2 guards to open the double doors and then went inside. Inside the equally formal room were 2 men. One was the head of this building, actually the head of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Henry Alarate, Prince Wise Minister of Military Affairs. "Since the Almeria incident, Brother Henry has been entrusted with the ministry by your majesty." The other face was familiar, too. A rugged-looking military type, Brother Henry's knight, Rice Cake. "You're late, Noah." "Sorry, Brother Henry. Good morning, Prince Wise, your highness." I only glared briefly at Rice and took a few steps forward to speak to Brother Henry. "Is there something you needed me for as soon as I arrived, Brother Henry?" "I wanted to hear your opinion as well. Yesterday, your majesty issued an imperial edict. Rice is to lead the Second Army to suppress the rebellion on the southern frontier." "I see." I looked at Rice. He was a knight Brother Henry selected about 10 years ago during the knight selection, effectively Brother Henry's direct subordinate. For me, he would be like Shirley. Besides his individual valor, he is talented at leading troops and stands out among the few knights Brother Henry commands. He is now entrusted with the Second Army, one of the Empire's regular forces. "So, Brother Henry, is the dispatch of the Second Army already decided?" "Yes, it is your majesty's imperial edict. The barbarians in the south get cocky when treated gently. We're to send the official Second Army to show them overwhelming force." "I see," I thought carefully. Brother Henry and Rice both looked at me. Currently, I was stationed at the ministry with Brother Henry. Brother Henry's position was due to his achievements in suppressing Almeria, and I was appointed because I had fully mastered the demonic sword Leviathan. Though still a 12-year-old boy, being personally appointed by your majesty meant Brother Henry often listened to my opinions. After a moment of thought, I asked Rice, "Just one thing. What is the actual number of troops in the Second Army?" What do you mean, Noah? What's actual number? And Rice, what are you hiding?" Brother Henry furrowed his brow and glanced sharply at Rice. Rice immediately bowed to the ground, and Brother Henry's expression darkened further. Wait, Brother Henry, it's nothing serious. The Empire's regular forces receive their budget and other supplies from the Ministry of Finance based on the registered number of soldiers. Ah, so sometimes auxiliary personnel, merchants, and collaborators from nearby garrison villages are registered to pocket the budget for them. What? Sorry. Rice pressed his forehead to the floor. There was no hard evidence, but since I was the one who confronted him with this in front of his master, Rice effectively confessed. You. Wait, Brother Henry, don't be so harsh on Rice. Counting auxiliary personnel as soldiers is within a general's rights. I don't intend to reprimand him for that. Why, yes? Rice raised his face while still kneeling, looking at me as if to ask, then why? Usually that's fine. The nominal number also acts as a deterrent. True, sometimes it's better to say you have 100,000 troops even if the actual number isn't that high. Exactly, Brother Henry, you know your stuff as expected from Noah. I smiled faintly and turned to Rice again. But this time it won't do. Your Majesty's edict essentially says, win overwhelmingly. We can't send a force padded with falsified numbers, so tell me honestly, how much are you padding? Haha, about 2,000. Good, replenish that number properly. Understood. I'll do it immediately. All right, Brother Henry, can I borrow pen and paper? Go ahead. Brother Henry nodded and handed me the paper and pen on his desk. I took them and quickly wrote something down before handing it to Rice. What's this? Go to the Ministry of Finance, get them to issue money for the extra 2,000 as miscellaneous expenses, and this is for you. What? Take it. But I cut off my words and for the first time since entering the room glared seriously at Rice. Make sure the numbers are accurate, and failure is not acceptable, understood? Why, yes. Rice took the note, bowed once to Brother Henry, and left the minister's office. Left in the room were Brother Henry and me. Impressive, Noah. Your balance of carrot and stick is exquisite. Brother Henry looked at me with admiration. After handling the usual military affairs, I left the Ministry of Military Affairs together with Brother Henry. It was just past noon. The heat had peaked, but the sun was still high, making it uncomfortable to stay outside for long. Shall we stop by somewhere? Brother Henry asked me from atop the carriage. How about Keith's shop? That's the Songstress you favor, isn't it? Sounds good, he agreed. I ordered the coachman to head to Keith's shop, and our two carriages moved forward side by side. Servants flanked us on both sides. The main streets of the capital were built wide because nobles often used carriages. Even with two carriages side by side, it didn't feel cramped. They could even pass other carriages coming from the opposite direction with ease. By the way, Noah, you've never experienced real combat, have you? Brother Henry said. Yes, brother, I replied, glancing at the status indicator in the corner of my vision. Name, Noah Alarate Prince Wise Gender, Male Level, 1/Infinity HP, F plus F Fire, FMP, F Water, E plus S Strength. F plus E Wind, F Stamina, F plus F Earth, F Intelligence, F plus F Light, F Spirit, F plus F Darkness, F Speed, F plus F Dexterity, F plus F Luck, F plus F. Even at 12 years old, I'm still at level 1. This is due to imperial law. Children of the imperial family often die young, meaning many perish during infancy. Officially, it's said that they often succumb to diseases like smallpox. Those who dig a little deeper point out that princes are taken from their mothers immediately after birth and raised by wet nurses and servants, so they don't receive maternal breast milk and have weaker immunity. Some gossips and those who know the truth claim poisoning stemming from power struggles. In any case, it's a fact that many imperial children die young, so to secure heirs, princes are forbidden from participating in real combat without an imperial edict until they properly mature. Because of this, my level remains at 1. Incidentally, Brother Henry's children have also died young one after another. He has had more than 10 children, but only 3 are alive now. You're already 12, it's about time. You should gain some combat experience before entering your domain. It'll look better, brother said. If your Majesty commands, I am ready any time. You have a demonic sword too, so it shouldn't be too difficult. When was your last real combat, brother? Before brother could answer, the horses whinnied and the carriage suddenly stopped. I pitched forward inside the carriage, grabbed the edge, and barely kept my balance. Before I could even ask what was going on, please help. A girl about my age was kneeling in front of the carriage, begging desperately for help with pleading eyes. Her clothes were ragged, her hair messy, and she was barefoot, looking as if she had just escaped from somewhere. A few seconds later, several other boys and girls in similar condition fled out of an alley. And shortly after, a group of about 10 adults appeared, chasing after them. Their faces showed the arrogance characteristic of those deeply involved in the underworld. You're causing trouble? Hey, come here. Enu. Let go. The men grabbed the boys and girls and tried to drag them back into the alley they fled from. Though the street had many witnesses, all kept their distance with indifferent expressions. Noah, I know. I nodded to Brother Henry, then jumped down from the carriage and stepped into the fray. Stop! Huh. Who the hell are you? Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, kid. Do you have registration? Huh. Registration, license, what's the name of your shop? I fired 3 questions at them in quick succession. The men couldn't answer, gulping sharply for a moment. They glanced at Brother Henry, exchanged eye contact. As expected, they were black slave traders. You don't have registration. You know under imperial law that unregistered human trafficking is a serious crime, right? Shut up, he's just a kid, take him down. One of the men shouted, and another released the captives and lunged at me. I extended my right arm sideways, and the Leviathan appeared on my right arm, where earlier there was nothing. On the inside of my wrist is a bracelet that stores Leviathan. It's custom-made, shrunk Leviathan to the size of a needle so it fits perfectly. Before I used to hide it in my ear, but this one has even better concealment and portability. I swung Leviathan. A light blue afterglow trailed as I slashed across the man's shoulders. Blood spurted like arrows and his arms drooped uselessly. Impressive, Brother Henry applauded from behind. I only cut the muscles, stop here. If this goes further, it won't be a joke. WH what now? I don't care, he's just a kid. If we all attack at once, we can handle him. It was a reckless command, but the men obeyed and charged simultaneously. I swung Leviathan again. Though my level is still 1 and my abilities remain weak, I'm no pushover for these thugs. I unleashed the swordsmanship ingrained in Leviathan's memory and cut the limbs of all of them, rendering them powerless. Whoa, just as the last man fell, the bystanders around let out admiring cheers. What was that move? Amazing! So cool, like a master swordsman. Who's that rich kid? Ignoring the curious voices, I called out to the boys and girls sitting or lying bewildered on the ground. Are you okay? Why, yes, answered the first girl who had stopped our carriage. I see. Are these men black slave traders? Yes, all of us. Hold it right there. The girl nodded and was about to explain why they ran away when another man appeared from the alley behind. He was short, and unlike the brutes earlier, he didn't seem to rely on brute strength. But his cloudy eyes and the sinister aura in his voice were several times worse than the rough men. He came right up to me, looked me straight in the eye, and then bowed formally. It's an honor to meet you, Prince Wise, your highness. Who are you? I make a living dealing with children like these. My name it's better if I don't say. Why not? Because I am an agent of the Crown Prince, your highness. The man said this and gave a nasty smirk. The Crown Prince? Yes, he nodded again. I see he's different from the rough ones. He knows who I am and is threatening me not to interfere because the Crown Prince, my older brother, is backing him. Several options flashed through my mind. There were many bystanders around. I turned to Brother Henry. Brother, do you know this man? I asked, giving a subtle signal. Brother looked momentarily puzzled but then shook his head, responding, No, I don't. It seems Brother doesn't know him. Neither do I. Of course, someone like me? I didn't let him finish. I brandished Leviathan, intimidating the man. The man, hit directly by the killing intent of the water demon's sword, foamed at the mouth and fainted. Then, loud enough for the onlookers to hear, I said in an exaggerated tone, Really, imposters pretending to be Brother's retainers. You might fool others, but you can't fool Brother or me. An impostor. By the way, who are these two? I know them. That's Prince Wise, the patron of Alice. So he's the real one? Those guys were the fakes. Apparently, some people recognized me, and rumors quickly spread in the direction I steered them. I turned to one of my servants who had been standing next to the carriage. Arrest these men and take them to the Crown Prince's residence. Tell them they're impudent for impersonating Brother in public. Yes, sir. Take the children to my mansion for now. We'll hear their story later. My servants tied up the fallen men and escorted the boys and girls away with them. After things settled down, I jumped back into the carriage, and Brother Henry whispered to me, audible only to me. Well done, Noah. You handled that skillfully. I had no choice, I sighed. If they were truly under Brother's command, I couldn't just cut them down. Then Brother would resent me, and rumors that Brother is a black slave trader would become true. Even if they were fakes, it's best to have Brother deal with them. Heh, what's so funny, Brother, suddenly laughing like that? I was just thinking how your methods always surprise me. They're amazing. Brother Henry smiled very happily. After the commotion with the black slave traders had settled, I invited my older brother back to the mansion to have dinner together. In the great dining hall, we sat facing each other across a long table, with quite a distance between us. Though I didn't really need to be so formal with Brother Henry, this was also part of proper etiquette. As the maids served the meal and we were about to start on the main dish, the butler Dylan entered the dining hall. Dylan first bowed to Brother Henry, then whispered in my ear, Understood, you may step back. Very well. What's the matter, Noah? What happened? The people from the household of the first imperial prince, Brother Gilbert. Oh, what did they say? Brother Henry stopped eating, and his eyes gleamed sharply as he asked. Thank you for capturing them. Upon interrogating the insolent ones, they indeed were conducting business under my name. We planned to bring them to court tomorrow, but they committed suicide when we weren't watching. I see. Brother Henry sighed, and I sighed as well. Truly, people are treasures. We exchanged glances and nodded slightly to each other, as if acknowledging the same thought. We both understood it was probably the same words running through our minds, cutting off the lizard's tail. Dead men tell no tales. That's true in every age and place, and to go so far as to silence them. The black slave trading was something Brother Henry ordered, wasn't it? Yes, Brother Henry nodded. Gilbert has always been like that. He was obsessed with business, owning shops, buying estates. Anyway, he threw himself into those things. Can't be helped, brother. What? Brother Henry looked surprised, furrowing his brows as he stared at me. Brother Gilbert is the first imperial prince but a concubine's son, so he couldn't become crown prince. Maybe to vent his frustration, or because he couldn't inherit the empire itself, he sought a substitute. Business and estates, those are his replacements, his territories. After I said that straight out, Brother Henry kept looking at me silently for some reason. What's wrong, brother? No, you understand that too. Truly impressive, you are. Really, it's just something you can figure out if you think about it a little. Not everyone can, though. Brother Henry smiled slightly and began to eat the main dish the maids brought. Because I had just heard such a disgusting thing cutting off the lizard's tail, the meal didn't taste very good. After Brother Henry left, I was in the mansion's living room. I was there with my bodyguard Shirley and several boys and girls all in the same room. Under the lantern's light, the children who had been about to be sold knelt before me. There were 5 in total, 3 boys and 2 girls. They were about my age. If only their encounters and origins had been slightly different, we could have been playing hide-and-seek together. I asked them, "I've managed to pull some strings for now. You are all free. You won't be sold this time." Although I declared their release from slavery, the 5 neither looked particularly happy nor sad. Rather, they looked at each other in confusion. "Is this, that? Feel free to go anywhere. Do you have anywhere to go?" "No," one of the girls, the one who had stopped my carriage first and was in the middle, answered in a barely audible voice. "You don't have anywhere?" "Yes. I was sold to pay for this year's seed rice. I was sold to pay for my mother's funeral, to reduce mouths to feed." Each of the boys and girls told me their story. All of them had nowhere to go home to, or if they did, they would probably be sold again. Incidentally, it's actually more profitable to sell to black slave traders. There's no trick. Black slave traders don't pay taxes, so they can afford to pay more. Parents who once sold their children to black slave traders will likely do so again, even if their children come back. I understand. Dylan, I clapped my hands and called the butler Dylan. Almost immediately, Dylan entered the room. "You called, Your Highness. I'm taking all of them in, provide beds, and assign appropriate work." "Yes, sir. And if there's anyone smart, make sure they get education, too." "As always, sir." "Will you buy us?" one of the girls asked, half surprised, half joyful. "I'm not buying you. You may leave whenever you want, but—" I paused and looked at each of the children in turn. Sensing something from my gaze, they all shifted uneasily and held their breath. "I never use someone who leaves again. That means I don't forgive traitors." The children were left dumbfounded. "Huh, was that too difficult?" Sensing this, Dylan interjected. "All you have to do is not betray me and serve sincerely. Now go thank your prince." Urged by Dylan, the children knelt and thanked me before being led away. Left alone in the room, I suddenly remembered something. "Call Evelyn." I clapped my hands and said so, and after a moment the maid Evelyn appeared. She had long been in charge of hospitality at the mansion. "Yes, your master. Here, I brought this for you," I said as I took out a large envelope and handed it to Evelyn. She looked puzzled. "What is this?" "It's a commission. You're now the magistrate of a small land in Almeria." "Magistrate?" Probably unfamiliar with the word, Evelyn echoed it flatly. "It takes effect immediately. Now you are an official." "I me?" The fief given to the prince is quite large. Naturally, the prince can't handle everything alone. So the land is divided into smaller areas, with magistrates sent to govern as deputies. The magistrate is the prince's proxy. Commoners also call them Dakin. From maid to magistrate, that's quite a promotion. I've watched you for years. Among the maids here, you're the smartest. It's a waste for your intelligence to be used only for hospitality. That's why I decided this. Evelyn looked away, clearly choosing her words carefully. "I want to serve my master more, rather than going out and rising through the ranks." Evelyn pleaded sincerely. Her earnestness was clear. "I understand, but you have potential. If you grow and succeed, it means I had a good eye for people." "Ah, go out and work for me? Why, yes, understood." Holding the commission like a lifelong treasure to her chest, Evelyn left the living room with a face half happy, half determined. "Amazing, huh?" I turned to see Shirley. Shirley had been guarding me all this time. A bodyguard's job isn't just about protecting physical safety. Depending on the situation, nobles sometimes can't retaliate directly without losing face. That was the case here. If the children had suddenly attacked, as the prince I was not supposed to strike back personally. That would lower my noble status and make the children's offense of attacking a prince even more severe. So I left Shirley there. Shirley is a knight, not a noble. If the children did anything, Shirley could handle it without problem. Shirley was now staring at me with amazement and admiration. What is it? The way the Crown Prince Your Highness uses people is completely— Shirley, I interrupted her. That's enough. Even if you think that, don't say it aloud. Why, yes, I'm sorry, Shirley apologized hurriedly. Though she apologized, she kept looking at me with respect afterwards. The next morning, I was summoned to the audience hall for the morning assembly with Your Majesty and the ministers. After finishing a round of official duties, I was called forward. I stepped out from the line of ministers, knelt on one knee, and bowed to Your Majesty. After receiving my bow, Your Majesty said, "I've heard the story, Noah. You protected Gilbert's honor, haven't you? It was accidental, Your Majesty," referring to the black slave traders, so Brother Gilbert himself reported it. Clever. It looks better to report something properly than to hide it. However, there were insolent ones who used Gilbert's name to trade slaves illegally. What crime is black slave trading under imperial law? It's prescribed that those who trade slaves without permission, human trafficking, face amputation of the dominant arm if the principal offender, and military service punishment if accomplices. Is that so? First Prime Minister, Your Highness is correct. The first Prime Minister, standing at the front, slightly bowed in response. I see, Noah, were you hurt? I heard they attacked you in a rage. Fortunately, I was able to fend them off. I see. Well, it's Noah. He wouldn't get hurt. If it were me, since I was incognito, I'd have been beaten up while hesitating whether to reveal myself. Then it was Lese Majesté, punishable by death, wasn't it? The first Prime Minister answered as the conversation flowed. No, I contradicted that. Under imperial law, if one does not know the identity of Your Majesty, that is, before Your Majesty reveals yourself, Lese Majesté does not apply. In this case, it's just assault. The audience hall, already quiet, fell even more silent. All the ministers stared at me. I might have overstepped. Talking about Lese Majesté, insulting the Emperor, is a delicate matter. For something like this, it might be better to say it was Lese Majesté to flatter, but it's better to be accurate. Still, I might have said too much. I was about to apologize when— Your Majesty suddenly laughed. Well, First Prime Minister, I win that bet, don't I? I humbly admit defeat. What does this mean? Your Majesty smiled and laughed with the First Prime Minister, saying bet and win all of a sudden, leaving me confused. Oh, I was just making a little bet with the First Prime Minister. I was testing whether Noah would speak strictly according to the law. Why, yes, a test. For what purpose? Impressive, Noah. I've known since 6 years ago that you are strict about the law. This was just to confirm. Noah, yes. In the name of the Imperial Emperor, I appoint Noah Alarate as the Minister of Justice. Why, after a moment of silence, the ministers burst into cheers. Somehow, after being tested and answering as usual, I had been appointed Minister of Justice. After being appointed as the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs in the audience chamber, and after the morning assembly was dismissed, I headed straight to the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice building was just one street over from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Since I had been assisting Brother Henry, I had passed by and seen the building every morning. As I entered the ministry grounds and stepped down from the carriage, several dozen officials were waiting, and they bowed their heads in unison. Only one man in the middle, a middle-aged man, did not bow. Instead, he stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and saluted me. We have been awaiting your arrival, Prince Wise, Your Highness. You've already been briefed, haven't you? Of course. Then lead me to my office. By the way, what's your name? I am Vinny Ozzy. I have been appointed as Deputy Minister of Justice. Number 2, huh? The Deputy Minister is directly under the Minister and manages the practical affairs. Judging by Vinny's appearance, he was just over 40. Holding such a position at that age meant he was quite the rising star. Led by Vinny, I entered the ministry building and was directly taken to the Minister's office. The Ministry of Justice's office was similar in design to the Ministry of Military Affairs, so I immediately felt comfortable upon entering. I sat in the minister's chair and faced Vinny one-on-one. So what exactly should I be doing at the Ministry of Justice? Just a rough overview before the deadline. Yes, Your Highness, the Ministry of Justice oversees courts throughout the Empire and also handles the actual trials within the imperial capital. As you know, there are many nobles in the capital, and, as with the previous rebellion, Vinny paused and looked at me. He seemed to know that I was involved in the Almeria rebellion 6 years ago. Major crimes such as rebellion or treason are brought to the capital, where either the Ministry of Justice or Your Majesty himself presides over the trials. I see. So this place also functions as a regular court on a daily basis? Yes, exactly, Vinny bowed politely. Well, I already knew that much. After all, I retained memories from my previous life. So based on those memories, I cut straight to the point. Do you also preside over trials? In some cases. How much bribe money do you receive? Such things. Enough. I held my hand out to cut off Vinny's words. I'm not interrogating you. I just want to know the reality. What you tell me here will be forgotten once you leave this room. Speak honestly. As expected of the wise Prince Your Highness. Vinny bowed deeply and then spoke. I am one who does not take bribes. Annually, it's about several hundred lien, I suppose. I have my principles. Those below me probably take 10 times that amount. Principles, I do not accept bribes related to murder cases. Why not? Because the plaintiff is resentful, such cases are more likely to be exposed, and it would be disastrous to become the target of revenge. I accept some bribes only in less serious cases, where the outcome is uncertain. I see. I took a piece of paper from the minister's desk and scribbled some words on it. I threw it to Vinny. What's this? If you take 500 a year, I'll give you 5,000 10 times that. Stop accepting bribes while I'm here. I want to live up to His Majesty's expectations. And I want your help. Vinny's eyes widened and he froze, but after a moment the meaning of my words seemed to sink in. Now I understand why His Majesty named you wise Prince Your Highness at the age of 6 and appointed you as the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Is that so? Yes. I'm impressed by your approach, truly admirable. Vinny returned the note to me, bowed deeply, and said, I do not need extra money, and I will no longer accept bribes. Please allow me to work for Your Highness. Normally, I would be suspicious of such sincerity. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F plus F Fire FMP. F plus F Water, E plus S Strength. F plus E Wind, F Stamina. F plus F Earth, F Intellect. F plus E Light, F Spirit. F plus F Darkness, F Speed. F plus F Dexterity. F plus F Luck. F plus F. At the edge of my vision, I saw my status screen. The plus marks for MP and intellect had increased. The value after the plus increases as I gain more subordinates, an ability unique to me. At this moment, it was clear that Vinny truly intended to work for me, as he stated. That night, at the residence of the 8th Prince, Brother Oscar's mansion. After hearing various things at the Ministry of Justice, a messenger from Brother Oscar came, inviting me to a celebration arranged to honor my appointment as minister. I had no reason to refuse, so after a brief discussion, I headed there. Brother Oscar had set up a banquet in the garden. The garden was as bright as daytime, with hundreds of lanterns lit. The main table was in the center, and a band played a little distance away. Although I was the only guest, Brother Oscar spared no expense or manpower. Thank you, brother. I don't know how to express my gratitude for such a grand celebration. I'm happy too. In His Majesty's 50-year reign, you are only the 2nd prince to become a minister, and since it's Noah, I had to celebrate even more. Right, thank you. After toasting with Brother Oscar, servants began bringing out dishes one after another. They did not place the dishes on the table. About 20 servants each carried large plates of different dishes and circled around our table. This was a traditional imperial banquet style. If you saw a dish you liked while they were circling, you would call out, and a servant would serve you a small portion. Otherwise, they kept circling with the dishes on display. This is truly a joyous occasion. Is it? What's wrong, Noah? You're making a strange face. Worried about something? I was just wondering why His Majesty suddenly started appointing prince ministers one after another. That's because you're adorable, isn't it? Oscar teased. It was certainly one way to look at it. Brother Henry became Minister of Military Affairs because he suppressed the rebellion in my fief, Almeria, and I was appointed Minister of Justice. One could say that I was being favored and spoiled. But is that really the case? Is there something bothering you? Oscar put down his half-drunk wine and looked straight at me. You know, the empire once nearly collapsed, and after its revival, the system changed drastically. Yeah. Before that, except for the crown prince, nobody did anything. The princes lived in luxury and idleness. So, except for the crown prince who studied governance to succeed, all others were incompetent, and that nearly destroyed the empire. That's why now when a prince is born, he is made a prince with a fief and given proper training. I said this, and Oscar nodded in agreement. We were reviewing the current state of the empire, essentially the introduction. So, what's your point? Don't you think the current situation is even one step beyond that? No way. Oscar jumped up in surprise, knocking over his chair. The servants holding the dishes stopped circling, and the band stopped playing. In the silence, Oscar stared intently at me. You mean a replacement for the crown prince? I don't know, maybe not. If His Majesty simply dotes on me, then there's no problem. Yeah. Oscar sat back down on the chair the servants had righted and smiled wryly. That would be quite something, Your Highness. Oscar began to speak, but another servant, dressed like a butler, approached. After whispering to Oscar, his expression changed. After a while, the butler quietly left after reporting, "What is it, brother? You were right. This is incredible, Noah." "Huh. According to information from the bribed eunuchs at tomorrow's morning assembly, they intend to appoint me as the Prince Minister of Finance." The atmosphere froze. Neither Oscar nor I said anything. Oscar's ministerial appointment clearly went beyond simply doting on me. "For now, let's toast to Noah's celebration and to Noah's prediction." Oscar said that. I switched my mood and toasted with him. While Oscar and I were having this somewhat awkward celebration on the palace rooftop garden about 20 meters above ground, two elderly men were there inside the Empire's pride, the Sky Garden. One was the Empire's highest authority, the Emperor. The other was the first Prime Minister, his longtime trusted advisor who had overseen many affairs both openly and behind the scenes. The Emperor gazed at the moon from the Sky Garden while the first Prime Minister quietly read a report behind him. "Keats and 167 others have been captured. What about their confessions? They demanded His Majesty's abdication, requested that the retired Emperor take over, and for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to ascend the throne, in line with the preemptive excuse we uncovered." I see. 50 years of reign, 45 as Crown Prince. Perhaps he can wait no longer. Please note, there is no evidence whatsoever that the Crown Prince was directly involved. We will not find any, both openly and covertly. The first Prime Minister spoke with both facts and the words of a trusted confidant. "I understand. That is why we will do nothing against Albert. Execute Keats and that will be the end." The first Prime Minister said nothing more. He did not overstep with the Emperor. He always strove for fairness and never intruded. That was the main reason he had served as first Prime Minister for over 25 years during the Emperor's 50-year reign. What happened to that leak about Oscar's appointment? "Just now I sent a eunuch who usually takes small bribes from Your Highness. It seems Your Highness anticipated it." "Oh, apparently no, Your Highness was present as well." Oh, the Emperor's previously gloomy expression brightened. "So that means Noah was aware of my intentions?" "Yes, this was reported by a eunuch attached to the 8th Prince's residence." As expected, Noah is truly amazing as always." The Emperor, excited, looked like a father doting on a child. But that lasted only a moment. Without the child before him and alone with his trusted advisor, the Emperor quickly returned to his usual expression as Emperor. "Gilbert won't do, Albert won't do. Who is it? Who can succeed me? Henry, Oscar, Noah? Anyone will do. Let them overcome the trial I give." The Emperor was indulgent as a father, but above all, he was a person who combined that with the strictness required of an emperor. Late morning at the Ministry of Justice, inside the minister's office. I was alone with Vinny, the deputy minister. After reading through the list of names in his hand, Vinny said, "These are the main and accessory conspirators involved in this rebellion." "They're all people close to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince," I remarked. Every name was familiar. The Crown Prince's trusted aides, former tutors, knights, anyone could see they were nothing but the Crown Prince's faction plotting rebellion. "What will you do?" I sighed and rubbed my temple. "If it were just these men, we could handle it by the book and impose the proper sentences." The real problem, I glanced briefly at Vinny. He looked away awkwardly. It was an obvious reaction. There was just one issue: whether or not the Crown Prince was involved. Imperial law grants the royal family certain leniencies even if they break the law. Except for one case: rebellion. If a royal family member is involved in rebellion, whether main or accessory, the punishment is the severest: execution by beheading. And with such closely connected people, it was impossible that the Crown Prince had no knowledge of it. Even in ordinary crimes, failing to report a known crime is itself a crime, though for something like theft, it might mean a light sentence or a fine of just 1 lien. But that is clearly defined by imperial law. And if the Crown Prince knew about the rebellion and did not report it to the Emperor, that alone would be a capital offense. That was the real problem: the Crown Prince's rebellion and execution. Such a scandal could shake the Empire itself. "Has Your Majesty said anything?" "Yes, His Majesty ordered me to repeat the original message. Those persons shall be punished accordingly." "I see," I sighed. "What does that mean?" "His Majesty apparently does not want to make a fuss. Understandable, of course. So, we will punish only those on this list. Fortunately, the rebellion is confirmed. There's no need for confessions." "Indeed. So all are sentenced to death and immediate execution." "As expected." Vinny bowed deeply. The look in his eyes was one of genuine admiration. "Even with death sentences, there are 2 types of execution timing. One is immediate execution, the other is an annual batch execution. Those with heavier crimes or no mitigating circumstances are executed immediately. Whereas, if there is some room for mercy or other unknown crimes, execution can be delayed." Delaying execution leaves the possibility of a general amnesty. For example, if someone killed a person who murdered a family member, imperial law prescribes beheading, but the execution can be delayed up to 3 years. If a general amnesty occurs during that time, the person gains freedom. There's also another story. A man sentenced to death had mitigating circumstances, so he waited 3 years for execution but never encountered amnesty. His family bribed a prison guard to send a woman who got pregnant by the man, thus continuing his bloodline. In other words, executions can be delayed for such reasons. But I decided on immediate execution for all. His Majesty clearly did not want to involve the Crown Prince at this time. That's why I chose this course. After deciding, I stood up from the minister's chair. Where to? To have an audience with His Majesty, just to be sure. Understood. I'll prepare. Thank you. I left the minister's office and the Ministry of Justice, got into a carriage and headed straight to the palace. Upon requesting an audience with His Majesty, I was led to His Majesty's study, a room as large as a library. His Majesty was reading some documents but looked up when I entered, smiling and standing. "Oh, you've come, Noah?" "Yes." I knelt on one knee and bowed deeply before standing to face His Majesty. "What is the matter?" "Regarding the rebellion." "I see. What about the punishment?" "According to imperial law, the ringleaders shall be executed by beheading and the accessories sentenced to death." I paused to separate the most important part of the report. "All are to be executed immediately." Well done." His Majesty clasped his hands behind his back and paced around the study. "Cruz?" "Yes." The loyal eunuch Cruz appeared out of nowhere as usual. Noah did well. "Increase his annual salary by 1,000 lien." "As you command." Cruz received His Majesty's imperial edict and left expressionless. Indeed, avoiding involvement seems the best choice. Such a sentence doesn't merit a raise, but the fact that it was given was His Majesty's message. "Well done, Noah." His Majesty approached me, patted my shoulder, and looked me straight in the eyes. "Good work." The serious look only reinforced that impression. "I expect more from you going forward. Do your best." "Yes." After leaving the study, I boarded a carriage outside the palace and returned to the Ministry of Justice. Given the situation, the conspirators had to be executed immediately. As the carriage approached the ministry, I could hear a commotion even from outside. Jumping out, I asked a young guard looking flustered, "Hey, what happened?" "Your Highness, there's been an intruder." "An intruder?" "Yes, several comrades have been killed and the intruder is inside." "You, go to the Ministry of Military Affairs and get my older brother." I started to say to get reinforcements, but stopped myself. At this timing, it's better not to escalate. "Gather everyone here, don't let anyone out or in except me, even if it's a prince." "Why, yes. Go." Watching the panicked guard run off, I drew Leviathan from my bracelet and restored it to its original size. Carrying the demonic sword, I charged into the ministry building. Inside, I heard the clash of swords, screams, and shouts. Moving toward the sounds, I saw a black figure running toward me after slashing down a guard with a dagger. Looking closely, the figure was covered from head to toe in black clothing to conceal their identity. "Kai!" They screamed and lunged at me, slashing with the dagger. "Too slow." I parried the strike with Leviathan and countered by cutting the tendons in their limbs. When they collapsed, I generated a gag from my ring linked to the demonic sword to prevent self-harm. With their movements mostly restrained, more followed. This time 3, dressed identically in black with bloodstains splattered over their clothes. They attacked simultaneously, 1 from the front, 2 from the sides, a well-coordinated combination. I deflected their dagger strikes with Leviathan and manipulated their attacks so they slashed each other in a circular pattern. A to B, B to C, C to A, then I cut their limb tendons and gagged them. The commotion gradually subsided. At least the sounds of battle stopped. "Your Highness," Vinny came rushing from around the corridor corner. "Are you unharmed, Your Highness? You defeated them all. What incredible skill. Is that so? Well, more than 20 guards have been killed or injured, and the rebellious group. All were killed. The matter was too big, so the rebels were being held not in an ordinary prison, but at the Ministry of Justice." "All of them?" "All." Vinny looked me in the eyes and nodded. That was what he implied. In other words, these 4 were the Crown Prince's men. The Crown Prince tried to silence them to protect himself. "What will you do?" I was silent, then drew Leviathan and cut my own side. I made a deep cut on my flank. Blood spurted out. "Your Highness, these 4 attacked me. If a prince inflicts serious injury, what is the heaviest sentence?" Vinny gasped, understanding. "Death penalty for all and immediate execution." "Then do it." "Understood." Vinny called the able-bodied guards, and on the spot, I ordered the 4 I had stopped to be finished off. After confirming all were dead, Vinny returned. "Execution carried out." "Good. Your Highness, well done. This settles the matter." "Phew. If I had made one misstep, the entire nation could have been shaken, Crown Prince." The next day, I was summoned to the palace study, and as I stood at the entrance, I heard the voice of your majesty from inside. Noah, you're injured, so no need for formalities. Yes, your majesty. Still, I gave a slight bow of acknowledgement and entered the study. Your majesty was, as always, surrounded by a vast number of books that could easily be mistaken for a library handling state affairs. You've come well, Noah. How is your injury? I am ashamed, your majesty. That's good. But to injure a man as strong as you, was the assassin really that formidable? Your majesty looked straight at me and asked, so this is how it goes. Yesterday I had silenced the assassin who was meant to silence me, using a feeble excuse, but I never thought I could fool your majesty about it. From experience, I know how sharp your majesty's senses are. There's no doubt the report of me self-inflicting the wound has reached him. So I recited the script I'd spent the entire previous night preparing. Strength, I said. I believe it's not about swordsmanship alone. No matter how skilled, one can be unsettled by mental attacks. Your majesty stared at me for a moment, then nodded. I see. Although he had been scrutinizing me just moments before, now his expression was one of approval. You are a fine son, a son who is a pride wherever you are presented. It seemed your majesty truly understood that I had self-harmed after careful consideration. If all were like you, I would be saved. Do you know, Noah? What is it, your majesty? Emperors called wise rulers, 9 out of 10 tarnish their late years. I felt my eyebrows twitch involuntarily. Tarnishing one's late years. This must refer to the story of the Crown Prince's rebellion. Setting aside flattery, your majesty has governed the empire skillfully. He can rightly be said to have ushered in an unprecedented golden age in imperial history. Future histories will no doubt record him as a wise ruler, but if the rebellion had succeeded, if forced to abdicate to the crown prince and made a retired emperor, he would be written as someone whose late years were sullied by a righteous uprising even his own son could not control. Exactly, tarnishing one's late years, that's what it means. Your Majesty's straightforward words led me to another realization. He no longer trusts the crown prince. The reason he doesn't act immediately is because disinheriting the crown prince would, to some extent, also mean tarnishing one's late years. But there's no definitive proof yet, so I continued with the script I had prepared last night. Your Majesty, I dare make a request. Speak. Myself, Brother Henry, and Brother Oscar, though we were all appointed as minister princes by your Majesty, this is all new to us, so there may be some missteps. Therefore, I believe a person is needed to coordinate us. A coordinator? You mean appoint a first prime minister? No, I suggest establishing a new position, the prime minister prince. Prime minister, prince? Your Majesty rolled the phrase around on his tongue. Yes, prime minister, the one who governs all. It would be the role of uniting us minister princes. I wish for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to assume that position. Your Majesty regarded me suspiciously, as if alarmed by my sudden proposal. Such a reaction is natural at this stage. I continued. The plan for the Prime Minister Prince is as follows. By making the Crown Prince the coordinator of the various ministries we serve in, he would be made to imitate the Emperor's role, thus suppressing any rebellious thoughts. Having been Crown Prince for 45 years, he's surely eager to ascend. This would serve as a pressure release, and the final decision-making power remains with your Majesty. We would report to you after joint consultation, so this only adds a layer of management without burdening your Majesty unnecessarily. But what if the Prime Minister Prince rejects matters and doesn't bring them to me? Your Majesty raised a fair question. Of course, I had an answer prepared. To prevent that, I would request direct appeal rights for each Minister Prince. If any prince feels something is absolutely necessary, they could appeal directly to your Majesty without passing through the Prime Minister. Impressive. After staring at me for a moment, your Majesty muttered so softly I barely heard. He appeared to have understood my intention. The essence of my proposal is to exalt the Crown Prince and let him do the part, but with no real power. He would be our superior in name only, while the final decision-making remains with your Majesty, and if we disagree with him, we can bypass and speak directly to your Majesty. In other words, the Prime Minister Prince would be a nominal position, one that could exist or not without much difference. Yes, that would be the best outcome, he murmured quietly. Sure enough, your Majesty knows everything and understands my intentions. A truly wise ruler, as he is rightly called, I am convinced that not tarnishing your Majesty's late years is the single best way for the people to live in peace. Good. You've made a fine proposal. I shall accept this petition. Thank you, your Majesty. The details can be worked out later with the Prime Ministers. Your Majesty said this and slowly walked over from behind the desk. When he reached me, he placed his hand on my head. If only you had been born earlier. I said nothing, not even a word of acknowledgement. I thought it best to pretend I hadn't heard. Perhaps your majesty felt he had said too much because he removed his hand, cleared his throat, and stepped back a little. Well then, Noah, you must be rewarded. Such a proposal cannot be rewarded with money. It would be dull cruise. Yes. As usual, my trusted eunuch appeared silently. We will go to the treasury. As you command, Cruz said and left the study. Your majesty turned back to me. If I recall, that ring was something you found with your keen eye. Yes, your majesty referred to the ring on my thumb. Usually a ring, but when activated, a magical artifact that becomes armor. Currently, it's linked to Leviathan, who automatically deploys or retracts the armor to protect me. Let us go to the treasury. I want to see your keen eye. To the treasury, yes? Yes, choose one thing you like. Understood. I was excited to see what I would choose. Your Majesty's eyes showed his anticipation clearly. Following your Majesty, I entered the palace treasury. It was larger than my own estate's storage alone. Unsurprisingly, it held a staggering amount of treasures. Well then, choose, your Majesty said excitedly. I thought for a moment and ordered Leviathan. I commanded it to search the entire treasury, avoiding your Majesty and the eunuch Cruz, and to emit a warning. In the vast treasury, only one response was found. I walked straight toward the direction of the signal. At a certain shelf, I took a jewel box. Opening it revealed a ring set with a jewel that looked like a flame. This one? Oh. To choose this without hesitation. Impressive, Noah. Your Majesty praised me with an excited, joyful face. I had Leviathan emit the warning to find something possessing the same existence, personality, or soul as it. This ring was the one that responded. To choose that, Luthier, you truly have a discerning eye. Amazing, Noah. Thank you. With your Majesty's permission, I placed the ring, the Luthier, on the thumb opposite to that of the armor ring. Then the status that had always been visible in my sight changed. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 1/infinity HP, F plus F fire, F plus CMP. F plus F water, E plus S strength. F plus E wind, F stamina, F plus F earth, F intelligence, F plus E light, F spirit, F plus F darkness, F speed, F plus F dexterity, F plus F luck. F plus F perhaps because it was low from the start. But astonishingly, the fire plus jumped all the way up to C, a remarkable eye for appraisal. Your Majesty's repeated praise showed it was indeed an amazing ring. Luthier, it possesses the power of fire, does it not? You saw through it that far? Yes, and it seems to have considerable power. Shall we test it? Then let's go outside. Your Majesty said this and started walking ahead. Leaving the treasure vault, he called his trusted eunuch Cruz and ordered him to prepare a target. That won't be necessary, Your Majesty. Oh, you look like you have an idea. Yes, then show me. With permission from Your Majesty, we went out into the garden. I bowed to Your Majesty and stood a little apart. Luthier, which brought a plus to my status, has two things in common with Leviathan. One is that it has a will. That's why it connects to the plus bonus, I suppose. The other is that, regardless of my abilities, it can launch attacks by the power of the ring alone. Luthier also has a charge attack similar to Leviathan's. I unleashed it, aimed at myself. In an instant, my body was engulfed in flames. Noah, Your Majesty was startled. He instinctively took a step forward and reached out his hand, clearly surprised. I'm fine, I said, still ablaze. Because my voice was so normal, Your Majesty was surprised twice, his eyes widening in astonishment. I casually raised Leviathan so it was visible. I see. After a few moments, Your Majesty's expression turned understanding. Though I doused myself with Luthier's flames, Leviathan reacted. Linked to the armor ring, Leviathan immediately produced a water-based shield. Water and fire are mutually weak against each other. If equal in strength, they simply cancel out, but if one clearly outmatches the other, the effect magnifies drastically. To put it in numbers, an attack with 100 firepower normally produces 100 effect. The same goes for water. However, if 100 firepower attacks an opponent with 99 water power, the effect nearly doubles to around 200. Conversely, if 99 firepower attacks 100 water power, the effect drops near zero. That is the current situation. Even though the ground around is melting, you remain completely unfazed. Impressive, Noah. Your Majesty was also amazed. Luthier's flames were strong enough to melt the ground into a gooey mess, yet it had no effect on me. This means Leviathan's power is stronger than Luthier's. Is something wrong, Your Majesty? Despite the heat enough to melt the ground, I feel no warmth at all. Your Majesty said, suspiciously extending his palm toward me, who was still engulfed in flames as if it were just a campfire. Please look at the ground again. The ground, it appears the melting is contained within a circular area. Yes, I am also holding it back to keep it from spreading. Remarkable. That is amazing. Much obliged. I bowed deeply to Your Majesty's praise. I had come to understand Luthier's power and had demonstrated it to Your Majesty. With that, I ordered Luthier to retract the flames. What had been flames moments before reverted as if nothing had happened. No scorch marks were left on my hair, skin, or clothes. Only the ground, melted into a gooey puddle, showed the true strength of Luthier's power. To be able to control it so completely is truly admirable, Noah. I am honored. Very well, I hereby bestow Luthier upon you once again. Use it to serve the Empire with greater vigor. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty looked satisfied, turned on his heel, and said, "Follow me," as he started walking. We returned from the garden to the palace and went straight to the study. Your Majesty took his seat behind the desk, and I stopped where a subordinate should stand. "There is one matter on which I wish to hear your opinion." Your Majesty extracted a single report from a mountain of documents and handed it to me. I took it and read through. It was about Your Majesty's younger brother, my uncle, Graham Alarate, who had voluntarily offered to pay a fine of 30,000 liens. Did Lord Graham do something wrong? His son, my nephew, ran rampant in Graham's territory and eventually in a drunken quarrel killed the person involved. I see. He was punished accordingly, but Graham himself claimed it was due to his son's lack of supervision and offered to pay the fine himself. Under imperial law, Lord Graham bears no guilt. Just as children are not obligated to repay their parents' debts, a child's crimes do not extend to the parent. As the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, I gave the legal interpretation based on imperial law. I agree. Still, Graham must be fearful. Offering to pay the fine himself is his way of buying peace of mind. I glanced again at the figure written there, 30,000 liens, a considerable sum. In the imperial capital, the average monthly income of an adult male is about 10 liens. 30,000 liens is 3,000 times that, roughly 250 years' worth of earnings. What do you think, Noah? I believe it must be firmly rejected. Why? We cannot collect fines from someone innocent even if they offer themselves. Then how about revising the law to clarify this point? Your Majesty looked at me intently. The Treasury is chronically strained. Disaster relief and rebellion suppression all require money. So Your Majesty wants such temporary income, I understand, but I said firmly with a serious face. If such a precedent is created, those who can pay will think paying money means innocence. Although imperial law does not permit this, once such thinking spreads, the threshold for crime lowers. Indeed, that is true. The deterrent effect of the law would be lost. Furthermore, most of these people are merchants, nobles, and officials. This will ultimately lead to political corruption. I see. The Treasury's shortfall is a severe problem, but it must be replenished through proper means. Indeed. You are right, Noah. Thank you for your frank counsel. I will consult with Oscar, the Prince Minister of Finance. We will likely ask for your opinion again. As you wish. When I said this, Your Majesty nodded and wrote something on the papers before him. When finished, he signed and sealed it. An official imperial document, a decree. He handed it to me. I accepted and read it. It began by praising the 13th Prince, who is, in fact, the exceptionally wise prince that I am, and concluded by appointing me to the position of Prime Minister's advisor. The Prime Minister title comes from the Prime Minister Prince Minister I had suggested, and this is the advisory role. It's an honorary post. Do you not like it? No. Your Majesty, what is it? While paying money to escape punishment is out of the question, how about making it possible to pay money for honor? I shared the idea born from this newly created honorary position of Prime Minister's advisor. Honor, for example, people who donate 1,000 liens to the Treasury could be granted an honorary knight title. Thanks to knowledge and memories from a previous life, I understand this well. Humans, once they have a certain amount of money, more than they can spend, begin to seek honor over material things. Nobles often become patrons to various people for this reason. Having more money than they can spend, they raise their prestige by nurturing talented but underprivileged individuals. It's the same concept. I see. Your Majesty's eyes seem to shine brightly. However, it must be purely honorary. Honorary knights cannot participate in knight selections afterward, nor gain real power. This must be stipulated. But in return, they will be personally commended by Your Majesty. Thus, it would specialize solely in honor. Exactly. An incredible concept. Well done, Noah. Your Majesty's eyes sparkled even more. Crews, summon Oscar immediately. This is urgent. Your Majesty seemed eager to discuss the matter with Oscar, the Prince Minister of Finance, showing enthusiasm for my proposal. Your Majesty, I bowed at the waist and looked straight at Your Majesty. What is it? I just remembered some unfinished work at the Ministry of Justice. I would like to ask for permission to leave. Your Majesty furrowed his brows, tilting his head to look at me. This is as far as it goes. Like with anything, being too pushy is not good. This applies here as well. Your Majesty called for Oscar, the Prince Minister of Finance. If I stayed here any longer, I might inadvertently encroach upon Oscar's domain. Things like this should be kept in moderation. No, they must be kept in moderation. So before Oscar arrives, I reported to your Majesty with a suitable pretext to request my dismissal. After staring at me for a while, your Majesty let out a faint sigh and said, "Wise Noah is." It seems he saw right through everything. But as expected of the Emperor, he didn't press further and returned to his original expression. "You are dismissed. Thank you very much." I gave a final one-knee bow and exited your Majesty's study. After leaving the study, I began walking outside. I spotted a eunuch nearby and beckoned him over. He came towards me. As he approached, I recognized him. "Sees, huh?" "Yes, sir. Every time I come to the palace, I run into Sees, a low-ranking eunuch. I'm returning to the estate, prepare my carriage. It's already waiting outside. Efficient. Thank you. Seems like things are noisy over there. Did something happen?" "What are you talking about?" Sees answered in a high-pitched voice. Eunuchs usually have their genitals removed during childhood before entering the palace, so most of them never grow facial hair or experience voice changes. According to doctors, after a man becomes an adult, some secretion in the body that should be produced no longer is, which causes this. By the way, in the past, choir boys belonging to the church were castrated similarly to preserve their boyish voices. But now, except for eunuchs employed by the royal family, the imperial law prohibits removing genitals. We're cleaning up after what your highness just did. Me. Apparently, the ground melted into a donut shape, and everyone is puzzled about how such a thing could happen. Among us, various rumors have been spreading. I see. Everyone who saw it is stunned by the power of your highness. Some even tried digging up the soil after it melted and fell into the hole. The hole is so deep that those who fell broke their legs. Careless, here. I took a leather pouch from my pocket and tossed it to Sees. As usual, it contained 100 rians as a reward. For medical expenses and your trouble. Thank you. Everyone says even though his highness is young, he is kind to those below him. Flattery is best kept moderate. No, it's the truth. It said your highness will be marrying soon. Many are already hoping to serve you with the competition ratio over 100. Is that so? Not only the palace, but also the prince's residence can request eunuchs. Eunuchs are castrated to prevent mistakes with noble wives or concubines. It's essential to preserve the purity of the emperor's bloodline, but even prince-class nobles take this seriously and often have eunuchs in their estates after marriage. Looks like the number will keep increasing. Among your majesty's children, it seems you're the most popular. I see. By the way, what's that in your pocket? I shifted the topic away from a politically sensitive matter and pointed near Sees's pocket. Oh, this? Sees took out a transparent box from his pocket. Inside were 2 rhinoceros beetles. I brought these for His Highness the 16th Prince. He likes to have rhinoceros beetles battle each other. I see. The 16th Prince, my younger brother, is just 3 years old this year. Since he's still young, he lives in the palace instead of having a separate residence outside. Though he receives fairly strict education as a prince, many children ask eunuchs for harmless toys like this. I heard that the 4th Prince, Brother Henry, also liked such things. Making light conversation with Sees, I left the palace and boarded the waiting carriage. Where to? Gigi, a new maid standing beside the carriage, asked me. To the estate. Why, yes, understood. Though still inexperienced, Gigi passed my order to the coachman. The carriage started moving and Gigi walked alongside. As the carriage swayed, I glanced at the ring on my thumb. A gift from your majesty, a new piece of equipment, the Luthier's ring. I have to learn to use this well. I suddenly recalled the rhinoceros beetles Sees had. Remembering that, I asked Leviathan and Luthier if it was possible. Both answered possible. Then I commanded them to proceed. I linked the armor ring to both Leviathan and Luthier. Both transformed the armor ring. After a while, 2 dolls appeared. They were the size of my palm, both connected by their feet to the armor ring. One was sky blue, holding a sword. The other was red, clenching a fist. In the next moment, the 2 dolls began to fight. Right before my eyes, atop the carriage, the 2 dolls battled. The sky blue swordsman's movements looked familiar from Leviathan's memories, similar to the way I wielded the sword. This one had more power and speed. When I grow, I'll be able to move like this. The red martial artist's movements were new to me, but it was enveloped in flames on both hands and feet, throwing punches and delivering kicks. Using Luthier's power, I could move like this too. The fight didn't last even a minute. The sky blue swordsman, Leviathan, overwhelmed Luthier, finally breaking through the guard and slicing the torso cleanly in half. Wow, I heard a voice of admiration from the side. Gigi, walking alongside, looked at me with respect. What is it? Master, that's amazing. What is that? Didn't you used to have rhinoceros beetles or crickets battle each other? The village boys did that. It's the same thing, but it's amazing. That's magic, right? Something similar. I thought a moment and imitated Leviathan's movement. I mimicked the last slash that bisected Luthier, swinging the drawn demonic sword. Leviathan cut the carriage's decorative ornament at the front. Huh, it passed through but didn't cut. It did. Look, I pinched the tip of the ornament and lifted it. Wow! Then, following Leviathan's advice, I gently returned it. The ornament restored itself perfectly. There was no sign of a cut. It seemed to have fused back as if sucked in. The carriage moved through the town, and the wheels bumped over a pebble, causing the carriage to bounce slightly. But it's not falling off. The cut ornament remained perfectly attached. Gigi stared at it with curiosity. I grabbed the ornament again and showed it to Gigi. The cut surface is smooth, right? Yes. If you slice with a certain technique, it becomes smooth like this, and when returned, it fits perfectly. Wow. Amazing, Gigi's eyes shone brightly as she said. I smiled faintly and thought about Leviathan and Luthier. A mock battle combined with the armor ring. With this, I can practice the skills inside both of them. It was a happy accident that I devised a good method. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw my status screen. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 2/infinity HP. E plus F fire, F plus CMP, F plus F water, E plus S strength, F plus E wind, F stamina, F plus F earth, F intelligence, F plus E light, F spirit, F plus F darkness, F speed, F plus F dexterity. F plus F luck, F plus F. For some reason my level had increased and my HP had risen one step. Why, just then I noticed the ring. Could it be? The next day I woke up to find myself inside the gazebo in the garden. As the kanji, Chinese letter suggests, a gazebo is a structure with no walls, supported only by 4 pillars, with just a roof on top. A cool breeze blew through the gazebo as I had the maid, Zoe, by my side and made Leviathan and Luthier fight. I linked the armor rings to create their duplicates and let them battle. With the water demon sword and the ring of fire, both possessing high abilities, I chose to do this in the garden gazebo rather than inside the mansion to avoid breaking anything. We fought 10 rounds, and Leviathan won all 10 times, though both had high capabilities. Leviathan was overwhelmingly superior, that aside. You leveled up, huh? I muttered, shifting my gaze from the 2 puppets after the battle to the status display in the corner. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 3/infinity HP, E plus F fire, F plus CMP, F plus F water, E plus S strength, E plus E wind, F endurance, F plus F earth, F intelligence, F plus E light, F spirit, F plus F darkness, F speed, F plus F dexterity, F plus F luck, F plus F. My level had gone up by 1 again. Just like yesterday. I raised it by making Leviathan and Luthier fight. This time strength improved by 1 rank, now E Zoe. Yes, master, Zoe nodded, closed her eyes, and cast a status check spell on me. It's been over 6 years since she entered my mansion. Having received my kindness and wanting to repay it, she learned many things. Status check magic was one of them, with the spell she cast. My stats immediately appeared. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 3/infinity HP, E fire, CMP, F water, SS strength, D wind, F endurance, F earth, F intelligence, E light, F spirit, F darkness, F speed, F dexterity, F luck. F. The version I saw was quite different from this one, lacking the plus signs and instead showing some kind of combined value. Amazing! You really leveled up without fighting yourself. I've never heard of anything like this. This is the result of these puppets fighting. Then. If you keep making them fight, do you keep leveling up forever? It's not that simple. The experience points you get from the same opponent decrease the more you fight them. I leveled from 1 to 2 after 1 fight, but going from 2 to 3 took 10 fights. At this rate, raising from 3 to 4 with Leviathan and Luthier would take over 100 fights. I guess you could if you had enough patience. I see. That's disappointing. Well, at least I learned something. What's that? That I should gather more puppets like Leviathan and Luthier. Even if it takes 100 fights to level up, having 200 puppets would make it instant. True, Zoe nodded in agreement, and I restarted the fights between Leviathan and Luthier. Though it barely had any effect now, I still let them battle. It was quite informative. Watching Leviathan and Luthier fight helped me understand their abilities more clearly, especially seeing them in action from a third-person perspective. So, with Zoe serving nearby, I watched their endless battles. So far, Leviathan had won every time. Luthier didn't seem weak by his movements, but compared to Leviathan, he was clearly 1 or 2 tiers below. That's why he was overwhelmed. At the same time, I also grasped Luthier's personality. Unlike the loyal dog Leviathan, Luthier was quite competitive. Though under my command, he immediately signaled, "Next," with a frustrated feeling every time he lost. I made them continue battling indefinitely. I caught a moment of weakness in Leviathan's movement after he dodged an attack. A moment of stiffness right after deflecting the blow. Because I could also use Leviathan's skills, I clearly saw that opening. At the same time, since I could use Luthier's abilities too, I realized he couldn't exploit that weakness to break through. Unfortunately, Leviathan would survive that opening and win again. Just as I thought that, Luthier's movement changed. Though he completely lost his balance after being dodged, he expelled flames to suppress the momentum and regained his footing. Then with his gauntlet engulfed in flames, he swung a full hammer punch and struck Leviathan. Leviathan's body was cleaved in two and then burst into flames. Luthier won. I could directly feel the competitive spirit flowing from Luthier. "How's that? I did it! Well done, Luthier, your moves just leveled up." Joy flowed from Luthier's emotions. At the same time, the status in the corner shifted. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level. 3/infinity HP. E plus F fire, F plus B MP, F plus F water, E plus S strength, E plus E wind, F endurance, F plus F earth, F intelligence, F plus E light, F spirit, F plus F darkness, F speed, F plus F dexterity, F plus F luck. F plus F. My level and attributes remained unchanged except that the plus after fire increased. "You improved more than I did." Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, clapping sounds came from behind. I turned to see older brother Henry approaching, accompanied by a new maid, Evelyn's replacement. "Brother, as expected of you, Noah, even though it's your will to make the rings grow too." "Where were you watching from, brother?" I chuckled. For a while now it looked interesting. "I see." As I smiled again, brother Henry entered the gazebo and sat across from me. "By the way, do you need something, brother?" "Ah, yes, actually, the monster lair managed by the Ministry of Military Affairs has matured." A monster lair matured. That was a phrase I didn't know from my previous life, but learned after being born as a prince in the imperial family. As an imperial prince, we cannot fight in actual battles without the Emperor's permission to prevent premature death. That's why I stayed at level 1 until yesterday. And to prevent accidents on the first battle, they sometimes prepare a somewhat safe hunting ground, a monster lair, beforehand. This is under the Ministry of Military Affairs jurisdiction. I see, so that preparation was completed. I have also obtained your Majesty's permission, so I will perform a divination about your first battle. Divination? This. Brother pulled out a seamless box and handed it to me. "What is this?" "It's a famous fortune teller's box. When opened, it foretells what you need to know. This one is designed to divine the necessary troop strength for your first battle." "Such a thing exists. We have to be careful around here." Brother's expression turned serious. "Having too many troops accompany you on your first battle would be a future stain. Too few would be dangerous and futile. That's why we divine the appropriate number like this." "I see. By the way," Brother's expression suddenly changed. He grinned mischievously. "That costs 10,000 lians per box. That's expensive." Since becoming a prince, my sense of money has somewhat shifted, but even so, this surprised me. If it were a con artist, I'd laugh it off, but it was brother Henry, the 4th Prince and Prince Minister of Military Affairs. It must be an item worth the high price. "What do I do with it?" "Anything, just open it. The answer is inside." "Understood." I said so and applied some force to the box, pressing and twisting it. The seamless box unraveled like a thread. That thread then dissolved away, leaving a single sheet of paper. I grabbed the paper and read the characters. "What's wrong?" Brother, who had stood up and peeked at the paper, was also surprised. On the paper was just the number 1. "Does this mean one person is enough?" "That's right." "Amazing, Noah." Since he brought the box himself, brother fully believed the divination's result reflected my true ability. As night fell, I was in the mansion's living room watching the mock battle between Leviathan and Luthier, ordered to keep it restrained, when a maid knocked and entered. She was Cecily, who had taken over Evelyn's position and whom I usually didn't see at this hour. "Master, there is a visitor." "Who is it?" "A messenger from your Majesty carrying an imperial edict." I immediately stood up. Though it was late at night, when it came to an imperial edict, I had no choice but to meet the messenger. "Show him in." "As you wish." Cecily left the room, and after a while a man entered. I was a bit surprised. I recognized him. Rice Cake. He was one of brother Henry's subordinates and until recently had been involved in suppressing a rebellion. "Your orders?" "Yes, sir." I knelt on one knee before Rice. A messenger carrying an imperial edict was, in a sense, the Emperor's representative. Etiquette required that all respect be shown to your Majesty, and in cases like this, where an edict was being delivered, it would be considered disrespectful for a third party to interfere. So I knelt on one knee, bowed my head, and quietly listened. "The first battle of Prince Wise Noah Alarate is to be postponed. Stand by until further orders." "Most grateful." After responding, I bowed once more and stood upright. In the next moment, as if by some exchange, Rice knelt before me and bowed his head. "Long time no see, your highness." Right, you're brother Henry's houseman, aren't you?" "Sir," Rice responded and lowered his head further. Sometimes, members of the royal family would send their servants or slaves as officials or military officers outside. Those with such origins were called housemen, meaning people produced from noble families. A while ago, I had also sent Evelyn as the magistrate of a small land in Almeria. It was the same concept, though Rice had advanced much further than Evelyn, and there was something important. Though they were officials with a public status, they were also servants of the royal family. Rice was not only Brother Henry's servant, but also mine. That was why, as soon as the edict was delivered, he knelt before me and bowed his head. "I see you may relax. Most grateful." With that settled, I sat back down on the sofa. Rice naturally stood facing me. "Zoe, did you call?" Zoe came in. "Give the messenger travel expenses. 500 lions." "Yes, understood." Zoe left the room, and I faced Rice again. "I understand your Majesty's edict, but why has this happened?" "That is solely thanks to your power, your highness." "What do you mean?" "Lord Henry, when the Ministry of Military Affairs reported the fortune-telling results to your Majesty, His Majesty was greatly pleased." "I see." "In response, he commanded it be done on a grand scale. The Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Finance will jointly carry it out extensively." I nodded quietly. That kind of thing was important, too. Commoners loved tales of heroes. If the protagonist was from the royal family, it needed to be widely promoted with grandeur. Having a first battle alone is unprecedented. Your Majesty is thinking, together with Lord Henry and the Eighth Your Highness, of ways to spread the magnificence throughout the Empire. I nodded further. If that was the case, then regarding the first battle, I wouldn't have to appear in public for a while. The next day, I headed to Cobalt Street with Shirley. For Luthier's growth and my level up through mock battles, I came to Cobalt Street, where antiques and treasures gathered, to find magical artifacts like Leviathan and Luthier. I searched around with Shirley, but found nothing resembling what I sought. Well, things like Leviathan or Luthier weren't easy to come by. Both were genuine treasures, not something that appeared easily. Not finding one was understandable, so after a round of searching, I ended up at Alan's shop, a familiar place. Alan, who was in the shop, greeted Shirley and me with a beaming smile and led us to the VIP room. I sat down while Shirley the knight stood behind me in a vigilant stance. "What kind of item are you looking for today?" Alan asked, massaging his hands like a good merchant. "I'm looking for an item." "Well, a magical artifact with a will of its own." "I see. Do you have anything like that? Anything will do, for example, a cursed doll. If it's that, well, no, that is, I gave Alan a look that said, "Why are you hesitating all of a sudden?" Between us, what I just mentioned was a fake. It's the kind of item pushed on amateurs. "I see," I chuckled. "In shops dealing with antiques and treasures, of course, such things happened. So you don't have anything now?" "No, I'm terribly sorry." "That's fine." Then I took a leather pouch from my pocket. It was money set aside for when I found treasure. "Keep this. There's 10,000 lions. Contact me if you find something that looks promising." "Yes. If it's something truly found, I'll give you a separate reward." "Well then," I said that and left the shop with Shirley. Alan walked us to the door and bowed deeply, seeing us off. "Now what to do next, What's wrong, Shirley? You look strange." After leaving the shop, I noticed Shirley had been staring blankly. No, I was just wondering about what just happened." "What just happened?" "Well, you gave money," Shirley said with an uncertain tone. "You mean the shopping?" "Shopping? I've never seen that kind of shopping before. Paying money, especially 10,000 lions, when there's no item." "Ah, I mean, that's amazing, and you didn't even ask the price." I understood her feelings. If I were still in my previous life, I'd have reacted the same. But well, that's how noble shopping works. I left Cobalt Street with Shirley, who was still amazed, glancing at the items in street stalls as we went. "Hey!" Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the crowd. It was so loud the bustling market instantly fell silent. "Say that again, what did you just say?" In the silence, the voice came again. Looking toward it, even from a distance, I could clearly see a balding man shouting at a stall owner. "WL, this item was reserved by another customer. I said I'm buying it." "Eek!" The stall owner shrank back at the man's renewed threat. I approached. "Stop that!" The man turned to me. "Huh. Well, if it isn't Noah or Alarate." "You know me?" The man's demeanor instantly changed. "No, that wasn't right. It was more like a polite but rude attitude." "Pardon my late introduction. I am Darren, houseman of Prince Gilbert." "Darren? Have we not met at the Imperial Household Ministry?" "Humph." The Imperial Household Ministry oversaw the internal affairs of the royal family. While the Ministry of Finance managed the Empire's treasury, the Imperial Household Ministry managed the Emperor's and the royal family's wallets. Because of close contact with the royal family, they often looked down on other ministries with a strange elite consciousness. "That's fine, but what are you doing?" "I was just saying your behavior was intimidation." "Oh my, your highness Noah, are you unaware that although you are the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, the Imperial Household Ministry personnel cannot be prosecuted except for crimes of treason or rebellion?" Darren looked at me with disdain. "We have extrajudicial privilege, so to speak. This is to maintain the stability of the royal family, and it is clearly stipulated in imperial law." That was true. I had forgotten since I rarely dealt with the Imperial Household Ministry, but it was indeed so. Still, so I ask you to refrain from interfering. "And Noah-sama," Shirley timidly called my name. I must have looked pretty scary just now. Servants of the royal family, especially princes, held considerable status. Even a lowly gatekeeper might be regarded on par with a low-ranking knight if connected to royalty. If the person was a houseman of His Majesty the firstborn child, first Prince Gilbert, holding privileges of the Imperial Household Ministry, this kind of attitude wasn't surprising. "I understand, that's fine. But, Darren asked with a look that said, "Is there more?" while still looking down on me. "Your brother Henry's houseman, right? Then why are you just standing there staring at me?" Humph. For the first time, Darren's expression changed. "What Rice did to me yesterday. At first, I knelt when Rice came to deliver the edict, but once it was done, Rice knelt before me as a royal houseman. It was the same here. Darren should be more respectful toward me. I didn't realize, too late Shirley. Yes. Arrest him, tie him up somewhere, and whip him." "What?" Darren's eyes widened in shock. "Are you sane? I serve Lord Gilbert. Don't you realize you've dishonored Brother Gilbert's name?" "Do it, Shirley." "Yes." Understanding, Shirley stepped forward and seized Darren. He resisted, but Shirley possessed strength enough to break through Leviathan's barrier. Effortlessly, she caught Darren and twisted his arms behind his back. "Rope, please use this." A man from the onlookers stepped forward, offering a rope. "Thank you." Shirley took it, borrowed a post from a nearby stall, and tied Darren up. Then someone offered a whip, which Shirley accepted. "Noah-sama, how many lashes should I give?" I paused, glanced at Darren, then said to Shirley, "If you or my maids, my housemen, oppress the people, I will show no mercy and sentence you to death." "I understand." Shirley nodded and began to whip Darren without hesitation. Instantly cheers erupted. "Serves you right. Always so arrogant, now you've got what's coming. We thank Prince Wise." Surprisingly, the crowd was delighted, laughing as they watched Darren being whipped. Shirley continued to whip Darren until he breathed his last. Noah-sama, sitting on a bench a little distance away and waiting, Shirley came over, bowed, and reported, "That man has died." "Understood. Also, several policemen have arrived. They must have heard the commotion. But when they learned your highness was here, they stayed back at a distance, unsure of what to do." "Expected. Policemen are commonly called the cops. This name comes from their duty to patrol to maintain public order. The city's policemen, of course, fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. Though they came to maintain order upon hearing the disturbance, it's no surprise they were at a loss when they realized the one handling things was the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, their boss's boss's boss, so to speak. "Send them over here?" "Yes." Shirley bowed again and went to relay my order. After a while, 2 young policemen arrived. Both were nervous and stumbled as they approached me, then fell to their knees. We didn't know the Prince, your highness, was here. We deeply apologize." They spoke with obvious fear and no decorum, but I ignored that. "Since there are 2 of you, that works. One of you over there, handle that corpse. If he has family, have them take him. If not, cremate him immediately." "Why, yes. You go to the Imperial Household Ministry. Report that Darren, the first prince's retainer, was punished under the law for disrespecting Prince 13 and record it." "Understood. Go." They both ran off happily. They clearly misunderstood that I had been upset, but felt relieved I hadn't unleashed anger on them. As they left, Shirley returned. "What shall we do now, Noah-sama?" "Get a pair of handcuffs." "That's fine, but..." "Why?" Shirley tilted her head in puzzlement. She had carried out my order and continued whipping Darren until he died. Having seen it through and confirmed his death, it was natural for her to wonder why handcuffs now. "I'm going to put them on myself. Children's size is fine." Shirley was even more surprised, left dumbfounded. I walked with Shirley on foot to the residence of the Crown Prince, located on the outer perimeter of the palace, same as my mansion. My hands were cuffed with the handcuffs Shirley had procured. With my hands still cuffed, I approached the gate guards. Well, your highness the 13th, huh?" The guard, who recognized me, began to smile obsequiously, but was speechless when he saw the handcuffs. What's the meaning of this?" "I've come to apologize to older brother. Please report it." Yes, please wait a moment." Despite the situation far exceeding the capabilities of a mere gate guard, he did his best. He made me wait there, then went inside to report. After a while, an elderly man appeared. His name was Coyle, a long-time butler at the Crown Prince's residence. "Long time no see, no adono." "Apologies for the sudden visit. Is older brother at home?" "Gilbert-sama is waiting inside." Please come in." Unlike the gate guard, Coil showed no sign of being fazed by my arrival in handcuffs. Led by Coil, I entered the Crown Prince's residence, with still nervous Shirley in tow. We were taken to a room decorated with luxurious furnishings. It was the finest reception room, with several gifts from Your Majesty displayed. Gilbert was looking out the window, but turned and approached when I entered. "Oh, good to see you, Noah. What's with the handcuffs? Some new kind of game?" Gilbert asked with a carefree smile as he looked at my handcuffs. "I've come to apologize to older brother." "Apologize? What's this all about? I handled your retainer, Darren, earlier. I wish to apologize for doing it without consulting you." I then briefly explained what happened on Cobalt Street. "That's only natural. A retainer talking back to a prince deserves death." But Gilbert stroked his chin and looked up thoughtfully. Darren, I don't remember him." "If I may," Coil, the butler who had guided us, spoke up. "He's a man transferred from this residence to the Imperial Household Ministry a few years ago." "Ah," Gilbert clapped his hands. "Oh, now I remember, that's him, don't worry about it." Gilbert smiled. "He was badly behaved, so I kicked him out, so he's hardly a retainer anymore. Don't worry about it, Noah." "I see, so that's how it is. Thank you," I bowed immediately. "Actually, you did well, Noah. If you had left him unchecked, he would have continued causing trouble under my name. You protected my honor." Gilbert said that, then nodded to Coil, who took the key and removed my handcuffs. "You're impressive after all. It makes sense that Your Majesty appointed you Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Usually, things don't escalate to the point of punishment there." "Thank you, older brother." I went along with Gilbert's version of events, made some small talk, and then left the Crown Prince's residence. After leaving, Shirley and I walked around the palace perimeter. Noah-sama," Shirley finally asked, still looking bewildered. "What is it? What happened just now? What do you mean?" "Well, it's just..." Shirley twisted her neck, struggling to find words but coming up empty, groaning in frustration. "You thought older brother's attitude was strange? That's it, but I can't put my finger on what was odd. He was furious. But he seemed so calm. He was angry, but he can't break with me over a single retainer. We're both princes, and I'm also the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. My favor from Your Majesty surpasses even his." "I see. Besides, I came to apologize in person. The younger brother admitting his mistake first shows magnanimity, something the heir must demonstrate. You understand, right?" "Ah, yes, I understand. Exactly, if you apologize first, he can't be mad. Amazing." Shirley was impressed and amazed. "There's one more thing." "What is it?" "If this issue had been brushed off, older brother would have harassed me later. It'd be as if we were enemies." "Yes, but I apologized personally. Older brother had no choice but to forgive. Nobles care about face. Once they say something, they won't take it back." "You thought that far? Amazing." I smiled faintly, seeing Shirley's admiration. It wasn't really necessary to go this far, but better safe than sorry. The next day, after finishing work at the Ministry of Justice and returning home past noon, the butler Dylan was unusually waiting for me at the entrance. "What's wrong, Dylan?" "There's a visitor. A guest." "Yes, from the Imperial Household Ministry. They've been shown to the reception room." "Understood." I headed straight to the reception room where the man had been taken. Upon entering, the man standing up abruptly bowed on one knee with force. "Pleased to meet you, Your Highness the 13th. My name is Don Oates." I slightly lowered my chin and sat on the sofa. "Have a seat, thank you." Don sat down timidly at the edge of the sofa he had just vacated. "So, what do you want? I heard about what happened yesterday." "Oh, I was impressed by your handling of the situation, Your Highness the 13th. I have come to ask to join your service." "You want to serve me?" "Yes, please." "Understood, but I am the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. It's hard for me to promote someone from the Imperial Household Ministry." "I don't mind. I just want to be of use when Your Highness needs me." "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." "Thank you," Don bowed happily. After seeing him off through the window, I called Dylan. "What is it?" "Investigate that man. Be cautious." "Yes, sir." Dylan left the room without asking why. The following day, after waking up and having the maids tend to my face washing, teeth brushing, and hair styling as usual, Dylan arrived. "I have a report. Details about that Don have been uncovered. Though cleverly concealed, both his parents are servants of the Crown Prince, a steadfast lineage. Sometimes nobles arrange marriages between servants. Noble residences, especially those of princes, are heavily guarded. Leaving is not easy, and interactions are limited to maintain secrecy. Thus, marriages between servants are often arranged. And naturally, children born to servant parents also pledge loyalty to their master. That's what it means to be a servant or retainer of the nobility. He is likely sent by the Crown Prince as a spy. Expected. Don't tell anyone we know this. Knowing he's a spy means he can still be used." "Yes, sir." Dylan paused briefly, then spoke in a different tone than when reporting. "Your discernment in recognizing a spy at first glance is truly remarkable." Discernment? Well, that's one way to put it. The status icon always visible at the corner of my vision. Even after letting Don join, his plus stat never increased. It was obvious in my heart he hadn't truly become my subordinate. One afternoon, Byron Allen came to visit. Byron is under my command, so instead of meeting him in a reception room for guests, I met him in the living room I use daily. I was sitting on the sofa, and Byron was standing. Behind Byron, servants were continuously bringing in boxes and stacking them up. Watching this, I asked Byron, "What's going on? What are all those?" "I just received word from the Imperial Palace. Ada has been granted your Majesty's favor and has officially become a concubine." "I see." I nodded in understanding. Ada is the woman Byron presented to the royal palace as a servant. She met me 6 years ago, and I advised Byron to select her. Now this woman has been embraced by your Majesty and promoted to consort. "This is a small token of gratitude," Byron said. Indeed, still seated, I looked at the boxes behind Byron. Most of them were open, revealing gold, silver, and treasures inside. "You really splurged. This must be about 30,000 lians. What's wrong? Surprised?" "No. I'm just amazed at your Majesty's discernment. To hit the exact amount right on, impressive as always." "So that was it. Well, it's good news for now. First step is becoming a concubine." "Yes, the rank above concubine is consort, then principal consort, and at the very top is the Empress." "Yes, I hope she can eventually rise to principal consort." I nodded in agreement with Byron's hopes. "The women in your Majesty's harem are ranked by status. At the top, of course, is the Empress. Below her is the principal consort, which has the meaning of legitimate. Below the principal consort is the consort, indicating a secondary status, and at the lowest is the concubine, marked with the character for common. Just like officials, the consorts rise in rank through favor and the status of their sons. The crown prince's mother is the Empress, and the mother of princes is automatically a consort. Since I became Prince Wise 6 years ago, my mother was promoted to principal consort then. Since there can only be one Empress, the principal consort is effectively the highest attainable rank below her. From here on, all we can do is pray for your Majesty's continued favor." "No, from here it's politics." "Huh," Byron looked surprised. He seemed to have never considered what I just said. "I said politics. Of course, winning your Majesty's favor is the fastest way, but beyond that, politics among the consorts is crucial." "Is that so? What if you slip a perfume that your Majesty hates into Ada consorts things? What do you think would happen?" Byron held his breath, his face turning pale. "The harem is a male world's equal. If you isolate the cruelty, it's a den of intrigue surpassing even men's circles." "Why, yes. Send money and resources to Ada consort. Now that you understand its politics, you know what to do, right?" "Of course, thank you." Byron said that, bowed hurriedly, gathered his servants, and left. I thought for a moment, then took out the paper and pen I always keep in the living room and finished writing a letter. "Is anyone here?" Just after I called, maid Zoe entered. She had probably been waiting just outside the door. "Did you call, master?" "Yes. Deliver this letter along with about 10,000 lians in cash to my mother in the harem." Me. Wouldn't Dylan be better suited for the palace?" Zoe questioned why I had chosen her. "The harem is off limits to men. Not even I, her son, am allowed inside." "Really? Royal children are separated from their mothers immediately after birth and only meet about once a year." "Oh, now that you mention it. I often end up talking about these things with outsiders as casual conversation. Zoe has been with me a while, so she must have heard something about it. That doesn't matter now. When you see my mother, the consort, please also pass on this message. I intend to be Ada consort's guardian." You mean involving my mother in politics?" "That's right. My mother, really? That's royal life. Blood ties mean less than advantage and legitimacy, even between parent and child. Ada is my choice, serious and ambitious. If Ada consort rises, she'll become a valuable ally for my mother." "Wow, the noble world is really intense, I understand. I'll go right away." Zoe wrapped her tongue around those tough words, but obeyed and headed for the palace. That afternoon, a messenger from Barsley's shop on Cobalt Street arrived. The shop owner, Alan Barsley, had found a treasure and wanted me to come at my convenience. I wondered if my bait of 10,000 lians had worked. With that thought, I went alone to Barsley's shop. "Welcome, Prince 13, your highness." As soon as I arrived, Alan greeted me with a big smile. I had been here many times. Feeling at home, I followed Alan into the VIP room at the back. Sitting down, I asked right away, "So what's the treasure?" "Here it is." Alan gestured, and just as he did, his staff brought in something covered with cloth. "That shape a painting?" "Yes, that's correct." Alan nodded to his subordinate. The cloth was removed, revealing a framed painting. It depicted a beautiful woman. "This is called Fuawa." I stood and approached the painting, staring at it closely. "Is it cursed?" "Exactly," Alan said, raising his hand again. Then his staff brought in another painting. This one wasn't covered, and I could immediately see it was a girl. It was just a painting, but upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to the original painting, Fuwawa's beautiful woman. What's this? A replica. I've heard it was made around the same time Fuwawa was painted. I see a cursed painting that grows. That's right. I compared the two paintings side by side. Fuwawa and its replica, it was clear. Through Leviathan, I could sense an extraordinary aura coming from the original. This meant I took out Leviathan. Shrunken to fit inside a bracelet, I expanded it back to its original size. Then I swung it down, with the force to cut the painting in two. Your Highness, Alan was shocked, asking what I was doing. Immediately, he was even more astonished. Though the painting appeared to have been sliced, it was unharmed. From within the painting, the beautiful woman emerged. Her form was semi-transparent, floating in the air. She looked like a ghost. The ghost, Fuwawa's mouth moved as if speaking. I see. What? What did you say? Because there was no physical voice, Alan asked nervously. The paint used in this painting contains her own blood. The painter must have been insane. He killed her as a child, mixed her blood with the oil paint, then painted her. That's? Fuwawa said more. Again, it was a voice without sound, probably only audible to me. What now? She wants to repay me for freeing her. In exchange, she demands my loyalty. After I heard what sounded like understood, Fuwawa returned to the painting. She came out again, then went back in. Because the wedge was cut with Leviathan, she was no longer trapped but using the painting as a vessel, able to come and go freely. And then, name. Noor Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender. Male level. 3/infinity HP E plus F Fire F plus B MP F plus F Water E plus S Strength E plus E Wind F Stamina F plus F Earth F plus F Intelligence F plus E Light F Spirit F plus F Darkness F Speed F plus F Dexterity F plus F Luck F plus F. My abilities even gained a slight plus in Earth. It was a cursed painting, but considering its origin, this was not bad. Meanwhile, Alan watched Fuwawa come and go. Amazing. I never thought a cursed painting could be like this. He was completely amazed. I continued talking with Fuwawa. I could hear a voice, but it wasn't human language. Apart from the voice I heard, something directly flowed into my mind. It was a strange sensation, fluffy and elusive, as if recalling an exchange in a dream, yet somehow perfectly understandable. I see, then give it a try. Saying this, Fuwawa descended onto the floor and her form began to blur. The blurred figure morphed like mist, repeating dispersal and gathering. "Hey!" Alan exclaimed in surprise. "Is this me?" "That's right. Have someone bring a mirror and the two of you stand side by side." Alan called one of his subordinates, who was startled as well, and ordered him to fetch a mirror. Meanwhile, the transformed Fuwawa lined up next to Alan. When the subordinate brought the mirror and Alan looked into it, he was even more shocked. "It's identical," he murmured, speechless. The Alan that Fuwawa had transformed into looked so much like his own twin brother, it was uncanny. "So you can do something like this? There's more, probably like this." I reached out my hand toward Fuwawa. The moment Fuwawa took my hand, she vanished. Alan was surprised that the being resembling himself disappeared in an instant. Immediately after, Fuwawa appeared again, in the same form as Alan just before disappearing. What did you do?" Fuwawa hold out both hands. Alan tried touching each of her hands in order. Both of them obeyed my words. Fuwawa held out both hands. Alan touched the right hand first, then tried the left, and his hand passed right through. "Hey, I made only the right half solid. I can do both sides, but this is just a trial. So originally like a ghost and intangible, but you solidified only the right half." "Yeah. Amazing." Alan's eyes widened even further. The fact that Fuwawa was solidified was linked to the armor ring. Just like Leviathan and Luthier had done, I made Fuwawa do it. A ghost-like transformation ability combined with the armor ring's solidification. Almost a perfect transformation ability. "How far can this go? Can you make the stomach growl?" Gururururu. As soon as I asked, Fuwawa equals Alan's stomach rumbled loudly. "What about disappearing?" "Whoa!" Now the left half, the part not solidified by the armor ring, became transparent. Seeing only half of himself, Alan let out a scream-like voice. "I see you can do it all. As expected of your highness, being able to handle even a first-time subject so well." Alan finally recovered from his shock. After I completely restored Fuwawa to her original form, I said to Alan, "Well done, contact me again if anything happens." "Yes." Returning to Prince 13's residence, I was greeted at the entrance by the new maid, Cecily. "Master, Martha wants to speak with you." "Martha? Who's that?" "She's Zoe's mother." "Ah." After a few seconds, I finally remembered it was 6 years ago. Dasso, Zoe's hometown, had been hit by a flood, and at that time I had given her mother a quiet position in this residence. I vaguely recalled it was a position that was more symbolic than meaningful. "Understood. Call her to the study." "Yes." Martha, with whom I probably hadn't spoken even once in 6 years, said she wanted to talk. Thinking it might be something sensitive, I chose the study. My study, as befitting a prince's residence, was protected by soundproof magic. Ordinary human speech wouldn't leak out, nor could outside voices be heard inside. After entering and waiting for a while, a special bell on the door rang since knocking was unusable. Immediately after, an elderly woman entered. Martha knelt on both knees before me after closing the door. "What is it? What do you want to talk about?" "Yes, by your highness the prince's order, I have been opening and closing the back door every day." "Ah, that's right." Her words reminded me of her job. She was in charge of opening and closing the back gate, which was rarely used, every morning and night. For that, she was paid 10 lien a month. Honestly, it was a meaningless job given out as charity. "So what about it?" "In the past few nights, someone has been meeting with someone else at the back gate in the middle of the night." "Someone? Who?" "Well, the person who recently came to the residence, Martha rubbed her forehead, trying to recall. Judging by her appearance, her memory was fading. "Recently? Yes, from Kanasho, something like that. Don Oates, that's the one." Her eyebrows twitched noticeably. "Don is meeting someone at night?" "Yes. I don't know who they are, but no one here in the residence used to sneak out at night to meet outsiders like that." "I see." I nodded. I had already asked Dylan to investigate, and this was another piece of circumstantial evidence that Don was a spy. "Understood. Here." I took out several dozen lien from my pocket and handed it to Martha. "Thank you for the information. This is your reward. Keep it." "Thank you very much. Don't tell anyone about this. Not even your daughter." "You understood." Clutching the money with both hands, Martha left the study. "This is troublesome, under the moonless, pitch-dark sky at the back gate of Prince 13's residence." As usual, Martha came out of the residence to carry out her daily job. She walked slowly and steadily, appropriate for her age, approaching the back gate. Having closed the gate, which she had left open until then, at that moment, MGH! Someone grabbed her from behind in a headlock and covered her mouth. Martha struggled but couldn't break free. That someone did something to Martha. She twitched once, convulsed violently, then collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. The assailant checked her breathing with a sniff and listened to her heart with his ear. Satisfied, he hastily left the scene. I had been watching this entire sequence from hiding. "You're saved." Behind me, two women were speechless, Zoe and her mother. Was my mother targeted?" Zoe asked hesitantly. "That's right. And they probably tried to make it look like a natural death. There were no external injuries." As I said this, the figure of Martha, who had been killed, trembled from afar and merged back into the ring on my thumb. Then Fuwawa slowly flew over. Martha had witnessed Don contacting an outsider. Predicting that Don would try to silence her, I had Fuwawa take her place in solid form. The one who was killed was Fuwawa, solidified by the armor ring, and she could reproduce biological reactions, so it looked as if she was the one attacked. "Amazing, the person who was my mother just a moment ago," Zoe marveled. "Zoe, why yes, for a while take your mother's body and return to Daso, your hometown. It's better to bury her where she's familiar." That's the plan, otherwise you might be targeted as well." "Ah." Unlike merchants and nobles who constantly bargain with spirits and demons, I spoke straightforwardly to Zoe, who was just a maid. "Understood. I will call Martha back when this is over, have her rest for a while." Thank you so much." Having her life saved and being shown such kindness, Martha repeatedly bowed to me. Master. This might be presumptuous, but shouldn't we watch that person? I already have a plan." "Huh, don't you feel like something's missing?" That master's new subordinate isn't here." Zoe noticed that Fuwawa had disappeared without anyone realizing. "Actually, she's right beside you." Fuwawa touched her shoulder. Eek." Zoe was startled despite my warning. She had felt a touch even though she saw nothing. What's this? Show your face." Wow, this time she was shocked to see a floating severed head. "I can disappear like this. Fuwawa, vanish and keep an eye on that person." Fuwawa nodded with just her floating head and completely disappeared. Only then did Zoe understand. "I see. Amazing, master." She cheered, albeit a little late. "Where am I?" "Awake, huh?" Don, who had woken up in bed, tried to jump up in surprise but felt a sharp pain and collapsed back onto the bed. This wasn't a mansion but a room in a commoner's house on the outskirts of the city. It was just the two of us, Don and me. "Don't push yourself, you were close to death." "Death?" Enduring the pain, Don frowned and looked at me. "Don't you remember? I had everything monitored, so if you don't recall, I'll tell you." It seemed he had remembered. "Yes, after you reported eliminating the witness, the person who was covering for you cut you. Looks like you who messed up were also discarded." "I see." Even lying on the bed, Don's disappointment was clear. "I had someone follow you because I thought something like this might happen, but I never imagined they would actually silence you." I sighed. "My older brother really is. People are treasures." Don turned his face sideways and stared at me. "Did you foresee that I would be discarded? Something like that? You truly are the Prince Wise as rumored." Don chuckled softly, wearing a face that seemed both impressed and resigned. If only I had been on your side from the start, he muttered, his voice tinged with self-mockery. It's not too late even now. Huh, you mean that if fate had been different you would have been my subordinate by now? That's what I meant. So it's not too late even now. You're serious, but I'm strict about betrayal. Once you become my subordinate, you won't be allowed to leave until death. Thank you. Don propped himself up on his elbows, the pain likely fresh, and bowed his head in a kneeling apology on the bed. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 3/infinity HP, E plus F Fire, F plus B MP, F plus F Water, E plus S Strength, E plus E Wind, F plus F Endurance, F plus F Earth, F plus F Intelligence, F plus E Light, F Spirit, F plus F Darkness, F Speed, F plus F Dexterity, F plus F Luck, F plus F. Unlike when I first came as a spy, my status had improved. It was proof that Don was genuinely determined to become my subordinate. All right, then focus on healing your wounds. Tomorrow I'll find a fallen noble and arrange for you to be adopted. A new identity and name. Change your face a bit too. Why yes, you should stay away from the Imperial Household Ministry, or rather the city, for a while. I'll find you a magistrate position in Almeria so you can cool off there. Thank you. That will suffice for now. We'll decide what to do next later. What's wrong? I don't know if I can repay your Highness's kindness, but the Poinix wine that Gilbert presented to your Majesty should be immediately stopped from consumption. Why? When I asked, Don lowered his voice and confided the secret so only I could hear. After leaving the house on the city outskirts where Don was resting, I returned briefly to the Ministry of Justice, then rushed to the palace. Upon entering, I requested an audience with your Majesty and waited. After about an hour, I was led to a study resembling a library. Oh, Noah, what's the matter? Your Majesty, I have a matter of utmost secrecy. Please have everyone else leave. Your Majesty gazed at me as if examining me carefully. You may speak freely. Except for Cruz, no one here can hear. I glanced at the young eunuch doing chores beside your Majesty. He behaved as if he couldn't hear anything during our conversation. I see the palace placed deaf individuals in the study from the start to maintain secrecy. Understood. Your Majesty, please stop consuming the Poinix wine immediately. Poinix. The wine produced in Gilbert's fief and presented to the palace starting this year, right? Yes. Why is that? It's a matter of food combination. I relayed Don's information to your Majesty. Poinix wine itself is good with nourishing and tonic effects, but when consumed with certain things, it turns into a potent poison. What is that certain thing? Something called Dragon's Claw. Dragon's Claw. That's something you and the Crown Prince consume once a year during the ceremony honoring ancestors. Yes. I took a deep breath and continued. I added some speculation to what Don had told me. The terrifying thing about this combination is that the effect of the Poinix wine remains in the body for a week, not just on the day of drinking. Moreover, the wine has been presented for almost a year now, and your Majesty has been drinking it regularly, which effectively proves it's not poisonous. Therefore, when the time comes, no one will suspect the combination with Dragon's Claw or suspect the wine itself. So the culprit's alibi is established, I see? Yes, but that assumes the combination is real. We tested it. Death row inmates were made to consume both under the condition that if they survived, they would be released. The result was, I see, the effect was immediate and severe. Yes, immediate, very immediate. One death row inmate drank only Poinix wine. Another drank only Dragon's Claw. The third drank both. Among the three, the two who consumed only one were fine, but the one who ingested both died almost instantly. I understand. So if this continues, both I and the Crown Prince will die during the ceremony. The Poinix wine has also been given to the Crown Prince, and only you and the Crown Prince consume Dragon's Claw. Yes. Well done, Noah. Excellent work uncovering this. Cruz. Yes. Call Henry, deploy troops to surround the Crown Prince's residence. Further orders to follow? Yes. Cruz, the trusted eunuch, acted on your Majesty's orders. This was good. Sorry, older brother Gilbert, but I couldn't overlook something this serious. Noah, you're dismissed for now. Your reward will be given later. Yes. I bowed once more and prepared to leave the study. I might be asked for my opinion later as Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, but for now, this would do. Just as I turned to walk outside, something flashed through my mind. My feet froze, a strong sense of discomfort. I desperately tried to identify that feeling. Eventually, I remembered. I had been made painfully aware of it many times. The Dasso village incident and many things afterward. Your Majesty's eyes and ears are incredible. Almost everything I do is an open book to him. Yet your Majesty, even with knowledge that Don also had, acted as if learning it just now. That feeling of dissonance, could it be? I turned around and looked cautiously at your Majesty. Our eyes met and he gave a wry smile. You really are very smart, Noah. With that one word, I realized your Majesty had noticed what I had. Why, you knew? Indeed, more than that, I don't even drink the Poinix wine. I have been emperor for a long time, some can't wait any longer. You, it seems, are not like that. I'm not, I answered immediately. Honestly, being reborn and born into the royal family, I've never really felt your majesty as a father. The bond between us is thin. Still, I have no intention whatsoever of killing your majesty to seize the imperial throne. I see. No, Alarate. Yes, I appoint you Deputy Minister of Military Affairs to concurrently serve with your current role as Minister of Legal Affairs. And also Commander of the First Army, known as the Imperial Emperor's Guard. Yes, sir. I accepted the appointment, but was still unsure of your majesty's full intent. I have no intention of going down without a fight. If my son defeats me, it will be a laughingstock for future generations. But if the worst happens, you will command the Imperial Guard, seize control of the Imperial capital, and install a suitable person as Emperor. I swallowed hard. This appointment was the highest trust from your majesty. Several days later in the palace study during the daytime. The master of the study, your majesty, was present, seated at the desk where he always sat. Across from him stood Albert, the crown prince, and I, side by side. All three of us wore extremely serious expressions. In this unusually heavy atmosphere, I took a step forward, cleared my throat to break the silence, and began my report. Older brother, no, the investigation of Gilbert's manor has concluded. We discovered documents in a secret room in the basement detailing what happens when Poinix's wine and Dragon's Claw are ingested together. That's irrefutable evidence of an assassination attempt on your majesty. The fact that it was hidden in a secret room is proof enough. A beast lower than a dog, Albert spat out with hatred. Meanwhile, your majesty looked as if he had aged 10 years from worry, sighing heavily. And Gilbert has been imprisoned as is. To prevent suicide, we have imposed magical restraints on all his movements and assigned triple the usual number of guards. What I reported was an unprecedentedly strict security system. Attempting to poison the Emperor is an unprecedented crime. Nothing must happen before your majesty makes a final decision. If Gilbert were to commit suicide in prison out of fear of punishment, every guard's head would be on the chopping block. No exaggeration. So I have enforced the strictest possible measures to the point of protecting Gilbert from the world itself. I see. And the punishment? Your majesty opened his mouth with a heavy tone and looked at me. He sought the opinion of me, the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. There is irrefutable evidence. It is undeniably treason to attempt to assassinate your majesty. According to imperial law, nothing but decapitation is permissible. Your majesty's expression twisted sourly. Seeing that, I took a breath, then continued. However, in this case, it could be considered an attempted crime. Your majesty's eyebrows twitched. What would happen if it's only attempted? Of course, it remains treason, so decapitation cannot be avoided. But a one-rank reduction in severity with a stay of execution may be applied. Moreover, in treason cases, the timing of the execution can be ordered by your majesty as you desire. I see. Why complicate things like that? Albert tilted his head curiously after hearing my opinion. No, as expected of Noah, considering both the law and human feelings. I silently bowed. Given the gravity of the matter, it felt inappropriate to answer with a simple yes. You've thought this through well, Noah? On the other hand, Albert still seemed not to understand. Although Gilbert attempted to assassinate your majesty, he is still your majesty's son. He might be thinking that even if his son tried to kill him, he could not punish him. Therefore, I proposed the concept of a stay of execution where the timing can be decided by the Emperor's sole discretion, practically a life sentence if desired. Your Majesty understood this and praised me. But, Your Majesty, there is no room for hesitation. Whoever contemplated poisoning Your Majesty should be given the death penalty. Albert insisted on immediate execution. That was also correct, but for a moment I saw Your Majesty frown in discomfort. However, it was only fleeting. His expression soon returned to normal as he pondered for several tens of seconds. Albert, yes, I entrust the execution to you. Go, as you command. Albert knelt on one knee and exited the study. I secretly sighed in my heart. Noah, yes, well done. Your sensitivity is remarkable. That sensitivity alone gives me a sense of relief. I silently lowered my head slightly, just listening. The already heavy atmosphere grew even heavier. Perhaps to dispel it, Your Majesty cleared his throat and changed the subject. The fief of the deceased Gilbert will be confiscated. Originally, I intended to grant it to you directly. That's impossible. I quickly looked up and interrupted Your Majesty's words. This matter started with my whistleblowing. No matter how much Gilbert's downfall is his own doing, if I were to receive Gilbert's fief, it might lead to disputes, no, even sabotage among the princes later on. After I spoke, Your Majesty smiled happily for the first time that day. Don't be hasty, I said originally. Ah, And well said, as expected, that risk exists. Disputes are one thing, but sabotage is unacceptable. Therefore, Noah, you will receive no reward from this matter. I am deeply grateful. I knelt on one knee and expressed my thanks then and there. In return, you will do what is right. Noah, your entry into a fief is approaching. It is time to think about taking a lawful wife. Yes, I raised my head and nodded. Though I am 12 years old now, that is by no means too early for marriage. The first marriage of a royal family member, the lawful wife, is 100% political. The match must be at least socially equal. Considering all that, 12 is almost late. How about my uncle, Prince Lei's granddaughter? No objections? I gave an obvious answer. I see. Actually, I had her compatibility divined beforehand, and it showed there's over a 50% chance you and her would have quite intelligent children. There's even a 1% chance the child could be more talented than you. The further into the future the divination looks, the harder it is to see clearly, meaning it's more prone to error. Marrying at 12 isn't early, but it doesn't mean children will be born immediately. My children will likely have to wait at least 5 more years. No divination can accurately predict 5 years ahead. It would almost certainly be wrong. Still, to be granted such a match is an incomparable happiness. I see, then I shall proceed with marriage arrangements for that granddaughter. Thank you very much. I bowed once more, confirmed that your majesty had nothing further, and slowly left the study. After Noah left, the first prime minister entered the study. Well done, Noah-sama. You didn't even ask for the name or anything about the girl. That is what it means to be royal family, a prince. Even so, few would be able to maintain such stance. Men tend to be at least somewhat curious about their wives. Noah-sama at your age is remarkable. The first prime minister spoke admiringly, and the emperor nodded with satisfaction. It would be a grave offense for Noah to inquire about his bride in that setting. Superiors often arrange marriages for subordinates, and expanding that scale to emperor and prince is no different. Furthermore, one must accept the bride offered by the emperor. Asking for the name or character of the bride could imply refusal depending on the answer. That is unthinkable among nobles, among the emperor and princes. However, even Noah-sama failed to notice this. The first prime minister furrowed his deeply creased brow further and laughed merrily. When I first heard your story, I was a bit taken aback. Not a bad proposal, I suppose. Having served for many years, the first prime minister was relatively frank with the emperor, at least compared to others. It seemed the emperor didn't mind. Ah, it's a blind spot, but indeed a good idea. A grandchild, huh? Choose the successor from your grandchildren. A good grandchild ensures prosperity for 3 generations. The first prime minister repeated words he had reported to the emperor some time ago. How is the reality? Any grandchildren who may surpass me? For now, only Noah-sama holds that possibility, if Noah-sama's talent passes well to his children. I see. I guess I have no choice but to hope. The emperor and first prime minister continued to stare seriously at the door through which Noah had departed. When I returned home, I called Don into the living room. Don still hadn't fully healed from his injuries. As soon as he entered the room, he knelt down and bowed deeply to me with a solemn expression. What's this all of a sudden? Born a prince for 12 years, I was used to being served, but this was something unusual coming from Don. I'm prepared. Prepared? Yes. I suppose I will be accused of the crime of betrayal and informing. I won't offer any defense. At least, grant me a swift execution by beheading. Don't get ahead of yourself. I interrupted Don's trembling, hurried words. Who said I'm going to punish you? But. People are treasures. I won't kill you without reason. Moreover, imperial law states that those who report a rebellion are pardoned. There might be some punishment if you report other offenses, but rebellion is different. Don opened his mouth in astonishment and was left speechless. He didn't know that, so I called you here for several reasons. First, Gilbert was executed. Since he was convicted of rebellion, his faction has completely collapsed. So you no longer need to change your name or leave the capital. That's one thing. Why, yeah. Second, reporting a rebellion carries a maximum reward of 1,000 liens, but that's not enough, so I'm adding an extra 0 to the end. It's my money, so don't hesitate to accept it. Why such a large sum? Don trembled. He probably still couldn't believe he was going to be saved. Even the assumption that he would be executed was premature. He's the one who saved Father's life. What more reason do you need? Third, I said before that I'd hand you over to the magistrate, but now I can reinstate you to the Imperial Household Ministry as one of my household members. Tell me what you want. What's wrong? You don't want that either? And no. Don suddenly raised his head, shook it vigorously, and then knelt again, pressing his forehead to the floor. You are truly a master worthy of my lifelong service. I will follow you wherever you go. After saying that, the look in Don's eyes was that of someone wholeheartedly devoted and enamored. The next day, I went out to the city with the maid Gigi to relax. Should I visit Alice's place, go treasure hunting on Cobalt Street, or try exploring something new? I decided to enjoy the whole day and walked with the maid instead of taking a carriage. Master, there's something interesting going on, Gigi said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gigi was still young and had only recently become a maid. Unlike Zoe or Evelyn, who was currently assigned to the Magistrate, she hadn't completely lost her childlike wonder. Thinking it was nice to see that once in a while, I looked toward where Gigi was pointing. A crowd had formed around a woman in the center. The woman was swinging a sword. I thought sword dance came to mind. A street performer of some kind. It looked interesting, so I led Gigi toward the crowd. Peering through the people, the woman stopped dancing and said challengingly to the spectators, "The condition is to fight me and win. The entry fee is 3 liens. What do we get if we win?" a bystander asked loudly. Judging by his tone, he seemed used to heckling. "Myself, wife, concubine, or servant, whatever the winner commands." Instantly, the crowd murmured. "If you paid the entry fee and won the fight, you could get her." "What does that mean?" Gigi tilted her head in wonder next to me. "It's a kind of auction." "Auction? I mean a bidding. Usually auctions are just about money, but this is one where other conditions can be attached. It originally started as a kind of black market auction." "Wow, Master, you really know a lot?" Gigi looked at me admiringly. I observed the auction woman. She was a bit too strong-willed, but objectively quite beautiful. The idea of getting her for just 3 liens was very appealing. Slaves in the capital were regulated by imperial law, and only certain merchants were authorized, so prices stayed high. Normally one costs no less than 100 liens. Yet here it was 3 liens. Moreover, this wasn't the black slave trade. Imperial law defines black slave traders as those who buy and sell others. Selling oneself is not illegal. Immediately a man stepped out from the crowd in enthusiasm. "So I just have to defeat you, right?" "Yeah, but it's one-on-one." "Ha, no need to be told. I won't share you with anyone else," the man said with a lecherous grin as he reached out to grab her. "Whoa," a cheer rose instantly. The man who reached out spun once and crashed to the ground on his back. He looked up at the sky dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. The woman extended her hand to him. 3 liens? Huh, that's the entry fee. You didn't pay because you were sure you'd win, right? Ah, that's embarrassing. Confidently stepped up and got killed instantly. What a small-minded guy. Mocking laughter spread among the spectators. The man's face turned bright red. He pulled silver coins from his pocket and slammed them on the ground, then fled. The woman picked up the coins, put them away carefully, and said, "Next challenger." Everyone saw how she effortlessly defeated the man, but the idea of getting such a beauty for 3 liens was very attractive. One challenger after another paid 3 liens, but all were repelled. Next is my turn. Entry fee? Don't rush. If you beat me, you'll get her properly." When the man said that, the crowd, now fully engaged, cheered loudly. By now, everyone realized this woman was not ordinary. Most were eager to see the new challenger embarrass himself like the first man. "All right, here I go." The man threw a punch upward toward the woman with some force. Though the punch seemed powerful, everyone predicted the woman would win based on the previous fights. But the woman tried to evade and counterattack, but seemed to get caught by something, stopping her movement. The next moment, the man's fist struck her stomach. It was a clean hit. The woman's eyes widened, she vomited and collapsed, leaning on the man. Like I promised, you're mine now," the man said as he pushed past the startled crowd and tried to leave. "Wait." I pushed aside the crowd and stepped between. "What's your problem, kid? Got something to say?" "Yes, what you did is against the rules." "What are you talking about?" I stepped up and lifted the hem of the woman's ankle to show a needle stuck there. "If your accomplices do something like this, that's 2 against 1, against the rules, right?" "What are you talking about?" Thud. Someone fell a little ways off. I had intimidated and knocked him down with Leviathan. "That guy your accomplice?" "I don't know. Don't lie, Chad. That's Rob, one of your henchmen. They were drinking at our place together yesterday." "Release her. That's cheating." The crowd knew Chad and Rob well. The bystanders jeered at Chad, whose face turned bright red. "Shut up, you brat, you're causing trouble." He flew into a rage and lunged at me, leaving the woman behind. Time to teach him a lesson. I drew Leviathan from my bracelet. First, I slashed both of Chad's shoulders. His arms hung limp, he could no longer use his hands. Then with the follow-up strike, I cut his waist belt. With the belt cut, Chad's pants fell to the ground with a rustle. "Wah, still want a fight?" I pressed Leviathan's blade to Chad's throat. Chad's face flushed even more as he trembled. Seeing this, the bystanders said, "Whoa, what was that? Where did that sword come from?" More impressive was that move. I didn't see a thing. The way he did it was cool. Chad's always so arrogant, this was satisfying. As the crowd chatted excitedly, Chad tremblingly spat out, "Jay, just wait!" He shouted a parting insult and fled. With no use of his hands and his pants cut off, he ran away completely naked, prompting uproarious laughter from everyone around. You're awake." "Huh, The woman suddenly sat up and looked around, her eyes darting nervously. She had a confused expression, as if she didn't understand what had happened to her. Most of the onlookers who had gathered had already dispersed. We had laid her down under the eaves of a nearby tea-house and had Gigi tend to her, so she regained consciousness surprisingly quickly. "Who are you? You should be grateful to this person. He's the benefactor who saved you," said the tea-house landlady, a kindly-looking middle-aged woman, before returning to her busy customers. "Saved me? How much do you remember? The fight? Ah, the attack when I let my guard down. That man had his comrades secretly attack you." "How cowardly!" The woman spat out the words in anger. "I won't deny it was cowardly, but you were also too careless." Why were you even doing that in the first place? No matter who the opponent was, you didn't intend to lose, right? Can you tell?" I chuckled softly. It felt like she didn't say the next part, but I could almost hear her thinking, "A kid like you? You can tell just by watching." This time her eyes held a wary look, like she thought I wasn't ordinary. "If he meant to do something, he would have done it while you were unconscious." "That's true. So why were you doing that?" "Because I didn't have travel expenses." "Travel expenses?" She nodded, her face twisted as if tasting something bitter, and began to explain. "I came to the capital this year for the night selection, but I didn't make it. I thought it was a mistake, so I stayed in the city and asked around. While waiting for the investigation, my funds ran out. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to return to my hometown, so I did what I did. Wait, that doesn't make sense." When she admitted she failed the night selection, she looked down, crestfallen. But when I spoke, she quickly raised her head and glared at me angrily. "What do you mean it doesn't make sense?" "Don't be mad, that's not what I mean. I saw your skills just now. Someone with your ability shouldn't have failed the selection. Even considering that the opponent was just some random guy in the city, her skills were impressive. She was on par with Shirley, the only knight I had recruited, failing despite that. Unthinkable. I thought so too, so I asked around through connections. Then I was able to meet with the 10th Prince, the examiner. The prince said, if you're a woman, well..." She hesitated and blushed deeply. Her expression was neither shame nor anger. Enough, I get the gist." I knew the 10th Prince well. He was my older brother. He was the type to be blunt and straightforward, likely telling her to offer her body just because she was a woman. That was his personality. After thinking briefly, I asked her, "Do you still want to become a knight?" "Of course, I plan to come next year too. No matter how many years it takes, I will become a knight through my own strength. Then there's no need to rush back to your hometown." "Huh." I took a small pouch from my pocket and handed it to her. "What's this money?" 100 lions, enough to stay in the capital for about a year." Gigi, aren't there some unoccupied houses on Tyler Street?" "Yes, master," Gigi, who had been quietly standing behind me, answered. "Dylan, arrange for one of those houses to be used by her." "Understood. What does this mean?" She looked confused, still unable to grasp what was happening to her. "Stay in the capital. You'll get information about the night selection more easily here and be better prepared." "No, I mean, why are you giving me this? I'm a patron to several people. I like those who want to prove themselves by skill, not by relying on their weapons or other shortcuts." She was stunned for a moment. "Who are you? You're no ordinary person." Just then, an unwelcome disturbance broke the moment. There they are. Following the shout, dozens of footsteps approached rapidly. About 20 men surrounded us along with the tea-house. At the center stood the man from before, Chad. He had wrapped a bandage around his shoulder and changed into proper trousers. "It's that brat! Get him, big brother, help us out!" With Chad's command, the men rushed forward at once. They really didn't learn. I stepped forward. Just as I was about to summon Leviathan, Luthier's voice echoed directly in my mind. It wasn't just Leviathan wanting to act, but Luthier too. Such feelings flowed straightforwardly, so I decided to respond. I linked the two rings. Linking Luthier's ring with the armor ring, they transformed into gauntlets covering both arms. In an instant, blazing fists were formed. I used them to repel the men. I struck their unguarded bodies, smashed their exposed jaws. I threw flames crawling along the ground, grabbed a throat chokehold, and detonated at point-blank range. I replicated Luthier's techniques just like when I used Leviathan's powers. Every hit set their bodies ablaze. The flames flared up briefly, then quickly died out, a hallmark of Luthier's technique. Amazing! Such a boy, looking so young and fast, yet this strong. The woman who was late to react admired me. While all this happened, Chad and the other newly arrived men were all defeated, or so I thought. One man, dressed like a knight, had not fallen. He stayed at the rear and never attacked, so I never struck back. His face was twisted in bitterness. If he wouldn't fight, there was no trouble. I addressed the knight. "Where are you taking these guys? You're the 10th Prince's knight?" The woman said this, and the knight flinched. I saw his face turn pale right before my eyes. So that's it." When I spoke, the knight flinched again. Apparently he was a knight serving the 10th Prince, Dustin Alarate. He knew me, but I didn't know him. "Ah, right," Chad had said. "Big brother, please help." He'd been dragged along, but realizing I was the opponent and that I didn't know them, he tried to quietly get by without attacking. However, a woman he probably met when she was asked for some backdoor deal had blown his cover. It would have been fine if I never found out, but now that I knew, please forgive me. Your Highness the 13th, the knight immediately prostrated himself before me. The once dispersed crowd of onlookers quickly gathered again, murmuring, "Eh!" The woman looked back and forth between the knight and me, bewildered. "The 13th, your Highness, the Minister Prince of Justice, the wise prince," she was utterly shocked. "Ah, no, or Alarate, the real one? No way he'd fake it with that knight scumbag groveling so fiercely." It seemed the knight had said something similar to her. A prince and a minister, yet he doesn't flaunt his rank or position? Her eyes were half full of awe and half of respect. She could be left alone for a while, but the real problem was the knight. Unlike on Cobalt Street, this one knew his place. "Are these your comrades?" "Why, yes, you could say they're bad friends. Then I'll leave their punishment to you." "Huh, didn't you hear me?" "And no. It's not that, what about me? Did you attack me?" The knight shook his head violently as if his neck might snap. "Then I'll let you go, take them somewhere and get out of here." Thank you very much." The knight slammed his head on the ground several times with such force that I could hear it, then helped his comrades up and led them away. Now for the woman, clap, clap, clap. Amid the residual murmurs of the crowd, loud applause echoed. Looking toward the sound, I saw an old man clapping at a stall opposite the tea house, selling alcohol. Quite a boy. Top-grade looks and skills. Such a remarkable young man is rarely seen nowadays. The old man praising me had a very distinctive aura. Who could he be? Just then my eyes caught the golden gourd resting on his table. My heart thumped loudly. Thump! Sometimes a person's possessions are more famous than the person themselves, like a knight's renowned weapon bearing their epithet. The golden gourd was one such item. I had recently learned who owned it. I had researched and found out. I stepped forward and knelt on one knee before the old man. "It's an honor to meet you, your Highness Prince Lei." "Oh, you know about me?" The old man chuckled heartily. "Kakaka." Prince Lei Indra Alarate. "He was your Majesty's uncle, and right after his Majesty's ascension, he once served as the Regent Prince holding the core of power. 5 years after his Majesty took the throne, he relinquished the regency and returned to his fief. Since then, your Majesty began his direct rule, ushering in the Empire's golden age. Right after the ascension, the Empire was in chaos due to his Majesty's young age, but Indra suppressed the disorder with an iron fist. When his Majesty matured, though he was only 12, the same age as me, Indra stepped back, enabling his Majesty's direct rule. For this, his Majesty granted him the character Lei Thunder, and now as Prince Lei, he lives quietly in his fief. I was a bit surprised. I never expected him to show up in the imperial capital. "You're a promising kid. Hey, don't stand so stiffly over there. Come on, sit here." "Yes." I stood up and sat to Indra's right. Since this was a street stall, the surrounding onlookers murmured excitedly. The woman I had just helped and my maid Gigi both wore confused expressions. Ignoring all of them, Indra took a sip from his golden gourd, then stared straight into my eyes. "So, you've already done your research on me. I take it you've heard the story?" "Yes, directly from your Majesty." I see. Then you must know why I came here, to size me up." I chose my words carefully and replied to Indra. "Exactly. You know, among the 17 princes with titles, you're the only wise prince like me. The Emperor trusts you and expects a lot. Normally, I wouldn't even need to verify, but..." What Indra said would enrage the officials of the inspection ministry. They'd want to impeach him. Though he is a prince and my uncle, he is still a subject. Calling his Majesty the Emperor is the height of disrespect. But somehow I felt Indra wouldn't care about impeachment, and his Majesty wouldn't blame him either. We had only just met, but I sensed he's that kind of character. It's a lifetime issue for my precious, adorable granddaughter. I have to see it with my own eyes. I understand. So I came to size you up. By the way, what happens if I don't meet your standards? "Nothing much," Indra snorted. "I just won't give her away in marriage. This is by imperial edict, though. Doesn't matter. If it's an order from the Emperor, I'll obey, even if it means charging straight into the enemy's midst. But this is my granddaughter, my precious, precious granddaughter." Indra repeated that line 3 times. A grandfather fussing over his granddaughter. Makes sense. "In that case, this isn't politics but a family matter, and the other party is my nephew, someone I've even let play on my lap. I'll stop him even if I have to slap him." "I see." I thought he was an interesting person. Among the royal family, occasionally people pop up who are utterly endearing despite their eccentricities. Although they are subjects before His Majesty, 99% of them become polite and formal as if molded from sugar art. Regular people would dutifully serve them, but about 1% turn out to be hopeless oddballs like this. And typically such people have no desire for power. So, while they may be rude or disrespectful, they rarely get punished and are often favored by the Emperor. If Indra yelled, "I'm not giving away my precious granddaughter," and stormed in, it'd probably be accepted without fuss. "So, am I passing your test? I'm going to check now." The next moment a heavy weight pressed down on me. The scenery around me hadn't changed, but something invisible enveloped my entire body, trying to crush me. Several thoughts flashed through my mind before I instantly found the answer. It was the same thing I always do, using Leviathan to intimidate, and it was coming from Indra right in front of me. Then, I took a deep breath, gritted my teeth, and regained my composure. Using Leviathan, I pushed back the pressure. Oh, as expected, it was Indra. The moment I pushed back, he looked at me with eyes that said, "Interesting." It was tough since he took the initiative, but once I pushed back, I was fine. I was about to press the advantage, but stopped. After all, he was my great-uncle and possibly my grandfather-in-law. It wouldn't do to defeat him publicly, so I adjusted the power of Leviathan, neither winning nor losing. Like in tug-of-war, I measured his strength accurately and adjusted my push to keep the marker at the center. I controlled Leviathan to maintain a stalemate. We were locked in it for about a minute. "Kakaka," Indra laughed joyfully, looking up at the sky. The pressure vanished completely, and I withdrew Leviathan's power. "Impressive, kid, I concede." I thought it was a draw, fool. I fully read your strength and brought it to a draw. Your consideration, I'm completely defeated." "Yes," I gave a wry smile. "He calls it consideration, but openly reveals everything himself. As expected, he has an endearing personality. Or maybe it's precisely because he's like this that he's remained a prince all this time." I vaguely remembered Gilbert. In contrast to Indra, Gilbert's excessive desire for power brought about his demise, and he never remained a prince. "I like you, kid. Take care of my granddaughter. Leave it to me." "All right, hey you there," Indra beckoned to the street stall owner. The owner, who had been watching from afar like the onlookers, hurried over. "Yes, what is it?" "Bring out all the liquor in the shop." Indra threw several gold coins. The amount was enough to buy the shop outright, let alone all the liquor. "I'm in a good mood today. Hey you guys, it's on me. Drink up if you can." His words were directed at the onlookers. Such a grand gesture was unlike the dignified royals I knew. Yet, ooh, the crowd cheered. A dozen or so people rushed into the stall, eagerly grabbing the drinks the owner brought out. What had been a circle of onlookers instantly turned into a huge party involving everyone. Having done that, Indra gulped down sake from his large golden gourd. "This is for you, a betrothal gift." He pulled something out from his pocket and carelessly tossed it to me. I hurriedly caught it. It was a ring made with jade in the band. "That is," just as Indra was about to explain, another voice echoed inside my head, "Show your strength." It was a clear voice. The next moment, the scenery completely changed. Before I knew it, I was standing alone in a vast grassland. Before I could comprehend what was happening, a rumbling sound grew louder. Looking toward the sound, I saw a gigantic golden bull charging toward me. "Show my strength, huh?" I took Leviathan from my bracelet and returned it to its original size. Then I took a stance. "Fly away." I unleashed Leviathan's charged ultimate attack. A water pillar thicker than the giant golden bull surged forth, and the golden bull was effortlessly blown away. And, in the corner of my vision, name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, gender, male level. 3/infinity HP. E plus F fire, F plus B MP. F plus F water, E plus S strength. E plus E wind, F plus F stamina. F plus F earth, F plus F intelligence. F plus E light, F plus C spirit. F plus F darkness, F speed. F plus F dexterity. F plus F luck. F plus F my abilities had increased a bit. Light had improved to plus C. That meant it was the same as when I first met Luthier. As a result of blowing away the golden bull, the name that popped into my head was Behemoth. I felt its power descend upon me. Then, the scenery shifted back. From the empty grassland to the capital where the great banquet was underway. Behemoth, you see, is the counterpart to mine. Like this, I picked up the cup on the table and used the recently acquired power of Behemoth. The cup shone a golden hue. "You already dropped it? Amazing, kid." Indra stared wide-eyed at the golden cup that gleamed just like his gourd. "Ka, it's no wonder your majesty is pleased. Even I couldn't subdue Behemoth, yet you tamed it in just an instant." "You couldn't subdue it?" "Indeed. I obtained it long ago, but Behemoth only told me its name and refused to speak further. Its form back then was so ethereal, I always hoped to encounter it again someday." "You mean its form like this?" I linked Behemoth with the armor ring. Just like when I made Leviathan and Luthier fight, Behemoth's form also materialized. On the table appeared a golden bull. Despite being outdoors, the golden radiance was so intense that everyone present couldn't help but avert their eyes from the dazzling light. Indra, seeing this, exclaimed, "This is it. It can do this too. Amazing, boy. Behemoth." I commanded the linked Behemoth. The golden bull slowly moved on the table and skillfully poured sake into Indra's cup, still maintaining its bull form. The sake in Indra's cup shimmered with a golden hue, though transparent. "Whoa!" the onlookers gasped in amazement. "So it can do that too?" Indra was even more astonished. Behemoth's behavior showed complete obedience to me, acting like a subordinate. Given how it had been indifferent to me before, this was truly impressive. With this, I can make them fight and learn strength and technique. Fight. Against what? For example, Leviathan? I summoned Leviathan as a water swordsman, just like before. Luthier, this time an elemental fire martial artist. Oh, and finally the beauty in the painting. Fuwawa, these are the willful weapons and tools I command. I materialized them all, then in the next moment, my vision turned completely white. No, it wasn't just that. It felt as though my soul was whisked away to a far-off place. A voice echoed, an overwhelming and ethereal voice unlike anything I had ever heard. "It's been 1,000 years since the four of us gathered. Since the Silver Age, indeed. That child then was extraordinary. Level 255, able to command all four of us and restore our power. Soon, the day will come when all of us will be assembled. We shall regain full strength. A joyous occasion since the creation of heaven and earth. Oh my, you seem quite fond of this child, the mad dog Leviathan." I heard a voice I had never encountered but strangely recognized. Just after the vaguely familiar name, my senses were rapidly pulled back to reality. I looked around. We were on a main street in the city, near the market stalls. The four figures on the table looked unchanged from before: Luthier, Fuwawa, Behemoth, and Leviathan. All exactly as they had been. Was that an auditory hallucination? It was a voice from heaven. The heavens have high hopes for His Imperial Highness the Prince. Huh! Startled, I turned toward the source of the voice. The onlookers were there, all wide-eyed with expressions of disbelief. So that means it was a god. I don't really understand, but I think that was a god. Hey, I'm not the only one. The god is expecting great things of Prince Wise, Your Highness. The onlookers spoke excitedly, casting me looks filled with hope and respect. Until just moments ago, they looked at me as just a prince, but this was different. This wasn't the begrudging respect tied to status. It was genuine admiration. Could it be that everyone here heard it? Yeah, that's right. I heard it too, Lord Indra. Impressive boy, this is truly magnificent. Indra's face showed no respect, but rather strong joy and high expectations. Putting that aside, Gigi. Yes, Gigi, the maid who had been waiting apart and was equally stunned by the voice, hurried over when I called. Give 5, no, 10 lien to everyone here who witnessed that. I took a leather pouch from my pocket and handed it to Gigi. This was also one of the duties of a noble. Noble celebrations are often on a much larger scale than those of commoners. It is considered the virtue of nobility to share such grandeur with the common folk instead of keeping it all to themselves. And it is the noble's duty to distribute money to the commoners present at such joyous occasions. Some nobles treat this as a mere formality, but the higher their rank, the more they view it as a firm obligation. Someone once said, "Reluctance to share marks a third-rate noble. Grudgingly fulfilling the duty is second-rate. Performing it naturally and without hesitation is first-rate." Following this, I ordered Gigi to distribute to the commoners present an amount equivalent to the average monthly income of the city. Thank you, long live Prince Wise, Your Highness. As expected of one recognized by the gods, incredible. While the people were jubilant as I fulfilled my noble duty, a woman aspiring to be a knight, who had been dumbfounded like Gigi some distance away, approached me and suddenly knelt, bowing her head. To His Imperial Highness the Prince, I must say, "What is it? You look serious. I wish to decline Your Highness's assistance." She remained kneeling, looking up at me seriously. Her expression was extremely earnest. "Why do you decline? This is the same talk as with first- or second-rate nobles. It is out of the question to become lazy from receiving aid. I agree with that, but refusing it yourself is second-rate. Second-rate? If you want to become a first-rate knight, receive assistance, but do not slack off. Regardless of external circumstances, maintain a sense of urgency and desire to improve within yourself. If you want to be a knight worthy of me, act accordingly." "Yes, sir," she bowed her head. Her expression showed even more emotion and respect than before. When she looked up again, her eyes were serious. Eyes fixed on a single path, a clear goal, and nothing else. Within them was a faint hint of stubbornness. This makes her second-rate for now, but I believe she will soon act without seeing that stubbornness as a burden. A first-rate knight seems about to be born, and I felt satisfied with that. Impressive boy. In an instant, you nurtured an interesting talent. Indeed, that's why I thought of my uncle's granddaughter. At that moment, Indra and I simultaneously turned in the same direction as though repelled. They're appearing out of nowhere. "Your Majesty!" Indra and I both stood and kneeled before Your Majesty. The surprised onlookers and Gigi all hurriedly dropped to both knees, bowing their heads. We're outside the palace. No need for unnecessary formalities. Uncle, sit beside me. Understood. With your Majesty's command given, Indra reverted to his previous bold demeanor and sat beside your Majesty. Meanwhile, I glanced around before linking Luthier with the armor ring, transforming him into a human form. However, this time he wasn't the tiny doll-like size from before. He was a full-sized warrior, 1-to-1 scale with a human. I stood the flame-clad warrior behind your Majesty, guarding him like a steadfast sentinel. Isn't that a bit over the top? This isn't the palace, I stated firmly. We must be thorough. Besides, your Majesty, the Emperor's sudden misfortune would be the misfortune of all people. A wise ruler like your Majesty must not suffer any mishaps except natural longevity. I see. Then, Noah, I entrust everything to you. Yes, sir. I bowed to your Majesty, then surveyed the surroundings again before commanding Luthier to breathe fire. Flames erupted from the artificial warrior's entire body. He looked exactly like a flame demon. At the same time, I used Leviathan to subtly suppress the crowd around us. Not enough to defeat them, just enough to instill fear and respect in the hearts of the people present. A mild show of intimidation. I thoroughly scanned the area. Visibly there was Luthier, spiritually Leviathan was felt. From the people a pure sense of respect radiated, no sign of dissent was detected. As expected, Noah, to be so calm at that age is impressive. Among the Emperor's children you might be the best, right? Indeed, he is my pride. That's why I gave him the character for wise. Like your thunder, uncle, it's a fitting character. Ha ha ha, my thunder has long become nothing but thunder, old man, now hasn't it? Your Majesty and Indra laughed together. Noah's wise is just beginning. After all, it's been decided he will have his first battle alone. For a moment, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Then, as if a spring had released, the loudest cheer of the day erupted. First battle. The one all the royal family undertakes. He's going to do it alone. Normally, soldiers guard you tightly for that. But I understand now. With this prince, it makes sense. Amid the murmurs, voices praising me one after another reached my ears. I thought for a moment, but let the natural flow direct the people's gaze and attention toward me. It was convenient for protecting your Majesty, so I decided to go with it. Or rather, could it be? I glanced at your Majesty and our eyes met. From that, I was certain. This was your Majesty's way of backing me up. My act of glaring around to protect your Majesty was supported by your Majesty publicly announcing my solo first battle. Otherwise, this decision would have been made long ago, and rumors would have circulated among the common folk already. There would be no need to publicly announce it now. So I might as well fully embrace it. That's exactly what makes Noah so remarkable. What do you mean, Emperor? Indra asked suspiciously. Amid the crowd's murmur, your Majesty answered in a low voice audible only to Indra beside him. I announced it now to help Noah. Noah understood that at a single glance and played along. Indeed, impressive. Even I couldn't have grasped that. You're rough but lack subtlety. It can't be helped. Yeah, I can't be bothered with that kind of fuss, which is why you constantly bicker with your wife. Exactly. Ha ha ha, it makes me feel even safer in trusting my grandchild. Your Majesty and Indra laughed again. Now then, uncle, I have something to discuss. Please ride with me in the carriage. Right. The main issue. I understood that your Majesty had come out just for this reason. I beckoned and called the carriage waiting a little farther away. The people neatly parted the way as the carriage slowly approached. When the carriage arrived, the low-ranking eunuchs accompanying us dropped to all fours like dogs, and your Majesty and Indra climbed on, stepping on their backs as if on a stepping stool. Once both were seated, the driver cracked the whip and the carriage slowly started moving. I walked alongside with Luthier at the forefront. So, what's the matter, Emperor? Your Majesty's face darkened slightly and his mouth opened. Secretly, my heart skipped a beat. I commanded Luthier to breathe fire again. Flames rose like an aura from his entire body, drawing cheers from the people. I intend to depose the Crown Prince. Your Majesty's words were drowned out by the crowd's cheers. Indra looked puzzled. Judging by his expression, he heard clearly. Your Majesty turned his gaze to me, silently signaling, "Don't act rashly," then continued. I had hoped it would work out somehow, but I can no longer help but think he is unfit. Why? Because of the Gilbert incident? I see. Indra nodded gravely. The Gilbert incident. If you only heard that, you might think Gilbert had plotted to poison your Majesty and the Crown Prince, but that would be wrong. I had exploited loopholes in imperial law to keep Gilbert effectively imprisoned for life. I tried to prevent your Majesty from having to harm your child, but Crown Prince Albert forcibly executed the sentence immediately. Undoubtedly, that's the incident we're referring to. That wasn't wrong in itself, but there must have been a better way. That incident scared me too. If he becomes Emperor, a purge is inevitable. I've been rude to the Emperor enough that if he wanted, I'd be one of the first to be eliminated. Indeed, that intolerance, if he ascended Henry, Oscar, and Noah, the three of you would be purged first. That figures. Brother Henry, Brother Oscar, and me, we are currently serving as Prince's ministers. Albert likely finds us quite obstructive. I cannot entrust my legacy to such a narrow-minded man. That's understandable, but what about the successor? That has not been decided. That won't do, Indra said immediately. Your Majesty probably consulted Indra because he can speak honestly like this. The Emperor is already advanced in years. At that age, it wouldn't be strange to pass away suddenly one morning. If he's deposed and dies before the successor is decided, the empire will split. Your Majesty fell silent. That's the problem with crown princes. Even in ordinary families, inheritance disputes erupt when parents die. For the royal family, the inheritance is the throne. The purpose of a crown prince is to resolve disputes that could occur if the emperor suddenly passes away. It's like publicly declaring the imperial will in advance. If it's decided, I wouldn't say anything, but if it isn't, it's unacceptable. It's not that it isn't decided. Your Majesty's tone became very flat. No emotion could be read from it. But if I announce it now, it will only cause more conflict. It's still better than leaving the crown prince undecided. Indeed, I thought for a moment and came up with an idea. I aligned it with several realities and devised a method that could work. After finalizing the plan somewhat, I said, Your Majesty, if I may speak frankly. What is it, Noah? Speak, how about publicly announcing that there is an imperial will, that the successor, that is, the de facto crown prince, is written there? Not possible. Indra immediately rejected the idea. The contents of that will should only be revealed after the emperor's death, otherwise it can be fabricated. Yes, but the will would be hidden inside Your Majesty's body. Mine, Your Majesty was surprised, in some way. A surgery, for example, a dental crown with inscribed characters or some kind of magic. Then if that fact is made public, that's excellent. Indra, who had rejected the idea just moments ago, suddenly applauded. That's a great idea. If the emperor always carries it with him, there's no risk of it being switched. I see. Your Majesty's eyes sparkled. Amazing, Noah, that's a brilliant idea. He seemed to be very pleased with my proposal. We returned to the palace, the carriage under escort. The three of us, Your Majesty, Indra, and I, came to a study that resembled a library. Your Majesty turned to his trusted aide, Cruz. Wait outside. Allow no one in unless I call for them. As you command. Cruz bowed respectfully and left the study. Inside the study were the three of us and a young eunuch. Is this one acceptable? Indra asked, pointing at the young eunuch. Yes, he is special. He cannot hear, cannot speak, and cannot read, came the reply. I see, perfect for confidential discussions. Indra nodded in understanding, gazing at the eunuch with an intrigued expression. Meanwhile, Your Majesty looked straight at me. Now then, you have offered a good idea. I intend to proceed accordingly. In that case, Your Majesty, I stepped forward slightly, bowing my head subtly as I spoke, the military command should be restored entirely under Your Majesty's control. Military command? Yes. The Military Affairs Minister Prince Henry, and my position as Governor of the 1st Imperial Guard, for example. I see. Well done, lad. Your Majesty thought for a moment and nodded in acceptance. Indra smirked. Indeed, if a royal family member dissatisfied with the late emperor's last wishes holds military command, complications will arise. There's also the risk they might forcibly eliminate other princes and side with the emperor. Yes, it's essentially a coup, but if Your Majesty controls the military amidst the confusion following the emperor's passing, you can enforce your will. Exactly. Still, I didn't expect this proposal to come from you. A grandson-in-law should be fitting after all. Right. Your Majesty quickly scribbled on paper, and in moments 2 decrees were prepared. One was handed to me. Reading it, I saw it praised my efforts and declared the dismissal of my governorship. So the other must be for Brother Henry. Your Majesty made a gesture to the eunuch attending him. The eunuch nodded, took the decrees, left the study, and soon returned. His gestures were large and simple. I suspected this eunuch was trained to execute only a limited set of commands. What about the disinheritance of the crown prince? Now the main topic started. It felt as if the room's temperature dropped by about 2 degrees instantly. That can be handled as you see fit, I answered. The designation and disinheritance of the crown prince are matters of state, but also internal royal family affairs. How the successor is named or disinherited is the emperor's prerogative. I stated my view as the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Indeed, however, unlike Gilbert, Brother Albert has not committed any wrongdoings. Therefore, it would be best to let him remain a prince even after disinheritance. How about this? Albert has no divided loyalties to me or the nation, but lacks the strength to be entrusted with the realm. Thus, revoke his crown prince status and revert him to prince. What do you think? I think that's good. All right. And Your Majesty, do you intend to reinstate Albert as heir in the future? No, Your Majesty said firmly. He must have truly abandoned him. Then it's better to make that clear. To make it clear, you say? What about granting him a single character as a title? It would signify finality, something like the end Prince. Granting a character is an honor, but also publicly defines that Prince's status throughout the Empire. That's why I proposed it. Good. Excellent suggestion, Noah. Your Majesty praised me, then began to write on fresh paper the new decree. But unlike earlier, this time he hesitated and stumbled over the writing, and when he lifted his face after finishing, his expression was complex. Humph, this is no good. What's wrong? What is this? The handwriting's awful, there are tons of mistakes, and the sentences are hard to understand without close reading. This is terrible writing. It's effectively sentencing our own child. Even if it's just disinheritance, it's painful. I see. Well, it can be rewritten. With all due respect, I'd like to suggest otherwise. What's that, Noah? I think it's fine to issue the decree as is. Formal decrees are recorded. Your Majesty's feelings will remain with this decree. It will reach Brother Henry as well. And then, understanding your Majesty's heart, he may serve the Empire better as a prince going forward. Your Majesty stared intently at the mistake-ridden decree, so full of emotion. After a moment, he looked up at me. You should have said this sooner. No, he seemed about to say more, but shook his head and retracted. Thank you for your counsel, Noah. I'm honored, I bowed my head. Your Majesty drafted a clean copy of the decree on another sheet. The handwriting returned to his usual style. It must be so the decree's authenticity wouldn't be questioned. However, the original wording was preserved. He accepted my suggestion to keep the record as is. After finishing the clean copy, your Majesty gestured again to summon the eunuch and handed over the decree. The eunuch accepted it, looked momentarily startled, then turned and walked out of the study. Wait, I caught up to the eunuch and grabbed his shoulder from behind to stop him. What is it, lad? This eunuch reacted when he saw the decree. What? Your Majesty's clean copy was as usual, but the hesitation was because he could read the original text. It was strange. Both your Majesty and Indra's faces changed simultaneously. The eunuch's expression turned pale, and he shook off my grip and fled. Don't let him escape! I summoned Leviathan to intimidate him, halting his movement. He tried running with all his might, but suddenly went limp like a puppet with cut strings, collapsing face first onto the floor. Hey, Emperor, isn't this guy a spy? Looks that way. Cruz! Your Majesty called out loudly for Cruz. His voice was furious and loud enough to be heard several rooms away. After a short wait, Cruz entered. Did you call, Your Majesty? He could read writing. Seeing the fallen eunuch, Cruz's face turned pale in an instant. It was my carelessness. Please, please forgive me. Cruz collapsed to the floor in a deep bow, banging his forehead against the ground. I had never seen him like this before. How shall we deal with him, Noah? Cruz flinched at the question. I recommend the death penalty for the eunuch to be carried out immediately. Why? He pretended he couldn't read writing to serve in this study. This is essentially the same as pretending to be a eunuch when he is not. As a crime that profaned your Majesty's private chambers, the death penalty is appropriate. That's reasonable, but wouldn't it be better to make him talk first? Indra said this, and I shook my head. If we do that, the mastermind must also be punished, depending on the outcome. I paused. There is a saying, silence is golden. By now, your Majesty would understand. If by any chance this eunuch was sent by Brother Albert, or perhaps by another prince, I see. Indra seemed to understand as well. Well said, Noah, as expected. Continue to serve me as Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. As you command. What about Cruz? Cruz jumped. He cautiously looked up, still pale. I let out a light chuckle. Cruz's negligence alone merits only a 6-month salary reduction. Agreed. Then it's settled. 6 months salary reduction, and you're in charge of handling this matter. Ha ha! Cruz looked genuinely relieved, banged his forehead on the floor, and then hurriedly dragged the eunuch out of the study. That night in the Emperor's study, all eunuchs were kept away. There, Your Majesty and the first Prime Minister held a secret meeting alone. Your Majesty recounted the day's events to his trusted first Prime Minister. Upon hearing Noah's proposal, the first Prime Minister nodded with admiration. Noah-sama is truly amazing. I never considered such an idea. Indeed. Coincidentally, it aligns with Your Majesty's thought to decide by observing your grandson. That needed to be delayed as much as possible. Ah! As expected of the wise prince, befitting the name. Indeed. Perhaps because Your Majesty had personally dealt with another son earlier that day, he was in a good mood after being praised. But that moment passed quickly, and his expression returned to normal. So, did that eunuch confess? Although he followed Noah's advice, Your Majesty secretly had the eunuch tortured. He entrusted the interrogation to the first Prime Minister, the most trusted aide who assured it would remain secret. Yes, I did it myself, alone. How was it? Noah-sama is incredible. I almost felt he could read people's hearts. The first Prime Minister was impressive. Even though all eunuchs were kept away, he still avoided explicit statements. Nonetheless, it was clear to Your Majesty. The spy was sent by Albert. Without Noah's proposal, Albert would have faced further punishment. What shall we do? I knew nothing. He is still my child, though unfit to govern. The first Prime Minister said nothing, merely bowed his head in a slight nod. Several Prime Ministers had served under your Majesty during his reign, but this first Prime Minister had the longest continuous tenure, never dismissed. His strength was knowing when to remain silent. Meanwhile, perhaps to break the heavy mood, your Majesty changed the subject. By the way, do you know the name Leviathan? That was one of the 4 sages who aided the Emperor during the Silver Age, wasn't it? Yes, your Majesty nodded. Then he told the first Prime Minister about the events before Noah and Indra approached him on the street. Being present, your Majesty had heard the voices of Noah's subordinates. So, Leviathan, one of those 4 sages, is lending power to Noah-sama? Yes. Remarkable. If that's true, the number exceeds even the 4 sages. Indeed. Incredible. This means Noah-sama might even surpass the Silver Age. Possible. Both your Majesty and the first Prime Minister nodded excitedly, yet neither rushed ahead. Their positions, the Empire's greatest authority and his long-serving right hand, required them to remain composed. Then we shall look forward to Noah-sama's potential. Indeed, we will watch carefully how he develops. Though they spoke with restraint, after all that had transpired, Noah's standing with both had undeniably risen significantly. At night in the living room, I linked the 4, Leviathan, Luthier, Fuwawa, and Behemoth, to the armor rings and had them spar in a mock battle. As expected, Leviathan was the strongest, with Luthier and Behemoth close behind, and Fuwawa a bit further off. That was the order of strength. After several rounds, just as I thought it might be time to level up, the door was knocked, and Cecily, the maid in charge of reception, came in. Sorry to bother you so late, Master. There's a woman who wishes to see you. A woman. Name, she calls herself Olivia Coyle. Olivia Coyle. I rolled the name around on my tongue. It was unfamiliar. I had never met a woman by that name, but the fact she came at such a late hour piqued my interest. If she were inconsequential, Evelyn would have trained Cecily, and Cecily, whom I selected for reception duties, would have turned her away at the door. That she asked to see me even at this hour suggested she must be someone of appropriate status. All right, let her through. Yes, Cecily left, and after a moment a woman entered. She looked to be in her mid-20s, strikingly beautiful. Olivia Coyle stood before me and bowed according to proper female etiquette. Olivia, you said, what brings you here at such an hour? It's a tip-off. I kept my expression calm. A tip-off. The moment I heard those words, a terrible premonition and various worst-case scenarios ran through my head. I masked my feelings and asked again. A tip-off about what? The Crown Prince Albert is planning a coup tonight. He intends to force His Majesty to abdicate. I couldn't remain calm any longer, so it had come after all. No, wait, it wasn't confirmed yet. I glared at Olivia and asked sharply, how do you know this? I am a servant of Prince Gilbert, the daughter of Coyle. Coyle, the butler? I remembered. Coyle had been the butler at Gilbert's mansion for many years. I had met him every time I visited the mansion. His daughter, you were born into the household? Yes, Olivia nodded, born into the household. That meant she was the child of 2 servants of a prince, in other words, born into the princely staff. It wasn't uncommon for a lord to arrange marriages among servants to strengthen bonds. Children born to servants were themselves servants by birth, making them more inclined to absolute loyalty toward the royal family, having been raised in that environment. I'm aware. Your Highness the 13th tried to keep Gilbert alive somehow, yet Albert— Olivia stopped, biting her lower lip until it bled. Though I hadn't received a report, I could guess what had happened to Coyle at that moment. I swore revenge. Luckily, the Crown Prince took a liking to me, so I got close through my body. A woman's weapon, huh? Yes, he's not tired of me yet, so recently it's been more frequent just with me. That's how I overheard. Olivia took a deep breath and spoke with a serious expression. The Disinheritance hasn't been made official yet, but after it is, it'll be too late. Even now, the Crown Prince can mobilize enough troops to seize the palace. What does he intend to do with His Majesty? To force abdication and have him become the retired emperor. Humph, damn Albert. The fact that eunuchs were secretly dealt with should have made that clear. His Majesty doesn't want things to escalate. He shows mercy by keeping you alive, yet you still plot a coup. Please, Olivia dropped to her knees and bowed deeply before me. I'll do anything. If it's within my power, anything, my body, my life, use it however you like, please. The Crown Prince Albert's head? Understood, I sighed and gently helped Olivia up. Not anything, though. What did you do at Gilbert's? I was apprenticing as a butler under my father. Do the same here. I'll pay you about the same. Why such generous treatment? You tried to avenge your lord. I appreciate your loyalty in serving even after his death. What a noble person you are. Olivia looked at me with admiration. At the same time, I noticed a change in the status display always visible at the edge of my vision. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, Gender, Male Level, 3/Infinity HP, E plus F Fire. F plus B MP, F plus F Water, E plus S Strength, E plus E Wind, F plus F Stamina, F plus F Earth, F plus F Intelligence, F plus E Light, F plus C Spirit, F plus F Darkness, F plus F Speed. F plus F Dexterity, F plus F Luck, F plus appeared next to Darkness. A sign Olivia had sworn loyalty and allegiance to me. After leaving the mansion, I took Olivia and headed to the Ministry of Military Affairs, located east of the city. Next to the ministry was the barracks housing 1,000 soldiers at all times. Due to their permanent posting, these soldiers were trained to follow the orders of their commanding officers without question. Though the order of disinheritance hadn't been made public, as Crown Prince and effectively half the Emperor, Albert could easily command them. When I rushed in, soldiers were already gathered and lined up in the barracks courtyard, under the control of Crown Prince Albert and several subordinates. "Older brother, Noah, what are you doing here? Stop, older brother, there's still time." "Who told you?" Albert was no fool. He understood everything from this brief exchange. "That doesn't matter. Older brother, if you take this step, it's destruction. You want me to just sit by and die? His Majesty has no intention to kill you. He's pained by the thought of executing his own son. So you want me to settle for being a prince? Settle for it." That word alone spoke volumes about our irreconcilable values. To an ordinary person, a prince was a sublime figure, but to Albert, the crown prince, to be demoted to that was akin to death. "You really intend to stop me?" "Yes." "Fine, seize Noah, he is a traitor." Albert ordered the soldiers. 1,000 soldiers advanced toward me without hesitation. Could I defeat them all? I didn't know, but I had no choice. "Leave it to me, call my name." A voice echoed in my mind. Familiar, yet clearer than ever before. Suddenly, a different name surfaced in my thoughts. Without hesitation, I called it out. "Go, Luthier, no, Bahamut." Instantly, a silhouette appeared behind me. A colossal black dragon with massive wings, cloaked in flames. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, Male Level, 3/Infinity HP, E plus F Fire, F plus A MP, F plus F Water. E plus S Strength, E plus E Wind, F plus F Stamina, F plus F Earth, F plus F Intelligence, F plus E Light, F plus C Spirit, F plus F Darkness, F plus F Speed, F plus F Dexterity, F plus F Luck. F plus F at the same time, fire attribute grew even stronger. The black dragon Bahamut, Luthier, breathed flames. The fire engulfed the soldiers, and in no time they were ablaze. The soldiers writhed and screamed, dropping their weapons and curling up or rolling around in agony. "Enough, don't kill them." "Understood," Bahamut responded, and the flames disappeared. The smoke and the brilliantly glowing Luthier ring proved it was real. The connection between Luthier and Bahamut was probably related to Leviathan, which I'd heard in auditory hallucinations before, but I had no time to pursue that now. I turned to the shocked Albert. "It's over. You're going to kill me, you?" "No," I shook my head. "I won't kill you. That would sadden His Majesty. His Majesty was already grieved enough just to order the execution of his son. Watching us kill each other would only bring more sorrow, so I took out a small vial from my pocket. "Poison?" "Yes, drink this and take your own life. If you stop at the last moment and commit suicide, you won't drag your family and subordinates down with you. Your eldest son will be able to inherit the house as is." "Don't be ridiculous. How can I do such a thing? If I were to strike you down, your house would be destroyed." "That won't happen. Foster Howard." "Seize this man, he's a traitor," Albert shouted and ordered his 2 subordinates beside him. They were clearly formidable opponents. Could I win? At that moment, both men grabbed Albert from left and right. What are you doing? I can no longer follow you. Lord Noah still cares about your family and subordinates, and yet here you are. What madness is this? Don't listen to his lies." "Silence," one of them shouted. "Do you remember the 120 who died from the dense miasma when you unsealed Leviathan?" 120. The number rang a bell. When Albert first brought Leviathan to me, he said its acquisition cost 120 lives. My older brother was among them, my childhood friend too. My father was there. Foster and Howard yelled blood-curdling accusations at Albert. "I can no longer follow you." "Lord Noah." Though I couldn't tell which, one of them calmed down somewhat and called me with firm resolve. "The Crown Prince has decided to commit suicide." "Understood, Olivia." "Yes." Olivia, who had been hiding in the shadows until now, stepped forward. "You do it. Thank you." Olivia bowed to me, tears mixing into her voice as she accepted the vial and approached Albert. "Don't be ridiculous, you whore. Have you forgotten the favor of being taken in?" Albert yelled, but Olivia remained unfazed. She came closer, and Foster and Howard forced Albert's mouth open. Together, the 3 forced the poison down his throat. Albert struggled for a while, then convulsed, rolled his eyes back, and foamed at the mouth, coughing up blood. Eventually, he lost strength and the two men lowered his body to the ground. Lord Noah, Prince Albert has taken his own life. Yeah, while administering the poison, I summarized the plan and spoke. Older brother tried to stage a coup, but it was betrayed by his servants. Fearing failure and exposure, he committed suicide. Therefore, under imperial law, the informant shall be rewarded, while the servants are completely exempt from punishment. Also, as I said earlier, His Majesty will be advised to have the eldest son succeed his house. We are deeply grateful. Howard and Foster knelt before me, bowing their heads. Name: Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender: male level, 3/infinity HP, E plus E fire, F plus A MP, F plus E water, E plus S strength, E plus E wind, F plus F stamina, F plus E earth, F plus F intelligence, F plus E light, F plus E spirit, F plus E darkness, F plus F speed, F plus E dexterity, F plus E luck, F plus E my stats, plus ratings rose again, and all base stats improved from F to E. Those two were clearly formidable. Albert abandoned by even these two. People really are treasures. Albert, having scorned that, would never have succeeded in any coup. And so Gilbert and Albert, two who had been eyeing the throne of emperor, even willing to assassinate His Majesty to seize it, were gone. Thus His Majesty's reign began anew, the curtain rising on a different story. On a clear morning, I stepped out into the garden of the mansion. I stood before a banyan tree, a common sight in the Almeria province. The banyan is a distinctive plant whose aerial roots hang down like whiskers from its trunk. When these whiskers cluster and tangle, they form new trunks. However, since the original roots are thin and thread-like, even after they twist and solidify, they still look fibrous, resembling the body of an old man. Combined with the original whiskers, this appearance has led to the banyan being called the tree of longevity or immortal tree, considered an auspicious plant. Facing those banyan whiskers, I drew Leviathan and swung it in a sweeping slash. The demonic sword left a trail of pale blue afterglow, and its blade struck the whiskers, but couldn't cut through. That was just the start. I unleashed a series of slashes. Though the whiskers could be easily snapped by a child reaching out, no matter how many times they were struck by my sword, they showed no sign of being cut. They were made uncuttable. Leviathan's swordsmanship includes techniques to control the blade's path, allowing it to intentionally not cut through certain things, even if it normally could. I had been practicing that control as my morning routine lately. After swinging Leviathan for about 30 minutes, I sheathed the sword and caught my breath. I looked down at the ground. Today, just like every day, not a single whisker was cut. As expected, Your Highness Noah. A girl's voice and applause came from behind me. Turning around, I saw a girl about my age, around 15, approaching with the maid Zoe in tow. Her name was Audrey, granddaughter of Prince Lei Indra and my lawful wife. You showed remarkable skill again this morning. Well, it's just about the usual. Until I met Your Highness Noah, I never imagined such swordsmanship could exist. As always, Your Highness is incredible, Audrey said as she came closer. She then stood before me. How would you like to have your breakfast? Let's eat here. Understood. Zoe, as you command. At Audrey's order, Zoe, now head maid, hurried to prepare. After briefly retreating into the mansion, she returned with several maids. They busily set a table and chair before me, laying out a tablecloth and dishes. Then the dishes were brought out. Audrey received the food from the maids and placed it before me as I sat. Please, Your Highness Noah. It was the usual morning, breakfast served by Audrey. For the royal family, once a wife is taken, the roles of the household servants change drastically. Audrey, as my lawful wife, handled my meals. The concubines who would join later would take over similar duties. Even Zoe, as head maid, could not serve me directly while a lady was present. Additionally, except in exceptional circumstances, neither the lawful wife nor concubines ate with me. There are two reasons for this. One, the household head is always the royal family member, in this case me. It's like a miniature version of the palace. Therefore, Audrey, as lawful wife, serves me. The other is to elevate the wife's status. Only the wife can directly do things for the house's head, emphasizing that she is second in command. While being served by the lawful wife Audrey, we chatted. By the way, you'll turn 15 next week. Yes, that's right. Finally, the expulsion ceremony can be held. Yes. I've been looking forward to it. Audrey's eyes sparkled as she answered excitedly. There's one more difference for the wives of the royalty compared to commoners. They lose their family name. Currently, Audrey's full name is Audrey Ararat. At the expulsion ceremony, she will remove the surname Ararat and become simply Audrey, an old custom. Those who marry into the royal family are never permitted to divorce, and the surname represents the house they were born into. Removing it is an old practice signifying having no home to return to. I know commoners envy the expulsion ceremony, but were you like that too? Yes, because after that I truly become Your Highness Noah's wife. I see. It's not the ceremony itself, but the fact she can truly be mine. Finally, don't get too worked up. It's just a ceremony. As you can see from the maids, I have no intention of giving this privilege to anyone else who crosses this threshold. Yes, thank you so much. Audrey smiled even more happily. In Almeria province, provincial capital, Nishil. Now 15, I entered my fief with my lawful wife, Audrey. Usually, one lives in the fief for several years to study governance. Though I had long been appointed Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, and His Majesty often sought my political advice in various matters. Entering the fief was no different from usual, no tension. Today, after finishing a round of government duties, I headed into town around early afternoon. Nishil, as a provincial capital, was fairly prosperous. Whatever was found in the imperial capital could also be found here. Nishil was essentially a slightly smaller-scale version of the imperial capital. I went straight to my destination, a certain shop. I had heard she was arriving here starting today. Approaching the shop, I thought, she's here. I smiled slightly. The singing voice I heard belonged to Alice, once someone I helped and later became her patron. She continued singing and had now become one of the Empire's top songstresses. Accordingly, she began singing across various parts of the Empire. Of course, I continued supporting her so she could devote herself solely to singing, covering travel expenses, supporting her mother's living costs, even buying shops where she performed if necessary. Entering the shop, it was much like the one in the imperial capital's Keith. Though smaller in scale, the moment I entered, my eyes met Alice's as she sang. Before she could do anything, I raised my hand to stop her. I gestured she should keep singing and took a seat at a suitable spot. I listened to Alice's song. Her voice had improved even more, and I was satisfied. After one song ended, Alice retreated to the back of the stage. Then the quiet customers began talking all at once. Some exchanged impressions, others chatted casually. I quite liked this usual, lively atmosphere in such places. Oh, by the way, I'm moving to Gora next month. Gora? Why on earth would you go to a place like that? Don't you know, the current magistrate of Gora is Lady Evelyn, and she's amazing. I caught the conversation between two men at the next table. Lady Evelyn, magistrate of Gora? Undoubtedly the Evelyn I sent out from my mansion. Since it wasn't unrelated, I was curious what was so amazing. Since Lady Evelyn came, they've focused on public safety. Now Gora's so safe you don't even need to lock your doors at night. No way, seriously, though if you commit a crime you're in big trouble, but I don't do that, so I decided to move. Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, she's Kennen after all. What's that, Kennen? Kennen means an official appointed by Prince Wise. The rest are Tainin, appointed by the Emperor. The man planning to move paused and then, as if boasting about himself, said proudly, "There are few Kennen, but they're all amazing magistrates. Everywhere has become richer and safer. It's not like Tainin are bad or anything, it's just that Kennen are better." Impressive. I guess it's because Prince Wise had a good eye for people, huh? That's true, but merchants who spoke directly with the magistrate said they all swear absolute loyalty to Prince Wise and intend to repay his kindness properly. To be so admired by your subordinates, that's even more impressive. I listened to their talk for a while longer, but no new information came up. I had already been informed that Evelyn was doing well. That said, I was glad to hear her reputation directly from the people. I thought to myself I should send her a letter of appreciation later. Just then Alice returned from behind the stage. Applause rose and the chatter died down. The next song, "You are Alice, aren't you?" did not start. Three rude men approached Alice from below the stage. Alice flinched briefly but replied coldly, "Yes, and Lord Pascal took a liking to you. He invites you to sing at the mansion." "I'm sorry, but I won't accept such offers from anyone. If you want to hear me sing, please come to the shop." "Hey, don't you get it? Lord Pascal is the magistrate of Nishil. Just one night, you understand?" I already said no. "Whoever you are, please come to the shop." "Hey, you still don't get it? That's enough." My voice echoed louder than usual in the now silent shop. I stood from my chair and walked slowly toward the stage. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to, kid? We're Lord Pascal's men. Don't care? Then I'll teach your body until you understand." The men sneered as one reached out to grab my shoulder. "Bahamut, understood." In that instant, flames wrapped around my arms. I punched the man who tried to grab me, his body defenseless. He flew several meters, engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground. "Wah, you bastard!" the other two charged. I struck both with fiery fists, setting them ablaze as well. The flames lasted about 10 seconds, then died out as if by magic. What was that? Amazing, controlling flames like that? Who is he? As the customers murmured, another group burst in from outside. They wore uniforms and carried weapons, city police. "Who is causing a disturbance here?" "It's me." "You, Your Highness the 13th Prince, please forgive us." The police knelt immediately upon seeing my face. "The 13th Prince? Is that Your Highness the 13th Prince Wise?" Isn't that the Lord of Almeria? The shop's chatter peaked. Ignoring it, I spoke to the police. These men tried to abduct shop staff. Arrest them and lock them up for a while. Yes, sir. They'll send men named Pascal to order their release. Tell them to come to me. Understood. The police arrested the smoking men and left. I turned to Alice. Are you all right? You don't have to be stubborn in situations like that. No, Your Highness, Noah always comes to the shop. I cannot just follow anyone anywhere. I see. Then please sing a little more here. Yes. With pleasure. I turned back and returned to my seat, enjoying Alice's singing again. At some point, a man named Pascal came to kowtow, but I ignored him and let him continue bowing until Alice's song ended. Even after Alice finished singing, the customers didn't leave the shop. Most of them were watching the situation unfold with keen interest. You see, just outside the shop, the magistrate of this place was trembling violently while prostrating himself on the ground. This shop kept its entrance wide open at all times, so it was clearly visible from inside. The magistrate was terrified to death, bowing so low it seemed like he might collapse. Such a rare scene, something you might witness once a year or perhaps only once in a lifetime, greatly stirred the curiosity of the onlookers. I remained seated, slowly sipping my tea. Because the entrance was wide open, I could hear the exchange between the prostrating magistrate outside and a man who seemed to be his subordinate. No, no, I can't do this anymore. Lawrence, please do something. That won't do, Lord Will. If you run away now, it will only incur greater displeasure. But he's Prince 13, you know. Even so, if you don't go out, it'll be the worst possible outcome. I'll cover for you, so come on. The voices I heard were those of the magistrate, probably a man named Will, who was scared but speaking loudly enough to be heard clearly, and that of his subordinate, a man named Lawrence with a low, calm voice. Those two voices. It's in times of hardship that a person's true value is tested. Thinking something like that, I waited until Will and Lawrence entered the shop. Will prostrated himself before me, banging his head against the floor, while Lawrence knelt 3 steps behind him, but kept his face raised and looked directly at me. Papa Pascal Will, I humbly request an audience with Prince Your Highness 13. Pascal Will, you're the magistrate around here? Why, yes. I don't recall appointing you, but who did? I was directly appointed by your majesty. I see. Magistrate Pascal Will looked so terrified that it was almost pitiful. He crouched on the floor like a small animal and hadn't once raised his face since coming in. According to imperial law, Pascal's offense wasn't significant. It was common enough to invite someone like Alice to perform privately. He only forced her to do so. Though still a crime, the worst punishment would probably be just a 1-month pay cut or something similar, so there was no need for him to be so terrified. Pascal, do you understand the nature of your crime? Yes, I understand that it is unforgivable. It wasn't quite that serious, though. I sighed and Pascal flinched in his crouched position. I sighed again at that reaction, and then my eyes fell on Lawrence behind him. Unlike terrified Pascal, Lawrence remained calm throughout. You are Lawrence, correct? Yes, sir. At my question, Lawrence bowed his head for the first time. Then he immediately raised his face and looked me straight in the eyes as he answered. I am Lawrence Barton. I serve as Lord Will's secretary. Barton, your father is from the West? Yes, sir. I see. I liked Lawrence's demeanor, not intimidated but not disrespectful either. He answered with composure. Come to think of it, he had been advising Pascal earlier. Pascal? Why, yes. Pascal's voice rose as if to say, here he comes again. Write a document impeaching yourself. Yes, Pascal answered reflexively, but then looked puzzled as he didn't understand the meaning. He cautiously raised his face for the first time, still bowed low, trying to gauge my expression. Impeach myself, you mean that? Yes, write what you did wrong, what punishment is appropriate. Prepare it by this time tomorrow and bring it to me, then we'll talk. What's wrong, or should I judge you right now? WL, how fortunate. Interrupting Pascal, who still didn't understand, Lawrence bowed his head and accepted the order, then took Pascal away. After the magistrate left, the onlookers gradually murmured and left the shop. Thank you. After all the customers had left and the shop owner closed the gate, Alice approached from a distance. Are you all right? Yes, thanks to your highness. Thank you as always. Good. A moment of silence passed. Unable to stand the silence, I asked Alice, aren't you going to ask why I made you do that? I will just continue singing. Alice answered without hesitation. That's the best way I can repay your highness. I believe I should not interfere with anything else. I like that about you. If your highness says so, does that mean you have some deeper meaning behind it? Not that deep, I prefaced before explaining to Alice. Although you were appointed by your majesty, it's not a serious crime. Impeachment, basically a self-reflective report. If you understand what you did wrong, that's enough. If not, then I'll punish accordingly. If you only have excuses and flattery, then you'll be replaced. To think you had such thoughts as expected of you. More importantly, can you sing one more song? Gladly. Listening to Alice's singing, I awaited how that man would respond next. The next day, in the mansion's outer garden. After taking possession of the fief, following royal family tradition, I had the mansion remodeled to clearly separate the inner garden and the outer garden. The inner garden was purely residential. Only I, my legitimate wife Audrey, the maids, and the eunuchs were allowed inside. It was built along the lines of the emperor's harem to preserve the royal bloodline's purity. Regular men were absolutely forbidden. On the other hand, the outer garden contained the study and reception rooms where government affairs and entertaining guests took place. Ordinary men were allowed here. In the study of the outer garden, I faced Don Oates. Don had become my subordinate after that incident 3 years ago. I sat deeply in a chair while Don stood before me reviewing 2 documents. As your highness predicted. That's right. Don was reading Pascal's reflection reports. There were 2. One was content expressing regret for being rude unknowingly to Prince 13's favorite, willing to accept any punishment. The other was a report reflecting remorse for forcing a commoner, meaning Alice, to do something against her will, offering pay cuts and demotion. The latter was officially submitted, and the former was something I had obtained secretly. I've seen official documents from there many times. The one about disrespect is Pascal's handwriting, and the one about forcing a commoner is Lawrence's draft. I see. Impressive, your highness. As predicted, that Lawrence is very sharp. Yeah, it was just as expected. From watching Pascal and Lawrence's reactions yesterday, I first predicted that Pascal would plead for mercy or submit something irrelevant. Indeed, that was the case. I hadn't identified myself then. If I hadn't identified myself, the disrespect claim wouldn't hold against me. Probably Pascal tried to submit that first, but Lawrence stopped him, resulting in the report offering pay cuts and demotion. That matched the predictions I made from observing the 2 yesterday. So what will you do about it? A pay cut is enough. It was only ever that serious. Are you sure? Yes. Being able to accept subordinates' advice isn't bad at all. Such a generous heart indeed. Also, could you go to Lawrence? Yes, for what purpose? Give him this. I took out a box about the size one could hold with both hands from my desk and handed it to Don. What's this? It's a box made using Fuwawa and part of the ring. Once locked, only I can open it. Huh? Don tilted his head, puzzled why I would have such a thing. Lawrence is definitely capable. That's why I'm entrusting it to him, as a tool to secretly report to me if anything happens. I see, for internal whistleblowing. Exactly. Impressive indeed, Don said that while looking at the box enviously. What's wrong? No, I just think it's an honor to receive this. An honor, huh? I chuckled coldly. Isn't it? No, look at this. I took another box from the desk. The same type of box I gave Don, but this one was worn and battered. Did someone try to steal the contents? No, that's because whoever received it showed it off. Showed it off? Don repeated the same words flatly. I have Fuwawa monitoring it. If the box is used for anything other than its original purpose, bragging that they received it from me and that they are trusted, it self-destructs on the spot. I see. What an amazing system, no, an amazing principle. I don't want to use people like that. I said so, and Don agreed, then left the study to deliver the box. I put the box away. I can no longer remember the names or faces of those who betrayed my trust. I wondered if Lawrence was a man I could trust. I had a bit of hope. Night, the living room inside the inner garden of the mansion. This room was made for relaxation, and during the day, through the large windows that let in plenty of light, you could see the half-moon hanging high in the sky. In that living room, leaving behind Audrey and Zoe who stood respectfully, I continued my mock battles. The water demon sword Leviathan, masterpiece Fuwawa, the golden bull Behemoth, and the awakened flame dragon Bahamut. I linked these 4 one by one to the armor ring and had them fight in one-on-one matches. Ever since the day the level rose when Leviathan fought Bahamut, who was still Luthier at that time, I've been occasionally having these battles. At first, Leviathan was overwhelmingly strong, but after awakening, Bahamut almost always wins. Even now, Bahamut's flames burned Leviathan's water swordsman to ashes, deciding the match. What is it, Noah-sama? My level has increased. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. Audrey and Zoe each offered their congratulations one after another. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, Gender. Male level 10/infinity HP. D plus E Fire, E plus MP, E plus E Water, D plus S Strength, D plus E Wind, E plus F Stamina, E plus E Earth, E plus F Intelligence, E plus E Light. E plus E Spirit, E plus E Darkness, E plus F Speed, F plus E Dexterity, E plus E Luck, E plus E. The status displayed at the corner of my vision had increased by 1 level, reaching 10 now. What I learned from these 3 years of little by little effort is that even if I rotate only among the same opponents, meaning just these 4, they won't raise the levels slowly. It's not impossible. I realized there's no need to work myself to the bone leveling up in the usual way, just letting Bahamut and the others fight is fine. But Noah-sama, this is amazing. Ahem. I looked at Audrey standing there with a face that said, "What do you mean? I've never heard of such a method. How many level-up methods do you know? Probably all the standard ones. As a noble's wife, I learned basic knowledge to support my husband in battles." I see. If that's the case, Audrey knows, or rather, is familiar with all the usual methods. After all, she is the granddaughter of Prince Lei, an unquestionably noble bloodline. The purer the noble, the more ashamed they are of ignorance. Audrey must have received considerable education and have extensive knowledge. Yet Audrey says she's never heard of it. I'm a noble too, born as a prince, so I also learned various knowledge and asked her to confirm. Abilities with plus signs? I've never heard of them at all. I think only Noah-sama has them. It's proof that you are the world's one and only chosen person. That's amazing, Noah-sama, Zoe chimed in after Audrey's words. Both of them looked at me with eyes full of complete admiration, and being looked at like that doesn't feel bad. Well then, it's late, so I'll do just one more match and then go to sleep. Knock, knock. The door was knocked, and when I responded, Cecily, the serving maid, came in. Sorry to disturb you so late. Master, there's a visitor. At this hour, it's already late, so maybe tomorrow. No, it's fine. I cut off Audrey, who was about to speak. I'll meet them. I stood up and left the living room. I went out from the inner garden to the outer garden and was guided to the entrance hall instead of the reception room. There stood a man, looking completely worn out. His hair was unkempt, his eyes sunken. As I approached, the sharp scent of sweat hit me. Who are you? I was ordered by Cindy-sama to deliver this. The man said so and handed me a box to deliver something top secret to me, Cindy Allen. The stepdaughter of Byron Allen. Almost 10 years have passed since we met at that party. Now she's nearly 20, assisting Byron's work. She's competent and loyal, so I entrusted that box to her. Is it something important? Looking at the man's appearance, I asked. I changed 3 horses in a relay to come quickly. I see. Zoe, give this man a reward. Bring him 100 lien. Understood. Zoe, the head maid who followed behind me, bowed and replied. They left with the man. I stood still and opened the box. Inside was a simple note. His Majesty has fallen ill. That was the only line. The next morning, after breakfast as usual served by Audrey in the great dining hall, Cecily came again. Master, a eunuch from the palace has arrived. He's come. I frowned slightly and stood up. Is it about yesterday's matter? Audrey asked. Probably. I see. Even so, it's incredible to get this news faster than the official announcement. That's why I entrusted the box to Cindy. Also, this is something I learned from His Majesty. Having been caught out so many times, I learned the importance of fresh information. Even this is still far from His Majesty's level, but someday, thinking so, I headed to the reception room in the mansion's outer garden. There was a surprising figure waiting. Cruz, you? Yes, it is by imperial edict. In cases like this, as a prince, I should have seen Cruz, the eunuch, kneel and bow to me at first meeting, but Cruz said imperial edict. That means he is His Majesty's representative. While proclaiming the edict, he becomes His Majesty himself. So instead, I knelt on one knee and bowed my head to him. For a month until I return, I appoint Noah as the Prime Minister Prince. You are entrusted with everything except military matters. Understood. I agreed and stood up. Then Cruz took my place and kneeled, bowing his head. Long time no see, Prince Wise. Stand up. More importantly, why did His Majesty appoint me? Is something wrong? I had received unofficial news from Cindy yesterday, but played it down. His Majesty is not well. What? He is suffering from what is commonly called summer fatigue. Summer fatigue? Even so, he once collapsed, and due to his advanced age and on the advice of the palace Dr. Good, it was decided he would take a month's summer retreat. I see. I felt a bit relieved. Probably this was a precautionary summer retreat. This also shows that while he handed over most state affairs, he did not relinquish military matters. His Majesty also said this. I can entrust you because you have observed me well. Those words stabbed like thorns between the lines. He has observed me well, not literally. Probably the box from Cindy has been found out too, as expected of Prince Wise. His Majesty trusts no one else but you this much. Don't flatter me so much. Anyway, understood. What about the affairs of state? His Majesty wishes you to stay in Almeria. The documents are arranged to be forwarded here. Understood. Zoe, bring Cruz 5,000 lien. After sending Cruz off, I let out a sigh. Then, calming down, I realized something. I had been so caught up in the news of His Majesty's illness and my appointment as Prime Minister Prince that I hadn't noticed. Name, Noah Alarate Prime Minister Prince. Gender, male level, 10/infinity HP. D plus SSS Fire, E plus SSS MP. E plus SSS Water, D plus SSS Strength, D plus SSS Wind, E plus SSS Stamina, E plus SSS Earth, E plus SSS Intelligence. E plus SSS Light, E plus SSS Spirit, E plus SSS Darkness, E plus SSS Speed, F plus SSS Dexterity, E plus SSS Luck, E plus SSS. My status had become something unprecedented. That plus behind my abilities, the plus that increases based on how many people you command, had all become SSS. Surprised, I asked Zoe, who had just returned, to cast a spell so I could see my actual status as others would. Name Noah Alarate Prime Minister Prince Gender, male level, 10/infinity HP, SSS Fire, SSS MP, SSS Water, SSS Strength, SSS Wind, SSS Stamina, SSS Earth, SSS Intelligence, SSS Light, SSS Spirit, SSS Darkness, SSS Speed, SSS Dexterity, SSS Luck, SSS M-Master. This is amazing. Zoe was so shocked she was speechless. Suddenly, all the plus values had increased drastically. Just like when I was granted a fief at birth, and my water attribute rose to S. It's obvious that this happened because His Majesty entrusted the Empire to me for a limited month. A whole nation, a treasure all at once. In a future where the impossible isn't impossible, my heart danced with excitement. In the morning, in the mansion's garden, I lifted a giant rock that was part of the scenery. A huge boulder, twice the size of a human both vertically and horizontally. I easily hoisted it up and tried swinging it up and down as if doing strength training. Name Noah Alarate Prime Minister Prince Gender, male level, 10/infinity HP, SS rank Fire, SS rank MP, SS rank Water, SS rank Strength, SS rank Wind, SS rank Stamina, SS rank Earth, SS rank Intelligence, SS rank Light, SS rank Spirit, SS rank Darkness, SS rank Speed, SS rank Dexterity, SS rank Luck, SS rank. Glancing briefly at the status that had been magically displayed for me outwardly, I put the rock back in its place, then drew the longsword I had prepared and lightly tossed it straight up into the air. The longsword floated up gracefully, then fell tip down. The tip almost pierced the top of my head, but instead it bounced off like rubber and rolled on the ground. My abilities are outstanding. Right now, to put it modestly, I am probably the strongest in the world. Amazing! Have you gotten even stronger, Noah-sama? Turning around, I saw a familiar face, speechless. Cindy Allen. When I first met her, she was a 10-year-old girl, but now approaching 20, she had become truly beautiful. You came. Yes, Lady Ada personally sent a letter, so I wanted you to see it, Noah-sama, and to discuss what comes next directly. A letter. What kind? Here it is. Cindy took out the letter and handed it to me. Ada is the concubine I recommended who later entered the harem. She hasn't borne a child yet, but His Majesty has taken quite a liking to her, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she is now the most favored among the consorts. I opened Ada's letter and skimmed through it. There wasn't much written. It only said that His Majesty was leaving the palace to go to the summer resort and all the concubines would accompany him. That's all, huh? I can't tell how His Majesty's actual condition is from this. I wanted to ask Lady Ada more details, but I was advised to consult with Noah-sama on how to ask. No, that's unnecessary. Huh, this letter says it all, I chuckled softly. What do you mean? His Majesty is as vigorous as ever. Given the circumstances, I deliberately spoke plainly. Vigorous? The fact that he took all the concubines along is proof. What's the role of the concubines? Their job is to please and be with His Majesty. Ah, if he were truly sick and resting, there'd be no need to bring all the concubines. His Majesty must be quite healthy. I see. On the contrary, if he had brought the Empress, that would have been serious. Why is that? If the illness were severe and the matter of succession arose, they couldn't completely ignore the Empress, who is the head of the harem. Whatever happens, I see, that's a remarkable perspective. I never would have thought about all the concubines. Cindy looked at me with admiration. She seemed to have become much more emotionally expressive compared to when we first met. Well, aside from that, it's clear that His Majesty is relatively fine. So whatever the truth is, there's only one thing I need to do. Political affairs, I will prioritize the people. As the Prime Minister Prince, the existing study in the mansion wasn't enough to handle the enormous political tasks, so I had a larger study built in the garden at short notice. Inside, I sat with Olivia Coyle, dressed as a maid, while tending to state affairs. Next is the impeachment of Ames, the Magistrate of Calancia. What did he do? He allegedly misappropriated this year's taxes, which had been collected and were being transported to the capital. Is something wrong? Olivia tilted her head. Let me see the documents. I held out my hand to receive the papers from her. Opening and examining them, I noted that political documents usually had summaries attached above the main text, especially for cases requiring the Emperor's approval. The empire is vast, too large for even the Emperor to personally manage everything. Therefore, it's common to attach summaries prepared by the 4 chancellors to documents. This way, the chancellors can review first, and the emperor can consult them when undecided. The documents sent from the capital already had these summaries. Olivia read the summary aloud, but I felt something off and opened the main text to scrutinize it. I see, what does it say? There was a huge fire in Calancia just before. The air was dry, the wind strong, and the fire destroyed about 80% of the city. Olivia gasped. A fire of such scale consuming 80% of a city is a major disaster. Understandably, everything was burned, so Ames stopped all the transport vehicles carrying the tax money and used those funds to purchase food in nearby cities to distribute to the disaster victims. That's complicated. I glanced at Olivia. Though she was a servant in Gilbert's household and though born into a noble family, it was natural for her to find this difficult. Once transport begins, that money is the imperial treasuries, or rather the emperor's funds. Using that money without permission would be considered disrespectful. Still, since the use was for disaster relief, it can't be helped. Had she been a commoner, she would undoubtedly cheer Ames for doing well, but as a noble born in the prince's family, Olivia said, "I understand both sides," calling it difficult. "The demand for the death penalty is absurd." "But," I said, "it's absurd. People are treasures and the people are the greatest treasure." "Ah. There's personal grudges peeking through this impeachment document. It was likely written by someone who's always at odds with Ames." I grabbed a pen and paper and began writing the rulings. Ames is innocent and will receive a 1-year salary increase for his disaster relief efforts. Yes, the accuser receives a reprimand. The emperor's reprimand is not mere scolding. It is a formal punishment, roughly equivalent to a salary reduction. As expected, Noah-sama, but are you sure this is wise? What do you mean? If this judgment sets a precedent, then during large-scale disasters, tax revenues will decrease, and well, the royal family will bear the brunt, won't they? Olivia swallowed the words, His Majesty. She probably hesitated to say it aloud. Since she swallowed it, I pretended not to notice. You just have to grin and bear it, to prioritize the weak and endure hardship. That is also a noble's privilege. Amazing. I've never seen a noble carry things through to that extent. That comment probably came from her being Gilbert's servant. Afterward, I issued a series of orders. Food aid from Haje, the granary region. Favoring imperial licensed slave traders, prioritizing building materials and manpower for reconstruction, and so on. Throughout, Olivia kept looking at me with respect. At night, in the mansion's outer garden, I summoned the maid Zoe to the study. There's a place I want you to go, Calancia. Calancia? Yes, the area hit by the Great Fire. I recounted the details of the Calancia incident to Zoe. Her expression stiffened rapidly. So I'm appointing you as an inspector with full authority. Watch out for anyone who might ignore my orders. Understood, I'll do my best. Zoe was very enthusiastic. Her hometown Daso had once been hit by flooding. She had previously asked me for help, and I had responded. Having experienced flood damage firsthand, she certainly couldn't overlook corruption during reconstruction. Count on you. Leave it to me. Zoe left the study full of determination. After a while, 2 men knocked and entered, Foster and Howard. Both had been Albert's subordinates, but after the incident where their master was lost, I had taken them under my command. You called, Your Highness? Yes, I have a request. I told them about sending Zoe as an inspector. Sorry, but you two will disguise yourselves as soldiers and follow Zoe. Just protect Zoe, son? No. Protecting her is part of it, but the most important thing is to watch those around Zoe. Foster and Howard exchanged looks. They didn't understand the meaning of the order. I'm sending Zoe, but unlike Evelyn, she's a maid from my mansion. Some will try to deceive or manipulate her because she's an inexperienced maid. Howard suddenly understood. You get it now? That's why I had you disguise yourselves. I see, since we were once under the Crown Prince, we can draw their guard by posing as soldiers. And we can see through their tricks. That's right, as expected of Your Highness. Yeah, being able to prepare for failures ahead of time is impressive. Count on us. The lives you saved, Your Highness, we will finally repay your kindness. They knelt with determined faces, matching Zoe's enthusiasm, and bowed in response. All right, do it. The next afternoon, in an open area of the mansion's garden, I took a deep breath and prepared myself before giving the order. Before me stood a dragon wreathed in flames. It was the ring of Luthier manifested into reality by the armor ring, the awakened Bahamut. Bahamut opened its mouth wide and unleashed a swirling inferno from deep within its throat, aiming the flames directly at me. In the next moment, my body was engulfed in fire. Burned by the raging flames, I forced myself to memorize the sensation throughout my body. Enduring the crackling heat on my skin, I counted silently 1 minute. Using Leviathan's power, I blew Bahamut's flames away. I could smell something burnt. The ground hissed and bubbled as the soil melted away. Having understood the basics, I prepared for the next round. Kaya! A scream rang out. Turning toward the voice, I saw the maid Gigi collapsed on the ground, her mouth opening and closing like a goldfish. Next to her, something resembling an envelope lay on the ground. What's wrong? Are you all right, master? That incredible flame. Ah, that's Bahamut. I burned myself on purpose. Gigi was wildly surprised, her face showing she couldn't comprehend what I had just said. Why you burned yourself? WHY? I figured I should take the hit while I can. I glanced at the status display in the corner of my vision. Name, Noah Alarate Prime Minister, Prince Gender, male level. 10/Infinity HPD plus SSS Fire E plus SSS MP E plus SSS Water D plus SSS Strength D plus SSS Wind E plus SSS Stamina E plus SSS Earth E plus SSS Intelligence E plus SSS Light E plus SSS Spirit E plus SSS Darkness E plus SSS Speed F plus SSS Dexterity E plus SSS Luck E plus SSS. Acting on behalf of your majesty to govern the empire. I had been appointed Prime Minister Prince. Because of this command, my plus bonuses likely included the entire empire's worth. In simple terms, I was currently invincible. That's why I wanted to endure attacks from Bahamut and Leviathan now. Why take hits now? Gigi, have you received the smallpox vaccination? Yes, all the maids serving you have. It's the same thing. The smallpox vaccine is called variolation. It deliberately infects the body with the pus of a patient, a weakened form of the disease to teach the body to resist it. This is the same concept. I see. Gigi finally understood and nodded in agreement. She slowly stood but still looked visibly shaken. Even so, such a powerful attack, such incredible flames. Thanks to that, I learned that being burned all over makes it hard to breathe. This way, I won't be surprised when it really counts. Master, you really are amazing. Anyway, what did you bring? Yes, a letter for you, master. Gigi hurriedly picked up the letter and handed it to me. Who is it from? I'm not sure. What? The person who delivered it said nothing, only mentioned it was for the prince. I took the letter and examined it carefully. For now, it didn't seem hostile. I opened the seal and pulled out the letter inside. What is it? Take a look. I showed the letter to Gigi. This is a menu, quite the hearty eater, aren't they? Even Gigi could immediately tell the letter's content was a menu. It laid out the basic 3 meals of the day with occasional snacks spanning about a month. Aside from the menu, it simply said, "To the lifesaver," in a few words. The handwriting was that of someone unaccustomed to writing. I scrutinized the letter. Was it some kind of code? I tried simple acrostics and more complex cryptograms, testing various possibilities. Nothing meaningful emerged. Then something struck me, the texture of the paper. And once I noticed the feel, something else became clear. A series of realizations came to me like a string of clues. Clues, huh? What? You figured it out? Yeah, this is probably your majesty's menu for the past month. I see. Indeed, it looks like a palace meal plan, but isn't your majesty's health? Gigi's eyes widened in shock. Everyone in the mansion knew well that because your majesty's health had been poor, the command to appoint me Prime Minister Prince was given until recovery. So that's what it means? What do you mean? First, I know this paper's feel. It's the kind commissioned by your majesty and supplied to the palace. That's how I knew it was your majesty's menu. And only crews could have access to it and call me the lifesaver. I was referring to the time I advised leniency toward the eunuch who couldn't write. By interpretation, crews could have been sentenced to death. Calling him a lifesaver was no exaggeration. Cruz was your majesty's confidant and probably under strict orders not to reveal the true health condition. In fact, when delivering the imperial edict, he didn't say a word. However, it seemed your majesty hadn't kept track of the menu. What Cruz brought was unquestionably a menu for a healthy person. Someone suffering summer fatigue couldn't eat that much. Cruz and concubine Ada had indirectly sent me information. I was increasingly convinced that your majesty remained in good health. Wow, to recognize the sender just by the paper quality. Master really is amazing. I smiled at Gigi's praise, thinking I should thank Cruz next time. After changing the parts of my clothes that were singed here and there, I was about to head to the study I had set up in the outer garden to start today's government duties. Then I noticed at the main gate a dispute between a guard and someone else. Curious, I approached. What's going on? My apologies, your highness. I'll drive him away immediately. The young guard was flustered. He pushed the man's chest, ready to usher him off right away. No, hold on, what's the problem here? So, you're the 13th prince? The man arguing with the guard spoke cheerfully to me. He looked like a beggar in a word. His hair was messy, clothes tattered. His whole body was covered in mud, and as I got closer, a stinging, unpleasant smell hit my nostrils. Just the right person, I have something to discuss. Mind listening? You're out of line, that's quite rude. No, it's fine. You have something to say, right? I'll listen. Huh, the guard looked surprised, clearly not understanding what had just happened. Come with me, that's better. I took the man back into the mansion. Inside, I had one of the maids prepare tea and personally led the man to the reception room. I sat on the sofa, and he took a seat too. Ah, as expected of the prince. You understand. Anyway, what do you want from me? Well, I'm Lion. I brought a business opportunity for you today. Business opportunity? A trade deal. I see, so what kind of trade? That's a secret. Your place must have many servants, right? Something about the walls. You're afraid of being found out and losing profit. Something like that. And how much do you need? 100 lions. That's enough? I studied Lion. He stared at me intently. If I invest money in you, what do I get in return? I'll return 10 times the amount in a year. I see. At that moment, I caught the expression of the maid who had entered the room. She was looking at the back of Lion's head with a bitter smile. Her expression said no one could be fooled by such a crude scam. Well, I'd think the same. Understood, Bonnie, I called the maid present. Yes, go to Dylan and have him give this man 1,000 lions. Huh, huh, both Lion and Bonnie exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Is 1,000 lions not enough? And no, it's enough, but then there's no problem. I'm counting on you. Why, yeah. Lion stayed with a dazed look as Bonnie escorted him out of the reception room. After a while, Bonnie returned. Master, the man was given the money and sent on his way. Good. Why the money? And 10 times the amount? If he's a scammer, he wouldn't come back after getting the money. Did you look at that man's head? His head? Bonnie gave me a confused look. Your head. Huh, it was messy, but not that. Yeah, his hair was messy, clothes tattered and muddy with a bad smell. But his scalp was clean. Huh, that can't be. Do you know what that means? Yes, I'm an orphan saved by you, master, and became a maid here. I gave a slight nod. Most maids in this mansion were like that. Either they or their family had their lives saved by me and then joined the staff. Bonnie was one of them. There's no way his scalp would be clean with that appearance. Exactly. So that was a disguise. Understood. Bonnie still looked bitter but nodded in acceptance. Also, though it doesn't matter if I say it to Bonnie, when Lion entered the room, he only looked at me. This was the reception room of Prince 13's residence, furnished with expensive decor meant for distinguished guests. Even amateurs could tell the value at a glance, yet Lion paid no attention to that and only stared at me. He went to the trouble of disguising himself to come and ask me for money, so there must be a reason. Yes, I don't know what it is. I shrugged, palm up. But people are treasures. If you think of it as an investment in a man who came this far, even if nothing happens, the loss is only money. But if something does, you gain a man who disguised himself and slipped into your pocket. That's what this money is for. I see, as expected of you, master, outside Prince 13's residence. Lion, who had left the mansion, met up with another man waiting in the shadows. That man was well-dressed, a handsome young man. How did it go? I got it. Why the strange look? Look. When Lion pulled out a leather pouch, the other man was surprised. How much is that? 1,000 lions. The prince gave me 10 times that. Why? I don't know. He just stared at me, then ordered the maid to hand me 1,000 lions. Your face? Yeah. The young man stared at Lion for a moment, then suddenly realized. The head. He saw through your disguise because of your clean scalp under that messy hair. Ah! Lion touched his own head, the clean scalp beneath the messy hair, and was struck by the same realization. That's why he thought there was something. There's nothing, really. We just wanted to study the prince. Yet he gave 10 times the money. He must be a bigger deal than we thought. Yeah. The two young men watched Prince 13's residence from the shadows. Noah had spent 1,000 lions to catch an interesting man. But contrary to his expectations, he had caught 2 promising young men. Thanks to everyone, I'm back in second place. I'm only 400 points behind first in the next ranking update. This might be the last chance to reach first place. If you found this interesting, want to read more, or want me to keep updating, please rate it down below. It really encourages me. Thank you very much. That day, I found myself in the heart of Nishil. Almeria's provincial capital, Nishil, is famously known as the City of Water, continuously supplied with abundant water from a total of 11 aqueducts. In the city's center square, there stood a grand fountain built from a branch of one of these aqueducts. A crowd of Nishil's residents gathered around the fountain at a distance. Guarded by soldiers, I approached the ornately decorated fountain prepared for the ceremony. Above the fountain hung a banner that read, "First-class aqueduct opening ceremony." Reaching the fountain, I drank directly from the flowing water, cup after cup. Instantly, a roar of cheering erupted. Wow, he really drank it, the esteemed lord himself. You used to have to boil even the first-class water before drinking, but now you can drink it straight. That's amazing. I heard it was His Imperial Highness the Prince who made the first-class water happen. Incredible! Amid the murmurs, I took one final drink before slowly leaving the scene. I entered a tent set up a short distance from the fountain plaza, where my subordinate Don greeted me. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Noah. Yeah, that concludes the ceremony. Yes. With the ceremony complete, we officially upgrade the Appian Way Aqueduct to first-class status. I silently nodded. Upgrading the Appian Way to first class was the biggest accomplishment since I assumed control of my fief. Well, I was surprised when I came to Almeria. Water everywhere, everywhere you look, Don said with admiration. His gaze was fixed on the flushed toilet in the back of the tent. You barely see these even in the imperial capital. Ah, that one. Since I, the prince, was using it, the tent was built to include this public restroom, but public toilets like this are common throughout the city. The provincial capital Nishil draws from its abundant surrounding water sources via 11 aqueducts, allowing clean water to be available day and night. The amount of water available to each citizen is actually 3 times that of the imperial capital. But isn't it wasteful to leave the water running like this? If you don't, things get bad. The water used in public restrooms is third-class water. First-class water is for drinking and cooking. Second-class water is for baths and cleaning, things you shouldn't put in your mouth but are safe for skin contact. Third-class water is used here in this toilet to flush and keep the sewers from clogging. Sewers? Used water gets dirty. If left alone, the system clogs, so it has to keep flowing. Ah, I see. Well, unused first- and second-class water also runs continuously like this to keep sewers clear. Got it. I always thought it would be better to install some kind of device at the end of the pipes so water only flows when needed. But it's actually to protect the sewers. Exactly. Currently, only one pipe is first class, but eventually all 10 others will be upgraded too. Why is that? Same as a river. Water with sand and dirt gradually deposits sediment and clogs. It's the same with aqueducts. Maintenance on clogged third-class water pipes costs surprisingly much. Wouldn't first-class water be more expensive? At first, yes, but in the long run, it's cheaper. Plus, cleaning clogged aqueducts sometimes kills people. People are precious. Such risks should be minimized. I see you've thought this through, as expected of Lord Noah. I smiled at Don, then listened carefully to the sounds outside. The opening of the first-class water supply, drinkable straight from the source, was greatly celebrated by Nishil's residents. A few days later, inside the study of the mansion's outer garden. After receiving a letter from Brother Oscar, I couldn't help but click my tongue. Is something wrong? Don, who was handling administrative tasks in a corner of the room, noticed my reaction and stood to come over. Letter from Brother Oscar. An official document from the Ministry of Finance? No, just a private letter for now. I sighed and handed the letter to Don. He read it as I mulled over its contents. It was a reply to my budget request to the Ministry of Finance. One of the 11 aqueducts, called the Julia Aqueduct, required major maintenance due to sediment deposits and pipe damage. I had applied to the Empire, specifically the Ministry of Finance, for funds. Oscar had gently declined in a private letter. Next year, Don looked at me and I nodded slightly. This year's budget is tight. The Northern War is draining the treasury. They just can't release funds now. They asked to wait until next year. I've heard about the Northern War. Don's expression grew serious. Indeed, the national treasury is being depleted at an alarming pace. It's understandable that the 8th Your Highness is pressing for funds. I understand. That's why Oscar sent a private letter. If it had come as an official document, the Empire's dire straits would be on record. In other words, the Ministry of Finance is in a nothing-to-give situation. If we don't stop using it by next week, continuing to force use will cause serious damage to the aqueduct. Then maintenance costs will skyrocket. Isn't the Julia Aqueduct okay to leave unused for a year? It's third-class water, so it shouldn't immediately affect citizens' lives. The Julia Aqueduct is the largest of the third-class aqueducts. If it stops, public restrooms and sewers relying on it might suffer unknown severe effects. Sewers must never clog, neither can toilets. Worst case, an epidemic could break out. But if there's no money, I'll cover it for now. Don was utterly shocked. You'll cover it, Your Highness, with your personal funds? Yeah. But the repair and maintenance on the Julia Aqueduct will cost quite a lot. It might affect your lifestyle. Please reconsider. I told you. Stubbornness is the privilege of nobles. That's that. Don's mouth dropped open, eyes wide in surprise. Ignoring him, I mentally calculated the amount needed and my current assets. Selling off some antiques and treasures would cover it. I stood up, gazing out the window. I must preserve the beauty of this city of water. A few days later, while busy with affairs in the study again, Don reported to me that maintenance on the Julia Aqueduct had begun, funded almost entirely by my cash reserves. Repairs on the damaged parts are complete. The aqueduct won't have to be shut down. Good, that's a relief. I stood and looked out over Nishil from the window just as before. The cityscape remained beautiful. Thanks to clear weather, the many public fountains glittered throughout the city, shining beautifully. Suddenly, I noticed something. A fire had broken out a short distance from the mansion. This is bad. What is? Look. I stepped aside from the window. Don looked out. A fire? That area the buildings are far too dense. Don instantly understood why I muttered, this is bad. The fire was in the crowded, busy commercial district. Buildings were packed tightly together, constructed in a way that made fire spread easy. In fact, several buildings had already caught fire from the origin point. What should we do? You arrange evacuation for the residents. I'll put out the fire. Hey, Lord Noah! Ignoring Don's bewilderment, I dashed out the window. In my invincible mode with all SSS-level abilities, I leapt from the mansion to the roof of a nearby house and rushed along rooftops toward the fire. I aimed to extinguish the blaze as soon as possible using Leviathan. If I unleashed Leviathan's full power, some buildings would be demolished, but in a fire, that's actually advantageous. I could blow up surrounding buildings to prevent the fire from spreading, combining destruction with firefighting. I took Leviathan from my bracelet, restored it to original size, and rushed to the scene. But upon arriving, my presence was unnecessary. The fire was in the busy commercial district, with markets and eateries, and fed by third-class water, used for cleaning meat, and because of the large population, the area had many public restrooms. Mostly, residents had formed a bucket brigade using that water. Thanks to the abundant water, the initial spread was checked immediately by the relay, and the fire was soon extinguished. With nothing left for me to do, I returned to the mansion's study. Shortly after, Don also returned. How did it go? Don bowed and began his report. 1 building was completely destroyed by fire, 4 partially burned, 6 people suffered smoke inhalation and fell ill, that's all. Considering the fire's origin, the damage was minimal. That's good. It was lucky to have been so contained in such a densely packed area. Also, what is it? Something difficult to say? No, the water used for firefighting was from the Yulia Aqueduct. I see. If the Yulia Aqueduct had been shut off, this could have been a conflagration worse than Calancia. Is that so? Truly, Lord Noah, you're amazing. If it had stopped back then, Don's face showed deep respect for me. Master, the 4th prince is here. My older brother? The next afternoon, while I was reading in the inner garden, Cecily, the maid in charge of guest reception, informed me of the visitor, which surprised me. Yes, show him in. Cecily bowed and left the room. After a while, my long-absent brother Henry entered the room. I stood up and gave him a slight bow. Long time no see, brother. What brings you here all of a sudden? I have official business, an imperial edict. I was even more shocked and instinctively knelt on the spot. An imperial edict, that is, a direct order from your majesty. I heard that a new, directly drinkable water source has been discovered in Syria. You are to urge Minister Prince Henry, the Imperial Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, to oversee transportation to the summer retreat. That's the order. I looked up. Brother Henry smiled gently. Prepare the water. Understood. I called a maid and asked her to deliver the message to Don, who was stationed in the annex study in the outer garden. His Majesty must be referring to the special rank SS water. I ordered 12 barrels to be packed for transport. Since it wouldn't be ready immediately, I turned to my brother. I'll have it prepared right away. Please wait a moment. Very well. We sat facing each other. You look surprised. No, transporting water isn't unusual. Even in the palace, we always transport water from the barrel spring for tea and keep it on hand. I see. The water from the barrel spring is said to be the best in the Empire for making tea. Because it's precious, it's reserved mainly for His Majesty's personal use and as rewards for ministers. Looks like this new water will be treated the same. Impressive, Noah. I was amazed at His Majesty's swift intelligence. Not much time had passed since the opening of this special water source, yet he already knew about it. As expected of His Majesty, his ears and eyes remain astonishingly sharp. Of course, I couldn't say that aloud. It's water with fewer impurities, so I think it's ideal for His Majesty's recuperation. That's right. We must have His Majesty recover quickly. Yes, there is one more thing. One more. This one you may read yourself. Brother Henry took a royal decree from his pocket and handed it to me. I opened it and read from the beginning. It was a commendation and reward. As a reward for this matter, my son, who hasn't even been conceived yet, my eldest son, was granted a noble title. While the Emperor's children are princes by birth, the prince's children don't have any inherent titles. But even before birth, His Majesty granted him a baronial title. I'm truly honored. An incredible thing, Noah, for a member of the royal family to be granted a title before birth. It's been decades, hasn't it? About that long, yes. I searched my memory for anything similar, but found none. Waterworks in Almeria province are well developed, almost perfect as is. For such a significant reform to happen within less than half a year since you took over the fief is remarkable. I intend to upgrade all of them eventually. Really? Brother Henry's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, that will be better for the health of the people and make water system maintenance easier. Every year a few people lose their lives during maintenance. I want to eliminate that first. You really care about people as always. It's just my nature, as expected. Suddenly the door opened with a click, and Audrey entered the room, leading several maids. She approached Brother Henry and bowed politely, following the etiquette of noblewomen. "Long time no see, brother-in-law." "Ah," he simply nodded briefly. It was so simple it almost felt curt. Though not as strictly as the emperor's, the prince's inner garden is managed similarly to the harem. Even if a man is a brother-in-law but not a husband, he can enter the inner garden, but royal protocol dictates minimal conversation. "You look well," Brother Henry said this to me. "In such moments, it's normal to communicate through me. And your wife has started to look like a proper lady in the time I haven't seen her," Brother Henry said with a satisfied expression. Audrey received various things from the maids: tea sets, tea leaves, and hot water. The maids handed them over, and Audrey brewed the tea and served it to Brother Henry and me. She can't entrust this task to the maids, it's her job. Seeing Audrey silently performing her duties, Brother Henry looked satisfied. "Please." I took the tea Audrey had poured and sipped it. Excellent," Brother Henry said that, looking only at me. "Both of you are still young, yet doing well." He seemed very pleased. After Brother Henry left, I headed to the study in the outer garden. If His Majesty had actually tasted the water and liked it, we needed to prepare the transportation arrangements for regular delivery in advance. As I arrived at the study, the door opened from inside and Don came out. "Ah, Master Noah, I was just about to come fetch you." "What is it? Did something happen?" Don looked flustered. "Please come inside." I nodded and entered the study. Inside, a boy was kneeling on both knees. His face was swollen from crying, and upon seeing me, he turned and slammed his head hard on the floor. "Your Imperial Highness the Prince. Please save my father, save my father." "What's going on? This is what happened." After closing the door, Don handed me something from the side. Looking closer, it was that box. The box I distributed to various people for reporting. Don handed me a box with its top heavily dented, as if it had been struck with a hammer. "This is Lawrence's. You recognize it?" "Yes." The box's power is a fragment of Fuwawa's ability. From it, I can instantly know who the recipient is. "You said father. Is he Lawrence's son?" "Yes, his name is Linus." "What happened to Lawrence?" "He was falsely accused by Pascal and is now imprisoned." "What does that mean?" I felt my eyebrows furrow deeply. Amid clear displeasure, I listened to Linus's story. After the previous incident, Pascal started treating Lawrence harshly. "As if by some underhanded method, he tried to curry favor with your highness," Pascal often said, seemingly displeased that I liked Lawrence. A few days ago, Pascal finally accused Lawrence of a crime he didn't commit and had him imprisoned. "My father would never bribe to overturn a trial. That seems to be the case. Do you understand all this?" Don asked me with a serious expression. I took the dented box from his hand. "Do you remember the box's ability?" Don tilted his head, trying to recall. I had given this box to Don to deliver to Lawrence myself, explaining how it worked. "If I recall, once locked, only His Highness can open it, and if it's shown off, it self-destructs. Is that right?" "Exactly. Since I'm the one who set this up, adding another layer of safeguards is natural, right?" "Yes." Don burst out laughing at how clever it was. "Anyone willing to commit the crime of bribery doesn't deserve to possess this." "Exactly. As expected of your highness, a brilliant setup." I looked at the box. Pascal tried to break it, but Lawrence didn't destroy the box. "Then where is the prison Lawrence is held in?" Linus looked as if he had found a savior. Following Linus, I arrived at the prison on the outskirts of Nishil. Nishil is the capital of Almeria province. The largest city in the province has a rather large prison on its outskirts. Linus and I arrived together. "Stop! Who goes there?" "No, Alarate." The guard shouted at me in a businesslike manner, and I coldly introduced myself. "Noah, why, your Imperial Highness the Prince." Realizing who I was, the guard hurriedly dropped to his knees. "I'm entering." "Why, yes." I passed by the guard and entered the prison. There were more guards inside, but they seemed to recognize me from the start and froze, unable to say anything. I marched forward and asked one guard, "Where is Lawrence?" Where?" The guard hesitated, so I stopped, turned around, and glared at him. He trembled violently as if about to collapse and answered, "At the very end, inside." I started walking again, heading straight to the back. Linus followed a few steps behind me. After a while, I heard muffled groans. I hurried. At the back, I saw something terrible happening inside the prison. Lawrence was lying on the floor with something like a sandbag placed on his chest and abdomen. 3 men in black robes were there. One was pressing down on the sandbags with his body, while the other 2 restrained his arms and legs. A brutal method. As the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, I've seen various punishments and torture documents at the Ministry of Justice. This method is designed to simulate natural death. Placing sandbags on the body and adding weight compresses the chest and lungs, making breathing impossible. It takes about an hour, and afterward the corpse appears to have died naturally without any external injuries. "Father," when Linus shouted, the men in black reacted. One groaned and immediately drew a knife, attempting to stab Lawrence. They switched to desperate measures since they were discovered. "Foolish!" I drew Leviathan and swung down in place. As the Prime Minister Prince handling the Empire's citizens, with all SS rank abilities and invincibility, a light swing sent slashes flying toward the three men. Two who were slower to react, holding his limbs, were cut through, while the man with the knife tried to counter with it. However, the knife was deflected. He drew another knife and charged at me. He rushed fiercely, closing the distance in a straight line. The knife seemed to slash across my chest, an afterimage. I moved behind the man at a speed fast enough to leave an afterimage and struck his neck with a knife hand. The man's eyes rolled back and he collapsed. "Amazing!" Linus, who had followed, stared wide-eyed as if witnessing something unbelievable. Having been nearly assassinated and completely weakened, Lawrence entrusted matters to his son Linus. If help had arrived just a little later, Lawrence would have died outright. The method used made the death look natural, without leaving external wounds. Since help arrived in time, it meant that although he was weak, he had no injuries. As long as he survived, all that was needed was rest and recuperation. Leaving Lawrence in his son's care, I headed to have Pascal make amends. Pascal's mansion was located in the middle of Nishal City, a fairly grand building. There was predictably a gatekeeper at the entrance, but I strode forward without hesitation. "Stop, who goes there?" The gatekeeper was diligent in his duties, pointing a spear at me as he questioned who I was. "Is Pascal here? You dare speak to the magistrate without honorifics. Who do you think you are?" "I am Noah Alarate. Noah or whatever, Alarate." The lively gatekeeper suddenly went pale, his face losing color quickly. Although he might not know my face, he definitely recognized the name Alarate, a royal family name. It seemed he also knew that I had entered the fief. "See, could it be, Your Highness the 13th? Is Pascal here?" "Why, yes, inside the mansion." I nodded and slipped past the gatekeeper into the mansion. Leaving the stunned man behind, I strode deeper inside. Near the main gate, I encountered another man who appeared to be a butler, judging by his attire. Unlike the gatekeeper, the butler seemed to recognize my face, and before I could introduce myself, he hurriedly knelt down. "I was unaware Your Highness would visit. Please forgive my rudeness." "Where is Pascal?" I cut him off and asked as I moved forward. The butler hastily stood and followed behind me. "He is in the inner chambers. I will summon him immediately. Please wait in the reception room." "Fine." I continued on, entering further inside the mansion. I headed toward what the man called the inner chambers. On the way, I passed several servants and maids, but seeing the butler's anxious demeanor as he attended to a noble like me, no one tried to stop me. When I entered the inner room, Pascal was there, half undressed like a prostitute, flirting with a woman. He was drinking, eating lavishly, and playing around with the woman, a very obvious way of enjoying himself. Upon seeing me enter, Pascal's face twisted with displeasure. "I told you no one is to enter until morning," Pascal spoke while looking at me. The moment he recognized me, he was left speechless, mouth agape. Well, Noah-sama, forgive the unsightly scene. Spare me the excuses. You tried to silence Lawrence, didn't you?" That's not true. Why would I try to silence Lawrence?" "I never said Lawrence. The relationship between you and Lawrence right now, at best, is like magistrate and criminal. It's not the kind of relationship you'd normally associate with silencing someone." Pascal gasped for breath. Then he began to tremble violently. "Bahamut, at your command, teach him a lesson." I said this as I linked the armor ring and summoned Bahamut. The spacious room in the magistrate's mansion instantly felt cramped from Bahamut's imposing presence and massive form. "Make sure he doesn't become a wreck, but punish him severely." "His life," I shook my head. "People are treasures and hope. Even if he's like this now, he might still change in the future." "As expected of my lord. I apologize for not understanding your deeper intentions." "It's in your hands. As you command." Pascal, who continued trembling and couldn't even lash out in defiance, was left to Bahamut's mercy as I departed from the mansion. From within, a continuous agonized scream echoed, like all the pain in this world concentrated into sound. That night, in the inner garden of the mansion, I returned and quietly read. Knowledge was essential to accomplish many things. Whenever I had free time, I immersed myself in books. Sitting across from me was Audrey. I had told her she could sit during breaks from serving. "Noah-sama." Suddenly, Audrey called my name. I put my book down and looked up at her. "I have a personal matter to discuss." "What is it? Speak." "My grandfather instructed me to ask this. He wishes for my younger sister Anya to be accepted as Your Highness's concubine." "I see." I closed the book and looked Audrey squarely in the eyes. For nobles, this was not an unusual request. In fact, under certain circumstances, it was commonplace. Marriages between noble families served to connect houses and, importantly, to continue bloodlines. If the principal wife could not conceive, it was common to have a blood-related sister become a concubine to increase the chances of producing an heir. This was not an uncommon practice. Understood, I have no objections. Really? Yes. You'd feel more at ease having a familiar sister among your concubines. Thank you, Audrey smiled happily, but then shyly looked down. When would this happen? If I have your approval, my grandfather says it can be arranged immediately. He seems very keen on connecting my firstborn with Prince Lei's bloodline. Currently, Audrey was my only principal wife, but being royal family, I expected concubines would steadily increase. Unlike the emperor, a prince's heir was less critical. There was a philosophy that as long as the bloodline was clear, that was sufficient. Therefore, it was relatively common for the eldest son to succeed compared to the emperor. After reading my grandfather's letter, I felt something. He truly admires you, Noah-sama. He recognizes you. He does. Yes, I hardly know anyone that grandfather has admired so highly. Audrey said this with eyes full of admiration and flushed cheeks, gazing at me with devotion. Noah-sama, you're incredible. The emperor's summer villa, though called a villa officially, housed the empresses, their eunuchs, cooks, and countless servants. Along with the guards, the total number easily exceeded 1,000, a small town in itself. From this villa on the suburban road back to the Fief, Prince Lei Indra sat upright in his carriage, gazing at the horizon. In his mind, replayed the conversation with the emperor at the villa. Though the emperor had spoken in a roundabout way, Indra understood that the number of candidates for the throne, the next emperor, had been narrowed down to 3. 4th Prince Henry, 8th Prince Oscar, and the 13th Prince Wise Noah. He knew this. From Indra's perspective, these 3 were the most outstanding among nearly 20 imperial sons still alive. Indra was convinced the next emperor would definitely be chosen from these 3. Among them, he believed the 13th Prince Wise held a significant, substantial lead. Amazing kid. I've never seen the emperor praise a prince so openly, not as a father, but as the emperor himself. In the succession race, Indra saw Noah as the clear favorite. That was why he had sent a swift horse to deliver a letter to his granddaughter Audrey. He also moved to have his other granddaughter, Anya, become one of Noah's concubines. The old man Indra had a gambler's nature. When he sensed the moment was right, he bet everything to win. Indra was now certain. The next emperor would, without a doubt, be Noah. The outskirts of Nishal, a water transport convoy, guarded by nearly 100 soldiers, was heading toward Your Majesty's summer retreat. Aside from the water transport wagons, a carriage carrying Brother Henry was running alongside. I was also riding a horse next to it. I was there to see off Brother as he escorted the water partway. What's the matter, brother? Noah looked so fitting on horseback. Really? Yes, watching you makes me admire you. Do you ride often? To some extent, the Empire is a nation of warriors. Even you, brother, were trained to at least ride a horse since childhood. But still, there are people who simply never ride. Oscar and I are not good with horses. Brother Oscar, too? I thought about that. Oscar gives off the vibe of a gentleman, so it makes sense if he's not good with horses. While chatting with brother, suddenly, the soldiers escorting the water began to stir uneasily. What is it? Brother, responsible for the transport, asked a subordinate. The soldier frowned as he answered. Reporting dust clouds from the south. Probably, brother and I turned to the south simultaneously. Beyond the horizon, a group was approaching, raising dust clouds. They headed straight toward us and quickly surrounded the convoy. Bandits! Brother's tone changed. His face tensed, and deep wrinkles formed between his brows as if not even a piece of paper could be slipped in. Not expecting this here. Leave it to me, brother. I said that and jumped off my horse. Hundreds of bandits surrounded the stationary convoy, and I approached the man who seemed to be their leader. What do you intend? With such an elaborate escort, you must be carrying something valuable. I looked back. Indeed, we increased the number of guards compared to usual for delivering to your majesty. That must have caused the misunderstanding. I made eye contact with Brother Henry behind me. We exchanged wry smiles. If you hand over the cargo quietly, I might let you live. The man tapped his longsword on his shoulder, grinning as he spoke. Ignoring his suggestion, I drew Leviathan from the bracelet, a demonic sword that glowed with a pale blue light. The moment I drew it, both enemies and allies focused their attention on it. What? You're going to fight? Humph! I stepped forward and instantly cut down 3 bandits behind the leader. The 3 looked at each other, bewildered, dropped their weapons, and collapsed. I glanced around, perhaps because it happened so quickly neither enemies nor allies could react. Wah, you bastards! Get him? The bandit leader was the first to snap back to reality. He shouted a command, and the bandits charged me all at once. They forgot about stealing the cargo, they just attacked me. Just as expected, I had drawn their attention. Swinging Leviathan, I cut down bandits one after another. All abilities were SSS rank, and with the Prime Minister's bonus invincible mode activated. 1 slash per person, I felled them all. It took less than 30 minutes to slaughter the roughly 300 bandits. After defeating them all, I ordered the soldiers to tie their arms with ropes and restrain them. Brother Henry got off the carriage and came to my side. Impressive, Noah. I never expected you to defeat all of them alone. If damage occurs, it only delays delivery to your majesty. Indeed, still, that was a splendid demonstration of skill. Brother nodded and praised me highly. I looked at a man forced to kneel with both knees, his arms bound. Blood was dripping heavily from his shoulder, and he glared at me. After watching him for a moment and thinking, I asked, "Your name?" "I am Jerry Eisen of the White Tiger." "Remember it well?" Jerry answered confidently. "Jerry, do you know what you've done?" "I'm prepared for this kind of work. It's probably the death penalty. I'm not weak enough to fear that." "That's a good resolve, but it's meaningless." "What? By the way, how many people did you kill as a bandit?" "What good is asking that? If you want to add more crimes, give it up. It's the death penalty anyway. Kill me now," Jerry blurted out all at once. His expression made it seem like he wasn't afraid of dying at all. After thinking for a moment, I changed the subject. "This convoy is carrying tribute to your majesty. In other words, it's imperial property. What do you think happens to those who try to steal from the emperor's possessions? That means the worst penalty is the punishment of being cut in half. WH. "What's that?" Jerry looked clearly confused, having never heard the term. "It's exactly as it sounds, cutting the body vertically in two, not the head. The heart is avoided, so death isn't immediate. It takes about 30 minutes, suffering painfully all the while." Jerry was dumbfounded. "The pain of having your body bisected lasts 30 minutes. Your body slowly stops moving, losing even the strength to struggle. But the pain remains the entire time." Jerry turned pale, his teeth chattering and trembling uncontrollably. "How many people have you killed?" I haven't killed anyone." His lips instantly went white as he answered with a shaky voice. "Why not? There was a famine before. The magistrate did nothing for us. Before I knew it, we were trapped with no way out, and I got involved in this kind of work." "So you're saying you were reluctant?" "Of course. If I could work properly, no one would willingly do this," Jerry answered, gradually lowering his head. His words carried emotion. After a pause, I asked seriously, "Do you want a chance to start over?" Jerry suddenly raised his head, looking at me in disbelief, unable to believe what he'd heard. "Start over?" I looked around at Jerry and his men. They were all looking at me with the same stunned expression. "If you were just ordinary bandits, I could sentence you to military service punishment." Recalling imperial law as the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, I explained. It wasn't limited to bandits. It was for young people barely deserving the death penalty. It literally means being thrown into the army and forced to fight on the frontier. Depending on your battle achievements, your crimes will be wiped clean, and rising in rank isn't impossible. There's such a thing?" Jerry's eyes brightened. He was intrigued by what I said. "I won't go easy on you, but if you prove your battle achievements, I'll promote you." "What will it be? Military service punishment, or the punishment of being cut in half?" When presented with the choice, Jerry and his men immediately lowered their heads so forcefully it almost hit the ground in respect. I assigned some soldiers to escort Jerry's bandit group to Nishil. After seeing them off, Brother, who had been quietly listening, said, "Your persuasion is amazing." "Is that so?" "Threatening them with death by bisecting, terrifying them, then breaking them all at once, that was impressive. But is such effort worth it for these people? People are treasures and hope, Brother, even those scoundrels, even them. Humph, it's impressive you can say that with such conviction." After parting from Brother, I returned to Nishil's mansion, arranged additional guards, and handled the aftermath with Jerry. They were delighted. What I offered was essentially a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a fresh start. Of course, there was the risk of death. They would be fighting as soldiers, after all. But the Empire is a nation of warriors, and battle achievements surpass all other merits. If they survive and prove their battle achievements, becoming nobles overnight wouldn't be out of the question. Given this chance to turn their lives around, Jerry and the others were excessively grateful to me. After finishing those matters, Cecily, the maid attending to guests, entered the study. "Master, a man named Lawrence is here to see you." "Lawrence, let him in." "Understood." Cecily left, and shortly after, Lawrence entered. He immediately knelt with one knee and lowered his head deeply. I stood from my chair and pulled Lawrence up by his arm. "Are you feeling well now?" "Thanks to Your Highness the 13th, I'm fine. Your Highness personally came to my aid." "I don't know how to thank you. Don't worry about it, but what do you intend to do now? Would you join my men?" "I'm sorry, I'm already serving Pascal." I frowned. I spoke honestly, expressing the emotion welling up in that moment. "I'm disappointed in you." Surprised, Lawrence looked at me as if wondering what I suddenly meant. You're talented. Don't be modest, I researched a lot. Ha, Lawrence bowed his head slightly. You are capable of doing a lot for the people, so why cling to trivial things? Because betraying Pascal is, you don't want to be called a traitor. That's selfishness and self-interest, valuing your reputation. If Pascal were someone who truly cared for the people, that would be one thing. But he doesn't care about the people at all. You know that, don't you? Returning to such a man just because you don't want to be called a traitor, that's why I'm disappointed. I sighed. Enough. Go wherever you want. Just as I said that and turned around, Lawrence suddenly dropped to the floor in a deep bow. Hands and knees on the ground, his head slammed into the floor. What's the meaning of this? I was wrong. Your Highness's words are correct. I realized I was thinking about my own reputation before I knew it. No, that's just an excuse. Your Highness's wonderful words awakened me. You are the true lord to serve. Though I am such a man, please allow me to join your command, he added, please, at the end and banged his forehead on the floor with a thud. You'll work for the people, right? Yes, good. Then I forgive you. Thank you very much. The status indicator in the corner of my vision stayed at SSS rank, but if not for that, it surely would have risen. Such a man joined my ranks. A study room in the early afternoon. Together with Don, we processed one political matter after another. Lately, I had become quite accustomed to it. When the prime ministers brought me summaries, I could roughly understand the contents from those summaries, which improved efficiency. That said, I made sure to stay focused to avoid any careless mistakes from turning the work into a mere assembly line. At that moment, Lawrence came to visit. He entered the room and elegantly knelt on one knee before me. You've come. There are a few things I'd like to hear your opinion on, Don. Yes, sir. Don nodded and went to retrieve the documents I had placed in the corner of the study. I had carefully selected a wide range of political matters to test how capable Lawrence really was. I planned to ask how he intended to handle them, but Lawrence lowered his head further and said, Before that, Your Highness, I have one favor to ask. What is it? There is someone I would very much like to win over and introduce to Your Highness. Understood. Go ahead. Lawrence looked up, still kneeling, with a blank expression. What's the matter? You look strange. And no, it's just that you agreed to this so easily without me even explaining or telling you what kind of person they are. I'm surprised. Is that all? I chuckled softly. I trust you. Besides, people are treasures. If someone of your caliber wants to introduce someone, there's no mistake in that. Lawrence looked even more stunned and speechless. He froze for about a minute, then came back to himself, took a deep breath, and regained his composure. Truly, Your Highness, you are incredible. I feel ashamed of my past self who once refused to serve you even once. That's a thing of the past. Yes, sir. I'm not sure if I can persuade them, but they are certain to be valuable to your governance. Oh, I was about to leave it to Lawrence, but his way of saying that piqued my interest. I stopped completely and looked him straight in the eyes. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, they are two people more talented than I am. I see. I nodded and stood up. Turning to Don, I'll be away for a bit. Leave the rest to me. As you command. Your Highness, Don nodded, but Lawrence looked even more bewildered. Show me the way? Huh, you say this person is that remarkable. In that case, it is proper that I meet them myself. You really are amazing. Lawrence gave a wry smile and looked down a little. We rode horses out of the provincial capital, Nishil, heading south. The road was properly paved, but soon the town disappeared behind us, and the area became an uninhabited suburb. Lawrence rode alongside me. So who exactly are these people you want to introduce? Yes, their names are Lion and Krez. Lion, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I shook my head, thinking I was just mistaken about recognizing the name. What kind of people are they? I used to attend a private academy run by a man named Walter Miller. It taught practical knowledge useful to the world. Lion and Krez enrolled there, and both graduated after just 3 months. They were so gifted that towards the end there was nothing left for them to learn, and they ended up teaching other students. Wow, that's impressive. If they were that outstanding, I wanted even more to meet and recruit them. People are treasures. Gaining those two would definitely boost my abilities. Lawrence went on to tell me more about them. Krez was relatively calm and often returned to the Miller Academy to teach, but Lion was quick to pick fights, and the last we heard, he left the academy after fighting other students, essentially kicking up dust behind him. Their personalities were very much opposites. They get along well, though. They always act together and currently live together in the same remote mountain. I see. I now had a good idea about Lion and Krez. We rode further. Suddenly, I noticed dust rising up ahead. Squinting, I saw a man being chased by something. It was a tiger, a massive tiger with pure white fur, twice the size of a normal one. Lion, huh? Lawrence looked surprised as he glanced sideways. Is that the lion you mentioned? No doubt about it. He must have gotten into trouble again. Though Lawrence sounded anxious, he was not truly shocked. It seemed such incidents were every day for this lion fellow. Since I had heard he was the guy who ran away from the academy after a big fight, I wasn't particularly surprised and thought, makes sense. Ah, Lawrence's anxiety grew stronger. The distance between Lion and the tiger was steadily closing. At this rate, the tiger would catch up in less than 10 seconds. We have to help. Leave it to me. I stood, kicked my horse's rump, and dashed forward. With all my abilities at SSS rank, I judged that running on foot would be faster than riding the horse. And I was right. I closed the distance in an instant and stepped between Lion and the tiger. The tiger roared and lunged. Its huge body completely blocked out the sunlight, making it as dark as night right before my eyes. I thrust my lightly clenched fist toward the tiger's forehead. Crack. I heard the sound of skull fracturing and neck breaking reverberate through my body. The tiger died instantly and collapsed limply to the ground. Nice fur. Maybe I should skin it and present it to your majesty. As I thought that, a voice came from behind. Hey, you took that thing down with one hit? Amazing, wait. The man looked surprised for some reason. Turning around, I was taken aback too. A familiar face, Lion. The same man who had once disguised himself as a beggar and came to the mansion. He seemed to recognize me as Noah and gave an awkward smile. Lawrence, who had ridden over and was leading my horse, tilted his head, puzzled by our reactions. Lion led us into the mountain where he lived. 2 small huts stood quietly inside the modest mountain, just a few hundred meters in. In one of them, I, Lawrence, and Lion, the hut's owner, sat facing each other. Man, you saved me. If you guys hadn't come, I'd be inside that tiger's stomach by now. Why were you being chased by that tiger? Well, it's a white saber tiger. There's a theory that if you let a human child drink its milk, they gain incredible immunity and avoid many childhood diseases. Oh, I've heard about that. Though just a rumor, I'd heard stories of children raised by white tigers growing bigger, healthier, and stronger than normal kids. So when I found out a cub was born, I got curious and went to milk it, and well, that's what happened. Of course, Lawrence shouted loudly. Are you crazy? Approaching a ferocious beast that's raising cubs is asking to die? Don't get mad. Hey, I managed to get a little milk. Wanna try some together? You, Lawrence protested, but I held him back and spoke to Lion. You said your name is Lion? Yeah. Lawrence recommended you and Krez too. Lawrence did? Lion looked at Lawrence with surprise. Have you finally given up on Kaskar? Lawrence gave a wry smile, but didn't answer. The nickname Lion used for Pascal and Lawrence's silent reaction made it clear that the kind of banter I'd had with Lawrence also happened among them. Lawrence looked uneasy, but finally answered. I am now serving your highness. I see, Lion looked at me. Convincing stubborn Lawrence is no small feat. Between that and what I heard about Calancia, you must be quite a man. Calancia? Yeah, you sent 3 subordinates there, right? Thanks to that, reconstruction is going well. I see. I had heard reports from Howard and others, but it seemed the recovery was visibly progressing. All right, then I'll become your subordinate. Leave Krez to me as well. Is that okay? Yeah, that was the plan anyway, and if Krez hears you're the guy who softened Lawrence's big head, he won't object. Good. Looking forward to working with you, Lord? Though casual in tone, the seriousness in Lion's eyes just before he bowed his head, hands resting on his knees, was intense. A few days later, while working in the study, Cruz came again. As before, I knelt on one knee and bowed my head before the eunuch delivering the imperial edict. Don knelt beside me. Cruz recited the imperial edict. His Majesty's health had fully recovered, and he was returning from the summer resort to the imperial capital. Along with this came the order to relieve me of my post as Prime Minister Prince. At that moment, I noticed my status in the corner of my vision change. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 10/infinity HP, D+E fire, E+A. MP, E+E water, D+S strength. D+E wind, E+F stamina, E+E earth, E+F intelligence, E+D light, E+C spirit, E+D darkness, E+F speed. F+E dexterity, E+D luck, E+D, all the SSS ranks representing the entire empire vanished, reverting to the previous status. The slight increase in some D ranks was probably because I had added Lawrence, Lion, and Krez as subordinates. As I looked at this and thought about how to raise my abilities going forward, thank you for your excellent service in handling political affairs. Accordingly, we bestow Apophis upon you and add the Fief of Alarate to your holdings. Wow, Don, who had been silently listening, well, he probably should have been silent, couldn't help but express his surprise. I was surprised too, the Fief of Alarate. Now a remote land producing nothing but symbolically the place where the Alarate family first raised arms. No wonder Don reacted that way. Meanwhile, I stayed more composed. Because the moment Cruz announced the imperial edict, my stats rose again. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 10/infinity HP, D+E fire, E+A MP, E+E water. D+S strength, D plus a wind, E plus F stamina, E plus E earth, E plus D intelligence, E plus D light, E plus C spirit, E plus D darkness, E plus F speed, F plus E dexterity, E plus D luck. E plus D strengths plus, jumped straight to A earths plus, rose to D2 ranks increased simultaneously. The land of Alarate currently held little value, considering how my water attribute rose when I received Almeria as a fief at birth, and the reality of Almeria itself. It's unlikely the land of Alarate alone would cause 2 increases. Then I looked up and saw the men crews had brought carrying a treasure chest. They placed the chest before me and opened it. Inside lay a staff with a serpent motif, so this is Apophis. I reached out and touched Apophis. Resonance. Leviathan, Bahamut, Fuwawa, Behemoth, and Apophis. All 5 emitted sounds simultaneously, truly resonating. I was surprised, but looking around, neither Cruz nor Don showed any reaction. Was it just me? But from this I understood. Apophis is the same kind of existence as Leviathan and the others. Then it was an incomparable treasure. I bowed my head and said to Cruz, representing His Majesty, I am truly honored. That night I had a strange dream. In it 5 mysterious beings were speaking among themselves. To have 5 of us obey without incident. This is the first time in history, such a man. If this is so, perhaps, indeed, it might be possible for us all to be accepted, and a presence capable of awakening the Ark resting in the land of Alarate. If the Ark awakens, all humans on Earth will be able to go to paradise. It's hopeful, indeed hopeful, let us hope. We, possessing infinite infinity potential, place our hope in the Master. We shall hope. Morning, I woke up and was being helped by Audrey and the maids to change out of my pajamas. First, Audrey took off my pajamas. The morning sunlight poured in through the window, illuminating my well-toned, muscular body. They wiped my body and rubbed in some fragrance. As usual, I hardly moved at all and left my preparations to Audrey and the maids. "Noah-sama, what's wrong? Are you troubled by something? How do you know? Your face doesn't look as well as usual. You pay close attention. Because it's your face, Noah-sama." Audrey smiled gently, her cheeks slightly flushed as she answered. I was used to hearing words like this, but hearing them from my wife didn't feel bad. "You're right. I'm concerned about the Apophis that your Majesty bestowed upon me." "That snake staff?" "Yeah," I nodded. Since Audrey also knew about Leviathan and the others, I skipped the preliminaries and told her exactly what was bothering me. "It still hasn't submitted to me. Today I intend to make it do so." "I see. Is it okay for you to watch that? Wanna see?" "Yes," Audrey nodded. Admiration and pleading showed clearly on her face. "I've heard about your divine artifacts, Noah-sama, but I've never seen the moment they submit to you." "Ah, now that you mention it," I recalled. Leviathan, Bahamut, Luthier, Fuwawa, Behemoth, all of these were from before I actually met Audrey, back when I was still in the city. "I see. Good. Thank you." Audrey looked extremely happy. Before long, I finished getting dressed, and we moved to the great dining hall, where I had breakfast served by a cheerful Audrey. After that, I took Audrey and the maids out to the garden. In front of the garden pavilion, I had had Apophis brought out in its box beforehand. I approached and opened the box. I took the staff shaped like a snake and held it up in front of me. "Obey." Then a mental response came back. It was an indescribable mental message. "Is this really okay, Noah-sama?" "No problem, it's just that it underestimates me a little." "Underestimates?" It said if it were to submit, I should defeat it. It said a child being controlled by someone like you couldn't do that. "What rudeness!" Audrey's eyebrows furrowed and she got angry as if it were about herself. I looked at the staff, Apophis. Though it said that so clearly, what came through from Apophis was just a child who had been tossed around by triple S's. The Prime Minister Prince had been dismissed, and my power had returned to normal. That's why it looked down on me. On the other hand, this made things quicker. "So I just have to defeat you, right?" I spoke to Apophis again. The reply came back with mockery mixed in, but also a clear yes. "Good. Then I'll lend you this." I said that, put Apophis back into the box, then took off the armor ring and placed it inside along with the staff. The next moment, Apophis transformed. Linking with the armor ring, it changed into a huge serpent. The giant snake swallowed the staff whole and opened its mouth big enough to easily swallow a human. "Come, snot-nosed brat." It spoke brokenly to threaten me, opening its mouth wide and flickering its tongue. "All right," I drew Leviathan and slashed at it. The demonic sword's azure light slash was deflected by Apophis's scales. "Tough!" Apophis looked pleased for a moment, then bit at me. I kicked off the ground and stepped back. Apophis attacked again. The snake's long body undulated as it charged, circling around me and then squeezing tight. I held Leviathan horizontally. The constriction was halted by Leviathan. I dropped Leviathan, jumped on the spot, and escaped the snake's grip. "Shrink!" After escaping, I shrank Leviathan. It becomes a strength contest if extended, but shrinking causes no problem. Leviathan shrunk to the size of a needle, fell to the ground. The squeeze missed, and the snake coiled briefly before extending and coming at me again. I dodged, retrieved Leviathan, and restored it to its original size. "You're weak. I can't cut you." The snake said that, flicking its tongue and laughing mockingly. "I'll finish you, swallow you whole." The snake charged, opening its mouth wide to bite. I parried with Leviathan. The snake immediately turned and charged again, but I easily dodged that too. "Ooh!" Cheers erupted from Audrey and the maids, so they understood. I was giving up power and just dodging using technique. This became our daily morning routine, swordsmanship that doesn't cut the banyan tree. Martial arts usually split into styles of softness and hardness. What I had been training was a technique that could be called the ultimate softness. Using it, I repeatedly dodged the snake. "You're sneaky, more men will come." Heh! I didn't take the obvious provocation. Continuing to dodge, I suddenly noticed that if I dodged at a certain angle, there was a spot on the snake's body where it would catch. I tried several times. The catch became clearer. I cut into that spot. After dodging the charge, the snake quickly turned and charged again. At that moment, I charged too. The snake, which had only been dodging so far, looked clearly surprised. Its momentum and my own strength. The blade was angled and thrust into the catching spot. Then what had been hard, smooth, and impenetrable suddenly gave way like cutting tofu. I charged further, thrusting with Leviathan. After completely passing through, the snake's body split open like a fish fillet. Game over, right? Since it was a manifestation by the armor ring, it probably didn't feel pain, but the snake was dumbfounded by being so neatly cut and completely stopped moving. After a while, "You are strong. I will serve." The snake's attitude completely changed from before, and it became very obedient. Was this some kind of trap, I wondered. Name: Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender: male. Level: 10/infinity HP, D+ E Fire, E+ A MP, E+ E Water, D+ S Strength, D+ A Wind, E+ F Stamina, E+ E Earth, E+ D Intelligence, E+ D Light, E+ C Spirit, E+ D Darkness, E+ C Speed, F+ E Dexterity, E+ D Luck. E+ D in the corner of my vision. The plus in the status for darkness jumped all the way to C, showing it had truly submitted from the heart. "From now on, let's get along." The snake nodded its head smoothly, then dissolved its manifestation. Where the giant snake had been, the armor ring and the snake staff, Apophis, lay on the ground. I picked them up. "As expected of Noah-sama." Audrey, who had been keeping her distance until then, approached with an impressed expression, recognizing that it was over. A few days later, in the outer garden study. Though the Prime Minister Prince had been dismissed, I had left the study I had modified for convenience during political affairs, thinking it would still be useful. In that study, I was receiving a report from Dawn. "What is this?" After the report, I looked over the list and asked Dawn. "It's gifts sent jointly by the magistrates of Ararat province. All are local products of Ararat." "Ararat, huh? They are gifts for the newly appointed ruler, Your Highness." "Ah, one of those common things." Though I said so, this was actually my first time. When I was given Almeria as a fief, I was just born, so all these things were handled by the adults around me. So this was the first time something was sent directly to me. No, it's not common at all. This list is about twice as luxurious as usual. I've never seen such an impressive list. Really? There are even items that seem to come from the common people. Hearing various rumors about your governance, the flood control of Almeria Initial and such, they sent these voluntarily. I see. When Gilbert was in charge, it was about a third of this. Don, who used to work under the Crown Prince, said with a wry smile. "Well, this is beyond impressive. Still, there's no point in receiving this much. Anyone interested? Are you calling?" The door opened and a boy entered. Unlike the inner garden, the outer garden study didn't have such strict bans on males, so there were male servants. Since I hadn't seen this boy before, he must have arrived recently. "Distribute these to my household. Evelyn likes alcohol, so give her 1 barrel each of brewed and distilled liquor. Shirley in the imperial capital gets 2 cold iron swords. Foster and Howard get 1 each. Dylan has a daughter, so send her plenty of silk. Byron gets brewed liquor. Cindy gets 1 bottle of each of the 4 types of honey." I distributed the gifts according to the tastes and status of my household, especially to those who were kept outside the mansion. After saying everything, I thought to check if I missed anyone. "Understood. Evelyn's son, 1 barrel each of brewed and distilled liquor. Shirley's son, 2 cold iron swords. Foster's son and Howard's son, 1 each. Dylan's son, silk. Byron's son, brewed liquor. Cindy's son, 1 bottle each of the 4 kinds of honey." "Right." I was slightly surprised and looked at the boy. He flinched a little under my gaze. Did I make any mistakes?" "No, the opposite. I'm amazed you remembered everything after just 1 hearing." The boy relaxed, realizing it wasn't a scolding. "What's your name?" "I'm Gurin. How long have you been here?" "About a month." "Why did you come here?" Right after I asked, Don, who had seemed about to say something, kept silent as he watched me rapidly ask personal questions. Guren answered my questions a little hesitantly. My parents are sick, and my older brother doesn't earn much, so I was thinking about earning something when I saw the eunuch recruitment. I see. Eunuchs received a lump sum on top of their monthly salary. Since castration, cutting off the male organ, was involved, it was compensation or some form of grace. How are your parents' illnesses? Somewhat better, but still. Guren looked down, his face shadowed. How much is your current salary? 5 lien per month. I'll raise it to 50. Huh. Guren looked like he didn't understand what had happened. Also, stay under Don, got it? I directed the last words to Don. He quietly nodded. He seemed to understand that I appreciated Guren's memory and intended to make good use of him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guren bowed repeatedly and left the study to distribute the gifts. Don, left behind, turned to me. As expected, with that he'll feel indebted and serve your highness with his life. No need to risk lives. Heh, people are treasures. It's fine if they serve, but they need to live while doing so. As expected, Don bowed deeply to me with complete respect. That day, after going to listen to Alice's singing and returning to the mansion around midday, I saw 2 people tied to a tree in the garden, a man and a woman. The man was a eunuch, and the woman was a maid. Both were people who lived in the mansion, faces I knew well. The 2 were tied to the tree and being whipped by another eunuch. Curious at the unusual sight, I stopped to watch when Zoe came out from the mansion. Welcome back, master. What's going on over there? When I asked, Zoe blushed and looked conflicted. The lady of the house, well, I understand. I'll ask Audrey directly. It was clear this was a delicate matter. If I pressed Zoe hard, she'd answer, but there was no need to go that far. I went inside the mansion, asked Zoe, and then sought out Audrey in the living room. Oh, welcome back, Noah-sama. Thanks. What's with those 2 in the garden? I'm sorry, it's due to my own negligence. I gestured for more details. Just a little while ago, I was told by a maid that the 2 were found naked and embracing in a room, so I went to check. I see. I felt a twitch at my temple. The man, we confirmed it properly. Complete castration, definitely a eunuch. There are several methods of castration for eunuchs. Partial castration removes only the testicles, while complete castration removes the entire genitalia. Of course, considering the nature of eunuchs, the latter is safer. So it was just some kind of role play? Yes, therefore the eunuch was given 30 lashes and the maid 10. Since this is an internal matter, I handled it myself. Was that inappropriate? No, that's perfectly reasonable. No problem at all. Audrey let out a sigh of relief. Eunuchs are castrated men, but that doesn't mean they completely lose all sexual desire. Of course, some eunuchs lose it entirely, which is fine. But eunuchs with even a little desire left sometimes form occasional relationships with female court attendants in the palace or maids in noble households. They may sometimes become intimate. By the way, eunuchs who are completely castrated physically cannot release, even when intimate, which sometimes makes them prone to violent behavior such as biting or hitting. Just an aside. If it turned out they weren't castrated, both would be sentenced to death. But since they are properly castrated and just playing around, whipping a few dozen times is the end of it. Why the difference in the number of lashes? Well, the eunuch insisted. I invited her, she's not at fault, and defended her. The maid tried to take the blame too, but the eunuch knelt so earnestly he even bled from his forehead. So it's mutual affection, huh? Yes, Audrey nodded quietly. I pondered for a moment and said to Zoe, who had come into the living room with us, go to the garden and tell them to come here after the whipping is finished. Understood. Zoe left the living room to call the 2. After a while, the eunuch and maid came in, their clothes tattered, covered in welts and some cuts bleeding here and there. As soon as they entered, they turned pale and knelt deeply. We are truly sorry. We won't do it again. So please, you've already been punished. That's enough. I raised my hand to stop their apologies. As Audrey said, this is an internal matter. Since she dealt with it, it wouldn't be right for me to interfere. Audrey is the prince's lawful wife, the queen. There's face to consider. If there was a clear mistake, I might step in, but without that, if I meddled now, no one would obey her orders in the future. This isn't about punishment. You 2 seem to like each other. Well, the eunuch and maid looked at each other, uncertain how to answer. Eventually, the eunuch looked determined. Yes, we like each other. We're from the same village. She came to your highness's mansion, and I went to the palace, but when your highness entered the fief, I asked higher-ups to let me come along. So your childhood friends? I looked at Audrey, who shook her head in surprise. She apparently didn't know. Yes, do you want to stay together forever? I do, that's why I followed her, the eunuch answered haltingly, uncertain of my true intentions. One more thing. Are there others like you in the mansion? I'm not asking you to snitch. Bad order of words. Zoe, buy a few houses around the mansion, preferably surrounding it. Then give one of those to those 2. They looked dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. During the day, keep working at the mansion like before, but at night you can go home to your place. No-sama, this almost looks like you're arranging a marriage for your subordinates, Audrey said, and the two were startled. That's exactly my intention. After answering Audrey, I asked the two, how about it, if you don't want to be together forever, forget I said anything. No way, thank you so much. They bowed their heads repeatedly. To think you are such a great person, we will never forget this kindness. Oh, if you have a daughter, you can adopt a child. The adopted daughter will also be treated as family. A son is fine too, but you wouldn't want to make him a eunuch, right? Thank you. They were moved to tears, bowing again and again like rice grasshoppers. That's the deal. If other servants want to start families like this, treat them the same way. I leave it to you. Understood. Audrey smiled and nodded. As expected of Noah-sama. I could never think of such a measure. Master. I turned to Zoe. For some reason she looked troubled. What's wrong? Well, Master's order was, this year, money is, I thought for a moment and realized why Zoe looked troubled. Earlier, regarding the waterworks maintenance, Brother Oscar said there would be no budget this year, so he covered it temporarily from my private funds. Is there no money at all? No, probably enough for the applicants. But buying houses surrounding the mansion? I see. Then prioritize those who want it. The neighbors can't just leave right away anyway. The rest will wait until next year. Understood. I will proceed accordingly. The next day, while relaxing in the living room and having a mock battle between Apophis, who recently became a vassal, and 4 seniors to level up and determine their ranks, Cecily, a serving maid, came in. Master, there are visitors. Who? The mayors, many of them. What? I frowned involuntarily. The mayors from Nishil? Yes. Understood. Show them to the reception room. Also bring Don. Right away. Cecily nodded and left the living room. I stood up thinking and headed to the reception room. Almeria Province, provincial capital Nishil. Nishil is divided into several towns. Each town has a mayor, and for every 2 or 3 towns a magistrate is appointed. The mayors had come en masse. What could this be about? Unable to figure it out, I met Don along the way, and we entered the reception room together. About 20 people were standing inside, mostly elderly, some middle-aged. These were the mayors. Nice to meet you. I am Delos, said the eldest man at the front, bowing. The other mayors bowed along but said nothing. Apparently Delos was their leader. Cecily, bring chairs for everyone. Yes, sir. I sat on the sofa. Don stood behind me. There weren't enough chairs in the room, so the maids carried in more. After all the mayors were seated, I asked, so what brings you here today? This, Delos said, standing and coming forward to hand me something with both hands. I took it and opened it. It looked like a written catalog. What is this? It's a donation from all the townspeople. A donation? I heard Your Highness personally invested your own money for the waterworks maintenance this year. Water is the lifeline of Nishil. We cannot thank you enough. So you raised funds to pay me back? Yes. Delos said this, and all the mayors stood up in unison and bowed deeply. I apologize for the impertinence, but please accept this as the feelings of the people. Please, I understand. I will accept it without hesitation. Thank you very much. When they raised their faces again, all the mayors looked happy. After the mayors left, Don and I remained in the reception room. I was looking over the catalog I received from Delos. This is incredible. Never before have I seen people voluntarily give money like this. This is Your Highness's charisma. Don? Yes, sir. Proceed with purifying the water source to make it premium quality. That requires a budget? I threw the catalog to Don. Isn't this here? Don was dumbfounded. But that was Your Highness's money? It's the duty of a noble to respond to the people's earnestness. The money I used will be reimbursed by the finance ministry next year. This is the people's money, so it belongs to them. Understood. I will definitely spend everything on waterworks. Good. I nodded, left Don behind, and exited the reception room. After I left, Don stayed a little longer in the reception room, deep in thought, then left to find Zoe. Now the head maid, Zoe. From what Don saw, while she had talents rivaling Evelyn's, she had sworn loyalty to me and had no intention of becoming a magistrate like Evelyn. I showed Zoe the events that had just happened and the catalog we received. This is just like you, Master, doing everything but not telling the people. If we don't say anything, we won't be satisfied, Don said, and Zoe nodded. What should we do? I'll push the waterworks project with all my might. Zoe, use the maids and eunuchs to spread rumors. Truthfully, without hiding anything? Yes, got it. Leave it to me. I'm counting on you. Don and Zoe nodded to each other and parted ways. Noah disliked boasting about things like pretending to be tough is a noble's privilege. But those who admired him couldn't stand it. His fame grew even more, even without his intention. That day I had been leveling up since morning in the gazebo in the garden. Away from the mansion, the gazebo stood in an open area of the garden. There, with Zoe by my side, we were conducting mock battles. With Apophis newly added to the group, I had him fight the other 4 creatures. All 5 were linked to the armor ring, materialized, and made to battle. Among the 5, Apophis ranked about 4th in strength. Since awakening, Bahamut had taken the lead, dominating the top spot. The power relationship with Leviathan, which had formerly been first but was now dethroned, was completely reversed. Bahamut could win 9 out of 10 matches against him. Third place was Behemoth, then Apophis in 4th, and finally Fuwawa in last. However, the top 2 stood out far above the others, while the bottom 3 showed no significant difference among themselves. That was the current situation. Adding 1 more meant a significant increase in battle combinations. More combinations led to an explosive growth in the content and outcomes of fights. That was so interesting that I had been continuously running mock battles since morning. By evening, the rate at which my level and other stats increased was visibly slower compared to the morning. Name: Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender: male. Level: 15/infinity HP, C plus E Fire, E plus MP, E plus E Water, C plus S Strength, C plus A Wind, E plus F Stamina. D plus E Earth, E plus D Intelligence, E plus D Light, E plus C Spirit, E plus D Darkness, E plus C Speed, E plus E Dexterity, E plus D Luck. E plus D. I kept an eye on the status window in the corner of my vision. My level had risen from 10 to 15, and my HP, Strength, and Water attribute had reached rank C. However, that applied only to my own power. Zoe, perform a status check. As you command, I ordered Zoe, who had been at my side the whole time, to cast a spell. Name: Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender: male. Level: 15/infinity HP, B Fire, SMP, D Water, SSS Strength, SSS Wind, E Stamina, C Earth, C Intelligence, C Light, B Spirit, C Darkness, B Speed, D Dexterity, C Luck. C. Thanks to the magic cast by Zoe, the plus bonuses were added, revealing my official visible stats. Why, you truly are amazing, Master. You've gotten even stronger. That's right. This was the result of adding Ararat to my fief. The rank from Ararat was stacked on, turning my strength into SSS. Other stats rose steadily as well. My personal abilities combined with the plus from my subordinates. Together, they made me significantly stronger. With strength at SSS, if I was careful, I might be able to fight about as well as in my strongest mode. While I was considering my stats, Zoe remained astonished and didn't come back. What's wrong? You look shocked. I'm surprised. Level 15 is said to be within the top 5% of all Imperial subjects. Ah, that's right. Indeed, it was so. Raising your level was extremely difficult. In the long-lost ancient civilization that once flourished, healing magic existed. Unbelievably, that magic could heal human injuries in less than a day. Thanks to that healing magic, humans at that time could fight freely and raise their levels easily. Nowadays, with royal family first battles conducted with great caution and monsters raised carefully in nests, leveling up is extremely difficult. More so, nearly half of humanity had a maximum level below 10. As for me, even in my previous life, my max level was 8. You're so young and already level 15. Master, you really are incredible. Zoe continued to marvel at my level 15 for a long time. That night, while studying in my study, Dawn knocked and entered. Good, you're still here, Your Highness. I was just about to return to the inner garden. What is it? I'm glad. I can't enter if you return to the inner garden. Dawn sighed in relief and placed a box on my desk. This was sent to us? Fuwawa's box? Yes, Dawn nodded, looking seriously at the box. I heard from Your Highness that if this arrives properly, it means a proper report. That's right, Fuwawa's box. A box made using Fuwawa's power. Once locked, no one other than me could open it. It was distributed to some magistrates and officials so they could report directly to me or whistleblow. By the way, if anyone showed off this box as an honor, it was designed to self-destruct immediately. This one was locked and sent to me. Carefully, I touched the box and tried to open the lock. Humph! What is it? Something's wrong? Something's off. What I meant by something's off was not just a guess or intuition. Name: Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender: male. Level: 15/infinity HP, C plus E Fire, EMP, E plus E Water, C Strength, C plus A Wind, E Stamina, D plus E Earth, E Intelligence, E plus D Light, E Spirit, E plus D Darkness, E Speed, E plus E Dexterity, E plus D Luck, E plus D. The moment I touched the box, all the plus bonuses to my attributes disappeared from my status. I had often received items that added bonuses before, but this was the first time one caused a decrease. Carefully, I opened the box. Inside were a fist-sized stone and a letter. I read the letter and frowned. What does it say? This stone is a meteorite, but apparently the impact when it fell caused the character for Wise to form naturally on its surface. Ah, Don furrowed his brow and gave a wry smile. I took the stone and examined it. On the surface, the character Wise from Prince Wise was clearly etched. A common trick. Some sycophant will offer it as an auspicious omen, claiming it appeared naturally. But there's no way something like this could form naturally. Still, Your Highness, as expected, you realized it the moment you touched the box. Ignoring Don's words, I stared at the meteorite. The moment I picked up the box, I knew my status had dropped. This was far more significant than concerns about sycophants or needing to add new functions to Fuwawa's box. After thinking a moment, I drew Leviathan. Swinging the water demon sword, I sliced the meteorite cleanly through the middle. At that instant, something burst out from inside. The thing that burst out expanded, and Don was knocked back, slammed against the wall. It gradually took shape, becoming writhing, mottled tentacles. An indescribable grotesqueness and ominousness clung to the tentacles. The tentacles began to rampage. They tore into the floor and swept away walls. In no time, the study was half ruined. Beyond the dust cloud stirred up by the destruction, the starry sky was visible. Your Highness, stand back, I shouted at Don, who tried to approach and raised Leviathan. I first unleashed an intimidating strike at the tentacles, which only grew larger with each bit of destruction. Not effective, huh? Their movements showed no sign of slowing, only a slight twitch before continuing their rampage. Before I knew it, the study was nearly destroyed. With nothing left to destroy, the tentacles writhed and advanced toward me. Humph! I slashed at the rushing tip with Leviathan to intercept. Hard, but not so hard that the blade couldn't cut through. After cutting with one hand, I gripped Leviathan with both hands and poured my strength into it. I tore the tentacles vertically down the middle. Among the tangled tentacles like intertwined threads, one was severed, dropping to the floor, convulsing, then going still. The slashes worked. I closed in, Leviathan in hand. As soon as I got close, I launched a flurry of strikes. They were tough, but not as strong as Apophy's. With the water demon sword, I ruthlessly cut off the tentacles. Within about 3 minutes, I had reduced the giant tentacles that had half-ruined the study into small pieces. Is that the end? Still holding Leviathan, I cautiously watched for survivors. I tried another intimidation, but there was no reaction, so I sheathed Leviathan. Are you okay? Don. Yes, I'm fine. Your Highness's swordsmanship is incredible, taking down that monster in an instant. More importantly, catch whoever sent this box and interrogate them. Right. Stunned by the fierce battle, Don hurriedly dashed outside. The completely destroyed study was being tidied up by servants and maids for the time being. Since there was no point in staying there, I went out into the garden. Under the starry sky, I checked my abilities. Name: Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender: male. Level: 15/infinity HP, C+E Fire, E+, MP, E+, E Water, C+S Strength, C+A Wind, E+F Stamina. D+E Earth, E+D Intelligence, E+D Light, E+C Spirit, E+D Darkness, E+C Speed, E+E Dexterity, E+D Luck. E+D, my abilities have completely returned to normal. They have neither increased nor decreased. The thing I took from the meteorite seems to have been temporary. Once I defeated those tentacles, everything reverted. To be safe, I checked the abilities of all 5 bodies one by one. Starting from the lowest rank from the recent mock battle, I ended with Summoning Bahamut's Purifying Flames. I held out my palm upward, and about 10 centimeters above it floated a ball of flame. The radiant fireball illuminated the entire surrounding area as brightly as daylight. Whoa! A voice of admiration came from behind. I turned around to see Don had returned. As expected of your Highness, even in that fierce battle you held back, restrained your power. Don was clearly amazed by the incredible fireball. More importantly, did you catch him? Yes, he brought himself to Nishil, and the servants delivered him to your Highness's residence. However, when I arrived, he looked pleased, as if saying, I've been waiting for this, like a reward had come. Even after some intimidation during interrogation, he only said, I picked up the meteorite and carved letters on it. So he was just trying to flatter us? That's the impression. Of course, it could be an act, so we are continuing the interrogation. Understood. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, sir. With nothing more to report, Don bowed and withdrew. It's good that my abilities have returned, but one mystery remains. Princes who manage fiefs must return to the capital once a year to report to your Majesty on the current state of their governance. Since that time had come, I left Nishil and Almeria to return to the capital where I was born and raised. I did not return to Prince 13's residence, but went straight to the palace. I requested an audience with your Majesty through a familiar eunuch and was immediately taken to the study. Entering the study, I knelt on one knee before your Majesty as usual. Oh, Noah, isn't it? I, your servant Noah, have come to present the annual report. I see I heard something else too. I hear you defeated quite a monster with just a sword. Your Majesty's ears are as sharp as ever. Even though it happened right before I left, the news has already reached him. As expected of Noah, as expected of a prince from our warrior nation. Your Majesty was in an extremely good mood. The official name of the empire is the Myers Empire, which in ancient language means warrior nation. One of the princes from this warrior nation has displayed his power in battle. Your Majesty was very pleased about that. Being entrusted with not only Almeria but also Ararat by Your Majesty, I have not neglected my daily training. Good, continue to work hard. Yes, now then, the report. That can wait for now. Your Majesty stopped me from reporting further. I tilted my head slightly, looking at him curiously. There is a diplomatic envoy here. I must meet them first. You know, come along. Understood. Diplomacy naturally takes priority. After saying this, Your Majesty stood and left the study. I followed behind. We proceeded through the palace and were brought to the Great Hall. It's basically similar to the audience chamber, but Your Majesty's throne is set on a high platform about 2 stories tall. This hall is used not for official duties, but for diplomatic envoys and occasions where authority needs to be emphasized. The first and third prime ministers were already waiting beneath the platform, along with several other officials and scribes. Your Majesty ascended the platform slowly, and I stood beside the third prime minister, Jeanblood Riaidak, below. Though we were old acquaintances, there was no opportunity to greet each other, so we simply exchanged slight nods. As soon as Your Majesty sat on the throne and raised his hand, a eunuch at the gate called out in a high-pitched voice, "The envoy of Russizar has arrived." Russizar? That was a name I'd never heard before. Is it different from the Kingdom of Ruse? While pondering this, a man entered from outside. He had dark skin and a bushy beard. When the man reached the designated spot, he awkwardly knelt on one knee and bowed. Then he said something. It was a language I was unfamiliar with. "It is an honor to meet Your Majesty," he says. One of the officials waiting nearby relayed this to Your Majesty. "Ah, so he is an interpreter." Your Majesty nodded graciously, and the man continued speaking. The interpreter listened till the end, then furrowed his brow. I am the great envoy. I have a request for the more great Emperor, Your Majesty." The interpreter fumbled with the translation. Your Majesty glared sharply at the interpreter. Naturally, it was obvious even at a glance that the interpretation was poor. Sweating profusely, the interpreter was reprimanded. "First, ask, what is Russizar?" "Yes, sir." The interpreter conveyed this to the kneeling man. Your Majesty's expression grew even more displeased. I couldn't understand the language, but the man repeatedly shook his head and looked confused. It was clear the communication was failing. "This won't do." Next to me, third Prime Minister Jeanblood Riaidak whispered so only I could hear, "Do you know something? That seems to be a southern dialect of the Ruse language. Normal interpreters would find it difficult." "I see," I nodded. Ruse refers to the Kingdom of Ruse north of the Empire. Its people are known for their fierceness and a martial culture that rivals the Empire's. It is also known as the Country of Demons. Naturally, there are frequent disputes between the Empire and Ruse, requiring ongoing negotiations and interpreters. But as is typical, most interpreters can handle the standard language but struggle with dialects. This is bad. Your Majesty's mood is gradually souring. If this continues, just then, leave it to me. Bahamut's voice reached me. "Leave it to you? We transcend humanity and can communicate with any person." What does that mean? I wondered when suddenly, "Tell Your Majesty that I am the envoy of Russizar, here to form an alliance with the Empire." The words the man had spoken, which had been completely incomprehensible until now, became perfectly clear. It sounded like Bahamut's voice or the kind of emotion Leviathan conveys. Unknown words entered my ears and were understood as meaningful thoughts. "I will convey it." When I spoke, both the envoy and the interpreter were surprised. I turned to Your Majesty and said, looking up, "With respect, this man says he is the envoy representing Russizar, here to form an alliance." At that moment, the Great Hall grew restless. "You understand, Noah?" "Yes, sir." "Then ask him what Russizar is." Your Majesty thought for a moment and said to me. I turned to the man. "What is Russizar? Is it not the Kingdom of Ruse?" "We rose up against the oppression of Ruse. We control the southern lands adjacent to the Empire. Russizar is the name of our new country." I relayed the man's words exactly to Your Majesty. Impressive, Noah." Your Majesty listened to my interpretation until the end and looked at me with admiration. Knowing Your Majesty, he probably already knew what I just relayed. Or rather, anyone in the core of the government would know. A civil war broke out in a country bordering us, where there have been sporadic skirmishes and a faction declared independence. Any emperor would see this as a major development. I, who should be unaware, correctly translated the message. "As expected of Noah, continue interpreting." "Yes, sir. What kind of alliance does Russizar want to make with the Empire?" We rose up because we could no longer endure Ruse's oppression. We have no intention of opposing the great Myers Empire. We seek permanent peace along the border. What proof do you have to convince us? We are prepared to offer the king's mother and sister as hostages." Right after I translated this, all the ministers, including the prime ministers, exclaimed in unison. The man gave me a nod. Even without understanding the language, the reaction showed I translated correctly. Offering the king's mother and sister as hostages is a serious matter. I understand. I will consult with the ministers and reply. For today you may rest. We are most grateful. The envoy bowed once more, then stood and turned to leave the great hall. After the envoy left, Your Majesty asked us, "Now that you have heard this, I want your opinions." The third prime minister stepped forward, bowed lightly, and answered, "I do not think we should accept. Even if the name has changed, they descend from Ruse, the country of demons. They cannot be trusted." In response, the first prime minister argued, "We are not at war with this country. We should accept and demonstrate the empire's magnanimity. If they submit, fine. If they rebel, we can crush them again." The first prime minister was in favor. The third prime minister opposed. Other ministers voiced their opinions around these two. After all the discussion ended, Your Majesty turned to me. "Noah, what do you think?" I thought for a moment. I remembered the estate in Almeria and Nishal. What I had planned around the estate was now happening in a similar context. "I approve. I think we should actively support them." The ministers murmured in surprise. "Calm yourselves." "Noah, what are your reasons?" "Yes, I can explain with a map." "Someone bring a map." At Your Majesty's command, 4 eunuchs brought out a map the size of a flag. It showed the empire and surrounding countries. I took a pen from the scribe and drew a line on the map, over the border between the empire and the kingdom of Ruse. Between the border and the new line, I wrote Great Wall. I believe configuring Russizar's territory like this is optimal. It divides the empire and the kingdom of Ruse? Yes. Our history of disputes with Ruse is long. Despite all measures, eradication was impossible. They never even showed willingness for peace. Indeed. Meanwhile, Russizar is eager to ally with the empire to the extent of offering hostages. Therefore, supporting Russizar as a bulwark is the best strategy. I see, not a wall of stone, but a great wall of nations. Exactly, I nodded firmly. This is what I intended to do around my estate. Once there was an assassination attempt on me. Some tried to bribe the maid Zoe to poison me. But Zoe, who felt indebted to me, warned me instead. Similarly, I wanted to surround my estate with people loyal to me. I thought to do this next year due to lack of funds, but unexpectedly, I encountered a similar situation here. This way, the Kingdom of Ruse must at least defeat Russizar before touching the Empire. Upon hearing this, Your Majesty said, "Indeed, Noah, that is an excellent plan. Perhaps we can gain some favor and provide further support. Since they just rebelled, their supplies must be scarce. Hodge in Almeria can provide surplus food for 1 million people." "Good. Well said, First Prime Minister." "Yes, sir." "Proceed with that direction?" "Understood." My proposal was accepted, and Your Majesty, along with the ministers, looked at me with admiring eyes. Leaving the Great Hall, I returned to the study with Your Majesty. I was the only one summoned to come along. As usual, Your Majesty sat back down at the desk, and I took a seat opposite, with the desk between us. "Now then, Noah." "Yes, Your Majesty. It's about the hostages. To gain favor with the other side, I'm thinking of assigning one of the prince's concubines to them. What do you think?" "A concubine, Your Majesty? Rather than just taking hostages, it would be better to make them concubines of one of the princes, my sons." It was a political marriage, a standard tactic. I thought for a moment. Your Majesty said to gain favor. That was the general policy Your Majesty had in mind. Taking that as the starting point, or rather as the fixed endpoint, I considered something that would further benefit the Empire. After a flash of ideas running through my mind like lightning, I bowed to Your Majesty and answered, "I think it would be better not to accept any hostages." "Oh, do you have some interesting idea?" Your Majesty looked at me with keen interest. "Yes, firstly, we don't need hostages. A mother and sister, no matter how necessary, very few can completely detach themselves emotionally when they are taken hostage. Naturally. Therefore, we will send them back. Instead, as I suggested earlier, we will send food supplies." "Food supplies every week?" "Yes, just enough to barely feed the people of Russizar, sent weekly." "And what would happen then?" Your Majesty started to ask, and then suddenly paused. At first surprised, Your Majesty then smirked and looked at me. "You're ruthless, Noah." With those words, I was sure Your Majesty understood my intent. I nodded and continued. "Yes, in essence, it's baiting. If we bait them, over time they will increasingly depend on these rations. If we consider cutting off the supply in an emergency, this effectively becomes a hostage." "Indeed, that makes sense. Furthermore, if they become completely dependent on this bait, and in case they try to find a new supply," a second thought, "this could be a sign of betrayal." "Is that what you mean?" I nodded quietly. Send food, no hostages. While gaining favor, we simultaneously control their lifeline. It's a two-birds-one-stone strategy. Good, as expected of Noah. Very well, let's proceed with that plan. Your Majesty seemed satisfied with my proposal. The next morning, at Prince 13's residence beside the palace, after settling into my fief, I entrusted management of this place to Dylan. Dylan, who had long served Prince 13, and by extension, me, had been maintaining the city mansion flawlessly. Since I still had business in the city for a while, I decided to stay in this residence during that time. Waking up in a room I had been familiar with for over a decade, I had the maids I left behind here help me prepare. Now then, what should I start with today? Call Shirley and the others. I gave the order to the maid, who quickly went to summon them. I moved to the living room and waited, drinking the tea the maid served. After a while, two women entered the living room, Shirley Grands and Shirley Hyde. Shirley was the only knight I had taken when I served as an examiner for the first time. Shirley was a woman aspiring to be a knight whom I met before meeting Indra. Afterward, seeing her strong ambition and potential, I infiltrated the knight selection as a guest examiner and promoted her. As soon as the two entered the room, they knelt on one knee and bowed their heads to me seated on the sofa. Your Highness, did you call for us? Ah, yes. I want to see the results of your training. Consider it a homework check. Yes, sir. Understood. They exchanged glances. Shirley drew her sword first. Ah, both at the same time is fine. But then, no problem, come. I said so and stood up. Taking a step forward, I faced them head-on. Exchanging glances once more, they nodded to each other, shaking off hesitation. Shirley also drew her sword. Yeah. Ha! Shirley and Shirley launched their attacks from the left and right as if to pin me down. I stood still without moving. Shirley's slash hit my neck, Shirley's struck at my waist. Key in! A sharp metallic sound echoed, sparks flying. Both their strikes were blocked. Come at me harder. Yes! Both were knights I had selected as an examiner. Since I used the same method as when I chose them, neither hesitated in their attacks. I stood unmoving, taking their blows. With the armor ring and the absolute defense from Leviathan and the other 5. Leviathan was the first to do this. The water demon's sword and the armor ring linked to automatically generate a defensive shield a short distance from the body. Gradually, both I and Leviathan got used to the method. Now we could form a thin protective membrane almost clinging to the body like a second skin. Moreover, not only Leviathan, but Bahamut, Fuwawa, Behemoth, and Apophis, all with different specialties, had improved to better repel attacks in their fields. Leviathan could precisely block water and slashes. Bahamut could almost nullify fire and hand-to-hand attacks. Because the membrane clung to my body like skin from the outside, it looked as if I was being slashed at unprotected, but in reality I was quite composed. That was evident from the contrast. While I stood with a calm face, the two attacking fiercely were already drenched in sweat. Their furious attacks lasted a full 5 minutes. It was like sprinting at full speed, holding their breath for 5 minutes straight. They were utterly breathless and dropped to their knees on the spot. Well done, both of you. Shirley, your strikes have gained more weight, and Shirley, the number of your attacks has polished further. Thank you very much. Your Highness, you yourself have become even more incredible. The distance between your Highness and us is only growing. I believe both of you still have room to improve. Work harder. Yes, sir, they responded in unison, sheathed their swords, and caught their breath. I wasn't just saying that to comfort them. Both Shirley and Shirley had improved compared to when I last checked their training results. If they continue to work hard, they could become much stronger. I truly believed that. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed in the living room. Looking up, I saw that Brother Henry had arrived unnoticed. Brother, when did you get here? I just arrived. Oh, don't blame the servants. I told them not to inform you. I see. Please have a seat. I told Shirley and Shirley to leave with a "that's enough" and sat down on the sofa with Brother Henry. As before, I offered him the seat of honor and took the lower seat. As expected of Noah. You said those two have grown stronger, but haven't you improved even more? Well, somewhat. That's good, but isn't that way a bit dangerous? There's always a risk, right? Brother Henry raised a reasonable concern. Those two are worth that much to me? Oh, I want to trust them when it matters. That's why I want to constantly know their strength by experiencing it firsthand. It's easier to understand by actually going through it. You really are amazing. I get the logic, but even if someone told me to do the same, I couldn't. I'm just putting on a brave face. A noble privilege, perhaps? Brother Henry chuckled softly. More importantly, older brother, didn't you have something to ask me? Oh, that's right. My older brother straightened up and looked at me with a serious expression. I came to ask Noah for a favor. A favor from me? I instinctively braced myself. Brother Henry, the 4th prince, he holds the same status as me, but he's decades older. When someone like him asks you something so formally, you can't help but be on guard. Ah, it's not a serious matter. You know I have many artists under my wing, right? Yes, I nodded. Older brother also fulfills his noble duties diligently, supporting painters, musicians, and other artists. The more a noble can do this, the more it upholds the dignity of the nobility and earns praise. That's also why I supported Alice. A while ago, I found a boy with extraordinary painting talent. A talent that makes you shiver. To make you say that much, he must be exceptional. Older brother nodded at my words. He was struggling to get by, so I gave him some support, but I felt it wasn't enough. That's why I want you to raise him. Why me? Alice. Older brother said that and smiled gently. The songstress you raised has made her name known throughout the empire. Even your majesty secretly visits her performances. What did you say? I jumped up with a crash, hitting the sofa. Your majesty? Yes, and not just once or twice. Whenever Alice is in the capital, it happens quite frequently. What's even more surprising, older brother made a face that was part admiration, part wry smile. Your majesty, the very same one who has fathered over 30 children, doesn't try to embrace her at all, he just goes to listen to her sing. Oh, that was incredible. I was stunned too. Recently, the 17th prince was born. That means your majesty has 17 sons. Including princesses, imperial princesses, the number easily exceeds 30 children. Your majesty's libido is strong enough to have so many children, but with Alice, it's completely different. Alice is not exactly unattractive, yet your majesty only visits her to listen to her sing. Those of us who know your majesty well, and I am a product of that, understand just how incredible that is. So I want you who raised Alice to take care of this boy. Me. You're the only one I can rely on, Noah. Older brother said that, looking straight at me. You're the only one I can rely on. When told that, you can't refuse. I decided to take in the budding painter from older brother. After older brother left, I wondered what to do with the young painter. While the maids served me tea, I relaxed and thought. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and a serving maid entered. It wasn't Cecily, but another maid I had left behind at my mansion in the capital. Master Byron Allen has arrived. Byron, show him in, as you command. After the serving maid left, Byron came in almost immediately. He seemed hurried, his usually well-set hair was disheveled, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he was out of breath. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Excuse me, all of you. Byron turned around and hurried his subordinates who were about to enter. They carried in several boxes and lined them up in the room. What's that? Humbly, I have a report. Lady Ada is pregnant. I see. Ada, the woman I helped get into the palace, caught your majesty's eye and became a concubine. Originally she served under Byron, but now that she's a concubine, the tables have turned and Byron now addresses her as Lady Ada. That's good news. Thank you. It's all thanks to your highness. Furthermore, Byron began to speak, then turned to his men with a look. They opened the boxes all at once. Inside were densely packed gold coins. Amazing, I've never seen anything like this. A young serving maid behind me quietly whispered, boxes full of gold coins. At this volume, that's roughly 100,000 lians. This is a modest token of appreciation for your highness's efforts. Understood, I'll accept it. I told the maid to take the boxes of gold coins to where the money is stored. The maid and Byron's men left together. Since this was about to become a confidential discussion, I also excused the young serving maid. Only Byron and I remained in the room. We sat on the sofa facing each other. Actually, another thing, I've just learned that Princess Rebecca is also pregnant. I see. Wow, your majesty really outdoes himself, adding 2 more children at this point. Or rather, that's the result of taking the concubines to that summer retreat. So, I'd like your highness's advice on what to do. There's a guardian on her side as well? Yes, actually, they have already started making moves. And you? Have you done anything yet? No, I refrained from doing anything until I spoke with your highness. That's why I came here first. I see, then do nothing. Actually, you might have just saved your life. What do you mean by that? Byron looked shocked. His eyes widened at the phrase, saved your life. What exactly do you mean? I lowered my voice and answered Byron. Your majesty is fed up after 2 rebellions. Byron's expression stiffened again, but this time for a different reason. He delegates many state affairs to the princes, but tightly holds onto military and approval powers himself. This shows it well. Right now, your majesty is displeased with anyone trying to grab power. It's a taboo for upstarts to cling to power using the imperial palace as a pretext. I see, so it's best to do nothing. Returning to my earlier advice, I said it again, and Byron suddenly understood. But even so, more haste, less speed, or rather sometimes losing is winning. Losing is winning. I think it's best to do nothing, or rather actively step back. If someone in the same position as you who's also expecting is making moves, that contrast will work in your favor. Ah, he finally got it. So do nothing. Instead, actively withdraw. I see. Your Highness, that's a brilliant idea. Byron looked immensely relieved and pleased, just like when he rushed here carrying 100,000 lians in gold coins. If he hadn't heard from me, he probably would have already been moving to support Ada's promotion to principal consort. First of all, your Majesty now is truly a wise ruler, the kind that appears once in hundreds of years. Ha ha, Byron made a face like, I know that, so what? Any attempt to seize power won't be hidden from your Majesty, no matter how skillfully done. For this reason as well, it's better to do nothing. Absolutely true, Your Highness, Byron said, stood up, opened the door, and beckoned his men outside. Return to the shop immediately and bring another 100,000 lians. Yes, sir. That additional gift showed exactly how deeply Byron felt he had just saved his life. Byron's subordinates, as well as my maid, all left the room along with the box filled with gold coins. After they exited, it was just Byron and me left. We faced each other again. Byron cleared his throat and his expression changed. He now wore a serious face, different from before. Your Highness, I have a request. What is it? It's about Cindy. Is something wrong with her? And what was with that expression on Byron's face? I had never seen him look like that before. What could it mean? I've been thinking about her marriage prospects. I see. If I recall, Cindy is turning 19 this year. Right, that's correct. When we first met, she was 10 years old. She's 4 years older than me, so it's been nearly 10 years since we met. She's getting to an age where it's considered late to marry. She's grown up smart, which is good, but because of that, suitable matches are scarce. Byron let out a wry smile and sighed. Cindy is the daughter he discovered and adopted. It's good that she grew up intelligent, but as a foster father, he feels conflicted about her being left behind for marriage. Indeed, it's not good for her reputation to still be unmarried at nearly 20. Yes, so I was hoping Your Highness could introduce her to someone. To me, I see. I understood the situation completely. It's not unusual for a lord to arrange marriages for their subordinates. In fact, it's quite normal. Cindy is intelligent and hardworking, and I had overlooked the fact that if she remained unmarried, it would affect my own reputation. Byron is my subordinate, so Cindy is effectively part of my household. In other words, I am like a father figure to Cindy. It's a problem for me as well if my daughter is considered to have gone past her prime for marriage. But, what is it? It's a difficult matter. Cindy's talents are precious. She's among the most capable of those who serve me. It feels like a waste to simply give her away to another man. Then I'll work to build up her reputation. Thank you. If Cindy's strengths were domestic, I would have made her a concubine. It's similar to keeping eunuchs in the mansion. Wives and concubines are basically not allowed to go outside or have contact with other men. It would be too wasteful to lock up the talent that is Cindy inside the house. I'll carefully consider who to match her with. Someday, I want her to become a governor and be entrusted with part of a fief. She needs a man who's up to the task. Byron suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide. What's the matter? So surprised? Governor, a female governor would be unprecedented. It's unprecedented, but not forbidden. It just hasn't happened before. The emperor and royal family's wives and concubines are guarded by eunuchs by imperial household ministry rules to keep other men away. In contrast, the absence of women in high-ranking official positions is just a vague convention. If it's just a vague reason, there's no reason to obey or cling to it. People are treasures. After all, women make up half the population. If you only gather talent from men, you miss nearly half of it. It's a waste to pretend not to see that. As expected of you, I hadn't thought of it that way. In any case, leave Cindy's matter to me. Yes, thank you very much. The next day, sometime after noon, a eunuch suddenly came and summoned me to the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, I was granted an audience with Your Majesty in the study. After what happened before, all the eunuchs in the study were replaced with ones who have been thoroughly castrated. In that study, I knelt on one knee and bowed my head. I have come at Your Majesty's summons. How may I be of service today? Well done, Noah. Raise your head. Before discussing this at morning assembly, I wanted to hear your opinion. Yes. What is it regarding? There's movement from the Jai-Elwyn of Courage in the west. What? It felt like I had been struck sharply in the head. The Jai-Elwyn of Courage. Courage is the name of a religion, and Jai-Elwyn is the title passed down to its highest leader. The Jai-Elwyn position is inherited through reincarnation, with a new Jai-Elwyn appointed shortly after the previous one dies. The current Jai-Elwyn is Galwyn VI. He's known to be quite ambitious. Is this a rebellion? There's no other explanation. Moreover, there's movement to send envoys to Turbaif. I see. I could feel my face grow serious. Turbaif is a vassal state of the empire to the west, with unstable movements and likely to betray us any time. What would you do, Noah? Your Majesty looked at me. His eyes, I felt as though I was being tested, but given the gravity of the situation, it was probably just my imagination. I thought carefully. Is the information about Courage's movement certain? Yes, that part is confirmed. It seems the envoy has not yet departed. Your Majesty spoke decisively. Having personally experienced Your Majesty's incredible network of informants, I was confident this premise was accurate. Then we should dispatch troops immediately, move lightning fast and strike Kurge first. Lightning fast, you say? Yes, at the same time prepare a strict defense and stop the envoy before it reaches Turbaif. Why so? The fundamental point is to avoid fighting on two fronts. If Turbaif sides with them, the subjugation will be difficult and the aftermath troublesome. However, if the envoy hasn't reached them yet, then we can claim Turbaif knew nothing. Exactly. Turbaif is an opponent we will have to deal with eventually, but for now, we should narrow the target for subjugation. I see. I'm glad I asked your opinion, Noah. You are truly remarkable as always. I am honored. It seemed Your Majesty was pleased with my opinion. Well then, Noah, I want you to lead the campaign. Me? I tilted my head in surprise. Yes, the subjugation of Kurge. Wouldn't Brother Henry be more suitable? I answered immediately, without hesitation. Brother Henry? Why? Among the princes, only Brother Henry has actual experience leading troops. Moreover, his knight Rice Cake is skilled in military tactics. Therefore, I think Brother Henry is more suitable. After I finished speaking, Your Majesty was surprisingly astonished, staring wide-eyed. His surprise lasted for more than 10 seconds before he tilted his head and asked further. You've grown quite strong, haven't you? I hear your knights have also developed. Our strength lies in individual valor. I answered Your Majesty steadily, without wavering. I'm not sure I'm suitable to lead troops. I have no experience. This mission is too great a burden for me. I see, Your Majesty said, lowering his gaze while stroking his white beard and murmuring. Those who could do it in the past are few who can still do it after gaining power. To lose is to win. It's natural that words and actions match. His voice grew softer and softer until I could hardly hear what he said. Did he say something problematic? No, that shouldn't be it. Even if it were, it was consistent with his principles. It's only right to wait proudly for Your Majesty's verdict. I looked calmly at Your Majesty, waiting for his next words. After a while, Your Majesty lifted his face. His expression was one of praise, satisfied. You're amazing, Noah. I am honored. Though I wasn't sure what I was being praised for, any gift from Your Majesty, even poison for suicide, should be received respectfully, let alone words of praise. Very well, I will discuss this with the chancellors accordingly. Thank you for your valuable opinion. I will count on you from now on, Noah. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty looked pleased, so I decided that was good enough for now. After Noah left, the Emperor summoned his longtime confidant, the first Prime Minister. The Emperor always acted or consulted immediately after seeking Noah's opinion. Because of this, the first Prime Minister, who was waiting in advance, arrived at the Emperor's study in less than 5 minutes. Congratulations! After bowing according to protocol, the first Prime Minister casually uttered those words. Even the Emperor was puzzled by this. What is there to congratulate? I observed that your heavenly face is unusually radiant. I presume something very pleasing has occurred. Humph, it shows on my face as well, huh? The Emperor smiled even more happily. Noah is becoming increasingly remarkable. Oh, I'd very much like to hear about that. Showing interest, the first Prime Minister listened intently as the Emperor proudly, like a father boasting about his child, recounted the interaction he just had with Noah. The first Prime Minister nodded along and after hearing it all said, as expected, to move strictly according to the logic of nobility among Your Majesty's sons, only Prince Wise Your Highness possesses that. Truly the child of the royal family. That's right. We will use Rice Cake to suppress the rebellion. I'm sorry for Henry, but I don't want to entrust military power now. Understood, I will proceed accordingly. Also, the Emperor paused for a moment, pinching his chin thoughtfully. This thoughtful expression closely resembled Noah's, and the first Prime Minister secretly thought, they are truly father and son. After a while, the Emperor raised his face and said, gather young people who have potential and add them to Rice Cake's suppression forces. Understood. For what purpose? The first Prime Minister asked again carefully. Because the choice of people would vary greatly depending on the purpose, it was important to grasp it properly. As long as they have potential, that's fine. Also, they must not be retainers of anyone. Yes, Your Majesty. Humph, your face says, why such a thing? The first Prime Minister blushed slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. I want to nurture young people who belong to no one yet, no soldiers, and have combat experience, so that whoever becomes the next emperor can use these unaffiliated people. I see. An emperor rarely favors retainers of other princes, whether for ease of use or simple favoritism. They inevitably rely on their own retainers. The emperor holds on to military power and never lets go. Therefore, prince retainers rarely get real combat experience. The emperor wants to prepare neutral people who can be used by the next emperor. That way of thinking is very similar to Noah's, and the first Prime Minister wondered how Noah would have done it. One more thing. An important matter. Yes, your majesty, I shall become the retired emperor, like a bolt from the blue. The first prime minister was visibly shocked. What does this mean? Don't panic. This is a continuation of what I said before. Secure prosperity for 3 generations with a good grandson. That hasn't changed? Yes, the first prime minister felt somewhat relieved. But I am human. Though I can still manage now, aging will degrade my judgment. Thus, before my judgment declines, it's better for the empire to pass the imperial throne firmly. The emperor grinned. Recently, I realized that watching my son thrive as emperor while I'm retired might not be so bad after all. Is that so? The first prime minister nodded knowingly and bowed deeply. Lowering his face, he showed clear surprise. As expected of Lord Noah, he's even changed his majesty's life. The first prime minister was far from dull. In fact, the main role of a prime minister is to mediate between the emperor and his ministers. Therefore, many are adept at sensing subtle human emotions. The first prime minister immediately understood. It was Noah who made the emperor think this way at this timing. The emperor was thoroughly fond of Noah. He wanted to see what kind of reign Noah would have if he became emperor, rather than just wielding power himself. Noah, who made the emperor decide to abdicate, was growing ever more talented. The first prime minister thought this secretly. That night at the third prime minister Jean-Blood Rideoch's mansion. Upon returning from the palace, I received an invitation from Jean. He said there would be a gathering tonight and earnestly asked me to come. Jean often held parties, but this invitation felt unusually insistent. Curious, I arrived around sunset. When the carriage arrived at the mansion's front, Jean himself came out to greet me. "Welcome, your highness. What kind of gathering is this? Please come inside." Jean did not answer further. I did not press him. I was guided by Jean and his servants into the mansion. I was shown into the main hall. "Oh, so glad to see you again, Prince 13. Unexpected but familiar faces were there. Ivan, the Russii Tsar's envoy, whom I had met in the audience hall. Unexpected, but I recognized him immediately. Jean is skilled at making connections and always pours effort into it. Knowing that the empire was about to decide to use the Russii Tsar, he was probably trying to ingratiate himself by hosting this reception. I smiled slightly at Jean and through Leviathan and the others spoke to Ivan. "I don't think I've heard your name yet. My apologies, I am Ivan, please remember me." "Ivan, pleased to meet you." "Ah, your highness, I'm amazed that you're fluent in Russian. Even hearing it again surprises me. Please, this way, both of you." Jean joined the conversation at just the right moment. There was a large table in the hall, and he invited us to sit. At the head sat me, followed by Ivan with Jean at the opposite end. Once seated, food was served. Unlike the previous party, with only Ivan and me as guests, the quantity was small but the dishes were exquisite, spending much money and effort. As a prince, I was not surprised, but Ivan reacted quite dramatically each time he tasted a dish. I could tell he was genuinely pleased. Because I was linked with Leviathan and others and acted as interpreter, I could sense the emotions of the other party as a bonus. Not their thoughts, but broad emotional shifts. Ivan was as joyful as his words and expressions showed, while Jean smiled warmly but felt relieved that the reception was going well. Suddenly, Ivan's gaze fell on one of the serving maids. The emotion conveyed was pink, lust. If that's the case, I signaled to Jean with my eyes. Experienced in hospitality, Jean understood everything with just that. "Please tell her to escort the envoy to his quarters later. That's what the third prime minister says." "Eh? Ha, well, that's quite something." Ivan laughed, placing his hand on the back of his head. His words and feelings matched perfectly. He looked extremely happy. Jean was quietly pleased as well, though he didn't show it on his face. From the host's point of view, if the guest is happy with the usual hospitality, that is, providing women, it couldn't be easier. Feed them, give them drinks, and let them be with women. The golden pattern of hospitality, unchanged since ancient times and unlikely to change in the future. Suddenly, one maid caught my attention. She looked normal on the surface but was extremely frightened and tense. She brought a drink and poured it into Ivan's glass. Her fear and tension grew stronger. What could this mean? Just then I reacted. "Wait, don't drink!" The words escaped reflexively, causing Ivan to startle. I stood excusing myself and took the glass from Ivan. Then I smelled it. It's poison." Jean was shocked. I stared at the glass further. Even though it was inorganic, emotions still lingered. A powerful murderous intent was embedded in the drink. It was the same kind of aura as the daggers once used by those who tried to assassinate me. Jean and Ivan were both confused, unable to understand the situation. In a room separate from the hall, Jean came to me looking complicated and apologetic. "How did it go?" The maid confessed everything. She took money and was mixing poison into the envoy's drink. "I can't believe she agreed to such a thing. It's a slow-acting poison, said to work after one night." "I see. So she thought she wouldn't be suspected." That's what she said. Honestly, this makes me realize more clearly your highness's greatness. How so? I've heard about the Almeria rebellion's outcome. The maid couldn't betray and reported it. Ah, Zoe's matter. The rebels tried to bribe Zoe, but she couldn't betray me and informed me directly. I had some confidence in my subordinate's loyalty, but I was no match for you, your highness. More importantly, let's catch those who plotted the assassination. Yes, but the maid said she didn't really recognize the person because they were wearing a hood and robe. That's no problem. I picked up the glass I had kept aside, the one filled with poison. I linked with Leviathan. From the bracelet, water threads extended and moved through the air. What is this? A guide. If you know the full story, you've probably heard I shot the ringleader from a distance. Yes, that was technically a failure. This is an application of that. The water threads will slowly move and shoot the ringleader's ankle. Follow them and you can catch the culprit. Amazing, you planned that far ahead? I'm leaving it to you. Gather people and follow this. Yes, sir. Jean bowed and hurried to gather people. With support from Leviathan and me, Jean successfully captured the ringleader behind Ivan's assassination plot alive. As I waited there with Jean, his subordinates who had gone to capture those plotting to assassinate Ivan returned. It was a man around 30 years old, dressed as a knight. The man knelt on one knee before Jean and me, gave a knight's salute, and began to report. We stormed in as your highness directed and captured 5 people. Captured alive? Jean leaned forward and asked. That was clearly what he was most concerned about right now. Yes. For some reason, when we entered, all the suspects were already down. Upon investigation, they were paralyzed all over by an unknown poison. Poison. Could it be suicide? Jean leaned in even more. The knight slowly shook his head at the obvious guess. No, it wasn't a deadly poison, just one that immobilizes. Why would they use something like that? Oh, I did that. Huh. Jean looked over at me in surprise. I linked the ring and manifested Apophis. On the palm of my hand appeared a dull metallic-colored snake, flicking its tongue. The third Prime Minister knows, but during the Almeria rebellion, I remotely took down the ringleader. Yes. I remember hearing the story and confirming the details multiple times. Jean's tone implied how unbelievable that incident was. I nodded and continued. Same method. While guiding the way, I used Apophis to remotely inject poison. Since there was a risk they might commit suicide upon receiving information, I paralyzed everyone there on the spot. I see. As expected. Jean's eyes sparkled with understanding. Also, I cut off mid-sentence and looked at the knight. Did they say anything? Yes, as you said. They are all groaning and shouting, "Kill me." What does that mean, your highness? Same poison. After paralysis, I injected another that causes unbearable itching all over the body. The effect is, well, it's like being bitten all over by mosquitoes but unable to scratch at all. Hearing my explanation, Jean and the knight both shuddered. Many train to endure pain, but very few train themselves to withstand itching, especially when they can't scratch. Absolutely correct. To use itching as a method as expected of your highness. So that's the situation. I turned again to the knight. They'll talk now. Interrogate them well. Yes, sir. The knight bowed once to me, then glanced at his lord Jean. Jean gave a slight nod, and the knight stood up and left. Jean and I made small talk while waiting. I was confident they would confess everything soon. Sure enough, my prediction was spot on. Within an hour, the knight returned. As before, he knelt before us. How is it? Sir, they confessed everything. I believe they told the truth. So who's behind this? Agents of the Kingdom of Ruse? Ruse, huh? Yes. The plan was that if the emissary of the Russi Tsar died in the capital, relations would break down and the empire would be in trouble. I see. That makes sense. The Russi Tsar is a traitor from the Ruse Kingdom's perspective. By inciting the empire this way, Ruse can take it easy. That's right. It was a simple story once understood. Not only the knight who interrogated them, but Jean and I felt this was the truth. Continue the interrogation for now, just in case. Do not kill them immediately. Yes, sir. And third Prime Minister. Yes. Increase Ivan's guard. Make sure he returns safely to the Russi Tsar at all costs. Understood. Leave it to me. The next day I left the mansion and came to Cobalt Street for the first time in a while. People are treasures, but among treasures there are real treasures. To find such treasures, I spent the morning wandering Cobalt Street. However, I found nothing at all and eventually ended up at Alan's usual shop. I'm sorry, your highness. It's been quite difficult to find a treasure to suit your taste, Alan said apologetically. No, that's fine. Treasures aren't meant to be found easily. Thank you. Though if it's something new, there might be something. Something new? Yes, there's talk from a town called Sorrel a bit outside the capital about an interesting baby being born. What's so interesting about it? Apparently the baby was born holding a gemstone. Really? That sounded like a tall tale. A human baby being born holding a gemstone? Basically, it means the pregnant woman made the gemstone inside her body, like a pearl oyster story. The moment the baby was born, the gemstone lit up the room brilliantly. Everyone says it's quite an auspicious omen. It was a suspicious story, but I was intrigued. The auspicious omen Alan mentioned, that meteorite that erased my plus a while ago, was also offered as an auspicious omen. An auspicious omen, huh? I thought a bit and asked Alan, is it possible to get that gemstone? Well, I think so. Got it. I took a leather pouch from my pocket. I handed Alan all the money I had brought. There's 1,000 lien here. Get it for me. If it's not enough, say so. Leave it to me. Alan pounded his chest confidently, saying I would come again. I left the store. I was about to leave Cobalt Street and return to the mansion. Suddenly, I stopped. My eyes, or rather my consciousness, caught sight of a new store. It was a shop a little different from usual ones. A scent of something like food wafted out. I knew it was food, but couldn't tell what kind exactly. A smell I had never smelled before. Curious about what kind of place it was, I entered. Welcome. What kind of shop is this? You're a first-timer, huh? The man who greeted me looked confident. Our owner is from the Kingdom of Ruse and serves authentic Ruse cuisine. I see. Then give me a serving each of meat and vegetable dishes, 2 kinds each. Understood. Please come this way. I was shown to a seat and started eating the dishes. Ruse cuisine, maybe because it's a northern country, was mostly rich, fatty stews that warmed the body. The taste was strong but not bad. While eating, I tried to learn the shop's name and more. Yesterday's event still fresh. Hearing about Ruse cuisine raised some concern, but the staff showed no hostility or malice. They seemed like mere merchants, and I was probably overthinking. So no problem, at least until I finished eating. After enjoying the meal and deciding the place was fine, I went to pay and leave. Then I realized I had no money. I suddenly remembered giving Alan all the money I had brought when I went out. That left me no money to pay for this meal. As I searched every pocket, the staff who had been smiling until just now furrowed his brows. Hey kid, you're not planning to eat and run, are you? No, it's not like that. Then pay up exactly 1 lien. This was a problem. I thought about how to pay, but the man seemed quite impatient. He didn't give me time to think. If you can't pay, I'll turn you over to the guards. That would be shameful, utterly unbefitting of a noble. I was at a loss when a man spoke up from behind. I'll pay for that kid. The shopkeeper and I both looked at the man who spoke. He seemed kind. Between mine and theirs, it's about 2 lien right here. He handed 2 lien to the shopkeeper. Thanks, come again. The staff took the money and plastered a business smile back on. As long as he got paid, anything was fine, a true merchant. I turned my whole body toward the man who had covered for me. Thank you, you saved me. Don't mention it. I sometimes forget my wallet too. It's stressful when that happens. Yeah, I panicked a lot. What's your name? I'll pay you back soon. My name's Relic. I live on Tyler Street. Relic from Tyler Street. Got it. Noah-sama, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, I saw Shirley heading toward me. Shirley, you came at a good time. Do you have money? Yes. I have this much. Let me see. Shirley pulled out a leather pouch. It looked like about 500 lien. I'll borrow this for now. I'll pay you back once I get back to the mansion. Yes, if your highness orders it, I can lend you as much as you want, Shirley said and handed the pouch to me with both hands. I took it and gave it all to Relic, all 500 lien. Thanks for earlier, I appreciate it. Relic looked puzzled at the pouch, not knowing what was going on. I pressed the pouch into his hands. Leaving the store, I walked with Shirley. So, your highness? Yeah, I overheard your exchange with that man. Borrowing 1 lien and returning 500 lien seems excessive. Even the highest interest lenders wouldn't. That's a water cellar in the desert. If I were stranded in the desert, I'd happily pay 500 lien for water that normally costs about 1 lien. Relic had helped me that much. I could have revealed I was a prince then, but I should have said it beforehand. Claiming to be a prince after being accused of dining and dashing severely damages a noble's honor. Such an act is unthinkable. Depending on the noble, it might even lead to suicide out of shame. The 1 lien Relic lent me was worth that much. No matter how small the kindness received, when repaying, you return it like a spring. I see, as expected. Shirley looked at me with great admiration. At night, swaying in the carriage, I made my way along the main street of the capital. The empire, known as the strongest on earth, boasted a capital city so bustling at night it was called the Sleepless City. As I gazed upon the thriving nightscape, my eyes caught Shirley's tense expression. She walked alongside the carriage, her face marked by an intensity resembling a firm resolve. What's wrong, Shirley? Are you nervous about something? Why, yes. I will protect your highness's safety with my life if I must. That's quite sudden. Tonight, Brother Oscar invited us to a small gathering with Brother Henry. There's no need to be so tense. That's precisely why. Shirley's determination only grew stronger. At a night stall on the main street, a customer dropped some dishes that shattered on the ground. Shirley immediately spun around, hand on the hilt of her sword, ready to spring into action. Her nerves were clearly on edge, overly sensitive, even though I still didn't know the reason why. "What do you mean by precisely why?" She looked at me and replied in a barely audible voice. "Given the current situation, it's clear to anyone. The next emperor will be either Henry Sama, Oscar Sama, or Noah Sama. One of these three." I said nothing. My silence mirrored Shirley's quiet restraint. However, as she spoke on, her voice softened but her words grew more fluent. "Oscar Sama, the very person involved, has invited Henry Sama and Noah Sama to this gathering. It won't end without a purpose. We must remain vigilant. I understand your concern, but there's no need to worry." "Huh." Shirley was taken aback by how casually I spoke. "Why do you say that? After the Albert and Gilbert incident, His Majesty has become extremely sensitive to any attempts to seize the imperial throne." "Ah, Brother Henry, Brother Oscar, and I are the three candidates narrowed down from an outsider's perspective. Because of that, we can't openly fight, at least not tonight. There's no way anything will happen at a gathering like this. In fact, even if something did, Brother Oscar would protect Brother Henry and me with his life." "I hadn't thought of it that way, as expected of you." I smiled warmly at Shirley. "Actually, that's exactly how it is." Shirley's eyes widened in surprise. "Try carefully sensing the surroundings." Taking my advice, Shirley's sharp gaze began probing the nearby environment. "Is that a protective formation from a distance?" "Exactly," I grinned. "Oscar's men have been trailing us from a distance ever since we left Prince 13's residence. I'm skilled enough and have Shirley, the knight I trust most, by my side. Still, they provide cautious, distant protection. When did you notice?" "Right after we left the estate. That long ago? Amazing, I didn't notice at all." "Humph." Shirley's tension and unnecessary caution eased somewhat. From the carriage, I stared straight ahead, deep in thought. I hadn't told Shirley this, but I'd already partially understood Oscar's true intentions. What I told Shirley was simply a reason why nothing will happen tonight. It was not the reason why Oscar insisted on gathering the three of us. From His Majesty's perspective, it was best for these three of us, whose candidacies were obvious to all, to appear united. If we were constantly at odds, there'd be concerns about who would smoothly inherit the imperial throne. Depending on the level of discord, it wouldn't be surprising if someone outside the three of us seemed a more convenient choice. But if we seemed friendly, there'd be no such worries. Oscar was orchestrating this. For example, when I recommended rice cake for the subjugation of Jaelwyn, Oscar fully supported and pushed for it. People often compare Oscar's gentle and approachable personality to that of our fifth older brother, Mile Alarate. Both are reputed to be warm and kind. However, while Miles' good nature is genuine and he's considered to have zero ambition, Oscar's friendliness masks a scheming mind. That's why even now, fully aware of His Majesty's intense scrutiny, Oscar's covert protection of me, up to the point of letting His Majesty know, is all part of the plan. So nothing will happen tonight. Indeed, the three of us brothers met for the first time in a while without any political matters and spent a peaceful meal together. The next day, the antique dealer Alan came to the estate. I welcomed him sitting in the living room rather than the reception room. "I have brought the items your highness requested. The gemstones you mentioned?" "Yes, I see, but you look troubled." "What's wrong?" "Well," Alan pulled out several jewel boxes and laid them in front of me with a grim expression. Opening the lids revealed multiple jewels nearly identical in appearance. There were 6 beautiful red rubies in total. "What does this mean?" "I made a mistake. In haste to obtain them quickly, I sent someone claiming they were for your highness. Word got out and many offered similar items in competition." At least 5 of these are fakes. Haha. "Given the nature of these, it's possible all 6 are fake," I said with a laugh, and Alan seemed slightly relieved. "These jewels were originally supposed to be the legendary, grasped at birth kind, already a dubious claim. So the possibility of fakes was high. Alan felt sorry for the mistake, but my joking about it seemed to ease his worries. "I tried to do something about it, but I myself can't tell the difference." What is it?" "I found the real one." "This one?" I picked up each ruby in turn, then held one and glanced away slightly. "You can tell?" "Yes." My eyes weren't on the jewels, but on the corner of my vision. There my status display, always visible, had changed the moment I held that particular gem. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male. Level 15/infinity, HP C plus D fire, E plus MP, E plus E water, C plus S strength, C plus A wind, E plus F stamina, D plus E earth, E plus D intelligence, E plus D light, E plus C spirit, E plus D darkness, E plus C speed, E plus E dexterity, E plus D luck, E plus D slightly. The plus next to HP had gone up 1 step. What's different about this one compared to the other 5? Watch. The emotions transmitted from the jewel appeared in my mind not as words, but as vivid images. To realize them, I drew Leviathan. I tossed Leviathan straight up, watching it spin as it fell toward the ground. I stretched out my arm smoothly, intercepting Leviathan's landing spot. Alan gasped. Leviathan's spinning blade struck my arm, was deflected, and then pierced into the ground. What does this mean? Look, the ruby from before, it's slightly chipped. It seems to have this property. When held, it takes injury or illness in place of its owner. I had never heard of such a gem. As expected of your highness, you saw through it. But that's unfortunate. Alan muttered regretfully, peering at the ruby. If it takes the hit, it breaks. Impressive, but it means it's single use. That was true. Hearing it could break made me think it was a waste to trigger the ruby's substitute effect. Thanks to the ruby, the plus next to HP had risen. Better to keep it intact than have it shatter after sacrificing itself. Something wrong? There's more. Another image flowed into my mind from the ruby. After interpreting it, I thought it through. Once the simulation in my mind was complete, I put on the armor ring. I used the ring to create a solid object visually identical to the ruby, then pulled Leviathan from the ground and shattered the original ruby. What are you doing? Alan was shocked. But I stared at the one created by the armor ring and checked my status again. It hadn't changed, proving that the ruby, what once was the ruby, still lived on. Then I cut myself firmly. The one made by the armor ring shattered. My body remained completely unharmed. Amazing, did you mass-produce that ruby? I explained to the astonished Alan. Not quite. I just gave the entity attached to the ruby a new vessel. Saying so, I used the armor ring to make another identical copy. So it can be used repeatedly? Yes. Amazing. Alan was left speechless, utterly amazed. Keith's shop on Raid Street. Inside the shop, Alice was playing the harp and singing as usual. Your Majesty was listening intently from the best seat, sometimes staring straight ahead, sometimes closing his eyes and swaying his body in rhythm. Your Majesty was thoroughly enjoying Alice's song. Behind His Majesty, Cruz and I stood on standby. I had mastered Apophis. Since Alice insisted on singing only in the shop and not holding private concerts at anyone's residence, Your Majesty had come incognito to Keith's. Naturally, there were quite a few customers around. Unless something serious happened, with me present, no one could harm Your Majesty. But there was a great possibility that some inconsiderate person might spoil His Majesty's enjoyment. To prevent that, I took measures using Apophis. The line between medicine and poison is thin. Medicines effective on humans are mostly poisons with weakened toxicity. I used Apophis to put all the customers inside the shop to sleep. To avoid them snoring, I paralyzed them to some extent and took away their bodily freedom. Everyone here was just a customer. Not a single person could resist Apophis's poison, or even pretended to resist, and they were all put to sleep by me. As a result, His Majesty's appreciation session proceeded quietly and successfully. Still, I kept watch just in case, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, my eyes met Cruz's, who was similarly on standby. As expected, sir. He moved only his lips, speaking silently. Since the words were simple, I understood from the shape of his lips. He noticed. Eunuchs serve the nobility. Unlike ordinary servants, eunuchs are castrated and therefore can only be eunuchs, specializing in the skill of making their noble masters feel comfortable. Among them, Cruz was even more exceptional, having served the Emperor continuously. The Emperor holds far more power than ordinary nobles, and Cruz, serving him, excelled more in those skills. If Cruz says, as expected, then this act to ensure His Majesty's enjoyment is indeed appropriate. I continued commanding Apophis, maintaining His Majesty's viewing environment. During the intermission, Alice briefly retreated backstage. I had just lifted the sleep and paralysis from all the customers, and the shop was filled with applause. Most customers looked puzzled but still clapped along with others. That's right, Noah. Yes, Your Majesty, I hear the fighting with the Sahe tribe in the south has settled down. The Sahe tribe, you say? I wondered briefly why such a topic came up now. The Empire is a warrior nation, with constant wars or rebellions suppressed somewhere along the borders. Recently, in the south, there had been fighting against the Sahe tribe, a forest-dwelling clan that refused to submit to the Empire. We are awarding merit, and it's been reported that a man named Jerry Eisen performed especially well. Jerry? That's the man from the bandits. I captured him and sent him to the army as a military service punishment, but he's surprisingly risen quickly. After losing a local battle, this Jerry gathered the surviving soldiers and pushed back the enemy. It was truly a heroic effort. I see. He said he wants to repay you, Noah. Repay me? He said you gave him a new, hopeful second life. In a way, you're like a father to him. Father, I muttered half robotically. Jerry likely meant no offense, but it felt strange to be called a father by a man like him. Besides, he's probably twice my age. As expected, Noah, Your Majesty said with a pleased expression. A man who was once a bandit has become a useful soldier. Moreover, he gathered troops and moved them like his limbs. He must have generalship talent. Of course. He was originally the leader of a bandit group, so I knew he had the ability to organize fighters. You discovered him and sent him to the right place. Noah remains impressive. People are treasures and potential, Your Majesty. Indeed, this is the moment when potential bears fruit. Your Majesty smiled happily. Keep up the good work? Yes. After the performance, Your Majesty expressed a desire to explore the city a bit more, so I accompanied him as a guard. We left Raid Street and arrived at Horse Street. Horse Street is the liveliest place in the imperial capital. There is a large square, so military dispatch ceremonies and grand festivals often take place here. It's a bustling area even normally. What's that? Something for sale? Your Majesty showed interest in a stall at the center of the square. At first glance, it looked like a stall, but the goods were unusual. Rows of huge burlap sacks tied only with string, lined up simply. That's a slave trader. Slaves? Yes, a properly licensed slave trader. I said so and approached the stall merchant. After confirming with a glance that Your Majesty and crews were following, I asked the merchant, "Where are these slaves from?" "Just arrived, slaves from the Sahe tribe, yes." "So you won the war against the Sahe tribe?" I feigned ignorance, but said what one would at such a time. The Empire is always fighting somewhere. That's why there is military service punishment among punishments. And the Empire has always won, capturing many prisoners each time. Most prisoners end up with licensed slave traders. Slaves of insignificant status like these are packed in burlap sacks and sold by the bundle. I see, so this is how slaves are bought and sold. From behind me, Your Majesty murmured as if intrigued. I turned and gave a slight bow to Your Majesty. "Yes, my lord, would you like to purchase some? How much for this?" "1 sack is 10 lien. The merchant smiled a sales smile and answered. "Is that cheap or expensive?" Your Majesty asked again, and I replied. 10 lien means the sack is enchanted with absolute obedience magic. Magic, yes, when the sack is opened, the first human seen becomes the master, and the magic compels absolute obedience to any order. That sounds like a story about baby birds. This sack carries that meaning too. I see. Your Majesty looked at the sack with great interest. He might buy some. Because the magic of absolute obedience was cast, it was safe, but just in case, I touched the sack from above, checking if any weapons were hidden. What is it, Noah? How may I help you, customer? This sack. I stared at it while still touching it. As expected, no mistake. I took 10 lien from my pocket and tossed it to the merchant. I'll take this one. Yes, thank you very much. What's going on, Noah? Please wait a moment. I untied the string tying the sack, and a girl appeared. Her hair was messy, and she wore tattered slave clothes. A common appearance, but I wasn't looking at that. My gaze was on my status display. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 15/infinity HP, C+D Fire, E+A MP. E+D Water, C+S Strength. C+A Wind, E+F Stamina, D+E Earth, E+D Intelligence, E+D Light, E+C Spirit, E+D Darkness, E+C Speed. E+E Dexterity, E+D Luck, E+D. The moment I touched the girl in the sack, my MPS plus rank rose by 1 step. This wouldn't happen with an ordinary slave. She was definitely someone. To confirm that, I paid the merchant, bought her, opened the sack, and activated the absolute obedience magic. Then I asked, "What is your name?" "Who are you?" The girl frowned and tried to keep silent, but the absolute obedience magic forced her to answer. "Lo Payu, daughter of the Sahe tribe's chieftain, eh?" She was surprised to answer against her will, and we were also surprised. "Daughter of the chieftain," she slipped in. "Unbelievable, you saw through that, Noah." "As expected, sir." Your Majesty and crews were also astonished. "Why is the chieftain's daughter here, sold like part of a pile? Answer me." The girl, Payu, hesitated, but since the absolute obedience magic had already been cast on her, she couldn't go against my orders. With a bitter expression, she slowly answered my questions. "My father let me escape." "Your father, but if you are the chieftain's daughter, you should be a high-priority target among the spoils. He shouldn't have let you go so easily, and even if you escaped, it's strange that you were sold like this." "My father, along with my mother, killed another child and then committed suicide." "I see." That made sense. Looking towards His Majesty, who had reigned at the pinnacle of the empire for many years and sometimes led campaigns himself, he quietly nodded. The chieftain probably realized defeat and staged a family suicide. That was common. The fate of the defeated in war was usually tragic. Rather than suffer that fate themselves and have their children suffer it, leaders who realized defeat often took their own families' lives. Most likely the chieftain did just that, and the investigation confirmed the numbers matched, so it was processed as such. So, she was let escape but failed to get away, was caught, and sold to a slave trader. Payu quietly nodded. She was told to abandon her name and live quietly somewhere. I see. Now the story was clear. Noah, what will you do with this girl? His Majesty asked, and Peiyu trembled. As the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, I pulled up the imperial law ingrained in my mind. The Sahe tribe never submitted to the empire, and thus this is not a rebellion. Therefore, if of the chieftain's bloodline, males are to be beheaded, while females are to be granted as slaves to those with achievements. So there's no need to take special action then? Exactly. Peiyu was already a slave. With absolute obedience magic cast, she could not disobey my orders no matter what. If I ordered her to die, she would cry and scream, but her body would obey. Our eyes met. She looked scared and quickly averted her gaze. She clearly understood that the man before her held the power over her life and death, and was frightened because of it. In that case, I will take that girl for myself, Noah. I am deeply honored. I knelt on the spot and bowed my head. Formally, it became a grant from His Majesty. I stood up and looked at Peiyu. So from now on, you are my slave. You'll work as a maid in the mansion. A maid? Yes, you won't kill me. There's no need. People are treasures. Having just heard of Jerry's exploits and knowing Peiyu was under absolute obedience magic, I had no intention of killing her. After a brief hesitation, Peiyu gathered courage and spoke. Can everyone, all of them, come too? All of them? Yes, Peiyu nodded timidly and looked around. There were still many burlap sacks nearby. They're all friends who grew up in the same village. I see. I nodded and looked at the slave trader who had been silent. I will buy all of them here. Thank you for your purchase. And you heard our conversation just now? Saying this, I took out money and handed it to the slave trader. I gave 1,000 lien in cash carried in a sack. If there are any other Sahe tribe survivors, don't sell them. Send them to Prince 13's residence. Why, Your Highness the Prince? The slave trader feigned great surprise. Understood. Leave everything to me. Is this acceptable? Yes, thank you very much. Peiyu was deeply moved and smiled brightly. That smile was beautiful, and it made my heart flutter a little, but more than that, name. Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender. Male level. 15/infinity HP. C plus D fire. E plus A MP. E plus D water. C plus S strength. C plus A wind. E plus F endurance. D plus D earth. E plus D intelligence. E plus D light. E plus C spirit. E plus D darkness. E plus C speed. E plus E dexterity. E plus D luck. E plus D. What caught my eye even more was the plus increase in endurance. A few days later at the mansion in Nishil, the Almeria provincial capital, I arrived past noon and called Zoe to the living room. Zoe was the head maid with proven loyalty to me, so I entrusted her with managing all the maids. I called her. Take full charge of the slaves we brought from the capital. Understood, so they'll all be maids then? Yes. They've had absolute obedience magic cast on them, and I instructed that unless I overwrite it, they obey your orders. Everything's up to you. Very well. And, just as I was about to give a few more instructions, the door opened and Audrey entered the room. Welcome back, Noah. I'm home. Did anything unusual happen at the mansion while I was away? Nothing unusual, everything as usual. I see. I have one report for you. What is it? I'm pregnant. Oh, I was a bit surprised. I stood and approached Audrey. Though not visible, I knelt on one knee before her, looked at her belly and gently touched it. Are you sure? Yes. I see. Well done. I'm happy. It was strange. After Audrey told me, a feeling welled up deep in my chest, an emotion filled with fulfillment in many ways. I found the change in my feelings interesting. Thank you. We need to decide on a name, please. I stood and thought for a moment. I came up with several names, sorted through them, and narrowed it down to 2. If it's a boy, Sem, that's a wonderful name. If a girl, Avies, at that moment something changed for the first time in the familiar sight. Name. Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender. Male level, 15+1/infinity HP, C plus D fire, E plus AMP, E plus D water, C plus S strength, C plus A wind, E plus F endurance. D plus D earth, E plus D intelligence, D plus D light, E plus C spirit, E plus D darkness, E plus C. Speed, E plus E dexterity, E plus D luck, E plus D. Not only had my usual stats changed, the plus now appeared next to my level value as well. Is something the matter? Zoe, show me my status. Without answering Audrey directly, I ordered Zoe, who had been standing at a bit of a distance. Without hesitation, Zoe skillfully cast a spell on me. Name. Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender. Male level, 16/infinity HP. A fire, SMP, C water, SSS strength, SSS wind, E endurance, B earth, C intelligence, B light, B spirit. C darkness, B speed, D dexterity, C luck. See, my visible stats were displayed. Seeing this, Audrey said, your level went up. When did it happen? Just now. When I gave the name to the child in your belly. Both Audrey and Zoe showed surprised expressions. They knew my abilities rose every time I gained subordinates or fiefs. On top of that, the level went up too. Amazing. Both of them were speechless at this unprecedented phenomenon. I'm surprised too, but when you think about it carefully, maybe it's only natural. Natural? I turned to Zoe, who seemed to be convinced. She nodded quietly and answered, Master always says that people are treasures. Ah, and if we're talking about treasures, children are even more precious. I see, I chuckled softly. It's probably not exactly that, but I can't help but feel that Zoe is right. People are treasures and potential. Both apply perfectly to one's own children. That's a good way to think. Here, I pulled out 100 liens from my pocket and tossed it to Zoe. She hurriedly caught it and bowed, and I turned to Audrey. Audrey, from now until you recover after childbirth, you don't have to do any serving or that kind of work. Understood, thank you very much. Also, I have news that Anya will arrive soon. I see, I chuckled softly. She's arriving a bit earlier than expected. It was clear that the schedule was moved up because she knew Audrey was pregnant. This is a unique story involving nobles, especially the royal family. When dealing with the royal family, although you can never say it out loud, there's always the possibility that the man might be infertile. But since Audrey is safely pregnant, it means I do have seed, so I can confidently send Audrey's sister here. I'll have to give a treasure to my sister too. Thank you, Audrey nodded with a very happy expression. The next day, I gathered all the servants and subordinates in the garden of the mansion. Maids, eunuchs, and subordinates like Don. I rounded up as many people as I could. Perhaps unsure of the reason for the sudden gathering, about half had anxious looks and the garden was buzzing. But that changed the moment I appeared. Standing before the gathered people in a position to give a speech, everyone fell silent and stared at me. You probably know, but my lawful wife, Audrey, is pregnant with our first child. It's a joyous occasion. This is the perfect occasion to give you all a bonus as a token of appreciation. Saying that, I raised my hand, and the servants began carrying boxes from inside the mansion one after another. These were boxes containing 100,000 liens given to me by Byron not long ago. When the boxes were opened, most of the servants started to buzz with excitement. I'm going to distribute this to you. Zoe has reviewed your work so far and divided you into 3 ranks. A, B, and C. Those in a rank will get 300 liens, B rank 200 liens, and C rank 100 liens. Woo-woo! The servants' anxiety vanished all at once. A great cheer rose that could probably be heard hundreds of meters away. And it made sense. A grown man's monthly income is about 10 liens. Even the lowest C-rank bonus is nearly a year's wages, and the top rank is equivalent to 2.5 years. Seeing that, I decided to push even further. On top of the A rank, I'm giving 2 people a special extra bonus. One is Evelyn. You all know her. She was a maid in my mansion but proved capable, so I recommended her to be a magistrate. She's done very well at her post. I paused briefly, then continued. The land Evelyn governs has become so safe that people don't even have to lock their doors at night. Because of that, a term wise appointment was coined to describe a good magistrate like her. I'm giving Evelyn 10,000 liens. Oh! Most people looked envious, but some had a distant look as if watching something from another world. 10,000 liens is an amount that one might or might not earn in a lifetime. They probably felt it wouldn't fall upon them. The idea of a magistrate also seemed far away to them, just as expected. And the other one, Gurin, come forward. Why yes, called out suddenly. The young eunuch stepped forward in surprise. Afterwards, you paid close attention to the land prices around the mansion and seemed to remember all of them. Why yes, so that you would have the information when you need it, your highness. Well done, remembering what I want to do and thinking ahead, not because you were ordered, but because you acted on your own. You get 1,000 liens. Woo-wo! The loudest cheer of the day erupted. Even if they couldn't relate to the magistrate earning 10,000 liens, they could imagine earning 1,000 liens for remembering what I wanted to do. As a result, most people cheered wildly, their eyes gleaming with an eager, hungry look unique to those aiming for something. That's how it is. Serve me and work properly for me, and I won't treat you badly. Long live Prince 13. Long live Noah, the cheers echoed endlessly. Name, Noah Alarate, Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Gender, male level, 15+1/infinity HP, C+D Fire, E+A MP, E+D Water. C+S Strength, C+A Wind, E+F Stamina, D+D Earth, E+D Intelligence, D+D Light, E+C Spirit, E+D Darkness, E+C Speed, E+D Dexterity. E+D Luck, E+D. The plus on speed had increased by 1 step. After the speech, I returned to the study in the outer garden. Don, who I brought along, entered the room looking impressed. As expected, your highness. Everyone's expressions changed, especially Gurin was looked upon with envy. Did it look that way to you as well? So you're saying it went as planned. As expected, I plan to do this regularly. Are you not considering punishments? Ah, I am, I smiled softly. Ideally, it would have been best if I could have executed the traitors I had hidden right after this through legal means. That would have created a sharp contrast at that timing, but there were no traitors. You already thought of that? Impressive. More importantly, there's something I want you to do. Why, yes, anything. Perhaps because he received 300 liens as a rank, Don seemed more energetic than usual. I've decided to send Almeria's surplus food to the northern region. Food, sir? I nodded and told Don about Russizar. At first he was surprised, but as he listened, he nodded with understanding. I fully understand. But if you send that out, what if a natural disaster causes famine in Almeria? That's why I called you. Do you know the place called Das? If I remember correctly. It's land that was once flooded and that your highness bought entirely. Yes, it's been left untouched since then, but floods also bring fertile soil. I see. Exactly. I want to cultivate that land. It's untouched with a lot of fertile soil. If we develop it on a large scale, Almeria's harvest could increase by 10%. Understood, that would be fine then. I want you to do that. It's a major project. Will you go? Is it really me? I was undecided until just now, but this conversation made up my mind. Don looked at me as if asking what I meant. I'm going to invest my own pocket money into this cultivation. Since you're the kind who can be made an example of, as we discussed, I don't think you'd embezzle. But there's also the possibility of failure. Failure doesn't matter. Huh, Don was utterly shocked. People make mistakes. If it's a failure after pledging loyalty to me, I won't blame you for anything. What's wrong? You're making a strange face. No, I'm just deeply savoring my fortune to serve such a master. Don truly looked moved beyond words. The next day, I took the maid Gigi and went out into the city. We wandered around casually, observing the town's atmosphere. Almeria Province, provincial capital Nishal. As expected of a provincial capital, the scale was several times that of a typical town. Divided into 4 districts, with 4 magistrates needed for the east, west, south, and north, the size of the city was evident. Honestly, it had been quite some time since I arrived in the Fief, but I still hadn't fully explored Nishal. To understand the daily lives of the people, I wandered through the city like this. Master, it looks like that way is bustling, Gigi said. Maybe there's some kind of spectacle. Gigi noticed and pointed ahead. It had the typical atmosphere of a crowd gathering around some incident. I approached the bystanders and asked a nearby man, "What's all this commotion about?" "It's an execution. Today they're beheading a scumbag who committed rape and murder, so everyone's come to watch." The man answered excitedly. I nodded in understanding. Executions were often carried out in public. Rebels were punished publicly as a warning, and crimes that stirred great public anger were executed publicly to appease the populace. This was the latter case. For a rapist and murderer, public execution made sense. I understood the situation. There was no need to watch any further. I am the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, holding the final decision-making authority over the annual mass executions. Having held this position for several years, watching executions was neither appropriate nor a hobby. I was about to leave with Gigi, when suddenly, on the square where the crowd gathered, surrounding the platform for the execution, stepping up one after another were the magistrate, the executioner, the prisoner, and those restraining him. The magistrate was in formal attire. The law clearly states that one must be dressed formally when carrying out an execution. The executioner was a muscular man, bare-chested. He held a well-sharpened sword, its sharpness visible even from afar. The prisoner's hands were tied behind his back, and he appeared exhausted as he was brought up onto the platform, forced to kneel. Shouts and curses erupted from all directions. It was already known to everyone that he was a rapist and murderer, so the crowd hurled insults at this enemy of society. The magistrate stepped forward, raising both hands. The jeering died down considerably. When it quieted, the magistrate turned to the prisoner and spoke clearly. "You are Craig Hall, right? Any last words?" The prisoner, who had been kneeling with his head bowed, lifted his face as if wanting to say something, but only emitted a groan from his throat. No words came out. "None, then. Very well." The magistrate signaled to the executioner with his eyes. Those restraining the prisoner pushed him from both sides, forcing his head downward. Then the executioner raised his sword. The prisoner groaned further, as if wanting to say something. "Bahamut." "Yes." "Interpreter, can you translate?" "Of course." After Bahamut responded, the prisoner's groans were translated through Bahamut into understandable words. "I am innocent. I was framed." The executioner raised his sword, then swung it down. "Wait!" I shouted, kicking off the ground and leaping forward straight at the execution platform. The executioner's sword did not stop. I drew Leviathan from my bracelet and unleashed a slashing attack. "Key in!" A clear ringing sound echoed as the executioner's sword snapped cleanly in two. The prisoner, the one proclaiming innocence, remained untouched, his neck still intact. "Who are you?" the magistrate demanded, but like Pascal, he did not know my face yet. It doesn't matter who I am, this person is innocent. An accomplice aiding an escape, seize him. Seize him, strictly speaking, it wasn't an escape, but the magistrate shouted in a slightly flustered tone. Then 10 soldiers climbed onto the platform and attacked me. Humph, I swung Leviathan, cutting through every weapon the soldiers had without exception. With the follow-up strikes, I slashed at their thighs and shoulders, quickly depriving them of their ability to fight. What? Whoa! The magistrate was stunned and the crowd erupted in cheers. What was that? Amazing! He took down 10 guys in an instant. I didn't even see how he did it. Amid the cheers, I turned back to the magistrate. Stop this execution. Do you know what you're doing by doing this? That person is not the culprit. What nonsense, it's already confirmed. There is evidence. Huh, I raised my voice and my words echoed around, silencing the crowd stunned by this sudden turn. Perfect timing. This saved me the trouble of quieting them down. I looked around. In the front row of the crowd stood an evidently middle-aged woman, the very image of an auntie. You there, I have a favor to ask. Step up onto the platform. Me. The woman looked puzzled but intrigued and climbed up with a smile. What favor? I want you to examine that prisoner, check their body. Huh. Although she didn't understand, the woman approached the prisoner. The magistrate tried to stop her, but I leveled Leviathan at his throat to halt him. The woman got close and examined the prisoner carefully from a short distance. Oh my, this person's a woman. A woman disguised as a man. When she said this, the crowd grew even noisier. The magistrate's face turned pale as a sheet. You really saw through that it was a woman. Amazing. After the examination, the woman, fully embodying the anti-vibe, said so with pride. Ignoring her, I glared at the magistrate and asked, There's no way a woman could be the rapist and murderer, right? That's, well, not necessarily. The culprit's name is Craig Hall. Yes, sounds like a man's name. That is, well, substitutes are a common story, nothing unusual. Having served as Prince Minister of Legal Affairs for a long time, I had come to understand many tricks used at the scene. Sometimes, if the condemned has money, bribes are sent to involved parties to switch places with a substitute. Of course, this can't happen with rebels or famous criminals, but for others, it's not rare. Naturally, some involved parties are among those attending the execution, including magistrates. I glared more intensely. Are you being paid off? The magistrate turned even paler and groaned. The crowd's mood shifted. Their hostility and anger, originally directed at the rapist and murderer, gradually turned towards the magistrate, who might have let the real culprit go free. Feeling this change, the magistrate was at a loss for words. But in any case, he couldn't admit to it. No, I know nothing. Is that the truth? Yes, I know nothing. Then what is this? I swung Leviathan and sliced the magistrate's clothes. Without injuring him, the clothes were cut cleanly and something dropped onto the platform, a glass bottle containing liquid. Through Apophis, I discerned its nature. This is poison. The same poison that made her unable to speak. I don't know anything about that. It's my medicine. Oh, then drink some. If you drink it yourself and nothing happens, I'll believe you. The man was at a loss. The crowd grew rowdy. Hey, drink it. It's your medicine, right? Prove your innocence in front of everyone, the magistrate faltered. Humph, I snorted, approached him, grabbed him, and forced the medicine into his mouth. Apophis, an expert on poisons, confirmed this was a poison that causes several days of loss of speech. That's why I forced him to drink it. Then, cough, the magistrate quickly lost his ability to speak. He's a corrupt magistrate. Arrest him. Where's the real culprit? The crowd's anger, fully convinced of the magistrate's involvement, was now entirely focused on him. Leaving the magistrate clutching his throat in distress, I turned to face the woman. Supported by a middle-aged woman, she looked like she wanted to say something, but all that came out were pained groans, her face filled with sorrow. Wait a moment. I said this to the woman and called Apophis. You sense the poison quickly. Can you neutralize this poison? Easy, like humans breathe. Apophis probably meant it's as simple as breathing. After responding in that cryptic manner, a purple, toxic-looking smoke emerged from my bracelet and headed toward the woman. Apophis's serpent staff, like Leviathan's water demon sword, can freely change its apparent size. It was stored small inside my bracelet. Without returning to its original size, it seemed to emit just something. Don't worry, I won't harm you. The smoke was visibly poisonous, a deep purple. The woman flinched and tried to run away, a natural reaction, but I stopped her. She hesitated, but before she could decide anything else, the smoke possessed her. It entered through her mouth and nose. As if she inhaled with all her might, the smoke quickly filled her entire body. She twitched and started coughing. Then, I can speak. Ooh-woo. With the woman's voice restored, cheers erupted all at once from those near the front of the crowd who had heard it. Her throat was burning so badly. How? I only neutralized the poison. If it were a disease, I couldn't say, but poison, I can handle it. I am the god of poison, Apophis said proudly in broken speech. If it's poison, there's no one stronger than him. He can control any poison. Apophyse's confidence conveyed itself to me as a feeling. That gave me reassurance. You're really amazing. Hey, how did you do that just now? The auntie on the platform was amazed and impressed. I ignored her to avoid the conversation going off track and spoke only to the woman. You can talk now. Tell me why this happened. You're innocent, right? I'll do something about it. The woman stared at me for a moment, then silently and tearfully began to cry. I thought she would proclaim her innocence now that she could speak, but her actions were completely different. I was a little confused, but soon I understood the meaning behind her reaction. Renaa, my daughter, I am Renaa's mother. Her words were incoherent. Gathering fragments of her words in my head, an image formed. Frowning, I asked, "Are you by any chance the victim's mother?" The woman said nothing but nodded. At that moment, the crowd's anger peaked. What the hell is that? Using the victim's mother as a death substitute? How rotten can they be? Insults came from all directions. I sighed and laughed through my nose. In a way, I was impressed. They pushed the victim's family as the death substitute. Truly killing two birds with one stone, it was disgustingly clever. I couldn't forgive it even more, thinking that suddenly someone threw a cup of drink at the magistrate, clutching his throat, starting a barrage of thrown objects. Countless things poured down onto the platform like rain. Humph, I drew Leviathan and cut them all down. Burning the slashes with Bahamut's flames, I left no flying objects untouched. There were easily hundreds, but I repelled them all. You're impressive, the auntie muttered admiringly, still annoyingly carefree despite the situation. Ignoring her again, I addressed the crowd. Vigilante justice is not allowed. Are you defending him? So you're just one of them after all? Various insults were hurled at me, and the anger now turned toward me. How should I handle this? Should I slightly intimidate them with Leviathan and silence them all? I glanced around. There were about 1,000 onlookers gathered in the square. A decent number, but not impossible. All right then, just as I was thinking that, move, clear the way. If you don't open up, you'll be arrested. A deep voice rang out from the crowd. A group of uniformed officers cut through the crowd. They headed straight toward us and climbed onto the platform one after another. As the crowd watched, curious about what the official officers would do, their anger was somewhat overridden by anticipation, and they went into a wait-and-see mode. Among them, one man appeared. The man leading the officers was Don. Now he could be called my trusted aide, Don Oates. As soon as he stood before me, "My apologies for the late escort, Prince 13, Your Highness," he said loudly and knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Almost immediately, the officers he brought also bowed. Don deliberately pronounced, "Prince 13, Your Highness," making sure it was heard clearly. Silence spread over the crowd like water being poured. About 10 seconds later, as if someone suddenly remembered, they knelt down, and nearly 1,000 onlookers gathered around the square knelt one after another. Among the wave of people kneeling, only 2 remained standing, me and one other. Amazing, it was the woman falsely accused. She was soon hurriedly pulled down by the auntie and knelt as well. Standing alone among nearly 1,000 kneeling people, I issued a command to Don. Arrest Craig Hall immediately. Keep his family under surveillance. If they can provide a substitute, they must be a family with some assets. Once the sentence is confirmed, confiscate their property accordingly. Recalling the imperial law in my mind, I delivered the heaviest lawful punishment. My voice carried well in the silence. It took a dozen or so seconds for the crowd to grasp the meaning of the judgment. Then a roar erupted. Cheers filled the square. On the other hand, Don, who only received orders, did not move. He remained kneeling before me. What's wrong? With all due respect, the great-grandfather Hall may have retired, but he once rose to Prime Minister. Craig Hall is his only grandson. Don said that, but the mischief smile he gave me up close was not one telling me to stop. Rather, it was an assist. Knowing this, I said, "So what?" I suppressed my voice and glared deliberately at Don. "If he retired, he's just a commoner. Go, as you command." Don bowed once again and ordered the officers he brought. Some tightly restrained the dazed magistrate, while others turned back the way they came to capture the real culprit, Craig Hall. Ooh, the loudest cheer of the day rose. A fine judgment. Not many can say that to a former prime minister. Prince 13, Your Highness, is our lord, isn't he? He raised a peonway to a special district and judges in favor of us. He's an awesome man. Amid voices praising me, the incident involving the death substitute for the execution prisoner came to a close. Inside the mansion's inner courtyard, in the living room, I was facing Zoe, the maid. I sat deeply leaned back on the sofa, and Zoe stood directly in front of me. "As per your orders, master, I have secured 4 wet nurses. They are all experienced mothers, so their milk supply is guaranteed. I have also secured 4 nannies as you commanded and 16 tutors. Regarding the tutors, 2 come recommended by Evelyn and 1 by Lady Shirley." "Understood. 4 wet nurses, 4 nannies, 16 tutors. These were the people gathered for the sake of my soon-to-be-born son. In the royal family, mothers rarely breastfeed their children themselves unless under exceptional circumstances. There are several reasons for this. One is that it's considered dangerous and therefore should be avoided. Another, bluntly speaking, is that noblewomen must continue bearing children, specifically sons, until they produce an heir. Therefore, they need to recover quickly enough to give birth again as soon as possible, rather than spending time raising children. In fact, since I have memories from the moment I was reborn, I clearly remember being raised on wet nurse's milk rather than my mother's. By the way, crown princes generally don't have milk siblings, because women who have stillbirths are assigned wet nurses. Milk siblings end up being special in one way or another, so the possibility of having them is eliminated from the start. Before the empire's rise, there were times when the emperor's milk siblings meddled in politics and caused the country to decline, so in our empire, crown princes are not allowed to have milk siblings. But it's amazing. What is Zoe? Not even born yet, and already there are nearly 20 people assigned. I've never heard of having so many wet nurses and nannies before. It's for the family. For the family, you say? I nodded quietly. An exceptional child will make the next generation of the family better. Thinking that way, we have no choice but to focus on it. I see. As expected of Master. Zoe accepted that explanation, and I counted on my fingers the days left until the birth. Audrey's belly was steadily growing, and the medical officer's regular checkups confirmed everything was going well. I was eagerly awaiting the due date. As I was thinking about this, someone knocked at the door, and Zoe went to answer. The door opened, and one of the maids whispered into Zoe's ear. Zoe nodded, closed the door, and returned. Master, what is it? They say an auspicious omen has appeared. Again, half exasperated, I gave a wry smile. There have been many auspicious omens lately. At first, there was the meteorite said to have naturally formed the character for Wise. That was a complete fabrication. Next, a child was born clutching a jewel, and now another omen has appeared. What is it this time? Has it already arrived as a tribute? No, it doesn't seem to be a physical object. Not an object? Yes, please look out the window. Tilting my head in curiosity, I stood up from the sofa and went to the window. I was so surprised I caught my breath. Outside the window, in the sky, auroras were displayed, a curtain of northern lights hanging high in the sky. There was no doubt this was something normally unseen. Auroras here? It seems this hasn't appeared in Almeria for at least several hundred years. Probably so. Auroras usually appear at the far north or far south. They're not typical for mild climates like Almeria's, where farming thrives. Bahamut. Yes, is that some kind of artificial phenomenon? I feel no such intention at all. It appeared to be naturally occurring, I understood then. Seeing this, it was no wonder people viewed it as an auspicious omen. To think something like this would appear, Master really is amazing. Zoe looked at me with admiration, as if it were natural. For her, an auspicious omen was something meant for the ruler, hence her admiring gaze. In the end, it turned out to be a genuine auspicious omen. Months later, Audrey safely reached full term and gave birth to a perfect baby boy. It was a relatively easy birth, and both mother and child were healthy. Well done, Audrey, I praised her as she lay on the bed. Thank you. Since it's a boy, his name will be Sem, as decided beforehand. Yes. Having completed the great task, Audrey nodded and gently closed her eyes with a faint smile. Now then, Zoe. Yes. Zoe approached the baby Sem, who was being held by a nanny, and cast a spell. It was the same as what I did immediately after being born when I was reborn, a spell to check abilities. Immediately, the child's status appeared. Name, Sem. Alarate. Gender, male. Level 1/100 HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, F Strength, F Wind, F Stamina, F Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness. E Speed, F Dexterity, F Luck, F Woe. The moment the status appeared, the maids, nannies, and midwives in the room all exclaimed in surprise. The level cap is 100. As expected of Master, amazing. The Master's blood has perfectly passed to the young lord. That figures. A level cap of 100 is extraordinary. Level 15 is already in the top 5% of humans. A level cap of 100 is talent on the scale of 1 in tens of millions. So that auspicious omen was predicting this, wasn't it? Maybe. By the way, we have to give him a fief. It's common to grant some territory even to the children of princes, though less so than to princes themselves. Of course, there's more than just that. If Sem inherits my blood and thus has a level cap of 100, what about my unique ability to improve by adding lands and people? I'll give him Dasso. Okay, Zoe. Thank you, Zoe bowed happily. Dasso is her hometown land. Giving that land to my eldest son, likely heir Sem, is a sort of imperial gift. After that, I ordered Zoe again to bring up the status. Name, Sem. Alarate. Gender, male. Level 1/100 HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, F Strength, F wind, F stamina, F earth, F intelligence, F light, F spirit, F darkness, E speed, F dexterity, F luck, F no change, huh? I see the plus is my unique trait and wasn't inherited by the child. Still, level 100, huh? When was the last time we saw a triple-digit level? Wasn't it about 50 years ago with General Grant? Everyone naturally had high expectations for Sem, and at the same time they looked at me with even greater respect. With Sem's birth, I flew to the capital. Princes must report to the emperor if they have a child, especially a son. To fulfill that duty, I returned to the capital and entered the palace to request an audience with His Majesty. I was granted an immediate audience and arrived at the emperor's study. "Oh, well met, Noah." His Majesty, who was inside the study, raised both hands and greeted me with a broad smile. I knelt on one knee on the spot and bowed in accordance with etiquette. "You may rise, no need to be so formal. Thank you for your kindness. I heard about your child, Sem, was it?" "Yes. They say his level cap is 100. As expected of Noah's child. I am honored. Once I return to my fief, I will bring Sem back to the capital so your Majesty may hold him once." "Very well, let's do that. But Noah, I have something to discuss with you." "Something to discuss?" I looked up, a little surprised. His Majesty's expression was more serious than usual. He had been smiling moments ago, but suddenly his face turned grave. "Yes," His Majesty nodded and dropped a bombshell. "I am planning to abdicate and become the retired emperor." "Wah!" I was genuinely shocked. In the 16 years since I was reborn, that was the most surprising moment. "What do you mean?" "I have thought deeply. Your advice helped, but it was still uncertain." "My advice? The idea to implant a will naming the next emperor inside my body. Even if I did that, the next emperor would still be decided without me present, so I thought it best to choose the next emperor while I can still judge properly." "I see." What His Majesty said made sense. "No, I should say it was admirable. Therefore, no, I want you to be the next emperor." "Sem, you mean?" A white lightning bolt shot through my mind. Until about a month ago, I wouldn't have understood, but now I understood. Sem's birth made His Majesty's intentions clear. "You truly are amazing, Noah," His Majesty praised me. "Indeed, Sem has a level cap of 100, a talent only one in tens of millions possess. If I hand the throne to Noah, the empire's prosperity will be assured for 3 generations. "Yes, that is what this means. Will you accept, Noah?" After thinking for a moment, I silently knelt. "I understand. For the sake of 3 generations of prosperity, I will strive not to disappoint your expectations." "Very well." His Majesty nodded and patted my shoulder. "The formalities will come later, but from this moment the throne is yours." At that instant, the status display in the corner of my vision changed. Name, Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male level. 15 plus 1/infinity HP. C plus C Fire, E plus SS MP, E plus C Water, C plus SS Strength, C plus S Wind, E plus E Stamina, D plus C Earth, E plus C Intelligence, D plus C Light, E plus B Spirit, E plus C Darkness, E plus B Speed, E plus C Dexterity, E plus C Luck, E plus C. My title changed to Emperor and all the plus marks went up 1 rank. I see. When I became the Prime Minister Prince previously, all the plus marks became SSS. But this time, each simply rose 1 rank. That means His Majesty, now retired Emperor, doesn't intend to relinquish all power just yet. So I said, I will continue to improve and become an emperor worthy of entrusting the entire empire to. That's what makes you amazing. The 2nd generation is secure. His Majesty smiled happily. And so I rose from prince to emperor. Palace Audience Hall. Before me, seated on the throne, stood 2 princes. The 4th prince, Henry Alarate, the 8th prince, Oscar Alarate. As soon as they entered the audience hall and took their designated positions, they each smoothly dropped to 1 knee before me. "I am Oscar, and I am Henry. We have come in response to your summons. Both of you lift your heads." "Yes, your Majesty, as you command." They nodded and stood up as instructed. Henry and Oscar. When I called their names, Henry responded calmly, while Oscar furrowed his brow for just a moment before answering. "Yes," in unison. "The reason I summoned both of you today is simple. There is something I wish to give to you now while the time is right." "The time is right?" Henry tilted his head slightly, questioning. "Yes, right now. My reign will soon embark on various initiatives. Before that begins, while nothing has yet been done, I want to hand this over." I explained the premise first. Both Henry and Oscar wore expressions that showed they didn't quite grasp the full meaning. "Lord Reincarnation?" "Yes." At my prompt, Jean-Blood Reincarnation, the man recently promoted to first Prime Minister, beckoned and a young eunuch appeared. Each eunuch carried a tray, upon which lay a long object covered with a red cloth, concealing what it was. The 2 eunuchs stood before Henry and Oscar, respectively, holding the trays. I nodded to Jean, who signaled the eunuchs. The red cloths were lifted. 2 long swords made of glass appeared. "This is crystal sword?" Henry and Oscar's faces flushed bright red in surprise. Yes, the crystal sword, also known as the Sword of Immunity from Death. An emperor can, if he so desires, completely override imperial law. This stems from the belief that the emperor is the highest authority in the empire, and in essence, the empire is the emperor's private property. The crystal sword is a privilege granted to a subject, part of the emperor's prerogative. As you know, whoever holds this sword can nullify any punishment once, except for treason, effectively granting immunity even from death sentences. "You're giving this to us?" Oscar asked, furrowing his brow, disbelief evident on his face. It was natural for him to react that way. This sword, which could exempt even death penalties, was one of the greatest rewards a subject could receive. "Yes, to both of you. It is a tremendous honor, but why us?" Henry asked seriously. "Among the nearly 20 sons of retired Emperor Your Majesty, Henry and Oscar, you two are the most capable. During my reign, I intend to greatly rely on your strength. That is our duty as subjects. Sometimes our political duties may clash." I interrupted Henry's words. "This sword of immunity from death is a statement of my desire for you to not fear any clashes or disrespect in carrying out your duties. Will you accept this responsibility?" After exchanging glances, the two knelt again. "Even at the cost of our lives," they accepted. Afterwards, they took the crystal swords and exited the audience hall. "As expected, Your Majesty," Jean, who remained, spoke with admiration. Oscar's eyes were full of awe. Henry was composed as always, but his hands trembled slightly as he accepted the crystal sword. "You have a keen eye. A reward of this magnitude at the outset. Now the two princes will surely work themselves to the bone for Your Majesty." "They must," Henry and Oscar. "If anyone were to threaten the imperial throne in the future, it would be these two. Before that happens, they must wholeheartedly accept being loyal subjects." Night, detached palace study room. The former Prince 13's residence, near the palace. "Since Your Majesty became the retired emperor, and until the new palace is completed, while Your Majesty resides at the retired emperor's palace, I have been assigned to live and work at the detached palace, the former Prince 13's residence. While reviewing documents related to state affairs in the study, Your Majesty," with the voice eunuch Guren entered, "what is it? That outfit suits you well." "Ah, thank you," Guren smiled shyly. 2 personnel changes took place almost simultaneously with my ascension. One was appointing Jean as first prime minister, the other was making Guren chief eunuch. Just as father had Cruz as his confidant, I needed a trusted aide. Guren has a good memory and can consider matters from my perspective, so I promoted him first. Guren was now dressed in the attire symbolizing chief eunuch. "I never thought I'd reach such a high position. If you serve me well, I'll promote you further." "Yes, so what is it?" "Oh, right, this," Guren said, holding out the tray he had been carrying carefully since entering the study. On the tray lay 2 exquisitely crafted dolls placed face down. On their backs were the names Audrey and Anya, Empress Audrey and Concubine Anya. "Please choose your knight companion for tonight." One of the changes after becoming emperor was this. Every night, a eunuch comes to ask about tonight's partner. They present dolls representing the women available that night. The emperor flips over the doll of the chosen companion face-up. The eunuchs then wrap that partner, naked, in a very expensive cloth and bring her to the emperor's room. It's a system designed as if the emperor's most important duty is to produce an heir. Incidentally, every partner chosen each night is properly recorded by the Ministry of the Interior. I was surprised to learn that father still did this every night at his age. With nearly 20 brothers and close to 100 siblings including sisters, it's no wonder. It is commonly known that there are fewer men. Among those with imperial succession rights, for some reason, many die young. Well, that aside. I glanced at the dolls. "Tonight is fine, let the 2 rest." "Really?" Guren was surprised. "What, did one of them give you a reward and ask you to suggest this?" "Not at all," Guren denied hurriedly but firmly. "Well, such things do happen. It's common for eunuchs to receive money from concubines to place their dolls in visible positions or to remove rivals' dolls. Women have their monthly cycles, so not every night suits them, which makes such manipulation easier." "Heh, just kidding. More importantly, are you sure you don't want to?" "Yes, this is more important right now." I pointed to the documents I had been reading before Guren came in. "What is that?" "Knight selection. It's tradition to hold a large-scale one when a new emperor ascends. A tradition from when the empire was a warrior nation. Warrior emperors often led campaigns personally and sometimes died in battle. If the emperor dies, many subordinates perish too. Thus, the tradition of selecting many new knights for the new emperor remains. Regardless, people are treasures and possibilities. I cannot just go through the largest knight selection half-heartedly. Prioritizing work over knights, as expected of Your Majesty." "That's right. Tonight is fine. Bring me some strong tea instead." "Understood." By the way, if desired, a wrapped concubine can be brought here after their time and returned, so work can resume immediately. Father often did that, apparently. A few days later, the great hall inside the palace. The hall's layout was almost identical to the audience hall, except the throne at the center was elevated to a height equivalent to a two-story building. This hall is used purely to emphasize authority rather than for administrative work. I slowly ascended the throne stairs, reached the top, and turned around. At the same time, over 1,000 people, including Henry and Oscar, knelt before me. Starting from the two in front, the kneeling spread beautifully like ripples on the water. Over 1,000 people kneeling for one person. An indescribable exhilaration welled up in my chest. This is a privilege allowed only to the nobility, no, only to the emperor. Inside the study, I was sitting across from Oscar at the desk. I remained seated, staring at the report and numbers he handed me. Surprisingly high, the annual budget of the retired Emperor, Your Majesty. Ha! Oscar, the palace prince minister, gave a slight bow and answered carefully, as if choosing his words. Since the retired Emperor, Your Majesty, has many consorts, the budget inevitably grows. However, even so, compared to the former Emperor Robbie, it's about 1/10. I see. I thought anyone would be frugal compared to him, but kept silent. Emperor Robbie was the last emperor of the nation that ruled the land before the empire, known for excessive indulgence in debauchery and extravagance that brought the country to ruin. So, what do you intend to do with this information? My budget will probably be about 1/10 of the retired Emperor, Your Majesty's, right? Without directly answering, I looked up at Oscar and asked, sending a gaze like, well, what do you think? Oscar briefly pondered before replying. I believe you are correct. Currently, Your Highness has fewer consorts, and accordingly, the scale of female court attendants and eunuchs is kept to a minimum. Also, if I may be so bold, I have known Your Highness since childhood, and you are not one to indulge in luxury. After saying that, Oscar looked straight at me. Therefore, I believe 1/10 is sufficient. The reason I summoned you, Oscar, is precisely that. I want you to watch carefully so this budget doesn't grow recklessly from now on. That is part of my duties, Oscar gave a face that said, why? I stood up, turned my back to him, and looked out the window behind me. Below stretched the imperial capital, right in the heart of its prosperity. I want to expand the territory. I could sense Oscar gulp behind me. In other words, a war of invasion. And for that, money is needed. Yes, when an emperor spends money, he must collect 10 times that amount from the people. When money is spent, people have to move, and the labor costs for those people first increase. What's unavoidable for any emperor is that when people handle large sums of money, they inevitably want to pocket a little. If everyone pockets just a little, rounding off, considering the number of people the emperor commands, the actual amount spent can balloon to 10 times the original sum. If less is spent, the burden on the people decreases. That preserves or even strengthens the national power, as expected. I turned and looked directly at Oscar. There will be a time when I must spend money. Until then, hold my purse tightly. Yes, please leave it to me. After a deep bow, Oscar left the study. Oscar was a capable man. If I provide clear direction like this, he is unlikely to make mistakes. As I was thinking about what to do next, Don entered. After I ascended to Emperor, I appointed Don as the 4th Prime Minister, and he has been working as devotedly as when we were in Almeria. As soon as he entered, he moved swiftly to kneel and bow. Your Majesty, there is an urgent matter. What happened? Refugees from the Jinbul region are flooding into the capital. Jinbul, that's the place struck by drought and famine, right? Yes. Don nodded and handed over a report on the desk. I sat back and looked it over. They've come in quite a bit. Is public order deteriorating too? Yes, there have been small conflicts with the city residents like fights, and the number of incidents has noticeably increased. In view of this, I plan to gather refugee relief food distributions in the southern suburbs and consolidate the refugees there. I seek your approval. After thinking for a moment, what's the situation in Jinbul? As per your orders, we are transporting surplus food from the capital. Lion will lead the transport team soon. Sending food directly from the capital risks officials pocketing some of it, as mentioned earlier with Oscar. Everyone takes a little, and at best only 10%, at worst 30% of the budget reaches disaster relief on site. To prevent that, we decided to transport unappetizing food as is. If the food isn't tasty, less is stolen, meaning more reaches the people. Is something wrong with this plan? Why not have the refugees do the transporting? Don gave a look as if to say, what did you just say? Well, what do you mean? I mean having the refugees handle the food transport. What exactly are you aiming for? I stared at Don seriously. We have to pay wages to the laborers transporting the food, right? Yes. I'm saying let the refugees do it. The wages would be paid in food directly. That way, we can save on the transport costs for the refugees who are just eating free food at the relief stations. Don's eyes widened in realization as he looked at me. Exactly. There are two main reasons refugees clash with city residents: unfamiliar territory and hunger. If the refugees transport the food themselves, public order improves and the number of refugees decreases. I see. And there's more. More? Don looked even more surprised. I smiled and looked back at him. Yes, we should also use refugees for distribution on site. They are the same refugees. Right now, for the sake of their suffering comrades back home, they are less likely to embezzle. Moreover, since they understand the disaster area well, they can accurately assess where and how much is needed. What do you think? Can this be done? Yes. Don thought it over and nodded firmly. Even accounting for some refugees running off with supplies, I believe more will reach the people than usual. Good. As expected of your Majesty, I never would have thought of such a plan. It's truly a brilliant idea that solves three problems at once. Refugees are human too. If you just fill their stomachs, what you have is labor. More importantly, if refugees are left unattended, history shows many cases where they have triggered riots and rebellions. Indeed, refugees will never reach zero. I decided to think about managing them well over the long term. In the evening, I left the detached palace and took the maid Zoe with me for a stroll through the capital. After a full day of work, I wanted to refresh a little, so I headed toward Keith's shop on Raid Street. I planned to be soothed by Alice's singing. There are so many people here. Upon entering Raid Street, the area was bustling like never before. Zoe was surprised, and I furrowed my brow at the sight. The crowd centered around Keith's shop. It seemed to be the busiest place. It was even difficult to get close to the shop. Go ask what's going on, I ordered Zoe to inquire. She hurried off, spoke to people nearby, then returned. I understand now, Master. It seems only women are entering the shop, and it's packed to capacity. Why is that? It's apparently known that this shop was favored by the Prince Your Highness before becoming Emperor Your Majesty. Having been with me for years, Zoe naturally used a phrase that concealed the fact I was incognito. And so everyone thinks if they come here, they might meet the incognito Emperor Your Majesty and become a consort if they catch his eye. I see. It's amazing, Master. All the women are breathtakingly beautiful. It's like a beauty exhibition. I didn't mind that at all. Probably also something even more amazing. All the inns around here are fully booked, and even at triple the price you can't get a room. Not only city residents but women from outside were coming here targeting me. Looks like we won't be able to get into the shop like this. Even if we forced our way in, it would probably cause unnecessary trouble. I turned around and left with Zoe. Well, that plan fell through, but what should we do now? I probably can't go to Alice's place for a while, so maybe I should find a new spot to explore. As I walked through the crowd thinking that, I heard a somewhat theatrical voice. Oh my, to meet you here of all places. Curious about what was going on, I turned toward the voice. It was Byron. Byron came up in front of me and bowed deeply. He didn't kneel because he understood that I was incognito. I didn't want my identity revealed. What are you doing here? I was just negotiating nearby. I see. I didn't ask what the negotiation was about. If he wanted to tell me, he'd say so, and there might be things better kept away from the Emperor's ears. You look like you have some free time. Shall I show you somewhere? Yeah, do you know where the refugees have been gathered? Yes, I do. Take me there. Right away. Byron never asks why. We've known each other for 10 years now. A little thing like this doesn't surprise me anymore. Following Byron's lead, I walked south with Zoe trailing behind. After passing several main streets, the scenery changed dramatically, becoming desolate and bleak. If what we saw before was the bright side of the city, the capital's light, then this must be the darkness. The atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. Along the roadside, I saw refugees sitting on the ground, exhausted. Seeing them, I subtly furrowed my brows. Without me asking, Byron began to explain. They distribute food twice a day, mostly liquid meals. Refugees, especially the starving ones, have weak stomachs. I ordered it be done that way. Impressive. There are quite a few children here. Byron looked at me with a puzzled expression, as if asking what I meant. I didn't answer but kept observing as we walked. Some refugees eyed us suspiciously, but most were too weak to even muster the energy. Then, hey, this is your last chance, you know. A voice that didn't belong to any refugee sounded lively. Though the voice was energetic, its tone was irritating and unpleasant. I headed toward it. There I saw a man and a girl who seemed to be father and daughter, and a middle-aged man flashing cash to them. The man was showing several silver coins. Think carefully. 5 lien, you hear? Sell your daughter to us for 5 lien and lighten your load. But having a child ahead is just a burden, right? Better to take this 5 lien and fill your stomach with something worthwhile. Smart move. Okay, the father nodded dejectedly. The man grinned, pressed the 5 lien into the father's hand, and tried to pull the terrified daughter away. Stop, don't, Dad. No, this can't be. The father's face twisted as his daughter clung to him desperately. Though he just accepted the money, he tried to give it back to the man, the slave buyer. The hardship was real. He had been almost swayed once, but seeing his daughter crying and clinging to him made him reconsider. I could understand both sides, but still, hey, you agreed once already, didn't you? That's not right. But if you insist, you'll have to buy her back. Okay, buy her back, 10 lien. Wah, what? The father screamed in disbelief. 10 lien, that's too much. She's ours now, we can sell her for whatever price we want. But, you're persistent, give it up. The father looked like he was about to break down in tears. The daughter was already crying. She was still held by the buyer, reaching desperately toward her father. This was truly sickening. I stepped forward. 10 lien, right? I'll buy her. The buyer gave me a suspicious look. What are you? We're working here, don't get in the way. Work, you mean business. I'll pay 10 lien, give the girl back. I said we can sell for whatever price it pleases us. If you want to buy her, that'll be 100. Twitch. I felt a muscle near my temple twitch, but I suppressed my anger. All right, 100 it is, I said, reaching into my pocket, then remembered I have no money. The Emperor doesn't carry cash. Even on secret outings, it's customary and almost a duty for the Emperor not to carry money. But that doesn't mean I have no funds. In cases like this, please use this. I thought Zoe, who I always carry like a wallet, would produce something, but Byron moved first. Byron handed me a leather pouch packed tightly with silver coins. Sorry about this. Not at all, it's an honor. I thank God we happen to be here. I see here. I caught the leather pouch and tossed it toward the buyer. I didn't count, but there were surely over 100 coins. The buyer looked momentarily dumbfounded, but caught the pouch firmly. After staring at it for a moment, he threw it back at me. I changed my mind. I won't sell to you. My temple twitched again. Which slave trader group are you from? None of your business. Answer me. I glared, and the buyer took a step back, clearly intimidated. Hey, how's it going over there? What, you only bought one so far? Why the delay? Several men who seemed to be the buyer's accomplices gathered. Each was holding several kids. The children all looked unhappy, but were already chained by collars and chains. This guy's the troublemaker. The first buyer explained the situation to his comrades. Looks like some rich kid poking his nose in, but don't stick your neck out too far or you'll get burned. One buyer spat out the usual threat. Which shop are you from? Got a license? I asked, and the buyers exchanged glances. All right, time to rough this guy up. Yeah, hey, everyone gather, someone shouted, and more buyers assembled, curious. In the end, there were 15 of them. They quickly explained the situation among themselves and all prepared to attack me. Without a word, I drew Leviathan from my bracelet. The demonic sword glowed with pale blue light as I swung it. The men were experienced, but only at the level of street thugs used to fighting. I cut down one after another as they attacked, turning the tables on them. The 15 men were dealt with in just 2 minutes. Humph! Why, you murderer? One refugee who saw the buyers bleeding on the ground shouted. I hadn't killed anyone, but I guess they couldn't tell. Murderer, someone call the guards. Don't let the culprit escape. The refugees closed in on me. They feared the Leviathan in my hand, so they didn't attack but formed a circle to keep me trapped. After a while, the crowd parted and a group of guards arrived. Move aside, what's going on? That one, he's the murderer. One refugee explained the situation to the leader, a young man. The leader glared at me, but then, Why, your majesty? He looked as if he'd seen a ghost, then dropped to one knee and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, I didn't realize the Emperor was here. Humph! A few seconds of silence followed. This is before His Majesty the Emperor, Zoe said in a clear, commanding voice. The refugees immediately dropped to their knees before the guards. I asked the guard leader, do you know my face? That was rare for a mere guard. Yes. I'm a subordinate of Lord Rice. I once ran errands at the Ministry of Military Affairs. I see. When Henry was at the ministry, I was there too, so he must have seen me then. Truly the Emperor. The Emperor delivered justice against evil. How strong he is. Normally, people would keep quiet before the Emperor, but the refugees from the countryside whispered their impressions. Ignoring them, I ordered the guards. Arrest these people. They're suspected of being black slave traders. Yes, your majesty. The guards immediately apprehended the men I had struck down. They had not been killed and took them away. Looking around, I thought about the kids' burdens, I recalled the buyer's words from earlier. The father tried even once to sell his daughter. Actually, others had been sold. So among refugees, having children might sometimes be a burden. If that's true for kids, then infants would be an even bigger burden. But children are treasures. Infants especially hold only hope. Babies, infants. Nurturing infants. The words sound harsh. In times like this, Zoe, yes, tell Don to establish a Yu Ying Academy. If the refugees can't handle the children, have them take care of the kids for at least 1 year, no, 3 years. As you command. Loyal Zoe accepted the order without unnecessary questions. Meanwhile, Byron, who had watched everything up close, said, Truly impressive, Your Majesty. The next day, I was in my study listening to Don's report. It was about the knight selection. The large-scale knight selection is always held when a new emperor ascends the throne. Don explained how it would be conducted and the criteria for the tests. Although the scale was increased, the knight selection itself was something that happened every year. The plan Don put together was safe and beyond reproach. This basic plan is fine. Is there anything you wish to add? Don read between my lines and asked. I nodded quietly. The final stage of the selection will be personally overseen by me, right? Yes. It also carries the meaning of Your Majesty bestowing favor upon the knight candidates. In that case, I want to see the top 100 as well as the bottom 100 candidates. I understand the top 100, but the bottom 100, you mean the lowest-ranked 100? Yes, I nodded firmly. Why is that? Talent is something sharp and pointed. If you go by ordinary standards, only those who are about the same level will rise, so I want to see with my own eyes those who utterly fail by normal criteria. I see. They say the difference between a genius and an idiot is paper-thin, but to an ordinary person, it's not just a thin line, it's a vast gulf. Besides, Don looked at me as if wondering if there was more. I served under the late emperor for nearly 10 years. I know that bribery is somewhat rampant in the usual knight selections. Don bowed and said nothing. His position meant he could neither confirm nor deny it. That was how he silently acknowledged it by his silence. Those who thoroughly despise bribery and are confident they can succeed on their own tend to be disliked by the bribers and thus pushed down in ranking. That's precisely why I want to see the bottom 100. I see, as expected, Your Majesty, I am humbled. Don looked genuinely impressed and bowed deeply once more. Understood. As Your Majesty commands, I will list the top and bottom 100 as the final candidates. You understand that the bottom 100 must be kept confidential, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately after becoming emperor, I remodeled the study in the mansion. While my desk remained in the best spot, near the entrance I also created a seat for Don. Don works there under my orders to draft imperial edicts or to revise them, after which I affix my seal. Watching Don draft an edict, I pondered further. People are treasures and they represent potential. The reason I wanted to see the bottom 100 was to bet on that potential. Is there anything else? I sipped the finest tea brewed with melted snow water and stared intently at Don. I wanted more men like him and considered how to find them. Your Majesty, may I confirm? Your Majesty? Don returned with a draft edict and looked at me quizzically. Is there something on my face? You were not a knight, were you? I was thinking about how to find more men like you who are not knight-born. Maybe it would be convenient to include them in the knight selection. Including civil officials in the knight selection? Don was shocked. My words must have sounded that unprecedented. Yes, that would be unprecedented. Knights are, I know, the Empire is a nation of warriors and the knight selection each year chooses those skilled in martial arts, right? That's correct. It is tradition. The large-scale selection at the new emperor's accession is both a tradition and an exception. Aside from this selection, the usual one will be held within the year. It means one extra selection immediately after the new emperor's accession. Since it's an exception, a little unprecedentedness should be fine. How about we test and scoop up some scholars as well? But wouldn't that mean the old way isn't good enough? I smiled wryly. With the current system, promoting civil officials takes time, right? Don nodded quietly. Young people don't appear easily, unlike knights, especially young people with bold and free ideas. By the time they come to my attention and are put to use, they're all middle-aged and tamed. I want them from the stage of potential. I see. I thought for a moment. I understood why Don might object, but I am the emperor. Even if it goes against tradition, the emperor can push through what he desires. Enforcing a tripling of all taxes from tomorrow is a reckless move, but elevating scholars is nothing compared to that. It is decided. Make it possible to recruit scholars as well. I want as many talented people as possible. Yes, Your Majesty, admirable indeed. Don looked at me with an impassioned gaze, moved by my determination. The scholar selection was unprecedented, so even a draft would take time. I threw that to Don and left the study so as not to disturb my thoughts. I exited the detached palace, accompanied by my trusted eunuch Guren, and entered the palace. All the soldiers, female court attendants, and eunuchs along my path put aside their work, knelt, and bowed their heads until I passed. Receiving full respect and awe befitting an emperor, I arrived at the palace's treasure house. Wow, amazing! Standing before a mountain of treasures, Guren was simply amazed. If you like something, do you want to take one? And no, if I got something this amazing, I'd probably shorten my lifespan. You're selfless. I smiled faintly as I wandered casually inside the treasure house. The last time I came here was when Father gave me Luthier, now Bahamut. Remembering that, I came to see if there were other treasures. Yes, treasures. I wanted treasures like Leviathan or Bahamut that could boost abilities. I am Emperor. Right now, no one can complain if I take what I want. So I searched through the treasure house looking for true treasures. I stared intently at treasures, picked them up, and checked the status display always visible at the corner of my vision for any changes. There were no changes at all. Perhaps there were no treasures as powerful as Luthier left. I took a small jewelry box in my hand. There were 5 indentations on the lid for setting jewels, but nothing was set now. It looked like an incomplete treasure that naturally did not boost abilities, so I tried to put it back. Huh, what is it, Guren? The indentations on that box, I saw a jewel with exactly the same shape earlier. Guren said firmly, exactly the same. I know well his memory. Where is it? Go get it. Yes. Guren retraced his steps and soon returned, panting slightly. He held a blue jewel in his hand. I took it and compared it to the jewelry box, and as Guren said, the jewel perfectly matched the indentation. I tried fitting it in, it fit astonishingly smoothly, as if sucked in. Well done, Guren, I'll reward you later. Thank you. Was there anything else? No, there wasn't, Guren said decisively. With his excellent memory, whether it was the land around Almeria's mansion or this jewel, if Guren said nothing else was around, then it was true. Then keep looking. Yes, Guren began searching as instructed. I joined him looking for jewels that would fit the remaining 4 indentations. Found one, Your Majesty. Guren quickly found a red jewel and brought it. I took it and set it. Like before, it fit perfectly. At this point, I became more confident that all the jewels were there. After about an hour of searching with Guren, all gathered. I set the last jewel in the box. The box was already luxurious, but with all jewels in place, it shone with even more divine radiance. Now any change in status the next moment. Obey my command, Bahamut's voice echoed in my mind. I did not know what it would command. Very well, proceed. I decided to leave everything to Bahamut, who made no unnecessary claims. The next moment, light shot out from Bahamut's main body, the bracelet that housed the ring, and astonishingly, although it was light, it bent mid-flight and was absorbed into the red jewel just set in the box. The red jewel began to shine brightly enough to illuminate the treasure house. Then, from Leviathan, Behemoth, Fuwawa, and Apophis, voices identical to Bahamut's echoed one by one. I commanded again, proceed. Light shot out from each bracelet in turn, lighting up the jewels one by one. Eventually, all 5 jewels shone the next moment. The box lid opened on its own, revealing a feather ornament inside. I've been waiting, a voice sounded in my head, and not just that. Name, Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire, gender, male level. 15 + 1/infinity HP. C + C Fire, E + S MP, E + C Water, C + SS Strength, C + S Wind, E + C Stamina, D + C Earth, E + C Intelligence. D + C Light, E + B Spirit, E + C Darkness, E + B Speed, E + C Dexterity, E + C Luck, E + C the Wind attributes, plus, instantly rose 2 levels. Thanks to that, I climbed back up and was only 500 points away from the top 5 on the daily charts. This may be my last chance to be on the cover. If you enjoyed it, if you want to read more, if you want me to keep updating, please encourage me by giving a rating in the evaluation section below. I would greatly appreciate it. The voice was arrogant, yet there was no trace of hostility or malice. More importantly, the plus on my status had increased. This was no enemy, but rather one who, like Leviathan and the others, obeyed me. In that case, just like with Leviathan and the others, I linked it to the armor ring and materialized it. The ring's material rapidly transformed into a bird with massive wings relative to its body. My name is Jiz. I am the magical bird symbolizing the sky, counterpart to Leviathan and Behemoth. The grandiose tone echoed in my mind. At the same time, I heard names I knew well, Leviathan and Behemoth. All of them were beings who obeyed me. This Jiz claimed to be a similar existence to those two. In that case, obey me as you do Leviathan and the others, as you command. The next moment, an image flowed into my mind. Power, an image of wielding Jiz's power. Interesting, I'll try it out right away. When I said that, Jiz dematerialized and retreated back into the feather ornament. Holding it, I focused my energy and concentrated. Immediately, wings sprouted from my back. Enormous wings, probably twice the length of my outstretched arms. Though white like a swan's feathers, they seemed to shine with a radiant light, wings of light. Wow, Guren let out a voice of admiration upon seeing them. I tried to flap the wings. Humph! Like when I first walked on 2 legs after reincarnation, I struggled to exert strength. Though I could feel the wings connected to my body, I couldn't move them skillfully. Still, I tried to move them, my whole body trembling as I exerted effort. Gradually, the wings began to move. Flap, 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 flap. The flapping became smoother and smoother, and finally, it flew. My feet left the ground, and my body was slowly lifted. After flapping with almost all my strength, I managed to leap about as high as my own height. Feeling thrilled, I relaxed my focus, causing the flapping to stop, and I fell back down. Because I fell straight down, I didn't lose balance and landed smoothly. Incredible. Your Majesty, I never thought you could fly like an angel. While Guren praised me, another image from Jizz flowed into my mind. I began to understand most of it. Practice and then training. With practice, the wings could be controlled more naturally as part of the body, and by raising my level and abilities, I could enhance flight capability to a practical level. This was a useful ability, I was sure of it. The next morning, while handling state affairs in my study, the fourth Prince Henry requested an audience. After letting him in, Henry knelt and bowed deeply with a rather stern frown. "What's wrong, Henry? You look troubled. This report just came in and I was wondering what to do. Let me see." I took the report from Henry and read through it. It was addressed to Minister Prince Henry, Minister of Military Affairs. It came from a magistrate of a small frontier town, reporting that nearby bandits had taken over a mountain and were acting suspiciously. The plan was to annihilate them with all possible effort. The bandits number 5,000, huh? Yes, Rilmo, an obscure rural town I didn't even know the name of, has 5,000 bandits causing trouble. This is a big problem. If handled poorly, the entire town might fall and the rebellion could rapidly spread. I thought we should send troops from the center to suppress the threat, so I'd like your Majesty's approval. Listening to Henry, I read the report again from the beginning. Then, a cold smile tugged at one corner of my mouth involuntarily. "Your Majesty, what's so funny? Henry, you fought rebel forces many times, but you've never dealt with frontier bandits, have you?" "That's true." Henry looked at me as if asking so. Smiling back at him, I said, "Reports like these about bandit suppression tend to exaggerate the enemy numbers, greatly exaggerate." "Why is that?" Henry furrowed his brow, asking. "There are roughly 2 reasons. One is money. The more enemies there are, the more reinforcements we need. And if the actual number is small, then they can take the budget without needing to send reinforcements. That's what your Majesty pointed out during the rice incident." I smiled softly. How nostalgic. Back then, Henry was the Minister of Military Affairs, and I was just an assistant. Now Henry is still Minister of Military Affairs, but I have surpassed that to become Emperor. That contrast in standing was a bit amusing. The other reason is, by greatly inflating the numbers, the battle achievements from winning become larger. And if they lose, it creates the illusion that it was inevitable. Surely, Henry, you thought on sight that the local forces couldn't handle it and that the center had to step in. "That's true. Moreover," I laughed further and handed the report back. Henry took it and I said, "Despite worrying enough to consult me, the report lacks even a hint of reinforcements. ... Indeed, it only says they will annihilate the bandits with all their might. If there were reinforcements, it would probably be a problem for them." "I see. Your Majesty's insight is impressive, as always." As Henry bowed, Don entered the study. Well, fourth Prince, sorry to interrupt. Was this a serious discussion? Don't worry, it's over." "I see. What brings you here?" "Your Majesty, I have something like this," Don said, presenting a box. Fuwawa's box. Boxes given to trustworthy people scattered throughout the land to report back. I took it and used Fuwawa's power to open the box. Inside was a letter which I took out and read. Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Henry and Don looked puzzled. Still smiling, I handed the letter to Henry. Upon reading it, Henry gave a wry smile too. "I told you, didn't I? The actual number of bandits is 500, only a tenth." The tip-off came from Rilmo. It was true that bandits had occupied a nearby mountain and were acting suspiciously, but their number was at most about 500. There was no need to send troops. "Your insight is exemplary." Henry's anxious expression from earlier completely vanished, replaced by relief. "Still, frequent bandit appearances everywhere aren't good." I glanced again at the report Henry had brought. "I intend to expand the Empire's territory. If I send troops outward, I must stabilize things at home. We can't concentrate on deployments if bandits keep causing trouble here and there. I must do something about it. How about managing them moderately like a monster's lair, using them to train new soldiers?" Henry suggested. "A good idea, but it can't be permanent. Eventually, we'll have to strike outward." "I see. Well, we'll think about that later. Henry, just keep it in the back of your mind." "As you command." After bowing once, Henry suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Jerry Eisen's group has earned battle achievements again." "Oh, Jerry Eisen. Once a bandit, he was sent to the army under the pretext of military service punishment because he was deemed useful. After earning battle achievements, his punishment was lifted, and he became a regular soldier. Military achievements and honor and women," Henry chuckled. "If you give them those, these guys will work like they're dying. Your Majesty's insight in discovering and placing them where they fit is admirable." "That's it." I had found the solution. That's it, what do you mean by that? Henry looked at me suspiciously, tilting his head. The bandits, those involved in underground work, have a strong sense of territoriality. We'll use that to our advantage. So you plan to make those kinds of people fight among themselves? Exactly, I nodded firmly. Fight poison with poison. From what I observed with Jerry, those kinds of people often desire honor even more than knights do. It makes sense. Once you're involved in an underground trade, you have to give that up, but that's just a reluctant acceptance. If we dangle a suitable honor in front of them, it'll work. What exactly do you intend to do? Find appropriate people and grant them honorary knights. The honorary knight system was something I devised a few years ago. It's a purely honorary title given only to those who donated to the national treasury with no real power attached. Since it's called knight, I currently only bestow it on decent people. Those involved in underground trades like bandits are completely unrelated. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. Since it's not a traditional system and I, a prince, came up with it, as emperor I can tweak it however I want. So the ones who receive honorary knights will be envied by those who don't. Then, they'll naturally start to fall out with each other. Fight poison with poison, you're brilliant, Henry said with admiration. Yeah, I can already imagine what those who don't get it will say. They've become dogs of the empire, something like that. I'm sure that'll happen, Henry agreed with that. Jealousy is an emotion almost everyone has and can't escape. If we poke at it skillfully, Henry. Yes, investigate some candidates. Those with military strength bandit groups are good, especially the kind that only steal and don't assault women. Why that kind? There are two types of bandits. I raised one finger despite saying two. Those who steal out of sheer necessity to survive and those who don't. The ones who are forced into it because they have no choice rarely commit unnecessary evil. How they treat women is one measure of that. I see. Find those kinds. It'll be easier to justify making them honorary knights, and like Jerry, there's a higher chance they'll reform. Understood, Your Majesty, that's an excellent plan. Half a month later, Shirley and I were traveling along a public road on the outskirts. We weren't in the usual carriage, but a wagon. The cargo bed was piled high with goods that looked like they belonged to peddlers. On the driver's platform, Shirley and I sat close together. Even now, wouldn't it be better to stop this, Your Majesty? It had been nearly a day since leaving the capital, but Shirley still hadn't given up trying to persuade me. It's dangerous. Your Majesty personally acting as bait is just too risky. Doing nothing just because it's dangerous is pointless. I understand, but I wonder if this really needs Your Majesty's direct involvement. That's exactly why I'm going. Exactly why? Shirley tilted her head. Listen, when something happens, the people involved are the ones handling it. I am the Emperor now. Showing up uninvited won't reveal any truth. That's true, I suppose. Hesitating, Shirley nodded quietly. You can't govern the country without knowing the truth. That's why you have to go out on your own before anything happens, to see with your own eyes, to feel it with your own body. But it's dangerous. Dangerous? I chuckled softly. Is there really such a thing as dangerous? Huh, this concerns you, right? You've got guards with you, haven't you? That hit the mark. Shirley flinched slightly, eyes wide in surprise. After a moment, she regained her composure. Yes. I have Shirley with 2,000 soldiers waiting a few kilometers behind. There are also cavalry, so they can arrive within minutes if needed. Let me see. I stood up straight. Using Jizz's power from the driver's platform, I sprouted wings on my back and flew straight up. It had been almost a month since I got Jizz, and daily training had improved my ability. Now I could fly almost 10 meters straight up. From that height, I looked back. What was invisible on the ground became visible from here. As Shirley said, about 2,000 soldiers were slowly following behind. After confirming that, I gently landed back on the wagon. That's overly protective. Well, if that makes you feel better, then do as you like. Shirley and Shirley are my knights. It's their duty to worry about my safety and take precautions. After landing, Shirley was staring at me absently. What's wrong? Hey, did something happen? You're cool. Huh, and never mind, sorry. Snapping back to herself, Shirley flushed deeply and looked away. After a while, her face returned to normal and she looked at me again. But Your Majesty, that was amazing. What was that just now? It's my new power, just flying though. Just flying, that's incredible, like an angel or a god. You really are amazing, Your Majesty. That's fine, but you should fix that. Fix what? How you address me. Since we're acting incognito this time, calling me Your Majesty won't do, right? I understand. From now on, I'll call you Master. Shirley, who is earnest by nature, straightened her back on the driver's platform and responded in a way that looked almost like a salute. Having corrected her way of speaking, we continued moving in the wagon. We took a route that would attract the bandit groups Henry had investigated. Nothing happened that day, and we eventually arrived at an inn along the way. We stopped the wagon and entered the inn with Shirley. Welcome, are you two? Yes, one room will do, prepare the finest one. Shirley, now my attendant, negotiated with the innkeeper. "Certainly, thank you. We'll prepare hot water and towels immediately. Please follow me." The innkeeper led us to a room. It was a detached house further inside the inn. The furnishings were decent, about the level of a village chief's home. Having a room like this at a suburban inn was quite something. "How is it? Does it meet your approval?" the innkeeper asked eagerly. Shirley glanced at me. "This is fine. We'll stay here for the night." I said this and pulled out a leather pouch from my pocket, tossing it to the innkeeper. "Here's 200 rian. Keep the change." Thank you so much." The innkeeper was overjoyed, saying he'd bring hot water and towels for washing faces and feet, then left the room. Once alone, Shirley asked me, "Master, wasn't that too much?" "That's bait, to spread rumors of a generous merchant. If we walk around vaguely, we don't know when we might be targeted. We need to scatter some bait to speed up their interest." "I see. That's brilliant," Shirley said admiringly. That night, using the excuse that the innkeeper's service was excellent, I gave him double that, 400 rian. The innkeeper's eyes narrowed to slits and a broad smile spread across his face. Needless to say, that rumor spread among other guests staying at the inn. I confirmed that with Shirley. It worked. The next day, less than an hour after leaving the inn, we were surrounded by a band of bandits. As we were walking down the street, a gang of rough-looking men suddenly surrounded us from both front and back. About 50 men from each side, making a total of around 100. All of them were armed and had the kind of faces that only people familiar with rough business possess. "Master, don't worry." I placed my hand on Shirley's head, who had just given a decent performance, silently signaling her to stay as she was. I jumped down from the carriage and shouted in a loud voice, "I am Mill's Truth. As you can see, I am a merchant. Do you have any business with me?" At that, a young man stepped forward from among the 50 men in front. He looked just as rough and well-built as the others, but his eyes gave off a distinct sense of calm. "I know you're a merchant. We just wanted to collect a little toll." "A toll, you say?" "Yes. If you're a merchant, you should understand that, right?" The man said that with a smile. "And what if I don't pay? You're not saying you can't pay, right?" He continued to smile as he spoke. I was sure he had heard about my behavior at the inn yesterday. "You'd better pay honestly. That way you won't have to deal with any rough treatment." "Sorry, but I have no intention of paying." The man's smile suddenly vanished. His subordinates started murmuring among themselves. It seemed they hadn't imagined a mere merchant would outright reject their demands like this. "Well then, it can't be helped. You'll learn a painful lesson." "Hey," when the man gestured with his chin, 3 of his men appeared from behind, cracking their knuckles and necks. "Looking closer, you've got a pretty face. I hate rich boys like this. If you're going to cry, better do it early." They shouted such things to each other as they lunged at me. All 3 drew their worn-out longswords and slashed at me. I wrapped Bahamut's flames around my fists and swung carelessly. The longswords that were blocked melted halfway down in an instant. The ground scorched red-hot with sizzling molten iron. The men were completely bewildered by what was happening. Without hesitation, I punched all 3 of them away. They flew backward, engulfed in a spectacular blaze. "Amazing, Master," Shirley cheered from atop the carriage as instructed. ... It seems they really want to learn a painful lesson," the young leader said, and the bandits charged at me simultaneously. I wrapped Bahamut's flames around both hands to meet their attack. I melted their weapons, engulfed them in flames, and sent them flying. One after another, the enemies were knocked down, writhing on the ground. All of them were heading straight for me. I wondered if they wouldn't try to flank me, but then, "Don't move, this woman's life is on the line." Suddenly, a threat froze both me and the bandits in place. I slowly turned around, and one of the bandits had jumped onto the carriage. He held Shirley hostage from behind, restraining her and pressing the blade of his sword to her throat. I remained silent. "Head, now's our chance." Seeing me frozen, the man spoke to the young leader. The leader silently drew his sword and walked past me. "Gah!" Without hesitation, he slashed his own subordinate down. "Why?" The man who fell off the carriage looked at his boss in disbelief. "Shame on you for taking a woman hostage." The young man spat out those words and then turned toward Shirley. "It's all right now, huh?" Then he himself was shocked. The sword pressed to Shirley's neck was stuck fast. The blade that the hostage-taker had pressed against her throat was literally stuck there. "As expected of Master. No matter what happens, I don't feel like you'll get hurt at all." Shirley looked at me with eyes full of admiration. That cheer earlier was something I had planned with Shirley beforehand, getting her to draw attention. Whether or not the bandits looked at her, Shirley would raise her voice to attract attention. I wanted to see what would happen next. Of course, I made sure Shirley wouldn't get hurt by linking Leviathan, the most loyal and ferocious dog, along with the armor ring, so she could focus solely on protecting Shirley. As a result, the sword pressed against her throat got stuck as if sucked in. Seeing this, the young man was visibly shocked and cautiously looked at me. "Who exactly are you?" From his eyes, I could tell he was beginning to realize quite a few things. At the very least, he no longer saw me as just a merchant. Raymond Glyph Dolly. The young man was spectacularly surprised. Among his subordinates, voices murmured Glyph, and commotion spread. It's strange, isn't it, that I know your full name even though you've only used Raymond Dolly for the past 20 years? You stopped using that name after your father died in prison. How do you know that? His voice was hoarse, drawn from deep within his throat, very different from before. After your father, the magistrate, died, you begged on the streets and then ended up joining bandits. You lived quietly enough, but one day, when the bandit leader tried to force himself on one of his men's wives, you lost your temper and killed the leader. The others pushed you to take over as their new leader. You've done your homework. Who exactly are you? Since the latter part of his story had likely not been hidden by Raymond himself and was public knowledge among his men, he began to calm down when I mentioned it. If you keep going like this, you won't die a decent death. I've been prepared for that since I started this life. I was born for this. What if I told you there's another path? There's no such thing. I've looked into your father's case. He was imprisoned for distributing food to refugees during the famine without permission. It was unauthorized, but if the emperor changes, his treatment can change as well. How would it change? Raymond asked with a tone of disbelief. I would restore his honor and grant him the title of Baron as a posthumous honor. Who are you really? Raymond's eyes grew more suspicious. Shirley? Yes, Shirley nodded and fired a signal flare into the sky. It was like a handheld firework, launched straight up, exploding with a loud bang and shining brightly enough to be seen clearly even during the day. Within a minute, a rumbling like an earthquake approached. About a minute later, soldiers appeared. 2,000 troops suddenly surrounded the 100 bandits encircling me. Then Shirley came before me. Shirley, hide, I have just arrived, Your Majesty. Shirley said this as she knelt before me. At the same time, all 2,000 soldiers knelt as well. They were all regular soldiers, properly dressed. Seeing all of them kneel in unison, the bandits, including Raymond, turned pale. Why, Your Majesty? You know you are. No, Alarate, I am the Emperor. Raymond looked as if struck by lightning and took a step back, frozen for 10 seconds. Then he came to his senses, knelt, and gave a proper, elegant bow. Following suit, the bandits knelt one after another. Shirley also jumped down from the carriage and knelt. A total of 21 people, everyone knelt except for me standing. This was a spectacle only fitting for an emperor. Among them, I looked down at Raymond graciously. I've investigated you and have seen how you handled things earlier. Ha! You're a man too valuable to be killed. Would you like to work for me? Raymond was startled and lifted his head. That is, about my father, that's irrelevant. His honor has already been restored. Raymond's surprise deepened and gratitude appeared in his eyes. Impressive! Amid whispers from some of the women, Raymond lowered his head. As you command, use this life of mine however you see fit. Name, Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male level, 15 + 1/infinity HP, C + C fire, E + S MP, E + C water. C + SS strength, C + S wind, E + C stamina, D + C earth, E + C intelligence, D + B light, E + B spirit, E + C darkness, E + B speed, E + C dexterity. E + C luck, E + C body and soul alike have descended upon me. Do as you wish, huh? I glanced at Raymond kneeling before me and thought for a moment. Do you respect your father? Huh, yes, of course. Though surprised by my question, Raymond clearly took pride in his father. He quickly returned to a serious expression and nodded firmly. Then inherit your father's noble title as it is. Thank you very much. What I want you to do is to continue expanding your territory as it is. Huh. Again, Raymond blinked in confusion. He wore that typical bewildered look of someone being tossed about. I mean, keep being a bandit and expand your territory. With all due respect, why would you want that? Are you aware that your way of doing things is unusual? Yes. I glanced briefly at the corpse of one of his disorderly comrades that Raymond had just slain. Noticing my gaze, Raymond gave a small nod. It would be easy to incorporate you all into the official army, but that would leave your territory a blank spot. The newcomers might operate in a completely opposite way. Yes, it's better to leave you where you are. And if you push out those who do things differently and expand your territory. I see. Raymond suddenly understood and nodded. He seemed to grasp my plan. What you're doing is official army work, but publicly remaining a bandit gang, right? Smart. That's exactly it. Understood. I'll grant you 1 honorary night slot per year. You decide which of your subordinates receives it. Ooh, Raymond's kneeling subordinates murmured excitedly. They all looked genuinely happy. I'll also supply provisions. I'm not saying you can't raid at all, but keep it moderate. Yes, sir. And here's something else. Use this if you ever want to appeal directly to me. I handed over a pre-prepared Fuwawa's box. Since becoming emperor, I had tweaked its exterior a bit. It bore the imperial crest and looked a little more luxurious. Once locked, no one but me can open it. Handle it carefully. To receive such a thing. Thank you so much. Raymond was moved to the point of pressing his head harder to the ground. To anyone's eyes, he was clearly devoted to me. Your Majesty, that was amazing. On the wagon, Shirley spoke again in an awestruck voice. The matter with Raymond had been settled, but since we had come this far, we decided to take a little secret trip to look around. Having parted ways with Raymond and Shirley, we drove the wagon down the road. Shirley, having witnessed everything earlier, was extremely impressed. Is that so? Yes, not just restoring his honor, but passing it on like that was brilliant. It's the dream of almost every noble. Hereditary succession. Nobles, though they may put on a brave face, do not fear death. What they fear is losing honor and status. Therefore, nobles who have built their positions with their own hands desire to pass those along to their heirs. A prince's son is usually not a prince. The only one who can truly inherit the position outright is the emperor. Passing on a position means something equivalent to being emperor. As a prince, I knew this well. I see, so that's why you did it. Truly impressive, Your Majesty. Is that so? He was smart, and judging by how he acted, he would throw away his life without hesitation at Your Majesty's command. Your status must have risen again, hasn't it? As my first knight, Shirley was one of the few who knew the details of my plus stats. Yes, it went up. I thought so. It's amazing. Commanding people and growing stronger, I think you were born to be emperor. Maybe so, or maybe not. I do believe I have the aptitude. After traveling half a day by wagon, we arrived at a rather large settlement just as the sunset dyed the earth red. It looks lively. Yeah, maybe a festival or something. From a distance, it was a village, not a town. Towns are usually bustling daily, but villages are peaceful for better or worse. This one was quite noisy, with villagers bustling about. In a village, one would first think of a harvest festival or something similar. Maybe we came at a good time? Yeah, we nodded and entered the settlement. At the entrance, Shirley stopped a villager and asked, "Excuse me, is there an inn here? If not, is there anywhere nearby where we can stay for the night?" The person who stopped us was a middle-aged woman. She glanced up at us on the wagon. "Are you merchants? Let me tell you, there's an inn about half a day north from here. Go there and stay. If you leave now, you can still make it." Ah, Shirley looked visibly troubled. It's quite rare to be told there's nowhere to stay in a village like this. Is something wrong? I spoke, but the woman didn't listen and quickly walked into the village. She seemed hurried, almost desperate. "What shall we do, master?" Since someone might be around, Shirley switched back to calling me master to avoid revealing my identity. She also seemed to have noticed something. Her face was extremely serious when she asked, "What should we do? Let's observe for a while." "Yes," Shirley nodded and braced herself. As we moved further into the village, I faintly saw it from afar. A simple high platform had been built in the open village area, like an altar. On that altar lay a girl, bound hands and feet, gagged and lying down. Villagers gathered around her. An old man, leaning on a cane and walking unsteadily, stepped forward. "Everyone, today, at this moment, we offer Reincarnation to our Kara god." The villagers fell silent and listened to the old man's speech-like words. "I have known Reincarnation since childhood. To me, she is like a daughter. However, Reincarnation was violated by outsiders. We cannot keep such defiled one in the village. Therefore, we offer her to the Kara god to purify even her soul." After saying this, the old man turned to face the altar. "O God, Kara god, please purify our defilements." "Kara god," the villagers shouted all at once. I understood roughly what was going on. It made my stomach turn. "Master, I'll go out," I told Shirley and jumped down from the wagon. I strode purposefully toward the altar. Some villagers noticed me and tried to stop me, but I ignored them and continued. "Stop this ritual," I shouted loud enough for the whole village to hear, standing in front of the altar. "Who are you?" The village chief glared at me with trembling hands. "Who I am doesn't matter. I'm telling you to stop this ritual immediately. An outsider, don't act so high and mighty." That's right, that's right. What would an outsider know? "If this village is destroyed, can you take responsibility?" Villagers shouted at me in anger. "Traveler," the old man spoke in a quiet but firm tone. "Look at the mountain behind and to the right." "Mountain?" I turned and looked at the mountain behind us. In the sunset, a strange shape caught my eye. "It's missing a chunk, isn't it? That's the mark where the Kara god bit it." Only then did I understand. The strange shape of the mountain was a bite mark from a huge creature. "So you offer sacrifices to appease that kind of monster?" "Oh, how terrifying." The old man swayed as if dizzy, perhaps offended that I called their Kara god a monster. But that didn't matter. "Offering humans as sacrifices is prohibited by imperial law, Article 351 and thud." Before I could finish, a huge sound and shaking occurred. "It's coming! Kara god!" The villagers all turned pale. Following their gaze, I looked beyond the altar. There was a huge monster, some kind of dragon but with two long necks. Its eyes burned fiercely, giving it a very imposing presence. It approached the altar, its gaze fixed on the girl lying there trembling. Humph! I climbed the altar steps. Stop! Ignoring the old man's protest, I rushed up the stairs. Who will fight? I asked as I climbed. Leviathan responded most strongly. All right, then you, Leviathan. I drew the water demon's sword from the bracelet. I sprinted up to the altar, leapt over the trembling girl with tightly closed eyes, and lunged at the so-called Kara god. The Kara god opened its huge mouth and tried to bite me. Too slow, I twisted my body to dodge its bite, then slashed. With one stroke of Leviathan, I cut off its two heads. Thud, thud. The heads fell and the body collapsed weakly to the ground. Bahamut! Just to be safe, I burned the corpse with fire. Whether from paralysis or rigor, the dragon's body was quickly engulfed in flames and charred black. I sheathed Leviathan and returned to the altar. I helped the still-shaking girl up. It's all right now? Hey! The girl still didn't understand what had happened, but seeing the Kara god's burning corpse, her eyes widened in shock. I helped her up, and we descended the altar together. The villagers, including the old man, stood there dumbfounded. I'm taking this girl with me. That night, inside the girl's home, the three of us, Shirley, the girl, and I were together. I sat down, drank the tea offered, and listened to the girl's story. The first part was a typical tale. A monster near the village is worshipped as a native land god. The latter part was disgusting. Because the girl was violated by outsiders, she became defiled and was offered to the god to purify the impurity. I understand your story. Thank you for saving me. But you can't stay in the village anymore, right? I knew these kinds of stories well. They were common and abundant. I could guess the girl's worries. Come with me, I'll give you a job. Is that okay? Even though I'm defiled? That doesn't matter. Being violated doesn't change anything. Thank you, I'll do anything and work hard. Good. For now, we'd spend the night here and leave the village in the morning. I could reveal my true identity gradually. Shirley spoke up. Has your ability increased, Master? No, but that's fine for now. I moistened my lips with the almost tasteless weak tea and continued. People are treasures and they are possibilities. I see. As long as they live, only possibilities lie ahead. As expected of you, your majesty. Shirley was momentarily puzzled by the phrase only possibilities, but soon her eyes filled with admiration. Well, about tomorrow, I said, reaching for the tea out of habit. Though I knew it was tasteless, I reached out anyway, but was surprised. Just before I touched it, the cup was swiftly switched. The girl had replaced the lukewarm, nearly cold tea with a hot one. I took it and looked at the girl. Oh, do you dislike hot drinks? No, I smiled gently. It seemed the girl had a talent for service. She knew how to make others comfortable. Still smiling, I faced Shirley. See, already? Yes, as expected, Master. The girl looked dazed beside us, appearing somewhat frightened. She probably didn't understand what Shirley and I were saying and feared she might have offended me. Relax. We're praising you. Huh, more importantly, what's your name? My name is Kate. Kate, huh, do you have a surname? No, I see. It's not uncommon for commoners to have no surnames. Out in the frontier regions, the concept of a surname often doesn't exist. People are usually referred to as so-and-so from such-and-such family. That such-and-such family usually refers to the name of the head of that household. For example, in my case, Sem of the Noah family is my eldest son. In places where only such forms of address exist, when a surname is forcibly needed, the father's name is used as the surname. Moreover, some customs don't have the concept of surnames at all, and instead list the names of the father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and so on. People whose surnames seem like given names usually fit into one of these two patterns. Since this is a common situation, I didn't bother to probe any further. Right now, I was more interested in Kate herself. You are... Bang! The door was violently flung open, revealing the village chief and several villagers. All of them wore sullen expressions. What are you doing here? Leave the village immediately. Whether out of anger or just their usual demeanor, the village chief trembled as he spoke. How rude. Do you even understand what you're doing? Before a riled-up Shirley could respond, I raised a hand to stop her. Understood, let's leave. Come on, Shirley, Kate. Wait, that girl stays behind. What? She may have incurred the wrath of the Kara god. Just in case, Kate must remain here. What are you talking about? You saw that monster get defeated. Shirley's anger reached its peak. Her face flushed as she shouted at the village chief. God does not die from something like that. That's right, that's right. What will you do if the resurrected god is enraged? Leave that girl behind? Shirley. Yes, your majesty. Exchanging glances as I called her name, Shirley understood and stepped outside. The village chief and villagers, who had come to hold Kate back, did not stop Shirley as she left alone. Outside, Shirley fired a signal flare. Although we parted, the fact that I, the Emperor, hadn't yet returned to the palace was known. Shirley and the others were waiting nearby. A few minutes later, a rumbling sound approached like thunderous footsteps. What's going on? The village chief was stunned. Another villager rushed in. "This is terrible, chief. Soldiers, regular soldiers, have arrived in great numbers." "What?" The village chief was even more astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Shirley, wearing full knight's regalia, she dashed into the house and knelt before me. "Did you summon me, your majesty?" The village chief and all the villagers were left speechless. "Hold your head high in the presence of your majesty," Shirley, returning late, shouted angrily. Startled, the villagers glanced between the soldiers surrounding the village and me, eventually kneeling before me. "We were unaware it was His Majesty the Emperor. Please forgive our disrespect." The village chief trembled with clear fear and kowtowed before me. "This is a covert journey. Even if you oppose me, it is not a crime. It is clearly stated in the imperial law. Having been the Minister of Justice, I had no intention of breaking it." "Ha ha, thank you." However, I changed my tone. At the same time, I used Leviathan to issue a mild threat. The room's temperature dropped nearly 10 degrees in an instant, causing all the kneeling villagers to shiver. "Extrajudicial punishment is not permitted." "No, we had no choice. Our rebelling against the Kara god would doom the village." "Kara god, huh? I can understand fearing and obeying such a monster. Then I will give you a chance." The villagers who had been kowtowing suddenly lifted their heads. Their faces looked as if they had found hope. I watched coldly while looking at Kate, who knelt beside me, stunned and lost. "Kate, yes, will you forgive this village? You are, after all, a victim here. If you say forgive, then it shall be forgiven." Kate looked at the villagers. The villagers gazed at Kate with pleading eyes, "But I do not forgive." Biting her lip tightly, Kate squeezed out those words. No one helped me. That's, even when I was done to." A villager tried to argue but was intimidated. This was a matter not directly related to the so-called Kara god. Being blamed by Kate, they had no words to respond. Decided then, Shirley. "Yes, your majesty. This village shall never again receive tax exemptions. Inform the local magistrate." "Understood." Although confused, Shirley faithfully carried out my order. So did the villagers. Hearing a punishment that felt like a sentence but did not look like one, all of them wore perplexed expressions. I ordered Shirley to dismiss them, as there was nothing more to discuss. Inside the house remained the three of us, myself sitting, Shirley and Kate standing. "Your Majesty, was that really appropriate? Don't you understand?" "Yes, in our empire there are mainly two cases where taxes are exempted. One is when a natural disaster strikes." "Yes, the other is that in our empire where head tax is the main tax, it is exempted for those over 60. "Oh." Hearing this, Shirley finally realized. "The majority of taxes collected from the people in our empire is head tax. And legally, head tax must be paid for life unless an exemption is applied once over 60. Also, it can be arranged like this: deaths by illness or accident are not acknowledged. If the family registry remains, the head tax continues even if the person is actually dead." "Oh, I was the Minister of Justice. Even within the law, I know many ways to cause suffering." "Impressive, your majesty." I smiled faintly at Shirley before turning to the still-stunned Kate. "That's why this village will suffer gradually. For now, accept that." "No, thank you, Kate cried. Whether it was tears of relief or joy, it looked like the emotions she had bottled up until now were finally overflowing. "All right, let's return to the capital." "Already?" "Yes, we have the treasure. The harvest is sufficient." Thus, I took Kate and returned to the capital. A few days later, in my private chamber at the palace at night. As I read a book, there was a knock at the door. When I answered, Empress Audrey and her younger sister, the concubine Anya, entered together. They approached me and bowed gracefully according to noble etiquette. "What brings you two here? It's late at night. We thought it might be about time for you to rest. You have an early day tomorrow, right?" Since giving birth to Sem, Audrey has grown more mature, while Anya still retains some childishness. Seeing them side by side, their contrasts complement each other's charm, which I like. "I'll sleep after a bit more reading. You read late every night, don't you?" "Yes, most knowledge is contained in books. By reading many, one can see the essence of things. Reading is the foundation of knowledge." "You already know so much, yet you keep reading? Amazing, your majesty." "By the way, I suppose that's not the only reason you came." I said this while looking at Audrey. "At night, neither the Empress nor concubines usually visit the Emperor directly. The Emperor chooses and eunuchs deliver. That's the connection between the Emperor and his consorts. Ignoring that meant something was up." "As expected of your majesty, do you intend to increase the number of consorts?" Surprised, I put down the book and looked at Audrey directly. "Why do you ask? After becoming Empress, I have thought about many things and changed my perspective. An Emperor with only one consort does not look impressive." I could have objected that appearance is trivial, but if the nobility, the pinnacle being the Emperor, doesn't look respectable, that's a problem. "Dustin has more than 10 concubines too." "That one, the 10th Prince Dustin. He inherited father's blood most strongly and at only 22 already has double-digit concubines. And it's not just about appearances. Your Majesty should increase consorts to give hope to the women of the world. That is the Emperor's duty. Indeed, women have very limited paths to advancement. The typical way to rise is to become the wife or concubine of a noble. Also, nobles tend to consider the Emperor carefully. If the Emperor has few consorts, nobles hold back from increasing theirs. Certainly, having only Anya as a concubine so far is too few, and I can't deny that. After some thought, I said, "All right, then let's hold an imperial consort selection." No, an imperial consort selection. Selection? Yes. Once a year, select women from across the country who possess both beauty and talent. The outstanding ones become consorts. Audrey stared at me for a moment. Then, as if struck by an idea, her eyes brightened. Like the knight selection? Exactly. I see, aiming for that far ahead as expected of your Majesty. I chuckled softly. Rather, it was impressive that Audrey noticed my intention immediately. Huh, what do you mean, big sister? Listen, Anya, even if we start now, your Majesty will only choose a handful to a few dozen consorts through the selection. Yeah, that makes sense. But by overlapping that with the existing knight selection, women in the world will grow toward the standard, towards the direction set by your Majesty, in order to be chosen by your Majesty. Wow, knights are inevitably centered on men. Only a small number of eccentric women think about becoming knights. However, almost no woman would refuse the prospect of marrying into wealth. Women in the world will strive hard to catch your Majesty's favor. To think you've considered all that. That's amazing. Anya gazed at me with complete admiration. You're amazing for reading my thoughts in an instant, I said, smiling as I looked at Audrey. That's good, but does your Majesty have any women you fancy? What's that all of a sudden? You mean as a woman, right? When I asked back, Audrey nodded quietly. Why do you ask that? It seemed to me that your Majesty forgot something important. Something important? Did I forget something? The retired Emperor, your Majesty, has many consorts, and various kinds of consorts. I almost chuckled at the word various. Father did indeed take all kinds of people as his consorts. Among them were wives of vassals and even women who were once my father's consorts, my stepmothers. It's a famous story. When the emperor of the time passed away, for political reasons, a consort was chosen, a girl only 6 years old and untouched. In other words, a 6-year-old widow. When she grew up and reached an appropriate age, father, captivated by her beauty, forcibly made her his wife. Such war stories are never lacking about the retired emperor father. When the retired emperor, your Majesty, took a vassal's wife or defiled a girl who was his stepmother, was he ever reproached? No, never. Why would an emperor be blamed for such things? Even worse, inhumane acts go unpunished for emperors. Exactly, that's your Majesty's reaction. What are you trying to say? You often say it's the duty of the nobility, but it seems you've forgotten the rights of the nobility. All the women of the empire belong to your Majesty. The empire itself is already your Majesty's. I see, you're saying I should enjoy more of my status and power. I understand, but why say such a thing? Pure water is hard to live in. Ah, I understood what Audrey meant. If I, the emperor, don't do it, the nobles below will hold back and stop acting. That's no good. If I were just a prince, that might be fine. But as the emperor with absolute power, the nobles and subjects inevitably show consideration toward me. If they start holding back out of concern, the economy stagnates. Your Majesty has incredible talent, a 1 in 10,000-year talent. However, as an emperor, I'm forced to say you still fall short of the retired emperor, your Majesty. I see. That's the Empress's perspective. The conversation had gotten a little long, but finally I understood what Audrey was trying to say. Understood. The empire is all mine. I will keep that firmly in mind and act accordingly. Your Majesty really is amazing. Even when all you've done is denied, when you say it's correct as emperor, it is accepted. That's admirable. I see. It's a common compliment, but hearing it from Audrey, who has the Empress's perspective, gave me a different kind of joy. The next afternoon, I was practicing mock battles in the garden. With head-maid Zoe and the newly brought-back Kate, relaxing in the pavilion, I had the newly joined Jiz fighting against 5 others. By linking the armor ring and materializing them for mock battles, I focused on the new Jiz, having him battle one after another. After one round, my level increased. Name, Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 16+1 over infinity HP, C+C Fire, E+S MP, D+C Water, C+SS Strength, C+S Wind, E+C Endurance, D+C Earth, E+C Intelligence, D+B Light, E+B Spirit, E+C Darkness, E+B Speed, E+C Dexterity, E+C Luck. E+C my MP went up 1 tier, a level up after a long time. This was thanks to Jiz's new addition. Zoe, no. Kate, status magic. Why, yes, understood. Kate was still tense since she hadn't been with us long. She had some magical talent, so I taught her status check magic and gave her temporary duties. Checking the outward status at level 17, I decided I could push further. After 2 rounds, I roughly understood the rankings. The existing order hadn't changed. At the top was Bahamut, followed by Leviathan. The picture was of Leviathan aggressively challenging the awakened Bahamut. Below them were Behemoth, Apophis, and Fuwawa in order. They were all fairly neutral, but Fuwawa was so calm it contrasted with Leviathan's stubbornness, making me wonder if she was still hiding her true strength. Among those 5, Jiz sneaked in below Leviathan and above Behemoth. Jiz's materialized form, linked with the armor ring, was a bird's head on a muscular man's torso. Just as I understood Jiz's rank, I leveled up again. Name: Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire. Gender: male. Level 17 + 1 over infinity HP. C + C Fire, E + S MP, D + C Water, C + SS Strength, C + S Wind, E + C Endurance, D + C Earth, E + C Intelligence. D + B Light, E + B Spirit, E + C Darkness, E + B Speed, E + C Dexterity, E + C Luck, D + C. This time luck went up by 1 tier. My base abilities were still modest, but I was definitely getting stronger. The visible status, Peeplies, Kate said before I could call. She cast the magic first. My stats appeared floating in front of me, visible to others. The level showed as 17 + 1 or 18. Ah, Zoe was surprised. I smiled proudly at Zoe. This is what's going on. Good intuition, right? Yes, if you reach for lukewarm tea, it quietly turns into hot tea without you noticing. Oh, Zoe stared at Kate in surprise. Kate looked down shyly under that gaze. As expected of your majesty, you can see right through the potential even in an ordinary girl like this. I saw it, but you'll nurture her. I'm entrusting her to you. Yes. Leave it to me. She seemed thrilled to be trusted. Smiling and nodding, I returned to the mock battles. From experience with Jiz's addition, I should be able to level up 3 more times smoothly. I decided to do that today. With the rankings decided, my concentration on the mock battles started to shift elsewhere. Suddenly, I noticed Kate staring intently at my hand. What's wrong? Is there something in my hand? Ah, excuse me, Kate. It's fine this time, I forgive you, but you looked like you wanted to say something. Well, Kate nervously glanced between me and Zoe. Since I told Zoe to be in charge and said listen to Zoe, Kate was still confused by the new dynamic. Answer your majesty's question. Your majesty's words take precedence over all. Why, yes? Still flustered, she nodded and looked at my hand. I was wondering if what your majesty has there could be done by a human too. A human? Kara god sometimes took over human bodies. I never thought about that. How about it? Of the 6, only one replied immediately. If it were me, it was Bahamut, the only awakened one. If just under a minute I could use that girl's body, try it. Understood. Bahamut agreed, flew out from the bracelet and possessed Kate. The next moment, Kate's body rapidly transformed, her once youthful limbs elongated into a mature form, her hair and clothes cloaked in flames. A flame demon, or perhaps a demon god. It was a form worthy of that name. Amazing? Seeing Kate moments before, now transformed into a divine figure, Zoe's eyes widened in astonishment. The fantastical scene did not last long. Despite the imposing sight before my eyes, it ended quite abruptly. As if the air had been let out, the power of Bahamut drained from Kate, and she returned to her original form, slumping to the ground. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a little tired. I observed Kate's condition. Her complexion was as pale as paper, a typical sign of severe exhaustion in humans. Other than being tired, and based on her own report, it probably wasn't anything serious. But even though possession is possible, it's too short to do anything. Your Majesty, please let me try as well. Very well. Bahamut, transfer the power to Zoe now. Understood. The exact same scene repeated. Bahamut responded. Its power leapt from the bracelet. It possessed Zoe. She transformed into a form that could only be described as a divine flaming demon god. And soon after, she gasped for breath. Bahamut's power drained, and Zoe too collapsed from extreme fatigue. Are you okay? Why, yes, I'm as tired as if I hadn't slept for several days, that's all. Bahamut, next is me. Are you sure? I don't mind, do it. As you wish. Bahamut obeyed my command, and its power shifted to me. I stared at my hands, my appearance changed, and so did my abilities. Name: Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire. Gender: male. Level: 17 + 1 over infinity HP. C + C Fire, E + S MP. D + C Water, C + SS Strength. C + S Wind, E + C Endurance. D + C Earth, E + C Intelligence. D + B Light, E + B Spirit. E + C Darkness, E + B Speed. E + C Dexterity, E + C Luck. D + C My fire ability had changed. A plus had increased by 1 more. I see, this definitely makes me stronger. Also, I understood the reason for the fatigue. During possession, HP and MP decrease by the second. My HP is effectively S with C plus C, and MP is A with C plus D. Though it decreases, I can maintain it for a while. Your Majesty, amazing! To last this long? The two who had quickly run out of breath looked up at me with admiration. I ended the Bahamut possession by my own will. The exhaustion from the possession made me feel slightly drained, but this level was nothing serious. I was confident it would be a trump card for short, decisive battles. In the study, I faced Oscar across the desk. I remained seated while Oscar stood, reporting. The topic was the Empire's finances. I asked Oscar, the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, about the finances, and he reported the current situation. The Imperial Consort selection might be difficult to hold immediately this year. I asked about finances to realize the proposal of Empress Audrey, but there wasn't enough money for it. I spread out the documents Oscar brought on the desk and stared at the numbers. Haven't the taxes decreased a little again? Yes, it seems the salt tax from Gavel is trending downward. Salt tax? Salt is important. It's not a low-level matter like food lacking flavor without salt. Research by doctors has already established this. Humans cannot live without salt intake. If salt is insufficient, short-term causes fatigue and long-term weakens various internal organs. Salt is indispensable for humans. Therefore, the Empire controlled salt. Sales were by permit and taxes were collected from that, becoming a source of revenue. While examining the report, I asked, how much has it decreased? About 20% of its peak production, I'd say. Where has it decreased the most? There are several salt-producing regions. In the Gavel region, it's the largest salt producer in the Empire. Gavel, huh? If I recall correctly, after I became Emperor, I dispatched Lawrence there as governor, and from Lawrence, no reports have arrived. No tip-offs via Fuwawa's box either. Nothing that could cause such a decrease has happened. Lawrence is trustworthy. After some thought, I looked at Oscar. Oscar, yes, what do you really think? Silence fell. After about a minute of silence, as expected of your Majesty, your insight is spot on. Oscar gave a slight wry smile and bowed once. Most likely, smuggling is taking place. Smuggling? By officials. Officials, I thought for a bit. The Empire employs a permit system for sales. Permits for sales ensure at least that portion of salt tax is collected. Combining this with smuggling, 80% is smuggled, it's black market salt. That's what I believe. Officially, the decline is attributed to recession reducing salt consumption, and it's been decreasing by a few percentage points annually. Each year, it was accepted as inevitable, but before we noticed. This is the current state. I see. If they smuggle the reduced amount little by little over time, the tax revenue they avoid is pure profit. Considering the amounts, there's plenty of money to silence officials. Yes, as expected of your Majesty. You understood almost everything in an instant. Since Oscar said that, my deduction couldn't be wrong. Then we must do something about this. Not just for the Imperial Consort selection, but also considering future military deployments, money is necessary. The salt tax is a part that must be addressed. I will go there myself. You, your Majesty? Yes, 80% of salt tax, I cannot overlook that. Yes, perhaps we have gone too far. I stood up, approached Oscar, and patted his shoulder. The Empress's words have stayed in my mind recently. Clean water is hard to live in. Oscar's words, perhaps we've gone too far, are exactly that. If the actual percentage was a few percent off, it might be overlooked, but to have 80% of peak, or current, tax revenues falsified is clearly too much. Oscar, being a prince and finance minister, understands this well. Your Majesty, it's admirable to say that. Continue supporting my reign. Yes. Oscar stepped back 3 paces, keeping enough distance to not step on my shadow, then knelt and bowed his head. In the royal capital at the 8th Prince's residence, in a windowless study, Oscar summoned a trusted man named Earl. You were summoned? It's about Gavel. Do we have any connections there? Earl looked momentarily puzzled, but soon regained a serious expression. To some extent, not directly, but there are occasional courtesies exchanged. Send them back and sever all ties as cleanly as possible. Yes, but why? Your Majesty has taken notice. Earl gasped. Your Majesty is a man of remarkable insight. Compared to the retired Emperor Your Majesty, he might be even more skilled at exposing and resolving corruption. Now that he personally says he will go to Gavel, it will surely be resolved. Surely? Earl asked fearfully, and Oscar spoke firmly. Absolutely. I have watched Your Majesty since childhood. There's not a 1 in a million chance of failure. Oscar stood, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced the study. The issue at Gavel cannot be concealed quickly, it's structural. Either it will be restored over many years or everything will be exposed and hundreds punished. There's no other choice. But Your Majesty always says people are treasures. Do not forget, Your Majesty was once a Prince Minister of Legal Affairs who valued the law. Earl gasped again, wide-eyed. Even the crown prince can be disinherited by law. Demoting a prince to commoner status is no different. Understood. I will clean it up thoroughly immediately. Pale, Earl dashed out of the study, and Oscar saw him off. Then, alone in the room, he muttered quietly, "With the insight of the 13-year-old, this will surely be solved. Then I must—" Oscar was compelled to think about many things. I summoned Don, the fourth Prime Minister, to the study in the detached palace. As usual, I sat down while Don stood on the other side of the desk. I first informed Don that I was going to investigate Gavel. We'll create a diversion so they don't notice. A diversion, is that so? Yes, you could say it's unnecessary, but better safe than sorry. I see then. What kind of diversion? We'll use the villa. The villa? Don tilted his head and thought for a moment. It's that summer villa that retired Emperor Your Majesty renovated. I will take the Empress there. I see. In that case, using the divine palanquin would be best. When the Emperor officially leaves the capital, there are rules about the size of the procession depending on the purpose. For the most important public ceremonies like rituals, the divine palanquin consists of around 1,000 people. Next is the large palanquin with about 500 people, used, for example, when visiting a victorious army outside the capital's suburbs. Lastly, the mounted palanquin holds about 100 people, used for casual outings just outside the city. By the way, there's a remnant of the land of warriors here. Whenever the Emperor travels, he rides a horse, a tradition passed down from ancestors to mount and go. Among these three, Don proposed the largest and most grand divine palanquin as a diversion. No, use the mounted palanquin, or even something smaller. Something even smaller. Yes, make it look like I went secretly to the villa. Use the mounted palanquin, but send them somewhere unrelated. Don stared at me for a moment. A diversion behind the diversion, huh? Exactly. As expected. Don looked at me with respect. Very well, I will arrange it as you say. Good. I nodded and leaned back in my chair, gazing up at the ceiling. Unlike commoners' homes, colorful decorations adorned the ceiling. As I looked up, I delved into thought. Something on your mind? I plan to investigate the salt tax stealthily, but I need a way to quickly prove I am the Emperor when it really counts. I was thinking about that. I recalled the recent events from the frontier town of Rilmo. Though unresolved visibly, the problem had existed since then. When traveling incognito, there will inevitably be moments when I must reveal that I am the Emperor. During the Rilmo incident, the 2,000 soldiers led by Shirley fulfilled that role. That was possible only because it was a frontier town. In normal towns, it's difficult to station a large number of troops, and rushing reinforcements to the scene would take time. Traveling across open wilderness is faster than navigating through a labyrinthine city. There are too many uncertainties and no immediacy. I want something that instantly makes it clear on the spot. How about the demonic sword Your Majesty possesses? You mean Leviathan? Yes, its distinctive appearance and uniqueness make it perfect. From my bracelet, I drew out Leviathan. Its bare blade shimmered with a pale blue light. As Don said, it's distinct, and surely only this Leviathan appears this way on the surface world. This could work, but what if no one recognizes Leviathan? Don faltered. Even Leviathan's existence is not universally known. What I want is something that once shown, 100 out of 100 people recognize me as the Emperor. That is, Don furrowed his brows deeply. Such a thing probably doesn't exist. I see. I suppose Don is right here. There's no object everyone instantly associates with me. I might have to compromise. Yes, what is it? There's no such thing, no object. As I repeated this quietly, suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. After mentally shaping it concretely, I raised my bracelet and asked the entities inside. Leviathan, Behemoth, Fuwawa, Apophis, Jizz, I asked the non-human beings who follow me. Immediately, Leviathan responded first. Unlike Behemoth, Leviathan's response was not words, but a wave of emotion flowing directly into my mind, strongly reflecting things beyond speech, including the recently devised human possession technique. Lately, Behemoth had been the one responding most, but Leviathan's competitive spirit came through clearly. Can it be done? I asked further, sensing Leviathan's fierce emotions strongly asserting, it can be done. I looked at Don. Knowing I was speaking with Leviathan and the others through the bracelet, Don did not join the conversation but stared at me silently. I decided to have Don assist with an experiment. I closed my eyes and visualized. Symbols representing me. People are treasures, the vessel that carries all those treasures, the water demon sword Leviathan, water carrying people and treasures. A ship. I designed a coat of arms symbolizing an ark that can carry and protect many people and treasures, drawing it in the air before me with water's power. At the same time, I used Leviathan for intimidation. Not the brutal force used before to overpower, but a strong psychological pressure aimed to appeal directly to the consciousness. I tested it on Don. Ha ha, Don immediately knelt. Then he gasped, ah, it sounded like half a reflex, his body moving involuntarily. How is it? As expected. Don, still kneeling, praised me more than ever. His face looking up at me was mixed with excitement. That pressure clearly made my mind recognize this is the Emperor. A success. Previously, Leviathan's intimidation was pure killing intent or hostility, crushing the opponent. I altered it slightly to make the opponent consciously aware that I am the Emperor. Combined with the visual emblem, it seems to be working well. That night, I summoned Audrey and Anya to the bedchamber. When Gran came to the study to inquire earlier, I had replied that I would designate both of those two dolls lying on their backs. Soon the eunuchs brought them over. Since I would be separated from them for a while due to tomorrow's departure, I wanted to designate them beforehand. Before they arrived, I casually glanced at my own status. Name: Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire. Gender: male. Level 17 +1 over infinity HP, C plus C Fire, E plus S SMP, D plus C Water, C plus SS Strength, C plus S Wind. E plus C Stamina, D plus C Earth, E plus C Intelligence, D plus B Light, E plus B Spirit, E plus C Darkness, E plus B Speed, E plus C Dexterity, E plus C Luck. D plus C. Since birth, many things had increased and my status became complex. It was enjoyable just imagining how it might develop in the future. While doing that, the two arrived. Even the Empress, during formal night companionship, is wrapped completely naked in cloth and carried by eunuchs. Or rather, precisely because she is the Empress. The official wives of princes do not receive such treatment. It is a special privilege reserved for the Emperor's night companions. They were placed on the bed, and the eunuchs collected the expensive cloth used for wrapping and hurriedly left the chamber. I climbed onto the bed and approached them. Then Audrey asked, "Were you thinking about something?" "Oh, just a bit," caught off guard by Audrey's question right after I leaned over. "I was thinking about my status. By the way, what are your statuses?" "I'm still level 1, Audrey replied. "I'm level 2. "A few things happened," Anya answered shyly. Compared to Audrey, Anya was a bit more straightforward, making me curious about what those few things were. I smiled faintly and cast a status check spell on them. I usually don't use it myself, but I remember how. In the bedchamber, a place where only naked men and women are present, regardless of rank, the Emperor using this spell is acceptable. I looked over their stats. Just as they said, Audrey remained at level 1 since birth, and Anya had risen 1 level to 2. For some reason, Audrey gasped in surprise. "What is it? My maximum level has increased." "What?" I checked Audrey's status. Name: Audrey, Empress of the Empire. Gender: female. Level 1/13 HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, F Strength, F Wind, F Stamina, F Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, F Luck. F. After the expulsion ceremony, Audrey lost her family name. Her title is now Empress, and all stats are the lowest rank appropriate for level 1. So at a glance, I noticed nothing unusual. But she claimed her maximum level had increased. "Are you sure that's not a mistake?" "No way, it was definitely in the single digits before." "That's hard to misremember." It's easy to confuse specific numbers, but mistaking a single digit for a double digit is unlikely. "So it really has increased? Why? Your Majesty, I think mine has increased too." "Think." "Yes, I don't usually check, so I'm not confident." For concubines or consorts, that's normal. Unless you're a knight, soldier, or adventurer, you rarely check your own status. Noblewomen, especially those protected by subordinates and knights who consider not dirtying their hands a virtue, even less so. Keep a close eye on it from now on. Tell me if anything changes. "Yes, understood." When they agreed, I smiled softly and shifted the mood. Silently, I turned off the last light in the bedchamber. The next morning after waking, I ordered Zoe to check the statuses of the maids and eunuchs. I wanted to see if anyone else around me had their level cap increased. But none of the maids or eunuchs had changed. Even Shirley and Shirley, knights who obsessively checked their own statuses daily, showed no change. I wondered if Audrey and the others had been mistaken. "Your Majesty, it's serious." Audrey and Anya burst into the study where I was thinking. "What is it?" "Look," Audrey said as Kate, a new maid who had silently followed her, cast the status check spell. Name: Audrey, Empress of the Empire. Gender: female. Level 1/14 HP, F Fire, F MP, F Water, F Strength, F Wind, F Stamina, F Earth, F Intelligence, F Light, F Spirit, F Darkness, F Speed, F Dexterity, F Luck, F Humph. It's gone up again. Indeed, Audrey's level cap had risen 1 more than last night. Then I looked at Anya. "Yes, mine went up from last night too. Because I embraced you." I looked at my own status. I noticed the unprecedented infinity notation. Is that why it happened? I wasn't entirely sure. It must be that. As expected of your Majesty, this is amazing. Audrey and Anya were very happy, taking it as a definite fact. In the capital, while a grand departure parade centered around Empress Audrey was underway, I quietly set off with two maids. They were Zoe, the head maid, and Kate, whom I had recently taken in. Though well-prepared, we traveled in a modest carriage that didn't attract attention, posing as merchants of some standing, while Zoe and Kate followed on foot. After walking along the highway for about half a day, I sent Kate ahead to secure lodging for the night. Watching Kate hurrying off to arrange the inn from atop the carriage, Zoe suddenly spoke from beside me. Since we were traveling incognito, our speech and titles had reverted to those used during my time as a prince. "Master, I have something I'd like to ask." "What is it? Why did you bring Kate along?" I turned to face her directly. Zoe looked up at me with a troubled, questioning expression. "I understand why you took notice of her, master. She's earnest, devoted, and very perceptive, but she's terribly inexperienced. In the mansion, there are other maids to cover for her, but when we're outside, well, yes. She's definitely a bit unsteady in many ways." I looked ahead to the tiny figure of Kate's back disappearing down the road and smiled softly. In anything, enthusiasm usually arises when one is about to do something beyond their abilities or near their limits. Humans don't think I'm going to walk. When just walking, they only think I'm going to run when speeding up. In that sense, Kate's constant eagerness probably makes her seem unreliable in Zoe's eyes. There's no great reason. I simply recognized Kate's potential and want to give her experience to help her grow. To nurture her? Yes, she will improve with use, don't you think? That's true, but in our current shortage of staff, that could cause inconvenience to you, master. Training people is a noble's duty, and enduring hardship for it is a noble's privilege. But you, master, are currently, Zoe faltered mid-sentence. I presume the unspoken words were something like, "You're the emperor, after all." After a slight hesitation, she shook her head. "As expected of you, master." Having known me for a long time, she seemed to understand that regardless of whether I was emperor or not, when it comes to training people, they just have to be trained. I hadn't only brought Kate with the intention of nurturing her. Zoe was the same. She had been working hard as the head maid, so I kept her close, but really, I wanted to have sent her out sooner, like Evelyn. That Evelyn is now the governor of Almeria. Zoe's potential is on par with, if not exceeding, Evelyn's, so I brought Zoe along to give her more experience. After about a week of travel, we arrived at Dussel, the provincial capital of Gavel. Dussel, a city built on both banks of the Dussel River, almost as if it were perched on top of the water. This bustling city, prospered by river transport, was lively enough to be noticeable even from afar at night. A lively city, isn't it? There are registered 200,000 residents in the city alone. 200,000! Kate was so surprised that she mispronounced the word for 100,000 slightly. More importantly, is the lodging properly secured? Unlike Kate, Zoe, having spent a long time in the royal capital, was not surprised by a city of 200,000 people. She calmly asked Kate. "Yes. I secured rooms at an inn by the riverside, even reserving the top floor. Just in case, I also booked an entire floor below." "You couldn't rent the whole inn?" "Sorry, when I arrived, there were already a few guests." "Why not negotiate?" "No need." "You did well, Kate." Stopping Zoe's interrogation, I gave Kate words of praise. Kate's effort was probably not perfect, but was certainly better. When someone is better, it's important to praise them more to build confidence. Relieved by the praise, Kate relaxed. I thought it might still take a little while before she fully settled. We entered the city, which was fairly bustling even at night. Especially along the lifeblood of the city, the riverbank, it was crowded with various night stalls and people conducting nighttime businesses. Amid the lively scene, we entered the inn Kate had arranged. Perhaps because I paid handsomely in advance, the innkeeper welcomed me accompanied by several employees. After telling Zoe to give some tips as she saw fit, we headed to the top-floor room. Since the rooms were originally designed for wealthy guests, the large window overlooked the Dussel River. I stood by the window, gazing out over the river. "Phew ha ha ha!" Suddenly, a man's loud laughter echoed from the river. Looking out, I saw a pleasure boat anchored in the middle of the river, with a man at its prow laughing heartily as he scattered something. On both shores, huge crowds of spectators watched, gasping and cheering each time the man threw something. Encouraged by their reaction, the man scattered more. This cycle repeated. "That is, it's sparkling." "It's beautiful." Zoe and Kate appeared behind me. They stood a step back, peering over my shoulder at the boat and the man. "What is he throwing?" "Money. Money. Gold, to be precise." "W what?" Zoe and Kate both gasped in surprise, their voices rising. "Is that gold, real gold?" "Yeah. It probably has a long hang time, so it's likely sand-like particles or gold leaf. You can see the reflection even from this distance, so they must be throwing pretty large pieces." "Gold, that's incredibly valuable, right?" I answered Kate's hesitant question. "Judging by the size and the amount reflecting light, I'd say one toss costs about 100 lien." "Caillou?" Kate suddenly collapsed onto the floor. She seemed to have fainted from the sheer shock. Zoe had been head maid in the prince's mansion for years, so that amount wasn't enough to make her faint. Still, her face paled and she frowned, clearly struck by the revelation. Phew-ha-ha-ha, here we go. Kaya. Lord Orcott is so wonderful. Among the yellow screams from below came a name that made Zoe frown for a different reason. Master. That's Governor Gavel Orcott, either him or a family member. We've stumbled upon him right at the start. There's no way he could do that on a governor's salary. Exactly, he's certainly taking bribes. Let's arrest him. Wait, this alone isn't proof of bribery. We should let it ride until we catch something undeniable. I see. Zoe frowned but nodded in agreement. For me, one important quality in choosing which maids to send outside is their ability to suppress emotion with reason in critical moments. Those who object with, but that doesn't make sense, fail. Those who say, then I'll follow reason, are the ones I favor. Zoe possesses that quality sufficiently that Zoe now wore a completely different expression. She looked at Orcott on the boat with a puzzled tilt of her head. Watching him lavish gold while being fawned over by women, she seemed to find it strange. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. It just seems off. Off how? He has none of the noble aura despite being governor. That's because he's not fulfilling his noble duties. Noble duties? She repeated my words, looking at me. True nobility lies in selfless actions. I see. Even if it's throwing things around, a noble would scatter food to disaster-stricken areas. That's a noble. That guy's just a nouveau rich. That's right. Zoe, do we have any information that Orcott accepted bribes? Before leaving the capital, I had gathered some information about key figures in Gavel, especially those we needed to investigate, and had Zoe memorize it. I asked her, no, none whatsoever, he was clean. Then the possibilities aren't many, Zoe. There's something I want you to investigate immediately. What is it? Perhaps spurred by the spectacle of Orcott's extravagance, Zoe was eager. The next morning I woke and was changing clothes with Kate's help. Kate, still new as a maid, blushed at my nakedness standing tall, but since it was just changing clothes, I had no shame. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Come in, excuse me. Zoe entered. Even seeing me naked didn't faze her at all. Kate gave a complicated look at Zoe's reaction. I thought, you'll get used to it, and ignored Kate's expression, asking Zoe. So did you find anything? Yes, of the 3 things you mentioned, it was the poem. I see. There were original poems written by Orcott being sold for 10,000 lien each. Of course, they haven't sold. They're just displayed in the store. I see. I was hoping it might be a painting, but it's poems. What does that mean? Kate asked curiously as she helped me dress. Orcott's way of spending gold that way is impossible without actually accepting bribes, meaning he must be taking some. Understood so far? Yes, but the bribes aren't received as such. So what then? The safest explanation is business transactions involving poems or paintings. The person sending the bribe buys these worthless poems or paintings. Do we have any actual items? Due to the high prices, there were none available, but I copied some. Zoe handed me a sheet resembling a note. I read it aloud and then showed Kate. There is no eternity. That is eternity. Kate read it aloud, then Zoe added, and that's 10,000 lien. What? This one is 5,000 lien. Yesterday's sunset is today's sunrise. Whoa, that one's actually worse, almost the same though, I shrugged. Soon they'll probably be trading descriptions of the morning menu for about 1,000 lien, as expected of master. It seems that already. Probably from her inquiries, Zoe said with a look of contempt. I see. And who's behind this? Yes, Zoe nodded. All the shops handling the poems are salt merchants and are open solely for this purpose. After changing clothes, I left the inn with Zoe and Kate. Dussel during the day was just as prosperous as it was at night. I hadn't noticed it last night because it was dark, but compared to the capital, the buildings and the people's clothing were all very flashy. The whole town had a nouveau rich style vibe to it. It's an easy-to-understand town, Zoe muttered, seemingly sharing the same impression. Kate looked up at Zoe curiously. She still didn't quite get these things. After walking for a while, Zoe, who had been following behind me until then, quickened her pace and moved ahead of me. This is the shop master, she said, pointing to a store with a luxurious facade. It was the shop where Orcott's poems were placed, which Zoe had researched. That shop was right in the very center of Dussel, in the busiest commercial district with a large number of people passing through, a prime location. The surrounding shops and passers-by were all dressed decently. When a beggar came out from an alleyway, a store clerk would immediately come out and chase them away. They've set up shop in a great location, Kate murmured with a troubled expression. A store in a place like this. The losses must be huge. It's okay to take a loss. If you can create the illusion of being a popular poet by having a shop in such a prime location, that's what matters. A loss from 1 or 2 stores is cheap compared to the gold, the bribe I gave Orcott yesterday. I see. Kate was surprised but convinced. Regular customers wouldn't go there, right? I asked Zoe. She nodded quietly. As expected of you, Master, that's pretty much what we found from our inquiries. I thought so. In the evening, we returned to the same shop. We had taken a stroll around the town, observing the lives of the people. The fact that the whole town had that nouveau rich feel wasn't some forced act. It was genuinely overflowing with money and goods everywhere. The claim that people couldn't even afford salt due to the recession, that sales were dropping and taxes were decreasing, was a blatant lie. After confirming that, we actually went into the store to poke around, but Kate was the first to shout. Surprised, she ran towards the store in a flurry. Master! Peeking inside through the narrow gap of the closed door, Kate called out to me with a shocked expression. I furrowed my brows and approached the shop. The situation was completely different from when we came in the morning. The signboard was gone and the door was shut tight. I went next to Kate and peered inside through the door gap as well, but the shop was empty. I took a step back then too, keeping my distance to take in the whole building in my view. Zoe, yes, this is definitely the place, right? Absolutely. And inside, the shop was open when we were here. Yes, Orcott's poems framed were displayed here and there with tables and sofas for customers and various furnishings. I stopped a passing pedestrian. Hey, what is it? This store here, do you know what happened? What do you mean? The man looked at the closed shop. What do you mean what? This place has been vacant for over a year now. No way, Kate and Zoe, who were listening behind me, exclaimed in unison. I see, sorry for detaining you. The man walked away. Master, this is strange. It was definitely here when we came in the morning. Both of you go ask the surrounding shop owners. Yes, understood. Zoe and Kate agreed and ran off to the nearby shops to ask around. They even questioned customers and passers-by. After a while, the two returned with puzzled expressions as if bewildered. How was it? Everyone says the same thing. There's no shop there now. They say it's been so long since whatever was there left, they don't even remember what the previous shop was. I see. What does this mean, Master? This is clearly strange. Maybe we've been tricked by something? I thought it over. This wasn't a misunderstanding. I trusted Zoe's abilities, and besides, the three of us had all seen the shop there in the morning. Realistically, someone covered up the evidence and coordinated the story, quickly and on a large scale, to expose that. Zoe, yes, go buy some food, something filling. If you can get alcohol, even better. Understood. She looked like she wanted to ask something, but seeing that I had a plan, Zoe held back and went shopping first. After a while, she came back carrying so much food and alcohol she couldn't hold it all in her hands. Sorry for the wait. Follow me. I led Zoe and Kate into an alley. As soon as we entered the alley filled with a stale smell and stagnant air, we saw a beggar sitting on the ground. He looked at us with tired eyes. Zoe, give that to him? Yes, here you go. Whoa, bread, meat, and even alcohol. Are you really giving me this? Yeah, I nodded and asked the beggar. You were kicked out earlier this morning, right? Yeah, the usual. So you came back. Do you usually stay here? Most of the time. Tell me, do you know anything about that closed shop just outside this alley? The one selling those poems? Zoe and Kate gasped and looked at each other. In this confusing situation of being deceived, the fact that we finally found someone human to talk to brought a sense of relief to both of them. Oh, what happened to that shop? Around noon, a large group came suddenly, moved stuff out, and shut it down. Then they threatened the other shopkeepers around here, telling them to say nothing was here. So they were coordinating the lies? Kate's expression showed excitement. Do you know who made them do it? Don't know that much. I see. Well, thanks a lot. Here's a little something for you. I handed about 100 lians in cash to the beggar. I took Zoe and Kate out of the alley. Master, how did you know that beggar would know? He's the strongest man. The strongest man? People with something to protect can be intimidated or persuaded, but people who have fallen so low as to be beggars with nothing left to lose don't respond to those tactics. So they talk honestly. I see, amazing master. Jaya, a scream echoed. Zoe and Kate quickly turned around. The scream came from the alley we had just left. Master, that was fast. Huh, I smiled faintly as I turned back. Zoe and Kate followed. When we returned to where we had been, the beggar was unconscious on the ground. Next to him lay some unknown men, burnt all over, smoke rising from their bodies, lying completely still. What is this? Silencing. Huh, Zoe was shocked. They were the ones who erased the evidence at the shop like that. It's logical they'd try to silence the beggar we contacted. So I ordered Bahamut to stay with him, ready to possess him if anything happened. Oh, master, that's incredible. I didn't expect them to clean up this quickly, but one thing is clear. What is it? We're being watched. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this quick. That's true, as expected of you, master. Zoe, yes, take the beggar to a safe place. They're just exhausted, so let them rest and give them something good to eat. Understood. Zoe nodded, helped the collapsed beggar up, and supported him as they exited the alley. The remaining assassin man, Kate, and I were left behind, immediately after throwing knives stabbed into the man's back who was lying face down. "Ah!" Kate screamed. "M-Master. Knives, yeah. Huh." Because I remained composed, Kate calmed down as well. "You're not surprised? I expected the opponent to have insurance, a silencing of the silencer. Whoever did that is probably closer to the mastermind, so I let it happen. Is that so?" "Yeah." I nodded and began walking. I headed toward the direction where the throwing knives came from, walking for just under a minute. Deeper into the alley, a man lay collapsed. He wore black clothes with only his eyes visible, an obvious disguise. He trembled slightly, struggling to escape. "See, did you do this, Master?" "Yeah." The moment the knives flew, I located the launch point and took him down. "That's amazing, Master. How did you do it? It looked like you did nothing." "I'll tell you someday." I said that and approached the man in black. He tried to turn around, but his body was so immobilized he couldn't even move his neck. I lightly kicked him, rolling him from face down to face up. "Now talk. Who gave the order? Kill me? If you speak now, you won't be harmed." The man didn't answer but swallowed something. He then closed his eyes. I waited silently without doing anything. Nothing happened. Because nothing happened, the man opened his eyes again, staring at me in shock. "Why? These people would go that far. It's no surprise they'd expect failure and would commit suicide. I prepared for it. Wah, Master is amazing. You won't get the right to commit suicide. Now talk." "What's wrong? Not going to talk? Kill me, please kill me." I furrowed my brows, tilting my head. This reaction was unexpected. I could have predicted "kill me," but "please kill me" was completely unforeseen. Looking at the man's face, there was genuine pleading in his eyes. "What do you mean? Please kill me? If I don't die quickly when I fail, my family, my daughter—" "I see." I understood. It was a sickeningly clear story. His daughter was taken hostage, leaving him no choice. And if he failed, he had to die. Seriously committed villains. "Ha!" Sighing, I waved my hand. From the bracelet, a purple liquid oozed out and shot forward like an arrow. The poisoned arrow struck the man's body in a straight line. Thank you." Rolling his eyes back and foaming at the mouth, the man said that with his last strength before collapsing. Meanwhile, Kate looked on with a mixture of surprise and fear. "Did he die?" "You can check." Kate nodded and cautiously approached the fallen man, placing her hands on his neck and nose. "He's dead," she muttered. "Ugh." Inside a room with the windows tightly shut, the man moaned and woke up on the bed. "You've regained consciousness." Where is this?" The man jumped up and looked around the room. "Relax, this is not the afterlife. I'm alive." "Yes, you didn't kill me," the man shouted at me, almost grabbing me. "Don't worry about that either. You're considered dead." I held out my hand and extended my index finger. A drop of purple liquid dripped from my fingertip onto the floor. It was the poison I had injected into the man's body earlier. "It's a poison that induces a temporary death-like state. Someone has confirmed your death as well." "A temporary death-like state? That's impossible." "Want to try it again?" "It's still quite toxic to the body, so I don't recommend it." Despite my words, the man still looked unbelieving. "Look around your body instead." "My body? What's this burnt skin thing?" The man picked up a piece of what looked like burnt skin on the bed. The skin was shaped like a human figure, as if he had molted. "You were cremated once. I arranged it so only one layer of skin was burnt. The paralysis and death-like poisons I used are from Apophis. The cremation used Bahamut's possession. Because of Bahamut's possession, the flames were nullified, and the burnt skin was covered by an armor ring to conceal the verification afterward. Cremation has levels. For unclaimed bodies, it's common to burn and dispose of them without care. Only when someone properly claims the body is it burned until it turns to ash." "Amazing!" The man's eyes widened, nearly tearing. "To think such a thing is possible. Who exactly are you? More importantly, here." I tossed the leather bag to the man. It was a pouch containing 100 lians in silver coins. What's this?" "For your travel expenses. Go somewhere until this matter is resolved. Otherwise, your family will be in trouble, right?" "But, just go." The man hesitated, still holding the pouch. He seemed conflicted, but finally raised his head and spoke. "The one who ordered this? No. Say nothing. But, if I get information from you, it might be traced back to you. That would put your family in danger. This isn't just about your life. The fact that you tried to tell me something is enough." The man clenched his teeth but looked at me with grateful eyes. "Then just one thing. Their next move. In times like this, they always bribe the people close to their target. I see, that much you can tell me. Sorry I can't be of more help. I told you not to worry." The man bit his lower lip in frustration. He must be a loyal person by nature. If this were a different meeting, I'd want to recruit him as a subordinate. There was a knock on the door. The man flinched. "Come in." I already knew by the presence it was Zoe. Zoe entered, having completed her task. "Master, what is it?" This, Zoe held out the leather pouch toward me. What is it? Looks like gold coins. They say there are 3,000 lians. 3,000, huh? They said it's for your true identity and future information. They came quickly. I smiled softly. Meanwhile, the man who saw Zoe and me exchanged glances in astonishment. Hey, you weren't bribed? Even for 3,000 lians? I smiled faintly. It brought back memories. Almost 10 years ago, those who tried to assassinate me tried to bribe Zoe, but Zoe informed me and handed over the money as is. It was the exact same scene. Nostalgic. When we get back, I'll give you 30,000. Keep that 3,000. Thank you. This exchange was identical to before. W minus 30,000. WH, what does that mean? The man was still in shock and didn't come back. So what did you tell them? Leaving the stunned man aside for the moment, I asked Zoe. I accepted. I figured since you're my master, you'd want to make use of it. As expected from someone who served me for a long time, Zoe understands me well. This time, with the shop completely gone, it would be the biggest headache if they went underground and never came back out. The fact that they tried to bribe Zoe means they surfaced to a place close to the surface, which is a blessing. Zoe played a fine hand. What did you say we were? We said we were here on a secret mission from your Majesty the Emperor. Huh, the man was even more surprised. I see, well done, Zoe. That's almost a perfect response. What does that mean? The man was so perplexed he was almost speechless, and even Zoe was slightly puzzled. If it was just the man, I'd have ignored it, but I thought I'd explain it to Zoe. When deceiving people, piling on lies is what amateurs do. The man gave an I see expression, and Zoe nodded as if to say, yeah, that makes sense. Intermediates tell the truth, but lie only when absolutely necessary. A professional, they only tell the truth. Only tell the truth. The man carefully pondered my words as if rolling them over his tongue. Meanwhile, Zoe, who was a bit quicker to understand, said, as expected of my master. Your answer was good too. So far, no lies. From their point of view, it's a natural development, so they'll accept it. What should I do next? Tell them everything about my movements without holding anything back. Since they came out to us, we'll let them swim for the time being. Understood. Zoe nodded. She'd have no trouble handling something like this. I thought about the other purpose of this trip, the reason I brought Zoe along. It was to train and further strengthen her. I racked my brain on what to do to make better use of this opportunity. Zoe didn't interrupt my thoughts. She just stood quietly, waiting for my next words. During that time, I formulated my plan and first asked Zoe, can you contact them? Yes, they taught me how to reach them in emergencies. Good, then go meet them. Oh, and give Kate that 3,000 lian. When we return to the capital, I'll reimburse you. For my master, 3,000 lian is nothing, but why? Tell them to ask for more money. The reason is what I just said. The 3,000 lian was spent on bribing Kate. Why would you do that? While Zoe pursed her lips in thought, the man asked me the question he had. What do you think, Zoe? To get closer to them, perhaps? Half right. I smiled and reached out to pat Zoe on the head. That much understanding was enough for now. Yes, during times like this, asking for more money has the effect of reassuring and gaining the opponent's trust. But if you just demand greedily, they'll look down on you at the same time. To avoid being looked down on, you bribed Kate. Zoe's thoughts connected well, but didn't quite reach the next step. I wasn't trying to be mean, so I revealed the secret. At the same time, you gauge their capabilities. If they're somewhat competent, when they find out you spent this large sum to accomplish the mission, they'll respect you to some extent. Respect. Money is ultimately just a tool. Only those who can use tools effectively can acquire more wealth. Yes, Zoe nodded silently with a serious expression. You measure their ability by whether they give you extra money. I see, as expected of my master. Honestly, it's the same as what we talked about before. You told me you got bribed with 3,000 lian and I gave you 30,000. The essence is the same. Only the details and flow of money differ slightly. I see. Zoe seemed fully convinced. Well, since this was the second time she'd informed me about bribery, it was easier for her to understand. Then Zoe suddenly became motivated. She was eager to approach the other side and try to extort even more money through bribery. Honestly, it was quite dangerous. What I was asking Zoe to do was essentially act as a double agent. This was no ordinary matter. It carried a high risk for her. But even so, I let her do it. The reason I brought Zoe here was to develop her further. I sincerely hoped she'd grow even more by stepping into this danger. The next day, I took Zoe out of the inn and wandered around the city. Of course, I had already passed on information to the other side via Zoe and Kate. The time we'd leave for the investigation, the route. All of these details had been relayed. Lately the economy's really bad. We're just barely scraping by ourselves. If only the economy would recover. Wherever we went, townsfolk lamented the bad economy. The clothes the residents wore had become simple, and the goods on the store shelves were poorly stocked. In just one night, the city had changed drastically. It was completely different from the city Fuwawa had seen last night. Humph. This is overkill. Overkill? Zoe tilted her head and asked. You remember how the city looked when we first entered, right? Suddenly it's like this. Even if they're hiding something, this is over the top. I said this and subtly signaled Zoe so no one else noticed. This was a silent command to pass on the exchange to the other side. Without nodding or shaking, Zoe simply looked at me and replied, Understood. The main building of the Gavel Salt Guild. In its reception room, Zoe faced two men. Both wore extravagant clothes. Even to Zoe's eyes, the quality of their garments rivaled that of the Emperor's. Though both were titled great merchants, they were young, one in his mid-30s, the other just turned 30. Zoe relayed Noah's words exactly as they were. My master said it's overkill. Overkill. Yes, I also remember well the night we arrived in Dussel. Even at night it was bustling and lively. For it to suddenly become so bleak, I think my master was right to see it as overkill. I guess. Overkill, you idiot. Idiot? The younger man bristled. Zoe understood this must be the one who executed the plan. Didn't you hear what I said? I saw it myself. Anyone who sees the city normally once would notice such a dramatic change. What else could it be but overkill? Ease up a bit. Also, yes, let's allow some smuggling. What? By now they won't believe there's zero black market. Prepare a sacrifice and pin the crime on them. I see. Zoe watched as the two men devised their scheme. She was quietly impressed. As expected of my master, just by conveying an obvious reaction, he lowered their guard. Zoe was certain this was all something Noah planned and made happen, because Noah told her to tell them everything. And Noah himself said that the best lie is no lie. Noah doesn't say what he can't do. In other words, there were things Noah was deliberately not telling Zoe. This must be one of them, or perhaps there are more. My master, amazing, Zoe was fully convinced of that. How did you find this part of the story? If you enjoyed it, if you want to read more, if you want the updates to continue, please leave a rating in the box below. It encourages me to keep updating, so thank you very much in advance. Thinking that secret meetings would increase from now on, I moved last night to a type of inn where I could rent an entire detached house. That inn had a spacious garden, and in the morning, as I got up, I stood there in the garden. The morning sun gently rose, and dew dripped from the trees. The trees swayed in the wind, and a single fallen leaf fluttered and drifted down. When it fell right in front of me, I raised my hand and tapped it with the second joint of my middle finger as if knocking on a door. Puff, a crisp sound echoed as the leaf shattered into pieces in midair. Literally shattered, though the fallen leaf should have contained moisture, it blew apart like a dry leaf. Ah, amazing! From behind me came Zoe's voice. She had just come back from outside and had apparently seen what I did. Her eyes widened in amazement. Was that your Majesty's power? Yeah, I see, what is it? When I asked, Zoe didn't answer, but instead muttered to herself. Leviathan-sama, Behemoth-sama, Behemoth-sama, Fuwawa-sama, Apophis-sama, Jiz-sama. She was listing the names of the powerful magical artifacts I possessed. After muttering through them all, Zoe's expression grew even more puzzled. Whose power was that just now? Oh, I see. Since you've always been by my side, you have a rough idea of all their powers. Yes, as you suspected, it wasn't the power of any of them. It was my own power. I had come here partly to investigate the salt tax and partly to train Zoe. If I didn't improve at all, that would be pointless. Combining my current status with my past experience, I spent the whole night thinking about what I could do. Unleashing a powerful, brute force attack is easy. But I took inspiration from how clapping produces a better sound when focused on a momentary impact rather than just hitting hard. So I tried a strike that concentrated on a surface, a point. The result was a technique that could shatter a leaf fluttering in the air into pieces. Even by yourself, your Majesty really is amazing. More importantly, have you talked with them? Yes, Zoe said that, glancing around nervously. Relax, I'm controlling the surrounding wind with Jiz's power. Wind? Words travel through air. I'm manipulating the wind so sound doesn't leak outside. Indoors, sound can travel along walls, but in the garden, it's safe. I see. Then I will report to your Majesty. Good. When I told them we used the 3,000 lien to bribe Kate, they were very surprised. Then when I demanded additional money and valuables, they gave it. How much? How much was the amount? Another 3,000 lien, the same amount. Humph. I see. I smiled faintly, and Zoe tilted her head in curiosity. Is something the matter, your Majesty? If someone like you came, I would pay at least double, maybe 10 times. You're a rare treasure. I see. That's why it seemed strange they only gave the same amount. So, you mean... Seeing Zoe still didn't quite get it, I smiled again. They sent only the same amount even though someone who would spend money like you appeared. They're at best B rank, someone who might become A rank with advantage. They're not idiots, but nothing extraordinary. Using the status and the plus as an analogy, I explained. I see. That might be true. Zoe nodded with understanding. After I told them your Majesty's reaction, they seemed divided about whether to continue as is or change tactics. Even I could tell there was some troubling hesitation. I see. Also, I asked what your Majesty likes. What do I like? What did you say? Humans, especially talented women. I see. That answer was almost perfect. It wasn't a lie. Considering what I've done so far, that answer was truthful enough, but also a bit limited. Well done, Zoe. Thank you, Zoe beamed happily. Then will they send someone like Evelyn, a talented woman? From Zoe's perspective, that would be Evelyn, a senior maid who rose to become the governor and a standout among the household staff of Prince 13's residence. But that's overestimating them. Is that so? If they're B-rank, they'd probably send an entertainer skilled in the arts or a geisha who doesn't sell her body. Ah, I see. Zoe still didn't quite grasp it. Well, she'd get it eventually. Now that we know their stance, let's pretend to investigate today but wait for their contact. They'll definitely try to approach me with some talented woman. Yes. I'll prepare. Zoe nodded and rushed inside to get ready. When we went into town, the recession was still obvious. The main street, wide enough for 6 carriages side by side, was strangely lifeless, with almost nothing available. Just as Zoe said, they continued to show an excessive display of economic downturn. Honestly, how much money do they hold? At this rate, it wouldn't be strange if they boasted, "There's nothing you can't do in this town." They had created such a situation. Master, this means we're forced to live differently than usual, right? That's right. Everyone obeying that, it's still hard to believe. The guild or unions must be strong. Well, they have the money, so it makes sense. Is that so? Are you familiar with the residences the princes have? You mean like our village? That's only partly correct. I chuckled softly. They're residences, located away from the capital. Usually their size is about the same as a village or town. Oh, yes. The retired Emperor, Your Majesty, and other royal family members often own villas or residences that are basically towns or villages. Thousands living in those villas are essentially the royal family's servants. In those residences, if the main royal family member says black is black, or the sun rises from the west, that's what it is. When there's an inspection, some royal family members order everyone to restrict activities during that time. It's the same here, only on a massive scale. I see. Zoe swallowed hard and looked around. It wasn't just a little bigger scale, but she seemed to understand the analogy and was starting to feel the power the salt merchants held. What is it, Master? There's a spot that looks unusually prosperous. I pointed down the main street. The town had artificially created a false image of recession to deceive my eyes, but in that one corner, the bustle and liveliness were as vibrant as they had been at night when we entered. As we approached, I overheard the townsfolk talking. Amazing songstress from the capital came to that shop. Songstress from the capital? Yeah, I heard her sing. It was incredible, a song you'll remember for life. Really that good? Listening to the passers-by's conversation while they glanced our way, I exchanged glances with Zoe. This is it, we nodded mutually and headed toward the shop where the songstress was said to be. As expected of Your Majesty, your intuition is spot on. Zoe was thrilled at my perfect guess, but right after, she and I were surprised. Coming to the storefront, we caught a faintly familiar singing voice. Is that Alice? The faint singing from inside the shop was unmistakably Alice's. I entered the shop, intending to confirm if it was really Alice, but the townspeople were so captivated by her singing that they swarmed around the entrance like moths to a flame. Just by glancing inside, I could tell the shop was packed to capacity. Normally, I would think, there's no way to get in with this crowd. I'll get a seat ready, please wait a moment. Zoe seemed to think the same, slipping her hand into her pocket to grab some money and try to secure a seat. Wait, Master. There's no need for that. But, ignoring Zoe, I pushed through the crowd and moved further inside. Crossing the threshold, it became even clearer, completely packed, not a single seat available. Almost at the same moment we entered, an apologetic-looking staff member approached us. Sorry, sir, as you can see, all the seats are taken. I see. I nodded and was about to turn back when another staff member came rushing out from the back and whispered into the first one's ear. After a few nods, the first staff member turned to me with a businesslike smile. Sir, it seems a customer is just about to leave. We can seat you immediately. Understood, please. They nodded and retreated inside briefly. Zoe turned to me with a puzzled look, so I whispered an explanation. It's a contrived coincidence. If this was orchestrated by them, they wouldn't have let me be denied a seat. I see, as expected of Master. I never would have thought that far. I smiled faintly at Zoe, then turned to take in the shop filled with the sound of Alice's voice. Is something wrong? Zoe asked with a curious expression. I hesitated slightly, wondering how to answer. Just by looking, I spotted a few people who clearly weren't here just for the singing. Their eyes were fixed on the stage, but their attention was directed toward me, 3 of them. I sensed that 3 agents were already mixed in, monitoring me, but I couldn't just tell Zoe outright. When deceiving someone, telling only the truth tends to be more effective, both for me and for Zoe. Taking that into account, I chose my words carefully. A seat just happened to open up in a convenient spot. Saying so, I directed my gaze toward the available seat. I noticed those watching me. I thought for a moment. To deceive, I wouldn't lie. There was a good seat conveniently left. This time I spoke in a normal tone. Zoe's eyes widened as if caught off guard. Her reaction was the exact opposite of my previous statement, so she wondered what I meant. But in an instant, she understood and froze. Her face didn't move and she said nothing unnecessary, but I saw her eyes dart around briefly, checking her surroundings. She grasped it instinctively and reacted accordingly. Compared to when she first became my maid, Zoe had clearly grown a lot. "Because it's master," she said. "I see." I exchanged casual words with her as we waited. After a while, a staff member came to guide us to our seats. It was the spot at the very back, slightly elevated, directly facing the stage in the center. There was no doubt it was the best seat in the house. I secretly smirked. It was too deliberate to pretend to be a coincidence. I didn't point it out and took my seat. Zoe stood quietly beside me. We listened to Alice's singing. She seemed to have improved a bit again. To improve in the arts, a few things are enough. First, perseverance. Second, a clear goal. Lastly, no worries about daily life. Alice had had the first 2 since we met. I had removed all her anxieties, including those about her mother. And so Alice visibly improved and continued to improve every time I saw her. Most people inside and outside the shop were enchanted by her voice. Only those monitoring me were not. Songs have waves. Carried by the wave the singer intends, the audience sways with the voice. Snap! One of the strings on Alice's signature harp snapped. The shop buzzed with murmurs as the dreamy singing was broken and the patrons were brought back to reality. The noise grew louder as Alice looked troubled on stage. Her delicate fingers slid over the remaining strings. The broken string was the most important, and even sliding her fingers revealed the missing tone clearly. Repairs would take time. This was a break. That would be a waste. I called Fuwawa. Fuwawa, who had been inside the bracelet, sensed my will and materialized. It transformed into a long transverse flute. I raised it and gently pressed it to my lips. The flute I made on the spot produced exactly the tone I intended. For a moment the shop buzzed again. Alice looked startled and then noticed me, surprised. I played the flute. With the melody I urged Alice. She understood the tune and moved her hands over the harp again. Avoiding the broken string, she improvised the arrangement. The missing notes were filled in by my flute. "Wow!" Zoe, standing next to me, let out an awed voice. The guests hesitated for a moment but then listened as intently as before. When the song ended, thunderous applause broke out. Zoe was clapping too. "That was amazing, Master." "Is that so?" That performance was not me, it was Bahamut. I had subtly allowed Bahamut to possess me, controlling my fingers and mouth. Just like simulating sword techniques or fighting moves, Bahamut simulated and reproduced the playing movements it knew. And it worked perfectly. Of course, this was only an emergency measure. Continuing was impossible. The performance was announced to end for the time being. As the guests gradually left the shop, were there any others? Huh. What do you mean? Silently, I raised my hand and pointed at the 3 men still sitting dazed. I whispered, "They were watching us." "What?" I infused magic power into the last song. Those with hostile or harmful intent reacted strongly and were stunned for a long time. "Yo, you can do that too?" "Yeah. By the way, it's possible to kill someone with it." "Wah." On the flip side, if pushed to the extreme, it can excite someone so much their blood pressure spikes and they suffer a stroke. "Ah," Zoe was perceptive. She didn't ask, "You can do that too?" Here. She understood that everything has 2 sides, and if one side is possible, so is the opposite, so she said only one thing. "Master really is amazing." "Don't mess with me." Inside the guild, 2 young men faced each other. The smaller man was furious at a report and smashed a high-grade tea set onto the floor in anger. The taller man remained calm, sipping tea thoughtfully. They were the sons of the guild's top boss and the number 2. Since these 2 took charge, smuggling and tax evasion increased every year. They were the true masterminds. "Calm down. Getting angry here won't solve anything, will it?" "How can I stay calm?" The songstress who refused every invitation ended up inviting herself, so he's staying in town for a while. "Don't make me laugh." The smaller man grew even angrier, kicked the table, and overturned it spectacularly. The calm gentleman kept his composed expression. "There's nothing wrong with that. He took the bait. Once he takes the bait, he should pack up and leave. While he's here, smuggling can't happen. One day without smuggling means losses in the 100,000 lien range." The gentleman's brow furrowed slightly. His partner's point was valid. They had stopped salt smuggling temporarily to counter the man sent under the Emperor's secret order. That smuggling business had grown to yield over 100,000 lians in profit daily. Only his presence meant a daily loss of 100,000 lians. I can't take this anymore, I'm going to kill him. Isn't it foolish to do so? After all, he came under the Emperor's secret order. I don't care. Money can fix anything. Why do you think we shower the 3rd and 10th princes with tributes all the time? Right, the gentleman thought for a moment and quietly nodded. The next day I came to the shop again, bringing Zoe along. Once again, conveniently, a seat was available. I couldn't help but bitterly smile to myself about the coincidence, but I didn't show it and continued listening to Alice's singing. As the performance progressed and most of the customers were focused on Alice, I took the opportunity to connect with Zoe. Can you hear my voice? Yes, master, huh? Zoe turned toward me as usual and responded normally. But she quickly noticed something strange. The voice, it's not my own. No, it's correct. Human voices sound different to your own ears compared to others' ears. I see. I can hear it very clearly. Zoe muttered this quietly as she looked around. Inside the shop where Alice was singing, most other sounds were drowned out by her voice, making it hard to hear. In fact, when the staff came to take orders, they spoke loudly close to the ear, almost shouting. Despite this, our exchange could be heard clearly and normally, which seemed strange to her. Have you ever played with a tin can telephone? Yes, I have. Think of this as a transparent tin can telephone using Fuwawa. Strictly speaking, it's a bit more complicated, but there's no need to explain so much. I see, master, your mouth isn't moving. Only those connected by the string can hear, and I can speak without moving my mouth. A secret conversation, huh? As expected of your majesty. Zoe immediately understood the advantage of this technique and simultaneously switched back to the formal title. That's how it is. Sounds and voices usually travel through the air, but like a tin can telephone, they can travel through objects. Putting your ear to the ground to hear distant sounds works for the same reason. Using Fuwawa like this eliminates the air, carrying the voice only through the invisible string, so only the connected person can hear it. It's a level above soundproof magic in preventing eavesdropping. Did you tell them? Yes, when I said your majesty liked Alice and planned to stay for a while, they looked very displeased. I see, then it's fine. That makes things easier. Easier? Now that she understood it was a secret conversation, instead of tilting her head as usual, Zoe conveyed her wonder using only her eyes. If I don't move, they get anxious. Zoe, who do you think is more anxious in this matter? Well, your majesty has no reason to be anxious, right? I nodded. I asked this question to use the situation for her growth, and she understood it perfectly. That's right. The decline in the salt tax is like a chronic wound in the empire. Even if it's not solved now, the situation won't change drastically. But the other side cannot smuggle as long as your majesty is here. Exactly. Threatening the whole town and making large-scale changes costs money, and income stops at the same time. Considering the salt tax lost by the empire goes straight into their pockets, just one day stopped means at least 100,000 lians lost. That much? Zoe was speechless. For a mere maid, that was an enormous amount of money she couldn't even put into words. That's why, if I don't act, they will get anxious and move, so I can relax. I see. As expected of your majesty, I smiled faintly at Zoe, took a sip of sake and popped a piece of snack into my mouth. But 100,000, such a huge amount, is unforgivable. After everything is uncovered, they must be executed. I said nothing. I understood what Zoe said and how she felt, but humans are generally more useful alive than dead. Especially those who created a system to siphon off tax from the empire like this. If handled well, they could be placated. People are treasures and possibilities. I hope I can placate them well. Thinking that, I listened to the song, took a bite of the snack, and pretended to enjoy myself. The staff brought a new dish. As I picked it up and put it into my mouth, at that moment, I slowly collapsed onto the table like a puppet with its strings cut. Master, I heard Zoe's shriek from above. Master, master! My body was shaken, my nose and chest touched repeatedly. Are you dead? The shop was empty of customers. I was laid on the floor. Eyes closed, I listened carefully. Is he really dead? Why, yes, as you can see, his heart has stopped. Let me see. I heard a man's voice for the first time and the staff's voice. The man pressed his ear to my chest. He's definitely dead. We should have done this sooner. You this shop? Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. Close this shop. I'll give you another one twice this size on the other side of town. Thank you, I see, a reward for poisoning me. This time I heard Zoe's voice. What is it? You want money? No, please let me take care of Master's body. He's been taking care of me for so long. At least I want to mourn him with my own hands. Do as you like. The man snorted, then footsteps sounded, gradually fading away. It seemed they had left the shop. A little later, anxious footsteps came and also faded. The staff seemed to have gone to the back of the shop. With no one around, you understood well. Your Majesty would never be poisoned to death. Opening my eyes slightly, I saw Zoe next to me, eyes closed, hands folded as if praying. I see with no voice in this pose, it looks like a silent prayer for me. Not bad. Your Majesty is accompanied by Apophis. There's no way your Majesty would die from poison that ordinary people get. Yes, I neutralized the poison with Apophis. Yes, but the heart has stopped. That's also Fuwawa. Touch my forehead. Yes, it's beating. I created something to substitute for the heart as a temporary replacement. The heart is stopped, but blood is flowing, so it's no problem. To go that far, amazing, Your Majesty. Zoe looked genuinely impressed. Your Majesty, what will you do now? You handled it well, so I'll ride on that. Me? Yes, for now send me to the crematorium and burn me. Bahamut, right? Yes. Because Bahamut is with me, the flames of the crematorium won't harm me. To completely lower their guard, it's better if I get burned once. As expected of Your Majesty. Understood. After that, leave this town. Is it okay if I'm not here? Zoe looked surprised. Yes, it's a play to deceive them. Just leave normally, no need to come back. You can travel back to the capital until I contact you. Understood. Zoe nodded and moved away from me. From afar, I could hear her quietly asking the staff about how to transport the body and where the crematorium was. I continued pretending to be dead. Playing dead using Fuwawa wasn't difficult at all. Compared to carrying voice only on the string of a tin can telephone, it was nothing. Rather, when I realized poison had been put in my food, calming down the almost enraged Leviathan was harder. Even now, Leviathan was half angry. This mad and loyal dog wouldn't forgive anyone who harmed me. A moment earlier, if I had let my guard down even slightly, that man who checked my death would have lost his neck. At night, I stood quietly a little away from the riverbank, at a spot where I could overlook everything. Having parted ways with Zoe and acting alone, I no longer needed to be considerate or hold back. I was using all my strength to conceal my presence. Though it's common to hide in the grass or bushes, when alone, I wouldn't be detected unless I stood directly in front. That's how I watched what those guys were doing. The pier on the riverbank was lit up with numerous bonfires, making it as bright as daytime. They had lit it up that much for the loading work. A large number of ships were docked at the pier, and a crowd of laborers was tightly packed, loading sacks filled with something onto the ships. Ships would depart fully loaded, and new ships would arrive to be loaded again. The sacks contained salt. Since I started watching, enough salt to supply tens of thousands of people had been loaded and transported. They must have been really impatient, I said with a wry smile. The smuggling that couldn't happen while I was around immediately resumed once I was dead. I had expected they might wait a day or two to see how things went, so I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Leviathan? The reply from Leviathan was a strong, leave-it-to-me type of determination. With this, I could say the evidence was secured. Ducel's salt sales and transportation were taxed, so detailed reports with numbers were always submitted. Those numbers, including the latest, were reported to me from the imperial capital. From what I saw now, there was no need for a detailed comparison. It was well beyond 10 times the usual sales and transport. This situation itself was already enough evidence. To gather even more proof, I headed toward a pleasure boat anchored a little further away. Among the many cargo ships, only that pleasure boat kept a distance, not too close or too far, and carried by the wind, I could hear the sounds of revelry. Approaching the boat, I tied Fuwawa's thread directly to the boat itself. Then, through the boat and the thread, voices came to me. That's 300,000 lien worth. They say it'll reach 500,000 by tomorrow morning. Is that safe, shipping that much all at once? Don't worry, we have the darkness authorization from Orcott. There's almost no chance it'll get stopped midway. It'll be fine. Two men were talking. One seemed thoughtful, considering many things, while the other was more reckless and pushy. The Emperor might send a new guy. We have to get as much done as we can before the current one dies and the replacement arrives. That's true. The calm man was persuaded. I see, it makes sense. If I consider myself as a royal envoy sent to investigate rather than the Emperor, it's very possible that a new person will be dispatched upon my sudden death. Until that person arrives, considering communication delays, the Emperor's decisions, and the new envoy's travel, 20 days would be a reasonable estimate. 20 days is both long and short. Using this time to do as much as possible before the next opponent arrives is a sound decision. Don't worry, I'll let you know immediately if anything happens. The 10th Your Highness is very fond of the women we sent last time. A third man's voice was heard. People's tone and choice of words changed depending on their position. This third man's voice clearly indicated he considered himself above the other two. Well gathered. If the Your Highness likes them, it's no big deal. The Your Highness does like them. The hero favors women. We've gathered more, so we'll send them by tomorrow. The first two men switched to a tone of flattery. Apparently, these men belonged to the household of the 10th Prince, Dustin. Dustin was famous for his fondness for women since long ago. Some even said he inherited the retired Emperor Your Majesty's bloodline most strongly. During the night selection, he once demanded a pillow. Shirley stopped that with my intervention. So Dustin was accepting women as bribes, not money. I felt a twinge of regret. I didn't want to hear this, or rather, I didn't want to hear what was coming next. Cutting the thread, I decided to storm in. Pushing off the ground, I leapt and smashed through the pleasure boat's window. What? Who goes there? Before the two ringleaders could react, Dustin's man's head flew through the air. Excellent, I heard Bahamut's cheer. I drew Leviathan in that instant and decapitated him, but that itself wasn't a remarkable skill. Not something that would move Bahamut to cheer. The applause was directed at my decision. I had come to reclaim the salt tax. Knowing Dustin was involved meant he had to be punished as well. That could be death. If it came to taking the 10th prince's head, it would escalate too far. So I chose to pretend I hadn't heard the rest and quickly cut down Dustin's man before anything else could happen. Bahamut instantly understood this and praised me wildly. Well, more importantly, I faced the two remaining men. Two young men, one visibly shocked, the other with a face that seemed to realize something. What the hell are you? I came to investigate the salt tax. What? Hey! The short-tempered man stood and signaled outside. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside, and I heard the sounds of many ships pulling away. I see they anticipated this. No worries if you're prepared, you were right, the short-tempered man said, while the calm man gave a bitter smile. I didn't expect you to be alive, though, too bad. Now there's no evidence. Do you really think so? No, the ships are sunk a little ways out. They're loaded with salt. If they sink in the river, all evidence disappears clean. Clever, you've thought this through. The calm man's eyebrows twitched. He seemed to sense something from my composure, just as if to say, exactly, I raised Leviathan. What do you intend to do? I'm going to take back the evidence. Leviathan. From Leviathan came a strong emotion. I've been waiting for this. It sounded excited, almost like it was frolicking. Since the moment it realized I was poisoned for assassination, Leviathan, the loyal and ferocious beast, had been greatly stirred. I calmed it, gave it another mission, and it happily threw itself into it with all its might. I heard the sound, the noise of many ships moving on the water and a large crowd's commotion. What's happening? One of the men shouted as a subordinate burst into the boat. It's terrible. All the ships, all of them are turning back. What? Get them to leave immediately. But all the ships are uncontrollable. What? The man's eyes widened, then he glared at me with a ha. Is this your doing? Yes, controlling the river's flow makes calling back ships easy. Impossible. There's no way you could do that. Impressive. Such power. Now your name. Thanks to Leviathan, I had completely secured the evidence, so I decided to introduce myself again. Using Leviathan's power, I formed an emblem of a ship made of water before me and applied psychological pressure to strongly impress my identity. That I was the Emperor. I am the Empire's Emperor, Alarate. Why, Your Majesty? Both were at a loss for words. A self-introduction aided by the demonic sword's power, even without evidence, made the enemy believe I was the Emperor. I thought the matter was settled, but then, even if you are the Emperor, it doesn't matter, the man shouted and signaled outside again. Attack! Attack! In the next moment, armed men burst in one after another from outside. They quickly filled the pleasure boat and surrounded us outside as well. That man is an impostor using Your Majesty's name. ... Capture him, no, kill him. The calm man steeled himself and ordered his men. Do it. I felt Leviathan's will. Leave it to me. I faintly heard the words. With high spirits and having accomplished the extraordinary feat of controlling the entire river, Leviathan seemed to be awakening, like its rival Bahamut. In that case, I decided to wield Leviathan. I quickly assessed the situation. About 100 men surrounded me, and including those beyond the pier, there were about 200. I swung the demonic sword at them. On the river at night, the pale blue light trailing the demonic sword was fantastic and beautiful. Every strike sent sprays of blood flying and screams echoed. Like a storm, blood rained wherever I passed. Each time, joy surged from Leviathan. With Leviathan's high energy, it took less than 5 minutes to defeat all 200. Amazing. A monster, the last two men standing. One looked so amazed that he seemed moved, while the other was trembling with his legs giving out. Hey, you two over there. Ignoring the two who were stunned and lost in thought, I called out to a group of soldiers kneeling a short distance away. Why, yes, sir. The man who seemed to be the captain of the soldiers deftly moved his feet while still kneeling and stepped forward to respond to my call. When I revealed my identity as the Emperor, the soldiers showed a mixture of awe and respect reserved for a celestial being. Lock these two up in the prison for now, and some of you come with me. Why, yes. Where to, sir? To Governor Orcott's mansion. Leading the soldiers, I arrived at Governor Ducel Orcott's mansion. Despite it being night, the mansion's grandeur was unmistakable. Such a mansion naturally had guards posted at the gate. "Halt! Who goes there?" they questioned as expected. I did not respond. Having already revealed my identity as the Emperor, the soldiers I brought took the natural course of action. Without a word, they overpowered the guards and completely incapacitated them. "Please proceed." "Understood." The main gate opened, and I entered the mansion. The commotion at the front was quickly relayed inside. Immediately upon entering the lobby, a large group of servants was present, as well as the man I had seen a few days ago on the river, the man who had been scattering gold coins. Governor Ducel Orcott himself. "Who are you? Do you understand where you are to cause such disturbance?" "How rude! This is before His Majesty." "His Majesty, you say?" Orcott looked at me with suspicious eyes. He probably didn't know who I was, which was hardly surprising. Orcott was not a governor I had appointed, and we had never met before. Even as a governor, if one remained in the provinces for a long time, it was not unusual to have no acquaintance with the prince, my former self. "So does that convince you?" Saying this, I released the pressure that confirmed my identity. Orcott and the servants around him all turned pale at once and knelt on the spot. "I apologize for my disrespect, not knowing it was His Majesty's personal arrival. That's not important. More importantly, Orcott, you understand your crimes, don't you?" Orcott knelt, bowed his head, and trembled slightly. But that disturbance lasted only a moment before he straightened his wavering heart. "What are you implying? You won't admit it. It's too late to play dumb now. I don't understand what your Majesty is referring to. I admit I did not come out to greet, but there's no official document stating your Majesty left the capital, and since it was a secret visit, there is no crime." "You still won't admit it. What is the governor's annual salary? Is it enough to scatter gold coins around?" "I wonder what you mean." Orcott feigned ignorance even further. Though initially shaken, he seemed to have steeled himself and appeared quite calm. "Now, which piece of evidence should I confront him with?" Suddenly, a young voice cut in. Turning in that direction, I saw a young man among the servants looking at me intently. Judging by his clothes, he was a low-ranking servant, probably a slave. The man seemed to want to say something, but "Mind your manners, you are before His Majesty." Orcott rebuked him as a master naturally would. The difference in status is such. It is unthinkable for servants or slaves to interrupt when the Emperor and the governor are speaking. Such disrespect could warrant a beating on the spot. However, it's fine. You want to speak to me, don't you? Go ahead. The Emperor gave permission, so it was no problem. At that, Orcott frowned deeply but said nothing. The man looked at Orcott, swallowed hard, then stared at me. "Are you really His Majesty the Emperor?" "I just proved it, didn't I? And no, that's not it. I just can't believe the Emperor is here in a place like this." "I see. Really, the real one?" The young slave and I exchanged a seemingly meaningless conversation. Seeing this, Orcott grew annoyed but couldn't interrupt. The Emperor, had given permission to speak. That was effectively granting the young slave the right of direct petition, a direct petition recognized by the Emperor himself. To interrupt that would be an act of disrespect, so Orcott could say nothing. Meanwhile, whether he understood this or not, the young slave finally seemed to accept that I was the Emperor appearing here. There is something I want His Majesty to see." "What is it?" "This." The man suddenly opened his clothes. I wondered what he was doing, then I spotted something sewn inside the lining. He tore the sewn part apart. From inside his clothes, he pulled out an envelope and handed it to me with both hands. "What's this?" "Master, proof of Orcott's bribery." "Wah!" Orcott was speechless. Immediately he lunged at the man, reaching for the item he offered, but A light threat from Leviathan made him collapse, completely immobilized. After stopping Orcott, I asked the man again, "Why do you have this evidence?" I lost my parents and younger sister because of Orcott. "So you infiltrated to get revenge?" "Yes, I got the evidence, but I couldn't find anyone trustworthy. Also, if I revealed it recklessly, it would have been covered up, so I hid it, waiting for the right time to use it." "I see." I was impressed. "Your name?" "F. Phil Morm." "Phil." I looked at Phil with eyes full of admiration. Even I could tell. It's not uncommon for someone to become a slave to take revenge on their family's behalf. Infiltrating and obtaining evidence isn't that difficult. The hardest part is holding onto the trump card you've obtained until the moment you think it will be effective. Now I understood why he had insisted on carefully confirming if I was really the Emperor earlier. He wanted to be absolutely sure that the Empire's highest authority was present before playing his trump card. "Phil Morm, this man is—" "Show it." "Why, yes." I took the evidence documents and flipped through them. "Phil Morm, why, yes. Well done. From now on, you will take over as governor." The moment I said that, everyone present froze. That was only natural. "But what's the matter? Don't you want to?" "No." Thank you." Phil hurriedly bowed. Perhaps too flustered or simply lacking knowledge, he replied without any proper etiquette. That wasn't all. Name, Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level 17 plus 1 over infinity. HP C plus B Fire, E plus S SMP, D plus C Water, C plus SS Strength, C plus S Wind, E plus C Stamina, D plus C Earth, E plus C Intelligence, D plus B Light, E plus B Spirit, E plus C Darkness, E plus B Speed, E plus C Dexterity, E plus C Luck, D plus C. The plus on my HP ability visible at the corner of my vision had increased. I thought Phil was still an unpolished gem of talent. The next day in the afternoon at the former Orcott mansion. Orcott had been dismissed, and for the time being I decided to use this mansion as my temporary palace. In the study there I faced Zoe, whom I had summoned back. "Your Majesty, this is amazing." Having learned of last night's events, Zoe's eyes shone brightly. "To recognize talent immediately and promote it. As expected of Your Majesty. That intuition, it's innate, rare, I want to nurture it well. With Your Majesty, I'm sure it will be fine. By the way, what about confiscating their assets?" "Ah, yes." Zoe quickly looked down at the documents in her hands. "We had decided to confiscate the property of Orcott and others involved in the salt tax scandal and who were imprisoned this time. I had already put that into motion and was having Zoe manage it. Ashley, the boy who was a bit cocky, his house has a bit of a problem." "What is it?" "Actually, human bones were excavated from the garden and there may be a murder charge." "Humph," I chuckled. "Humph, Your Majesty, old hat. Huh, when confiscating property, soldiers go to supervise and tally, right?" "Why, yes. And usually they sneak some of the target's assets into their pockets and take them home. A bit of corruption, and that often gets in the way." "Gets in the way?" "Yes, from the target's wife or concubines. Those types cry and wail emotionally even in situations like this. 'Why only us?' and so on. And if that escalates and hinders the soldiers' side income, they get harassed. This time they planted human bones and falsely accused them of murder." "I see, as expected of Your Majesty." Isn't as expected a bit premature?" I wondered, looking at Zoe. "We already know it's a false accusation. The bones found were a mix of male and female ribs and pelvis, and the excavation site was recently disturbed, confirmed by soaking the soil." "I see." It was already uncovered at the scene. "Your Majesty is truly amazing, to realize it even before the report comes in." I chuckled once again. I was once the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs. Having executed many confiscations of criminal property, I was well aware of these tricks. "That was all. Now then, give me an estimate. How much will it be?" Zoe looked at the documents and gasped. "What's wrong?" "Well, it's no less than 20 million lien. Quite the stash," I thought, somewhat admiringly. 20 million, huh? The Treasury currently held less than 5 million. That would increase by 20 million at once. Moreover, the salt tax could be normalized. With this much money, we could accomplish quite a lot, I thought. "Return to the capital. Prepare yourself, Zoe." "Understood," Zoe nodded. I left the room together with Zoe. With this 25 million, I could restart what had been stopped. The main issue, the salt tax, was already resolved, so there was no need to stay in Dussel any longer. Stepping outside the building, I saw Zoe ahead, pulling the carriage toward me. She acted as usual, trying to return to me. Then suddenly from right beside her, something emerged from the shadows and leapt at Zoe. A dull gray light traced an arc. It slashed at Zoe's throat. Zoe collapsed onto her knees. "Who are you?" I kicked off the ground and closed the distance in an instant, drawing out Leviathan and pressing it to the man's throat. He was a gaunt, middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes. He held a dagger in his hand. That must have been the weapon that just slashed Zoe's throat. The man glared at me with furious eyes but refused to answer. "I've seen this man before." "Huh." But when I saw Zoe speaking normally, albeit with surprise, the man's expression changed to astonishment. "W.I., do you know him, Zoe?" "Yes, I saw his face when I went as a spy." "An agent of those guys, I see, so this is revenge for Zoe tricking you all so cleverly." His reaction confirmed my suspicions. If that was the case, I used Leviathan's intimidation to knock him unconscious. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Zoe touched her neck, surprised that although she should have been cut, there was no blood. "How come there's no wound?" "Check around your chest." "My chest? There's something here. Is this a jewel?" Zoe pulled out a shattered red gem, a ruby. "It's a ruby substitute. I had you carry it discreetly all along." "What? You're going as a spy? I wouldn't send you without any insurance." "Your Majesty," Zoe's eyes welled up as she looked at me with deep emotion. "You really are amazing, Your Majesty. To think you planned that far ahead. You're an important maid." "Your Majesty," Zoe looked even more moved. The next day after returning to the capital in the detached palace study, I summoned the 10th Prince, Dustin. My brother knelt on one knee and offered a polite greeting. "What is it, Your Majesty? Why summon me?" Dustin spoke casually, unlike the other princes. "You've heard about the Dussel incident, yes? Well, somewhat. They say they sent women to you as well. Do you have an explanation for that? I received them, yes. They were quite fine women, so I enjoyed them daily. Dustin answered smoothly, then gave me a look. So, is it correct to say you accepted bribes? I glared at him. If you accepted bribes and gave favors, even though you're my brother, I cannot defend you. Why would I do that for those people? I'm a prince, right? Getting some women from commoners doesn't mean I owe them favors. I couldn't help but smile wryly at Dustin's attitude. They gave you women, so you accepted because they were high quality, that's all. You're not unaware that they were falsifying the salt tax. What are you talking about, your majesty? I'm not the emperor, just a prince with no official role. I can't be bothered with that stuff. Besides, your majesty, if you say it like that, does it mean they won't be able to send you women anymore? Hey, the women from there are top-notch. Losing that would... Enough, that's enough. I smiled again, shaking my head, this guy. I understand you weren't involved, but in formality you did receive bribes. Some light punishment is necessary. After giving it some thought, I announced, a year's salary deduction and 1 month of house arrest. Yeah. Oh, during house arrest, I can still call prostitutes or people to the house, right? Do as you please. With a wry smile, I said that, and Dustin left the study with a carefree roger that. Good grief. Your Majesty, are you sure about this? Zoe, who had been waiting quietly in the corner of the study, asked. Since she was familiar with the situation and handling the aftermath, I kept her in the study to get her opinion quickly. She looked unusually displeased as she glanced toward the door Dustin had just exited. What is it, Prince Dustin's behavior? Isn't that excessively disrespectful? I chuckled. That's Dustin's way of concealing himself. Concealing. Hiding his talents and true intentions. It's his way of saying, I only want to enjoy women, I have no higher ambitions. Who actually has ambitions? I was surprised. I looked at Zoe, realizing she understood immediately from our exchange. Her intelligence was almost a crime to keep her just as a maid. That's enough on that, I'm fully aware. Understood. More importantly, Zoe, there's a place I want you to go. Yes, please tell me. What should I do? Zoe straightened up and bowed lightly. I spoke seriously. I want you to serve as magistrate for a while. Thinking it was a simple errand, Zoe's eyes widened. Me as magistrate? Why are you surprised? You've done it before. That's true, but still me. You're the best choice for this to go smoothly. Dussel, is it? Still somewhat shocked, Zoe accurately guessed my intention. Yes. I appointed Phil Morm as governor of Gavel Province, but that's a big promotion and he's too inexperienced. I want you to go to Dussel, watch closely, and report to me immediately if anything happens. Understood. If that's the case, leave it to me. Unlike before, Zoe was determined. She created Fuawa's box on the spot and received the royal decree. She left the room with a determined expression. After a while, the maid Gigi burst in. Master, no, your majesty, it's urgent. What is it? Calm down and report slowly and accurately. I scolded Gigi lightly, who was still inexperienced compared to Zoe, then urged her to report. Our retired emperor, your majesty, is here. What? I was genuinely surprised. Show him in immediately. I'm already here. With a hearty laugh, the retired emperor, my father, entered the study. He looked nothing like a retired emperor, dressed casually like a local landowner. His manner was extremely friendly, as if invited to dinner. Still, he was my father and the retired emperor. I stood quickly and bowed deeply. What brings you here, father? If there was something, you could have sent a messenger. It's nothing, just came by because I was bored. Still, he smiled happily. As expected, Noah. What do you mean? I responded, guessing it had to do with the salt tax incident. That girl, a mere farmer's daughter, yet you trained her so cleverly. You still have ears everywhere, father. I smiled wryly at the unexpected comment. I had just appointed Zoe, yet father already knew. I had learned firsthand how far his ears and eyes extended, but this proved I was still naive. People are treasures. That's right. By the way, father, what brings you here? Oh, right. Good work on the Gavel Province matter. Thank you. No surprise here, it was expected. I've heard the details. I think you're ready to receive it. Receive what? The seal on Leviathan. Ah, I thought so. You noticed? I nodded deeply. I suspected something. It's been a struggle with Bahamut. The seal almost broke many times, but didn't. From the feeling of holding it, it seemed ready to awaken several times, but didn't. It's natural to think something's up. As expected. Father smiled joyfully and raised his hand. Then the study door opened, and his trusted eunuch, Cruz, entered carrying a long, narrow box with both hands. Carrying it to me, he opened the box. This is... I was surprised by what was inside and looked at father. Inside was Leviathan. He withdrew Leviathan from inside a bracelet. This meant there was another Leviathan here, another demonic sword. You know the water demon sword Leviathan has a soul? Yes. It's not a complete one. When Leviathan was sealed long ago, its soul was split in two and sealed separately. I see. So if the soul itself was insufficient, there'd be nothing to unseal. Exactly, Father turned serious. There's a legend forbidding the true unsealing of Leviathan, but I trust you, Noah. Thank you. However, his expression shifted from serious back to a joyful smile. I don't know how to unseal it. The method was never passed down. A poison user who can't make an antidote is the worst, isn't he? Ha ha ha, that's true. Father looked up and laughed heartily. I took the other Leviathan from the box crews held, comparing the two Leviathans. Both contained Leviathan's soul, originally one, now split into two, to reunite them. I thought deeply, continuously. After a while I struck the two Leviathans together. Crack, a clear sound rang out as both swords shattered into pieces. What are you doing? This. I took out the ruby. The ruby substitute that saved Zoe's life when she was nearly assassinated in Dussel. It also has a soul, and every time it shatters it creates a vessel. We'll do the same here. I see. Fuwawa. I summoned Fuwawa and borrowed its power. Fuwawa excels at creating things and shaping forms. Using that power, I gathered the scattered fragments in the air and formed them into the shape of a sword. Then, the souls, I pushed the two Leviathan souls in, with the image of fusing the two souls into one. Gradually, the sword returned to its original form. How long? Until now, it had only existed as a feeling, but now a clear voice echoed in my mind. Leviathan, or rather, Leviathan's voice echoed in my head. Name, Noah Alarate, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 17+1 over infinity HP, C+B fire, E+S+S MP, D+C water. C+SSS strength, C+S wind, E+C stamina, D+C earth, E+C intelligence, D+B light, E+B spirit, E+C darkness, E+B speed, E+C dexterity, E+C luck, D+C, and the water plus rank that had always been visible in the corner of my vision rose even higher. Seeing that, I and Father, who was observing my expression, both, as expected, Noah, he said with a proud smile. The demonic sword, Leviathan, the moment of awakening. The decision to publish the book has been made. Details can be found at the bottom of the page and in the activity report, so please have a read if you're interested. With Jizz's wings, I soared high into the sky. The pale phosphorescent glow of the wings flapping was so beautiful and fantastical that even I, who was controlling them, couldn't help but be mesmerized. It was a natural sensation for any human. If someone else were flying through the sky with such glowing wings, I would have thought they were an angel descending from the heavens. There was another equally enchanting and beautiful sight. The sky was clear and bright. On the ground it was swelteringly hot, so much so that if the ice stored underground during winter wasn't brought out, it would be unbearable. As far as the eye could see, it was a perfect sunny day, except for one particular spot a few kilometers away. A pillar of rain. A single cumulonimbus cloud had formed there, pouring down a torrential rain that looked like a pillar or even a curtain. The volume of rain was incredible, resembling a gorilla downpour so intense that one might mistake it for a storm. Amazing Leviathan, I murmured this, slowly flapping my wings as I descended to the ground. In the garden of the former Prince 13's residence, a young girl stood alone. She looked about 10 years old. Her shining golden hair exceeded her height by a great deal, cascading down to the ground like a waterfall. She possessed all the elements of dignity, her eyes shining with a thoughtful light. Leviathan, the soul of the awakened water demon sword manifested in human form. I saw it, the rain, incredible. In that instant, wasn't that amount of rain enough to supply the imperial capital's water for a whole month? It's a shame there's no reservoir there. That is only possible because of the master's power. The stronger the master is, the more I can manifest that power. Is that how it works? That rain is the master's power itself. If you think it's amazing, then the master is even more so. I see. Then if I become even stronger. Just as I started thinking about water control, Leviathan spoke with an even stronger gaze. I won't fall behind even to Bahamut. From now on, I wish to devote all my strength for my master's sake. You and Bahamut are both my treasures, but if that's how you feel, then compete and raise your powers even more for me. Understood. True to the light in her eyes, Leviathan answered with deep thought and strong reason. Her personality seemed to have shifted slightly since awakening, or so I thought. Eek! A maid screamed from behind. Turning around, I saw Gigi the maid sitting on her backside, looking terrified. Upon closer inspection, a stain was spreading across her skirt in real time. She must have wet herself out of fear, understandable. Leviathan! I turned back and calmed her down. You must know her face since she came in after you. She's Gigi the maid. Her expression instantly changed. Leviathan's previously intellectual demeanor disappeared, replaced by an angry look. It is utterly disrespectful to speak to the master so abruptly. People usually speak abruptly. Unless you notice someone at the same time face to face, it's always sudden. I gave a small, bitter smile. Just as I thought it was Leviathan, it was really Leviathan. She truly looked like a spoiled child, just as her appearance suggested. Anyway, I carefully select my maids, and they are all people loyal to me. There's no need for such intimidation. It would only interfere when I use them. Understood. Leviathan withdrew her threat. Gigi visibly relaxed. Go change. Ah, wait, what happened? Ah. Why, yes, still trembling with fear, Gigi nervously reported. Don Oates has arrived. Let him in. Why, yes. Gigi hurriedly left the spot as if fleeing. In her place appeared the fourth Prime Minister, Don Oates. As expected, Your Majesty. What do you mean? That wild dog is a faithful dog when it comes to Your Majesty. Were you watching just now? No, I could feel it even from a distance, that's all. Leviathan had gone too far. She wasn't even aware that it was too much. She was wary even of Don. Return now, I'm going to talk with Don. Yes. Without any fuss, Leviathan accepted this and dissolved her manifestation, retreating back into my bracelet. So what is it? This is a report letter from Governor Gavel. Phil Morm, let me see, what is this? Don handed me not an envelope, but a long, slender tube. Taking it, I could feel a rolled-up paper inside. A painting. No way, for a moment I had a bad feeling. Usually when paintings like this are sent, they are bribes, and since I am the Emperor, they are tribute. Such paintings are typically expensive. Gavel Province. Not long ago, during the salt tax incident, I saw the governor accepting bribes and scattering gold. The man who did that was recently promoted but had been a slave until just before. He had no money to send paintings. Could it be, already, no need for concern? Apparently it's by his own hand. The man himself, Phil Morm, Don nodded clearly, so it's not an antique offering. If not, what is it then? Curious, I took the paper from the tube and unfolded it. It was an amateurish painting, completely ignoring artistic techniques. Despite its simplicity, the scene was somewhat clear. There were two pictures. The first showed someone giving a gift to another. The second showed the recipient kicking the giver's backside. And shortly after, Zoe sent this. Given the timing, it's probably related. This time, Don handed over a box. Fuwawa's box. The box Zoe uses for secret reports. I took it, unlocked it with Fuwawa, pulled out the envelope inside, opened it, and read the contents. I see. What does it say? Another faction tried to seize the opportunity to expand their share and tried to take Phil Morm under their wing, but they were turned down in a humiliating way. I understand. And since Phil Morm can't read or write, he made his report with pictures he drew himself. Is that so? I recognize his loyalty to Your Majesty, but it isn't good that he can't even read or write. Zoe is nearby. Shouldn't she assist him more? No, it's fine as is. I promoted Phil Morm. If he fails, I will clean up the mess. More than that, I want to cherish the fact that, despite being a former slave, he is not blinded by gold and treasures and swears loyalty to me. Understood. Then I'll keep a close watch on the situation. Good. Leave it to you. Back in the study of the detached palace, I summoned Henry. Across the desk, Henry bowed respectfully as usual. You called, Your Majesty? I intend to completely crush Kyrgyz Jayalwyn. I'm terribly sorry. Henry's face stiffened, and he dropped to his knees on the spot. It's all right. It's not your fault. There was a reason Henry acted that way. Before I ascended the throne, when I first entered the territory, there were reports that Kyrgyz Jayalwyn had rebelled. At that time, the previous emperor, father, asked for my opinion, and I recommended Henry, the Prince Minister of Military Affairs. But, stand up, it's not your fault. Rather, with such a limited budget, you managed to bring the situation to a stalemate. If it weren't for you, the rebellion would have spread, and we would have been forced to acknowledge their independence. Your words honor me. This time, the salt tax issue is partly because of that. Henry, when suppressing border uprisings, what is the most important? Logistics, Henry answered immediately without hesitation. His tone clearly showed his experience. Exactly logistics, not out of pride, but the empire is vast. Even if small fights like Jayalwyn's rebellion are lost, the overall victory remains unchanged. However, to fully unleash the empire's power, we must continually supply the food to move large armies. Understood, Henry nodded, and I stood up, clasped my hands behind my back, and paced the study as I spoke. Until now, budgets were insufficient, so we could only fight patchwork battles. But the salt tax problem is settled, and the treasury has never been richer. We will invest heavily and wipe them out root and branch. Leave it to me. If I fail to annihilate Jayalwyn even with Your Majesty's support, I will never set foot in the capital again. Henry knelt, bowing deeply. He intended to go himself. Fine by me. Furthermore, Your Majesty. Should we also put some pressure on Turbaif? Henry raised his face while still kneeling and suggested this immediately. As expected from someone who has been Prince Minister of Military Affairs for many years, he quickly proposed what was necessary. That has already been arranged. Excuse me, what exactly? Turbaif supposedly has 3 sons, each excelling in martial valor, wisdom, and virtue. They are famous as the 3 arrows. Yes. Moreover, all three respect their father, so their bond is strong. A troublesome matter. Indeed, as long as Turbaif lives, I do not want to deal with him. I got father's approval to marry off the 17th, 18th, and 20th princesses. The 17th Imperial Princess, 18th Princess, and 20th Princess. They will be sent for political marriage to match the ages of the three sons. That much. I'm afraid the Empire doesn't need to be so submissive. I agree with political marriages, but one should suffice. We must utterly eliminate Jai-Elwyn. We don't have the luxury for a two-front war. If they are helped to escape at the last moment after being cornered, it would be no laughing matter. But it will look like groveling diplomacy, won't it? That's exactly what is needed. For now, as expected. Henry was surprised and bowed his head again. Turbaif too, we are giving him 3 princesses. Hopefully he will refrain from reckless actions in the future. Still clasping my hands behind my back, I looked up at the blue sky through the window. You are amazing for listening to chapters 1 to 90 of Noble Reincarnation. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.